Chapter 1. The Blade Like Fire, the Inferno of the Heavens. Wessie, Sea Swallow Island. A brutal struggle for the surgical fruit is unfolding. Corazon, tell me where Law is. Otherwise, in the snowy expanse, Don Quixote Doflamingo toyed with a heart-shaped fruit in his hand, erupting into maniacal laughter. He then extended a hand, pointing toward the sky. Everyone on this island will perish because of you. Countless sharp and resilient white threads erupted from Doflamingo, anchoring themselves throughout the island. One by one, the white threads rained down from the heavens, ensnaring those unfortunate souls they touched. Their bodies became ungovernable, raising fists or blades to commence a gruesome slaughter amongst themselves. Those few fortunate enough to evade the threads, in their desperate bid to escape the birdcage, found their bodies severed by the merciless strands, transforming the island into a veritable arena of carnage. Crimson blood stained the pristine earth, crystallizing into patches of sanguine ice. Birdcage. Corazon's pupils constricted as he beheld the horrifying scene. As an undercover agent of the Navy, he was acutely aware of Doflamingo's cruelty. He was indeed capable of such heinous acts, and even if he divulged Law's whereabouts, Doflamingo would likely renege on his word. Yet, the sense of justice within him prevented him from crossing that moral threshold. Is there truly no other way? Corazon lay helplessly on the ground, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds, clinging to the last vestiges of his belief, but what was the use of that? Law. The light in Corazon's eyes dimmed. In the sky above, an unnamed inferno surged upward, exuding a searing heat, erupting from the western side of the island. At that moment, the snow ceased. The wind stilled. It was as if the entire island was consumed by that towering flame. What is this? Doflamingo suddenly sensed an overwhelming force silently and swiftly approaching. As the Joker of the underground world, years of combat instincts caused his body to instinctively unleash Conqueror's haki for defense. But at that very instant, boom! The seemingly indestructible birdcage was effortlessly breached by the flame, as if it were mere paper being torn apart. Then, the searing fire erupted in the air, unleashing a multitude of heavenly flames that cascaded down, instantly engulfing the entire island. In an instant, the tyrannical flames melted the thick layers of ice and snow, rendering a scene of utter devastation. The fruit in Doflamingo's hand was also swept away by the sudden inferno. Witnessing this, veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, my fruit! What kind of formidable individual possesses such power? Cursed be this fate. Though victory had seemed assured, the fruit was whisked away by the terrifying flames, and now, with the birdcage shattered, Vice Admiral Tsuru would lead the Navy onto the island, compounded by the presence of this unknown powerhouse. All these factors drove Doflamingo to the brink of fury, yet he found himself utterly helpless. Realizing this, despite his deep-seated reluctance, Doflamingo barked at the other members of the Don Quixote family. Retreat. The Navy on the high seas was similarly drawn to the awe-inspiring inferno. I never anticipated Doflamingo's actions would be so swift. The plan has changed. We must land on the island at once. Additionally, exercise caution. There may be other forces at play. Vice Admiral Tsuru, sensing the terrifying might, felt a weight in her heart, yet the significance of the surgical fruit was unparalleled. At this moment, in a remote corner of the island, Roya, who had just traversed into the world of pirates, sheathed the blade like fire, while simultaneously catching the surgical fruit, swept up by the fiery breath, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is this the reward for signing in? It truly is formidable. Ding! The system's offerings are of the finest quality. This system is the divine sign-in system, signing in at Sea Swallow Island grants. Blade like fire, the most powerful and ancient heat-based Zanpakuto, with an inherent spiritual pressure rivaling Conqueror's haki upon its initial release. Ding! Check in at renowned locations for additional rewards. Note: successful check-in requires being within a certain range. Upon hearing the system's words, Roya felt an increasing anticipation for the rewards associated with the famous locations. At that moment, a figure caught Roya's eye. As a traveler, he instinctively recognized the child before him Trafalgar Law, one of the future Shichibukai. He was surprised to encounter him here. Roya observed Law cautiously sheltered by Corazon. He had narrowly escaped to this spot, only to witness the scene of Roya shattering the birdcage with a single stroke. This man before him wielded such formidable power surely. He could find a way to save Corazon. Law felt trepidation towards Roya, yet thinking of Corazon's peril, he steeled his resolve and bravely approached Roya. Please help me. Save Corazon. At first, Law's voice was barely a whisper, but as thoughts of Corazon surged, he gathered courage to exclaim. But Roya merely walked past him, seemingly treating him as if he were air. Unyielding, Law sprinted to Roya's side again, pleading, I beg you, save Corazon. He is a good man, someone incredibly important to me. As long as you can rescue Corazon, I will do anything you ask. I can give you everything I have. Please help me. I cannot bear to lose him. At that moment, the surgical fruit somehow was tossed back by Roya, lightly striking the back of Law's head before falling to the ground. Law gazed at the heart-shaped fruit, his eyes instantly brightening as he reached out with trembling hands to cradle it in his palms. Then, Roya's voice floated from a distance. Use your own strength to save the one most dear to you. Upon hearing Roya's words, Law forcefully wiped away the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. He vowed in his heart that he would follow this man from now on, for without him, he would lose the most important person in his life. Corazon, through the surgical fruit, had bestowed upon Law the hope of life, while Law, through the same fruit, had granted Corazon a miraculous chance at survival. Reflecting on this, it seemed quite fortuitous. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Roya had already departed from the island, as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 2. Miraculous Surgery, Hefty Bounty. Shortly after Roya's departure, Vice Admiral Tsuru led a large contingent of Navy personnel to encircle the island, leaving only Corazon, who had just been revived by Law, conscious. Corazon, where are the medical team? Hurry, check on him. We must ensure Corazon's survival. Vice Admiral Tsuru anxiously watched Corazon, having just learned of his existence from Sengoku. He was not only a Navy spy, but also Sengoku's adoptive son. He had to be saved. Tsuru quickly summoned the medical team to examine Corazon's condition while she utilized the time to investigate various clues on the island. Approaching a nearby structure, Tsuru gently touched the burn marks upon it. The scars were numerous and glaring, and recalling the earlier towering flames, Tsuru felt her heart tremble. What incredible power this is! Just as Tsuru was lost in thought, the medical team finished their examination and promptly reported, Vice Admiral, we have completed a thorough assessment of Corazon's condition. The medical team leader's expression was peculiar as he continued. However, it is quite strange despite Corazon being in a state of near-fatal injuries. He shows no signs of life-threatening danger. With normal blood circulation, it feels as if he has undergone a miraculous surgery. Upon hearing the medical team leader's words, Tsuru's eyes darkened, and she murmured, a miraculous surgery, you say? It seems the surgical fruit must have been taken and consumed by someone. With this thought, Tsuru moved to Corazon's side. Lying on the ground, Corazon attempted to rise upon seeing Tsuru, but she gently restrained him. Corazon, I need to ask you a few simple questions. Yes. Though Corazon was out of immediate danger, his voice was faint and weak. Do you know the identity of the powerful individual who suddenly appeared on the island? Corazon shook his head. Did you see his face? Corazon shook his head again. And the surgical fruit? Where is it? Do you know? Corazon shook his head once more. He understood that Law had saved him, but he could not reveal to the Navy that Law had consumed the fruit. This was a form of protection for Law. He merely hoped he could grow stronger upon the sea and find his own place in the world. Tsuru gazed into Corazon's eyes, but after searching, she could discern nothing. After a lengthy silence, Tsuru sighed. Bring Corazon back to the ship, let him rest properly. Subsequently, Admiral Crane retrieved his communication device and dialed Sengoku. At Marineford, within Sengoku's office, the latter was standing by the window when the device rang, prompting him to answer immediately. Sengoku, there is no issue with Corazon. Upon hearing Admiral Crane's words, Sengoku, who had been anxiously awaiting news, felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is excellent news. What about the Ope no Mi and Doflamingo? Admiral Crane wore a wry smile as he responded to Sengoku's inquiries unless something unforeseen has occurred. The Ope no Mi has likely been taken by the mysterious powerful individual on the island. As for Doflamingo, he probably fled the moment that enigmatic figure made their move. Admiral Crane recounted everything he had witnessed to Sengoku, who clenched his fists tightly. The mention of the inferno that consumed the snow and shattered the birdcage sent beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I understand. Conduct another thorough search of the island. If nothing is found, return immediately. After disconnecting the communication device, Sengoku relayed the intelligence to Steelbone, who promptly made his way to Mariejois, the residence of the Gorosei. Steelbone, I hope you bring me good news. One of the Gorosei, wielding a sword, addressed him. Steelbone, undeterred by the Gorosei's words, stood before them and spoke in a grave tone. The Ope no Mi has been stolen. As Steelbone's words echoed in the chamber, the elder who had been polishing his cherished sword halted his actions, an overwhelming aura emanating from him as he directed a fierce glare at Steelbone. What did you say? Standing firm against the oppressive atmosphere, Steelbone reiterated, on Hyank Island, the very island where we conducted our trade, a mysterious strong individual has taken the Ope no Mi. With this confirmation from Steelbone, the Gorosei fell into a profound silence, the tension in the air becoming palpable. After an undetermined amount of time, one of the bald Gorosei spoke to Steelbone. Issue a bounty 20 billion berries. It is imperative that we locate this individual. I will ensure that all intelligence agencies collaborate to investigate the identity of this mysterious person. The Ope no Mi must remain in our possession. Steelbone nodded gravely before departing from Mariejois. The Navy acted swiftly, and soon after, a blank bounty notice appeared upon the seas. Every island under the Navy's control was plastered with this bounty, and they even collaborated with the information tycoon Morgans, dispatching numerous messenger birds to ensure that this bounty reached every individual. Aboard the Moby Dick, the massive vessel belonging to Whitebeard, Marco was perusing the latest bounty when he came across the blank notice, momentarily taken aback. Old man, the Navy has issued a completely blank bounty. It only states that the individual can wield the inferno of heaven, with no other information provided, and a reward of 20 billion berries. Marco's voice captured the attention of the other crew members. What? 20 billion berries? And it's for a mysterious individual with no identifiable details. What sort of person could provoke such a furious response from the Navy's decrepit old guard? Kurara, I truly wish to have such a person as my son. The boisterous laughter echoed across the Moby Dick, and the crew members, witnessing Whitebeard's delight, couldn't help but join in the mirth. Marco, standing nearby, commented, Old man, you're at it again. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin was preparing for the inaugural tea party and also caught sight of a newspaper. 20 billion berries. Those mad dogs in the Navy will do anything. Katakuri, standing beside Charlotte Linlin, remarked, Mother, for the Navy to act so irrationally, this person must have done something that directly threatened their interests. Let's first ensure the success of the inaugural teapot gathering. If this individual dares to show up, I shall devour their soul. As a delicacy, it is bound to be delectable. Understood, Mother. On a small island, Law gazed at the blank bounty notice in hand, feeling a warmth in his heart as the nearly invincible figure filled his mind. Once I grow stronger, I will certainly follow in your footsteps. Law's voice echoed across the small island. Meanwhile, the subject of the blank bounty notice discovered a woman adrift upon the sea. Chapter 3. Arrival at the island. Mastery of binding techniques. Ding. A mission to sign in has been issued. Ohara. Reward. Mastery of 99 binding techniques. Time limit. 3 days. The system's notification resonated in Law's mind. Unbeknownst to him, he had been placed under a 20 billion berry bounty as he hurried towards Ohara. As he contemplated this, his gaze fell upon the ocean, where he spotted a lovely lady lying on a piece of driftwood. Without a moment's hesitation, Law rushed to rescue her. Olvia slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Law, cloaked in a cape, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Olvia. As her words fell, Olvia discerned the direction in which the ship was sailing. It was heading towards Ohara. Immediately, Olvia turned to Roya and exclaimed, "Are you bound for Ohara? It is perilously dangerous there." Upon hearing the words of Robin's mother, Olvia, Roya responded dismissively, "It matters not. We are both destined for the same destination, so let us not squander time. On the morning 2 days hence." A fleet of warships, adorned with the insignia of the world government, gradually anchored not far from Ohara. Standing upon the deck, Spandam gazed at the island shrouded in dense fog, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The malevolent grin sent chills down the spine. At last, they had arrived at the infamous island of Ohara. He pondered whether the woman who had leapt into the sea to escape still drew breath. It was truly a lament that he had not personally ended her life. As Spandam concluded his musings, he departed the deck, leading his men towards Ohara. Upon setting foot on its soil, Spandam held his head high. As though he regarded the entirety of the island with disdain, the desolation of the land was appalling. He could scarcely fathom how the inhabitants managed to survive. It would be far better for him to eliminate all who dwelled here. Upon hearing Spandam's words, his subordinates felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down their brows. Recalling his previous atrocities, they fully believed he was capable of such actions. "Sir, let us first proceed to the Tree of Knowledge in the island's center to investigate if Olvia has left behind any other threats to the government." Before the subordinate could finish, Spandam drew his firearm from his waist and aimed it at the speaker, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! As Spandam observed his fallen subordinate, he coldly scoffed, "Do I require your instruction to carry out my duties?" With that, he strode towards the Tree of Knowledge. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and obtained mastery of binding arts. Binding is a form of spiritual arts within the realm of the Shinigami. Primarily focused on defensive confinement, advanced binding techniques can even restrain thousands in a mere thought. Just as the system's electronic voice echoed in Roya's mind, an abrupt gunshot shattered the tranquility of Ohara. Roya's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, "It seems we have arrived just in time. I shan't waste much of my time." In stark contrast to Roya's composure, Olvia's heart raced at the sound of gunfire. Her eyes reflected urgency as she dashed towards the Tree of Knowledge. Roya watched Olvia's retreating figure before leisurely making his way in the same direction. Meanwhile, Spandam had already reached the Tree of Knowledge. Upon his arrival, he spotted a young girl running towards the tree. He raised his hand and commanded, "Special Intelligence Department of the World Government, execute special orders. Any unauthorized personnel approaching shall be shot on sight." His subordinates furrowed their brows at Spandam's orders, one of them stammering, "But Commander, she is just a little girl." Slap. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, Spandam delivered a resounding slap to his face. "Are you seeking to reunite with the insolent wretch who just defied me? And no, I do not wish that." The subordinate quickly shook his head, valuing his life over that of the girl. "If you wish to live, then shoot. Shoot without mercy. We must show no leniency to the people of Ohara." A cruel smile spread across Spandam's face as he uttered these words. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the scene of bloodshed. Without hesitation, his subordinates raised their weapons, aiming at the little girl in the distance. Due to the scholars at the Tree of Knowledge being engrossed in their research, they were utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos outside. Kind-hearted Robin wished to intervene and warn them, but she could not have foreseen such a situation. As she stared at the dark muzzles of the guns, her heart quaked. "Is this how I am to meet my end?" Her small fists clenched tightly as thoughts of her mother flooded her mind. It had been far too long since she had last seen her, and perhaps she would never see her again. "Robin!" Suddenly, Olvia's voice pierced through the air, and with renewed speed, she raced toward her daughter. She enveloped Robin in her embrace, shielding her from the gunmen, her back turned to the lethal weapons. Olvia's words faded. Spandam's subordinates pressed the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed across the island, the muzzles spitting flames and smoke, surging towards Olvia and Robin. Time seemed to freeze in that moment as Robin felt the warmth of Olvia's embrace. Tears streaming down her cheeks. No. In that critical moment, Roya extended his hand into the air, murmuring softly, "Binding art number 64. Reflective mirror." A translucent disc appeared before the two women, effortlessly deflecting the bullets while counterattacking. The bullets, now traveling faster than before, shot back towards Spandam and his men. Spandam's pupils dilated in shock. Instinctively, he grabbed one of his subordinates and pulled him in front of himself to shield against the returning bullets. The anticipated pain failed to manifest, Alvia and Robin slowly opened their eyes, disbelief etched upon their faces as they gazed at Roya. They had not expected the man who had saved them to possess such formidable strength. Chapter 4. The demon-slaying order emerges. The tree of knowledge descends. The sound of bullets slicing through the air had ceased. Spandam cautiously peered around, discovering that the subordinate he had used as a shield was now lifeless. He had survived through this despicable tactic. With eyes wide open, Spandam stared incredulously at Roya, who was slowly advancing towards him. His lips quivered as the arrogant demeanor he once possessed faded into pallor. What is this ability? Who are you? How could someone like you exist in the West Sea? Spandam bellowed, his voice strained. His gaze was filled with panic, a stark contrast to the bravado he had displayed earlier. Strong men bow before the powerful, while they strike hard against the weak. This was Spandam's essence. Roya approached Spandam with measured steps, each footfall resonating as if it were crushing Spandam's heart. At that moment, Roya stood before the Tree of Knowledge. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked in at the Tree of Knowledge. Obtaining would release. Tree world descends. As the system's electronic voice faded, Roya confronted Spandam directly. Terrified, Spandam collapsed onto the ground. Don't come any closer. If you do, I swear I'll press this button. With that, Spandam produced a golden den mushi from his pocket. Upon seeing the golden den mushi, Alvia's heart raced with alarm. Roya, that is the button for the demon-slaying order. If activated, all of Ohara will be reduced to ruins. Hearing Alvia's words, Spandam regained a semblance of confidence, threatening Roya. Indeed, this woman speaks the truth. Now, kneel and apologize, or I will press this demon-slaying order button, and in mere moments, the entire island will vanish from the map. This represents the Navy's overwhelming offensive capability. Roya, hidden beneath his hood, wore an expression of unwavering calm. He extended his hand, binding art number 4, gray rope. A rope-like light appeared before him, used in the world of Shinigami to ensnare and capture foes. Both Rukia and Rinji had wielded this binding technique. In the blink of an eye, Roya seized the golden den mushi from Spandam's grasp while he was still reeling from shock. As he felt the weight lift from his hand, Spandam's confidence evaporated in an instant, crumbling like a house of cards. His last trump card had been effortlessly taken from him, and panic flooded his expression as he realized he was utterly defenseless. Embracing Robin, Alvia exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene before her. However, her pupils suddenly constricted as she exclaimed, Roya, have you lost your mind? You actually pressed the Demon Slayer order without hesitation. The events unfolded with such rapidity that even Spandam struggled to react. Yet, upon seeing Roya activate the golden transponder snail, despair morphed into hope, prompting him to erupt into maniacal laughter. You pressed it. You genuinely wish to bring about the downfall of Ohara. Ha ha ha. How foolish can one be? Allow me to show you the mightiest assault of the Navy. Spandam had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. He felt invigorated by the prospect. Most importantly, he believed Roya to be utterly foolish, incapable of posing a threat to him. With this thought, his heart swelled with arrogance, for this was the Demon Slayer order. Meanwhile, Alvia's expression grew gravely serious. At that moment, thousands of soldiers, dozens of colonels, and 5 vice admirals aboard 10 warships outside the island received the message from the golden transponder snail and set sail towards Ohara. The cannons roared, unleashing countless slashes, including attacks from 2 vice admirals. Meteor Volcano, Ice Age. Upon receiving the command of the Demon Slayer order, the 2 vice admirals showed no signs of holding back, unleashing their most formidable powers. The sky was filled with terrifying assaults. Alvia and Robin shut their eyes, having believed victory was within their grasp, yet they could not have anticipated Roya's actions. They could already envision the devastation and ruin that awaited the island. Spandam cackled, relishing the consequences of provoking him. Now, prepare to descend into hell and savor the cruelty of death. Amidst Spandam's maniacal laughter, a subtle smile crept onto Roya's lips, concealed beneath his cloak. With deliberate slowness, Roya extended his hand and struck the ground with force. Would release. Birth of the Tree Realm. As his words echoed, the surging vitality inherent in the wood release surged into the all-knowing tree. The roots of the all-knowing tree erupted from the earth, entwining to form a colossal root barrier. This immense wall of defense stretched for miles, erected atop the island, effortlessly intercepting all assaults from the Demon Slayer order. Boom! Countless bullets, shells, and slashes, including the full-force strikes from Akiji and Akainu, failed to breach the barrier of the all-knowing tree's roots. Any damage inflicted upon it was swiftly negated and restored by the overwhelming vitality of the wood release. As the smoke from the first wave of the Demon Slayer Order's attack dissipated, Spandane, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, instinctively gulped as he beheld the extraordinary scene before him. He had never witnessed anything so astonishing. His lips trembled as he stammered, How is this possible? The all-knowing tree has come to life. Not only Spandane, but even Aokiji and Akainu outside the island stared in shock at the spectacle. Their brows knitted tightly. The previous attack was their most powerful skill. Yet, such immense power was effortlessly halted by this root-like barrier. What manner of entity was this barrier, regardless of its nature? Any force that obstructed them on this island must be eradicated as evil. Akainu's arms glowed with magma, and he scoffed. It's merely a tree. I refuse to believe my magma cannot incinerate it. Hellhound. With a single punch, torrents of lava seared the air, the intense heat rendering the atmosphere almost surreal. With a thunderous crash, Akainu's magma fist struck the barrier formed by the all-knowing tree. Chapter 5. The demon's order is annihilated. Blame report. Boom. The deafening sound echoed through the heavens, yet the flames scorching the surface were swiftly mended by the tree's life force. Unable to ignite. What terrifying regenerative power this was. This thought flickered through Akainu's mind, yet he could conceive no better strategy. Meanwhile, Spandane found himself drenched in cold sweat as he faced Roya. He had witnessed Akainu's assault, and could see it clearly. The moment the attack struck, it did not merely tremble, there was not a single ripple, and in the blink of an eye, it was restored. Fear filled his eyes. Roya was far from foolish. This was confidence in his own strength. With this realization, Spandane began to retreat, scrambling to his feet and racing towards the seed. He had to escape. Such a terrifying monster was not something he could withstand. Observing Spandane's panicked flight, a glimmer of disdain flashed in Roya's eyes. Escape? Where can you possibly flee to? With a swift motion, Roya drew his blade, Lurin Ruohuo, the sound of its song resonating in the air. All things shall be reduced to ashes. Lurin Ruohuo. As his words fell, Alvia and Robin felt their eyes ignite with flames. In the next moment, a towering inferno erupted skyward, intermingled with an overwhelming spiritual pressure 100-fold. 1,000-fold stronger than before. To those present, the spiritual pressure materialized as an almost tangible conqueror's haki. Roya stepped forward, the ground fracturing beneath him. The razor-sharp blade, infused with terrifying spiritual pressure, sliced through the air, creating explosive sounds as it carved a perfect arc from above. First form, cleaving slash of Lurin Ruo. The blade shimmered, and spiritual pressure surged. The inferno roared forth. A colossal slash materialized before Aokiji and Akainu. Their pupils dilated, and without hesitation, they unleashed their most potent techniques to counter Roya's strike. Unable to break through the defense, they at least had to block this slash, lest the 10 warships behind them be reduced to mere debris. Ice Age. Meteor Volcano. Not only they, but the remaining 3 vice admirals also exerted their utmost effort to assist Aokiji and Akainu. Boom. Yet, even the combined might of all the vice admirals was devoured by Roya's fiery slash upon contact, serving as nourishment that caused the flames to swell even further. Boom. Another resounding roar echoed as the slash collided with Spandane, who had barely managed to flee, forcefully striking Aokiji, Akainu, and the other 3 vice admirals. Even Akainu, who had consumed the magma fruit, could not withstand the searing heat carried by Roya's slash. They were all sent flying by the force of Roya's attack. Under Roya's exceptional control, the flaming slash barreled straight towards the warships beyond the island. In an instant, the vessels splintered, the fiery slash sweeping away tons of seawater, lifting it into the sky, transforming it into a downpour. The seawater fell upon the island, washing away the traces of chaos. At that moment, the island returned to its former tranquility and clarity. Alvia's lips quivered. As one of the few who had ventured beyond Ohara, she felt Roya surpassed everyone she had encountered in strength. So powerful, glimmers of light sparkled in Alvia's eyes. She perceived Roya as radiantly magnificent. Upon the sea, the aftermath of Roya's assault stirred the waters into a tempest. Fragments of warships floated upon the waves. Spandane, enduring his pain, awkwardly dragged Aokiji and Akainu onto a piece of debris. Aokiji, Akainu, you two are nothing but burdens. You can't even defeat a single opponent, let alone break through their defenses. What are you even doing as vice admirals? Utterly useless, Spandane cursed. Yet he continued to struggle, dragging the severely injured Aokiji and Akainu. Fortunately, Roya's slash had aimed for them, and due to Spandane's quick reflexes, the flames only grazed his back, causing extensive burns. Unlike Aokiji and Akainu, who were gravely injured and unconscious. They felt as if their powers and stamina were sealed beneath the waves. If Spandane abandoned them to perish, his own head would surely be on the line. After much exertion, Spandane finally relayed the details of this operation to the Gorosei as a member of the Special Intelligence Department. He had the authority to communicate directly with him. To absolve himself of responsibility. Spandane exaggerated Roya's prowess to the heavens. Simultaneously, they incessantly shifted the blame onto the Navy, reporting them in whispers. Esteemed elders, the demon extermination order has failed, and my subordinates were all slain due to their fierce resistance. The Tree of Knowledge in Ohara has inexplicably revived, and the demon extermination order was effortlessly defeated by a fiery individual. Even Admiral Akainu, who consumed the magma fruit, was unexpectedly injured by this flame. Moreover, the Navy personnel are utterly incompetent, each more cowardly than the last. In battle, they displayed no strategy, collapsing into chaos, fleeing in a frenzy, their warships shattered, and countless injured. The Navy dispatched such a pathetic force. Showing complete disregard for this demon extermination order, which is nothing short of disrespectful to you all, Spandane implied that the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, yet we still resisted valiantly. However, the Navy lagged behind. He earnestly requested the Gorosei to show leniency. Listening through the din mushi, the Gorosei furrowed their brows at Spandane's words. They did not fully trust his account. If what he described were true, he would not have survived to tell the tale. What unsettled them was indeed the sudden revival of the Tree of Knowledge and the overwhelming flames. Approximately 3 days prior, on Hyoko Island, similar towering flames had erupted. Seizing the surgery fruit. It was the same one-hit wonder, leaving an inescapable sense of despair. They could ascertain that these two instances of raging flames were undoubtedly the work of the same individual. Who could this person be? What could his intentions possibly entail? Confronted with an identity unknown, yet possessing formidable power, this adversary incited a profound fury within them. Yet, without knowledge of their opponent's identity, how could they even begin to take action? A resounding crash echoed as a bald-headed Gorosei, in a fit of rage, shattered the table before him. I believe we should deploy greater forces to investigate this individual's whereabouts. Our current information is woefully insufficient. Let alone his appearance and abilities, we are entirely in the dark regarding his true intentions. As for Ohara, we can only suppress the news of the Demon Extermination Order's failure. The failure of the Demon Extermination Order undoubtedly emboldens the rampant forces at sea. It must be contained and absolutely not allowed to spread, the bald-headed Gorosei declared. Increase the bounty to 3 billion berries. Any informant will be rewarded with 1 billion berries. I will not believe he can evade the vast net of our world government. Regarding Ohara, let it be for now. Should any Ohara citizens be found beyond the island, they are to be exterminated without mercy, and we must thoroughly investigate how the Tree of Knowledge revived so suddenly. And as for the Navy, it is high time for a change of personnel. After deliberating a suitable strategy, the Gorosei promptly set their plans into motion. Meanwhile, the failure of the Demon Extermination Order and the mysterious strongman's resurgence, along with the revival of the Tree of Knowledge, spread like wildfire across the seas. Chapter 6. Shiki's Escape. Carp takes action above the vast ocean. Newsbirds soared freely through the sky. Shortly after the conclusion of the Demon Extermination Order, Morgan, the owner of the world's largest newspaper, received the news and immediately printed the papers that he cared not for the Navy's authority. He was solely concerned with the presence of sensational news. Coupled with the news of Roya, he now had 2 stories potent enough to stir the seas into madness. At this moment, the ocean was engulfed in uproar. The first story was about Roya, who single-handedly obliterated the Demon Extermination Order, with his bounty skyrocketing to a staggering 3 billion berries. This was only his second bounty. However, unlike before, this time Roya's strength had truly captured the attention of the powerful figures. After all, annihilating the Demon Extermination Order with a mere sword strike is no feat for just anyone. The second story reported that the Golden Lion Shiki had successfully escaped from Impel Down, a place deemed impregnable for decades. These 2 incidents left the Navy and the world government utterly disgraced. This was a true slap in the face, occurring consecutively, prompting the entire Navy and world government to scramble to reclaim their lost dignity. In an instant, the seas descended further into chaos. In the West Sea, within the Tree of Knowledge in Ohara, Roya had been lingering for a day, cradling little Robin as he perused the newspaper. Upon reading the news about the Golden Lion, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Sign-in task issued. Vermiu. Reward. 1 random charm from the 12 zodiac. Time limit. 5 days, with the system's electronic voice echoing in his mind. Roya's eyes narrowed slightly. If his memory served him correctly, after escaping Impel Down, the Golden Lion had indeed arrived at this location, aiming to use the IQ plants capable of inciting animal frenzy to regain dominion over the world. Sensing the change in Roya's aura, Robin immediately inquired, "Brother Roya, is something wrong?" Hearing Robin's words, a faint smile graced Roya's lips as he replied, "Robin, brother has some matters to attend to and may need to leave Ohara for a while." Alvia, standing nearby, also caught wind of Roya's statement. "Roya, where do you plan to go? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Gently extracting Robin from his embrace, Roya addressed Alvia. "Alvia, are you familiar with Vermu?" Repeating the name softly, Alvia's eyes suddenly lit up. "I know that place. I visited the island while researching the historical texts, though I did not leave a permanent pointer. I know how to get there. Moreover, the villagers of Vermu are exceptionally hospitable." After sharing this, Alvia added, "Roya, please wait here for a moment. I will draw you a rough sea chart that may prove useful." Robin gazed at her mother, then dashed to a nearby table, her eyes fixed on Roya. Though she could not see the face hidden beneath the cloak, she felt an overwhelming reluctance for Roya to depart, akin to her feelings for her mother in the past. "Brother Roya, will you return? When will you come back?" Clutching Roya's cloak, tears brimmed in Robin's eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. "It will only be for a short while if time allows. I will return to see you." Robin. "If you promise to diligently train your fruit abilities, you can come to sea and find me once you are grown. We can explore the wonders of the ocean together. Brother Roya, you must keep your promise. You cannot deceive me. I would never lie to you." "Then let us pinky swear." Robin extended her tiny finger. Roya reciprocated, intertwining their pinkies. Then they raised their thumbs to seal the pact, after which Robin declared, "For 100 years, no changes. Indeed, it shall not change." After reaching this promise with Robin, Alvia approached, presenting the freshly drawn sea chart to Roya. "Roya, Ohara will always welcome you." "Indeed." Accepting the sea chart, Roya nodded gently before departing from the Tree of Knowledge. As he made his way out of the tree, he realized that a considerable number of people had gathered behind him. They had come to bid him farewell, for it was Roya's presence that allowed this island to endure. He was the savior of this land. As Roya surveyed the crowd, his heart stirred with emotion. When he reached the island's periphery, he slowly turned around. His departure was fraught with risk, although he understood the Navy would not strike Ohara again in the immediate future. It was always wise to err on the side of caution. With this thought in mind, Roya's swiftly formed hand seals would release. Birth of the Forest Realm. As Luo Ya's hands struck the ground, a surge of life force generated by the wood release flowed into the earth. The roots of the all-knowing tree re-emerged, growing thicker and intertwining, encircling the entirety of Ohara. Luo Ya left only a few entrances, transforming Ohara into a bastion that was difficult to breach. After completing this, he returned to his ship, setting sail towards Vinyo. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, during which a dog-headed warship and 2 ordinary naval vessels sped across the ocean. A tall, broad-chested elder with well-developed muscles stood upon the deck of the dog-headed warship. His gaze seemed to pierce through the vast sea, catching sight of the golden lion Shiki fleeing in disarray. And he spoke in a deep voice. "I never expected that the golden lion Shiki would break his own legs to escape from Impel Down. It seems he had been planning this all along." According to the intelligence provided by the world government, it appears that the golden lion Shiki is heading towards an island named Vermu. A colonel informed Vice Admiral Garp. "Vermu, you say? It seems our course is correct. Continue at full speed. We must recapture the golden lion to prevent future troubles." "Yes, sir." Just as Garp issued his orders, a sailor called out to him, "Vice Admiral Garp, we have spotted a ship ahead. It is not flying a pirate flag, but there is a figure in a cloak standing on the deck." Garp's brow furrowed upon hearing this. He was aware that a mysterious cloaked individual had recently appeared on the seas, opposing the Navy at every turn. Resolving to investigate, Garp thought that if it were indeed that mysterious person, he could conveniently accomplish another task. Chapter 7. Firewall of Flames, Rivers of Blood with Garp's command. The 3 vessels sailing at full speed surged towards Luo Ya. It was evident that Luo Ya sensed the Navy's presence, especially the dog-headed warship among them, which he recognized as Garp's personal vessel. "The ship ahead. You are to halt immediately and cooperate with our investigation." The 3 naval ships blared through their loudspeaker snails at Luo Ya. Hearing their demands, Luo Ya pulled his cloak tighter around him. This was not the time for games. With only 2 days left until the signing time at Ryūjin, Luo Ya speculated that the Golden Lion had likely already arrived and perhaps even activated his devil fruit powers. Causing the island to float in the sky, he had no intention of allowing these Navy officers to waste his time, not even Garp. With this thought, Luo Ya placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing out the flowing blade like fire. All things shall turn to ashes, flowing blade like fire. As his voice fell, the ancient blade ignited with a fierce flame, the air shimmering with heat. Accompanied by a surge of spiritual pressure, a presence akin to Conqueror's haki erupted forth. All Navy soldiers who sensed this might were instantly rendered unconscious. The tempest roared, waves surged violently, and the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Even Garp's pupils constricted in shock at the overwhelming strength of Luo Ya's Conqueror's haki. Just as Garp finished his thought, Luo Ya, wielding the flowing blade like fire, swiped from left to right in the air. Flames erupted like a weight of 10,000 tons, crashing into the sea and raising countless waves. The surging waters accelerated Luo Ya's ship, while significantly slowing the naval vessels at the same time. A wall of fire materialized between Luo Ya and the Navy ships. This blazing barrier burned fiercely on the ocean, extending for miles, obstructing Garp's pursuit of Luo Ya. "This guy, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will surely give you a severe beating," Garp shouted at the distant figure of Luo Ya, his fists clenched tightly. However, Luo Ya had already ridden the waves far away, oblivious to Garp's threats. Garp's brow furrowed. In contrast to the flames, he noted that Luo Ya's direction was precisely towards the Golden Lion. With this realization, Garp quickly retrieved a transponder snail to report to Admiral Sengoku. "Garp, Sengoku, I've encountered that mysterious individual." "Sengoku, the mysterious individual. Have you captured him? Did you see what he looked like?" Garp, "No, we were obstructed by the fire barrier he conjured, and more importantly, he is heading directly towards the Golden Lion. I fear that this escape may be linked to him, that if these two join forces, a formidable new power could arise on the seas." Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku's heart sank. "That I understand that I will personally lead troops to assist you. Regardless of the circumstances, you must delay them." Garp grinned widely. "Leave it to me, Sengoku. But you must hurry." After hanging up, Garp looked in the direction Luo Ya had departed, laughing heartily. "No matter who you are, this time, you shall find it impossible to escape." Unbeknownst to Luo Ya, the Navy was in an uproar behind him. He was engrossed in studying a rudimentary sea chart drawn by Alvia, continuously adjusting his course across the ocean. As the final day approached for the signing, Luo Ya finally beheld the island of Vermil. Yet, before he could set foot on the island to check in, he was assaulted by the overwhelming scent of blood wafting from it. The stench was so potent that it caused Luo Ya to furrow his brow. Just how many lives had to be taken to produce such a horrific effect? The ship anchored beside the island. And as Luo Ya stepped onto the land, the electronic voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the 12 Zodiac Chicken Talisman. This talisman allows the holder to levitate and control the movement of objects. Similar in function to the Golden Lion's float fruit." Luo Ya retrieved the chicken talisman from the system space, holding it in his hand, and focused on the concept of levitation. A blue glow enveloped him, flashing briefly before Luo Ya began to float. Is this the feeling of levitation? Luo Ya quickly mastered the use of the chicken talisman, floating gracefully through the air. As he ascended to a certain height, he finally discerned the source of the intense blood scent. It was Vermil, a village nestled within the jungle, where corpses lay strewn about, and blood flowed freely, resembling a scene from hell, controlling his body. Luo Ya descended into the village of Vermil. He did not step upon the ground, as it was soaked with blood, but rather glided above it, observing the deep sword marks etched into the earth. These marks extended into the rainforest, where a man with flowing golden hair and a beard relentlessly slaughtered with his dual swords. Sword energy danced through the air, wreaking havoc. Each strike claimed a vibrant life. "Ha ha ha. This is a world of the survival of the fittest. Those without power can only be slaughtered at will. Now that I have set my sights on this island, you shall all vanish from it." The Golden Lion Shiki's eyes were bloodshot, hinting at a madness within. Freshly escaped from impelled down, though he had lost his legs, he had replaced them with the famed swords Sakura and Moku. Yet, being newly equipped, he was not entirely accustomed to them. So the Golden Lion seized the opportunity to practice on the inhabitants of Vaermi. He sought to refine his skills with their blood, swiftly restoring his strength. At the same time, he coveted this island, particularly its IQ plants, by exterminating all its people. He could claim the island as his own, using it as a base to gather other pirates. The Golden Lion even envisioned a future where his name would once again echo across the seas. However, at that moment, he suddenly turned to gaze at the nearby jungle. Chapter 8. When the Clam and the Heron compete. The fisherman benefits the Golden Lion's gaze fixated on the jungle not far away that a profound sense of tension surged within him. Who is there? As the voice of the Golden Lion faded, his right leg lashed out like a whip, mercilessly delivering a devastating strike towards the jungled eye in the blink of an eye. The attack whistled as it surged forward, utilizing the power of the chicken talisman. Luo Ya effortlessly floated into the air, evading the onslaught of the Golden Lion's strike. The cleaving blow expanded with distance, cleaving the jungle in two, followed by the nearby houses, which were also torn asunder by the force of the Golden Lion's strike. I claim to be merely passing through. Do you believe me? Luo Ya remarked nonchalantly, adjusting his cloak as he addressed the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion gazed upon the figure suspended before him, astonishment flickering in his eyes. With a smirk, he replied, "If you reveal the nature of your fruit ability, I might just believe your words." The sight of this floating individual instilled in the Golden Lion a sense of looming threat. He could not discern whether it was Luo Ya's strange demeanor or an instinctive intuition that in any case, he loathed this sensation. After all, he was the Golden Lion, once a formidable airborne pirate. How could he feel apprehensive due to this mysterious figure before him? Luo Ya's eyes, concealed beneath his cloak, regarded the Golden Lion with calm indifference before he replied, "My ability is quite simple. I can levitate and manipulate objects with ease." Luo Ya's words settled. The Golden Lion's fury was ignited. Ha. You must be jesting. How could your ability possibly resemble mine? I am the user of the float fruit, and it is impossible for two identical fruits to exist upon the seas. With that, the Golden Lion slammed his hands onto the ground, unleashing his float fruit's power to upheave the earth, transforming it into multiple lion-head-shaped mounds that charged toward Luo Ya. You claim our abilities are the same? Let us see whose power reigns supreme. The 5 lion-headed earthen blocks, propelled by a fierce wind, surged toward Luo Ya. Faced with such a fierce assault, Luo Ya merely tugged at his cloak while mimicking the Golden Lion's action. Pressing his hand to the ground, a blue ethereal glow flickered as the chicken talisman's power activated. Before Luo Ya, the ground began to levitate, swiftly coalescing into a dragon's head. The dragon's head appeared remarkably lifelike, surpassing the details of the lion heads formed by the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion's eyes narrowed in disbelief. How is this possible? Boom, boom, boom. The dragon's head surged forward, colliding with the first 4 lion heads and obliterating them, resulting in a mutual destruction with the final lion head. Dust billowed into the air as the 2 attacks shattered. The Golden Lion could not accept such an outcome, confronted by someone whose abilities mirrored his own. The Golden Lion was determined not to let this go. You've successfully ignited my wrath. Now, prepare to taste the consequences. Before he could finish his declaration, the distant sounds of cannon fire reached the ears of both men. Turning toward the noise, they beheld a barrage of dark cannonballs raining down upon the island of Vermil. With each explosion, craters formed across the ground. A cold sweat broke out on the Golden Lion's forehead as he spotted 10 warships not far away. Cursed Navy, he dispatched 10 warships to capture me. He also recognized the familiar figures of Sengoku and Garp. Luo Ya, standing beside the Golden Lion, interjected, "You think too highly of yourself. These 10 warships are not solely for you. I likely bear half the responsibility." "Half responsibility? Did you accomplish something substantial before my escape?" "Just a trivial matter. I merely snatched something of great importance from the Navy and single-handedly obliterated the demon-slaying order." "Obliterating the demon-slaying order? Ha. The Golden Lion chuckled. "You certainly boast with confidence. To achieve such a feat is beyond even my capabilities." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, your audacity suggests you possess some strength. Would you consider joining my airborne pirate crew? I could make you my first mate. Together, our powers would surely allow us to escape this detestable navy with the IQ plants on this island. We could achieve what Joel D. Roger could not." Hearing the Golden Lion's proposition, Luo Ya expressed disinterest that I must decline. I am merely passing through. Besides, your strength is inadequate. Those who rely on the power of others are ultimately weak. With that, Luo Ya turned to depart. He had only come to sign in and wished to avoid entanglement in a conflict. However, his previous words struck the Golden Lion's heart like a dagger, igniting his rage. After all, he was the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, commander of the flying pirate crew, a terror of the skies. To be labeled weak by another was utterly intolerable. You dare call me weak? Then let me witness just how formidable your power truly is. With that, the Golden Lion unleashed a colossal sword aura with a kick of his leg. This sword aura dwarfed the previous one, being at least tenfold in size. Everywhere the eye could see was a torrent of sword energy. Even the Navy ships hastening toward Vermal were momentarily stunned. Sengoku aboard one of the warships turned to Garp, asking, "What conflict has arisen?" Garp scratched his head, equally perplexed. Initially, he had feared that Luo Ya and the Golden Lion would join forces, but from their current exchange, it seemed they had misjudged the situation. Witnessing this unfolding chaos, Sengoku declared, "Let the Clam and the Snipe quarrel, and the fishermen shall benefit. Prepare for an assault. We must capture both of them." Chapter 9. Merely passing through, the divine wind rolls on. Sengoku and Garp led a multitude of Navy soldiers in an assault on Vermal Island. In light of this situation, the Golden Lion disregarded everything else. His gaze was fixated solely on Luo Ya. Reminiscent of when he single-handedly wreaked havoc in Marineford, he could not rest until Luo Ya was vanquished. A deluge of sword energy surged toward Luo Ya. Activating the chicken talisman, Luo Ya floated sideways, effortlessly evading the lethal sword strike. The sword energy struck the ground with a hissing sound, creating a terrifying chasm before Luo Ya's eyes. The Golden Lion's aura intensified, his golden hair dancing in the wind, his kimono rustling furiously. "You dare call me weak? Why do you persist in evasion? Do you have the courage to confront me head-on?" With that, the Golden Lion's bloodshot eyes widened, resembling those of a wild beast. Lion Thousand Cutting Valley. This was an upgraded version of the sword energy, possessing even greater destructive power than before. In an instant, the Golden Lion unleashed multiple strikes capable of cleaving mountains. Countless slashes erupted violently from the Golden Lion, radiating outward as he became the epicenter. Even the Navy was caught in the crossfire. "Garp? Akiji," Sengoku shouted to his companions. "That mysterious individual seems intent on retreating, while he's occupied with the Golden Lion. Let us surround them both and ensure their capture." "Yes, Admiral," Garp and Akiji replied succinctly, their forms vanishing as they raced toward Luo Ya and the Golden Lion. As Sengoku observed the fierce battle, he silently prayed, "This time, we must succeed." He understood that if Luo Ya managed to escape, tracking him down again would prove exceedingly troublesome. Ice block, two-pronged spear, beside Akiji, for ice spears coalesced, shooting forth to intercept the slashes directed at him. Iron Fist, Garp, displaying a far more brutal approach, concentrated his armament hockey in his hands, swinging them repeatedly to shatter each slash with ease. Buddha form, Shockwave, confronted by an onslaught akin to a tempest. Sengoku transformed into the animal type, human fruit, mythical Zoan, Buddha form, unleashing the shockwave from his palm. Wherever the shockwave wreaked havoc, the slashing sword energy of the Golden Lion was utterly obliterated. Sengoku stood like an impenetrable wall, safeguarding the Navy soldiers behind him. Only Law utilized the power of the chicken talisman, continuously floating and evading in the air. The Golden Lion cast a cold glance at Sengoku and his companions, fully aware that he could not afford to prolong the battle any longer. "Ha ha ha ha. Since that is the case, let my grand re-entrance onto the world stage commence right here. Whether it be you, this detestable fellow, or the Navy, all shall meet their demise." The Golden Lion Shiki felt as though he had returned to the time when he single-handedly wreaked havoc in Marineford. His momentum surging once more, dark clouds gradually shrouded the sky, and a chilling wind swept through the hearts of the onlookers. Sengoku furrowed his brow, showing no hesitation as he immediately commanded an attack. With his words, the Golden Lion sprang into action. Utilizing the powers of the float fruit, the Golden Lion took command of the clouds above, which began to thicken, revealing flickering arcs of electricity, with bolts as thick as ancient trees. Under his control, the stormy clouds morphed into a lion's head shape. Lion's might. Imperial Sky Roll. The golden lion raised his hand high before bringing it down with tremendous force. The lion's head formed from dense, electrified clouds charged towards Law with ferocity. Aokiji, Carp, and Sengoku, faced with such an onslaught, could only retreat in dismay. Sengoku, shocked, instinctively remarked, "I never anticipated that the golden lion's fruit ability had awakened." Carp smirked slightly, saying, "I wonder if that fellow can withstand it. Regardless of whether he can endure it, it's beneficial for us." At that moment, Aokiji interjected, "The golden lion is no match for him. Having faced Law before, he bears the indelible mark of that terrifying assault in his heart." As if to validate Aokiji's words, just as he finished speaking, Law's figure soared into the air. The fierce wind billowed his cloak. Law extended a hand to grasp his hat's brim, preventing it from being blown away, his tone remaining nonchalant. "I told you, I am merely passing through. Why complicate matters so?" With a sharp sound, the resonance of a sword echoed in everyone's ears. The golden lion's might. Imperial Sky Roll could not suppress this clear, melodious sound of the sword. In the next instant, Law's overwhelming aura surged skyward. To their perception, that heavy spiritual pressure was an immense manifestation of Conqueror's haki. When the golden lion sensed this scene, his face was filled with astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Flowing blade, like fire, was slowly drawn from Law's side, its blade shimmering with a fierce glow. Hell of flames. As Law's words fell, dozens of towering pillars of fire erupted around him. They surged towards Law, forcing Sengoku and his companions to evade continuously. This was Sengoku's first time confronting Law directly. Upon witnessing such an exaggerated inferno, he was left utterly speechless, overwhelmed by shock. Aokiji, even more astonished, gazed at Law, for he could sense that the might of Law's strike far surpassed that of the sword he wielded during the incident at Ohara. The conflagration coalesced within Law's flowing blade, and with a sudden, forceful slash, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The surrounding space warped in a heat wave, as flames merged with the slashing force, creating an astonishing momentum. The sword energy howled, while flames blazed. When Law's hell of flames collided with the golden lion's might, Imperial Sky Roll, the entire world seemed to plunge into an abrupt silence. In their view, there was only that blinding light. Sengoku squinted, striving to discern what was transpiring before him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the slash effortlessly shatter the golden lion's might, Imperial Sky Roll, which had been conjured from the tempest of clouds and lightning. The clouds evaporated under the searing heat of the flames. The lightning was easily consumed by the fire. With unparalleled force, it surged towards the golden lion. Chapter 10. The Heart of the Strong. Shiki's defeat. The blinding light dissipated, and only then did the horrific sound of explosions resonate in the ears of the onlookers. Boom, boom, boom. The scorching sword energy that Law had unleashed gradually became clear and magnified in the golden lion's eyes. In that moment, he had nowhere to hide. Bang. Another explosive sound reverberated. This was the sound of the sword energy crashing down upon the golden lion. Countless Navy soldiers gasped at the scene before them. In their memories, the immensely powerful golden lion had been effortlessly defeated by this mysterious figure with a single sword strike, and so decisively. How could this be possible? This is the golden lion. That airborne pirate had been vanquished by this enigmatic individual with one stroke. They could vaguely see the outline of the golden lion, distorted by the rising flames. There were no cries of agony, only the relentless sound of the flames consuming all. No one dared to imagine the immense suffering the golden lion endured within the searing inferno. Had they been in his place, they surely would have screamed in agony. Their forms obliterated. When the flames finally subsided, the charred visage of the golden lion came into view. His once golden hair lay in ruins, and his entire being was cloaked in black, emanating the scent of charred flesh. Yet, even in such a dire state, the golden lion, with his indomitable spirit, slowly extended his hand. Those who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be? The golden lion still possessed the strength to retaliate. After all this, did he still have any power left? What an extraordinary willpower he possessed. Observing this moment, Law recognized that the golden lion was now merely a shadow of his former self. Yet he could not help but acknowledge the golden lion's heart of a warrior. Thus, Law spoke in a voice only the golden lion could hear. "I retract my previous statement. I concede that you are a strong warrior." Having uttered these words, Law turned, activating the chicken talisman. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight, departing with grace. The golden lion gritted his teeth, and as he heard Law's words, he was suddenly reminded of what he had once said to Gold. "Roger, One day, I will certainly defeat you." After speaking those words, the golden lion could no longer hold on, closing his eyes as he plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It was only at this moment that Sengoku and the others emerged from their stupor that he gazed intently in the direction Law had departed, his hands clenched in frustration beneath the form of the Buddha. That fellow managed to escape once again. Sengoku seethed, simultaneously reverting from his Buddha form, commanding those around him to immediately restrain the golden lion with sea prism stone and return him to the 6th level of Impel Down. After delegating the follow-up tasks, Sengoku turned to the carefree carp beside him, saying, "The mission is only half complete, and you still have the audacity to smile. Pray tell, what are your thoughts? I truly did not expect that this mysterious individual possesses not only unparalleled flames and swordsmanship, but also the same abilities as the golden lion. Furthermore, the surgery fruit must also be in his possession. I am genuinely curious how he accomplished all of this." Upon finishing this statement, Carp slowly withdrew his smile. Yet from the current perspective, the sea is on the brink of chaos. Hearing Carp's words, Sengoku could not help but sigh. Indeed, the sea is on the verge of turmoil. The emergence of this mysterious figure has thwarted our plans time and again, that detestable fellow. This time, with a single stroke, he vanquished the golden lion, who had just escaped from prison. Although the golden lion was in a poor state, having just fled captivity with severed limbs and diminished prowess, his fruit abilities had significantly strengthened. Yet, even in such a condition, he was reduced to cinders by Roya's blade. This undoubtedly reaffirmed Roya's formidable reputation in the warring states. That moment, Roya was swiftly making his way toward the holy land of Mariejois. For the system had issued the next sign-in mission. Ding! Sign-in mission issued. Holy Land Mariejois. Reward: random top-tier fruit without side effects. Time: 3 days. Utilizing the power of the chicken talisman, Roya floated rapidly through the air. However, this method of movement proved to be rather cumbersome. He decided to adopt the technique of the golden lion. After soaring through the skies for half a day, Roya finally spotted an island amidst the vast ocean. Without a moment's hesitation, he landed upon the island. Channeling the full force of the chicken talisman, a faint azure glow enveloped the island in an instant. Under Roya's command, the island began to levitate gracefully. Countless waves surged and crashed together as the island departed, creating tumultuous tides. Once he had transformed the island into a floating sanctuary, Roya set forth toward the holy land of Mariejois. Mariejois, nestled between the first and second halves of the Grand Line, rests at the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent. It is the abode of the celestial dragons, teeming with elite combatants and intelligence agencies, making it an exceedingly perilous place for anyone daring to sign in. Nevertheless, Roya had already devised a plan in his mind. 3 days swiftly passed, and on the final day of the time limit, Roya arrived leisurely above the holy land of Mariejois. The night was dark, shrouded in dense clouds, devoid of stars or moonlight. This was precisely Roya's intent, as he chose to arrive under the cover of night. The floating island beneath him melded seamlessly with the inky sky, rendering it nearly invisible, and no one would pay it any heed. Standing at the edge of the floating island, Roya gazed down upon the holy land of Mariejois. Below, flames blazed upwards. Roya could discern the faint sounds of chaos. He pressed his hand against the brim of his hat, recalling that Mariejois had once experienced a tumultuous uprising. It was when Fisher Tiger, a former servant, scaled Mariejois unarmed and liberated thousands of slaves. This current unrest would provide Roya the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the Holy Land unnoticed. Leaning forward, Roya leaped from the floating island. The cold night wind tousled his hair as he descended rapidly toward Mariejois. The chaos unfolding below became increasingly apparent to him. As he descended swiftly, he even spotted Marineford dispatching warships toward this location. What a breathtaking spectacle, Roya murmured, before concealing his form and landing atop the holy land of Mariejois. Chapter 11. The beginning of the uprising in Mariejois. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in, obtaining the top-tier paramecia fruit, the Mirage fruit, which can create illusions possessing a certain degree of power, useful for disguise, combat, and group battles, an exceptionally versatile fruit. The system's electronic voice echoed in Roya's mind as he set foot upon Mariejois. This fruit's abilities resonated perfectly with Roya's desires, yet he had no intention of consuming it just yet. Strolling through Mariejois, Roya sought out potential sign-in spots. However, all he encountered were flames and conflict. Some slaves, desperate to survive, betrayed their companions for a few extra seconds to flee. Others, unable to escape the noose of their explosive collars, unleashed carnage upon those attempting to escape. In a frenzy, they even attacked Roya, cloaked in a dark robe, only to meet their end at the edge of his blade. Such occurrences were far too frequent, extinguishing Roya's desire to continue his leisurely exploration of Mariejois. Just as he contemplated leaving, he heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind, entirely lacking any attempt at stealth. Turning slowly, illuminated by the flames, Roya beheld a red fishman with thick, curly hair and a broad mow rushing toward him. Roya's eyes narrowed slightly. He could see that this fishman was grievously wounded, covered in numerous injuries from which blood flowed incessantly, were it not for his fishman heritage. Roya believed he would already be a lifeless corpse. The fishman, clearly aware of Roya's presence, could not discern who he was, but as long as he was not clad in a white cloak and wearing a mask, he was welcome. Gritting through the pain, Fisher Tiger took a deep breath and shouted at Roya, "Hey, you there? You need to run now. There are masked men chasing us. The masked individuals must be CP0. Roya surmised instantly, recognizing Fisher Tiger as the instigator of the current chaos. "Did you not hear me? Run, now!" Fisher Tiger urgently implored Roya once more, but as he spoke, blood spewed from his mouth, already burdened by his injuries. His shouts exacerbated his condition, yet he pressed on, determined to warn Roya. Such was the charisma of Fisher Tiger. Just then, 5 figures clad in white cloaks and masks appeared behind Fisher Tiger. Anyone who dared to cause a ruckus in the holy land of Mariejois could expect no mercy. Fisher Tiger's heart sank upon hearing their words that he had not anticipated CP0's swift arrival. Clenching his teeth, he positioned himself protectively in front of Roya. "That I doubt I can hold them off much longer. I'll buy you time. Run, quickly." His final words were nearly a desperate cry, uttered with the last of his strength. Looking at Fisher Tiger, Roya chuckled softly. "You truly are formidable, but I have no habit of hiding behind others." As Roya's words faded, Fisher Tiger felt a gust of wind rush past him. In an instant, Roya surged forth from behind Fisher Tiger. Fisher Tiger's pupils constricted in disbelief. He wanted to warn Roya of the formidable foes before them, but his throat was choked with blood, rendering him unable to utter a sound. He dared not watch any longer, convinced that a single individual could never defeat such powerful adversaries. Yet, the next moment, a fiery brilliance ignited in Fisher Tiger's eyes. It was the most astonishing slash he had ever witnessed. Blazing flames erupted from the man's sword, and with a single strike, he dispatched the very 5 individuals who had grievously injured him. Fisher Tiger could hardly believe his eyes, astonished. How is this possible? Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? As Fisher Tiger grappled with his disbelief, Roya slowly sheathed his sword and approached him. As if everything had been effortlessly accomplished, Roya, those 5 formidable beings resembled mere fodder. Catching his breath, Fisher Tiger swallowed the blood in his mouth and whispered to Roya, "Thank you, and no need for thanks. I merely happened to be passing by." As he spoke, Luo Ya bent down and effortlessly lifted Fisher Tiger onto his shoulder. "Put me down. I am merely a burden," Fisher Tiger murmured, his voice growing fainter with each word. "Silence. I shall take you to staunch the bleeding," Luo Ya declared, carrying Fisher Tiger towards a nearby mansion, which was only lightly engulfed in flames. With a swift kick, Luo Ya forced open the grand door and entered the room. He then gently laid Fisher Tiger on the ground and, utilizing the materials within the room, fashioned a rudimentary bandage for him. "Rest here for a while. With me around, you shall be safe." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Fisher Tiger felt a warmth spread through his heart. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a sudden clamor erupted from below the room. Instantly alerting Fisher Tiger, Luo Ya glanced at him, signaling that all was well, and then proceeded to locate the entrance to the basement. The corridor leading to the basement was shrouded in darkness. Luo Ya, with a deft flick of his thumb, unsheathed his sword, and a flicker of flame erupted from the hilt, illuminating the corridor. As he ventured deeper, the noise grew increasingly distinct, resembling the voice of a girl. Chapter 12. The Phoenix's Rebirth. The Empress's Resurrection employing the abilities of the Chicken Talisman. Luo Ya floated soundlessly downwards. At last, upon reaching the basement, the surroundings opened up before him. The basement was quite spacious, with flickering candlelight casting shadows across dozens of slender iron pillars that stood like prison bars. Within one of these cages was a young girl, relentlessly pounding her small fists against the chains binding 2 captives. Her fists were bloodied, yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination. "Sister, hurry and escape. If you can get away, we will be overjoyed." "Indeed, Sister, being your little sister is the greatest fortune of our lives. Do not worry about us. Just flee. Upon hearing her sister's pleas, the girl's tiny fist clenched tighter. I will never abandon you. Even if it costs me my life, I swear by Boa Hancock. In accordance with the traditions of Nine Snake Island, once one swore by their name, they were bound to fulfill that promise. Failure would invoke the curse of Nine Snake Island. Whether this was true or not, Luo Ya was uncertain, yet it confirmed the identity of the three sisters before him. Clearing his throat, an abrupt sound echoed through the basement. Startling the three sisters, Hancock swiftly turned, adopting a combat stance, her vigilance directed at Luo Ya. However, her posture betrayed a lack of training, rendering it somewhat comical. Who are you? Hancock demanded, her heart racing at the sight of the cloaked man. Her instincts warning her of the danger he posed, Luo Ya did not respond, merely advancing slowly towards Hancock. With each step, the sound of his footsteps reverberated through the prison, striking a chord within Hancock's heart. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she furrowed her brows and warned, "Do not come any closer. If you do, I will not hold back." Yet, her bravado was insufficient to intimidate Luo Ya, who found her demeanor rather endearing. Reaching Hancock's side, Luo Ya looked down upon her. The other two sisters, still bound by chains, watched the scene unfold with palpable anxiety, urging Hancock, "Sister, escape now. You needn't worry about us. Just get away." Just as they were expressing their deep sisterly bond, Luo Ya's aura suddenly erupted, an overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from him akin to the conqueror's haki, causing the two captives to fall silent in an instant. Hancock's heart raced. What kind of power is this, so formidable? Looking at Hancock, Luo Ya's voice drifted into the ears of the three sisters. Surely you must realize that Mariejois is in utter chaos. Why not seize this opportunity to flee? Even if it means abandoning your sisters, wouldn't it be better to survive? This was the harsh reality Luo Ya had witnessed on his journey. Had Fisher Tage not been willing to sacrifice himself to protect another, Luo Ya would not have saved him. Perhaps it was indeed true that good deeds beget good fortune. Listening to Luo Ya's words, Hancock's brows knitted in thought as she replied earnestly, "Because they are my sisters. We were captured together, and if we are to escape, it must be together. I will never leave my sisters in hell." Is this place truly hell in your eyes? Luo Ya's gaze was obscured by the shadows of his cloak, rendering his expression unreadable to Hancock. The atmosphere became tense at that moment. Luo Ya slowly drew his sword, the sound of its unsheathing echoing through the prison. Hancock's pupils dilated in shock. "What do you intend to do?" "I will not allow you to harm my sisters." But her reaction was too slow. Without even sparing a glance, Luo Ya struck down decisively. "No." Hancock's scream reverberated within the basement. Yet, with a resounding clash, the sea stone chains shattered beneath Luo Ya's strike, breaking into two segments. Hancock stared, stunned, as tears welled in her eyes. She had been terrified, fearing Luo Ya intended to harm them. Fortunately, he had merely severed the sea stone chains. The moment the two sisters regained their freedom, they rushed to Hancock's side. Though their wariness had lessened slightly at this juncture, Luo Ya crouched down, using an undeniable force to lift Hancock's clothing. "What are you doing?" Hancock's voice trembled, panic surging within her as she felt something she despised on her back. Luo Ya's eyes glimmered with disdain for the celestial dragons as he gently caressed the scar on Hancock's back. Murmuring, "Does it hurt?" His voice was soothing, warming Hancock's heart like a gentle stream. "That it no longer hurts. Please, stop looking." With her back turned to Luo Ya, her small fists were clenched tight, revealing her inner turmoil. The mark on her back was the very emblem she loathed. If given the choice, she would wish to hide this secret forever. Yet, this very secret was now laid bare before Luo Ya, leaving her utterly mortified. "Would you like to replace that design?" "What?" Hancock momentarily failed to grasp the meaning behind Luo Ya's words. "That design does not suit your essence. It is too unsightly. Allow me to create a new one for you." "What would you prefer?" "Rest assured, it will not cause you pain." Hancock was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing as if a startled deer were bounding about. For the first time, she perceived the man before her as remarkably gentle. I do not know. In that case, allow me to envelop that brand with a phoenix. It is one of the totems of my homeland, symbolizing strength, pride, purity, and the notion of rebirth." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Hancock nodded vigorously, wishing to obliterate the mark on her back with another design. With a flourish, the sword, flowing blade Ruohuo, exhaled flames under Luo Ya's command, and within moments, a phoenix rising from the ashes was sketched into existence. Floating in the AIR.AS, Luo Ya meticulously controlled the temperature. The design swiftly consumed the celestial dragon's mark on Hancock's back, transforming it into a symbol tailored specifically for her. The sisters, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim in awe, "How beautiful!" Chapter 13. The arrival of Kizaru, a heavenly gift. Hancock felt no pain whatsoever. She merely perceived a comforting warmth enveloping her from behind. This warmth was a sensation she had never experienced before. Soon, the emblem of the phoenix rising from the ashes manifested upon Hancock's back, enhancing her appearance significantly. These words struck Hancock like a gentle current, penetrating deeply into the softest recesses of her heart. Tears that had long lingered in her eyes finally succumbed to gravity, cascading down her cheeks. In that moment, Hancock's petite form lunged into Roy's embrace. Thank you for rescuing us. Ever since we were captured near Amazon Lily, no one has shown us such kindness. As Roy gently patted Hancock's back, he assumed the role of an elder brother, his voice soothing as he said, "All right, let me create a new emblem for your two younger sisters." At this, Roy turned his gaze to Hancock's two younger sisters and added, "Since you hail from Amazon Lily, I shall adorn both of you with the emblem of the 9 snakes. What do you think?" In no time, Roy covered the girl's dragon's claw tattoos with the 9 snakes emblem. "Thank you. I am Boa Hancock, but you may simply call me Hancock. I am Boa Sandersonia. I am Boa Marigold." Roy observed the slightly bashful Hancock before a subtle smile graced his lips. Hancock. Upon hearing Roy's name, Hancock felt a deeper flush spread across her cheeks. "Sister, are you unwell? Your face is so red." Hancock, startled by her sister's remark, quickly snapped out of her shyness and declared, "We must escape immediately. Otherwise, we will have no chance." She turned to Roy. Roy replied calmly, "I will take you away, Thumb." The girls nodded in agreement. Despite their brief acquaintance, Hancock and the others had already placed immense trust in Roy. Especially Hancock, whose eyes were now filled with Roy's image. Emerging from the basement, Roy addressed Fisher Tiger. "Do you feel better now?" "Much better." Fisher Tiger rose from the ground, his wounds having ceased bleeding within that short span. "Then let us depart from Mariejois." With that, Roy took the lead, followed closely by Hancock and her sisters, while Fisher Tiger brought up the rear, ensuring the girls' safety. As they neared the seashore, Hancock and her companions' eyes sparkled with anticipation. This represented freedom and the vast ocean, the place they had longed for. How wonderful! "We are about to escape." Just as Hancock's voice trailed off, a radiant light appeared before them, accompanied by a mocking voice. "Escape? That is utterly impossible." As the light dissipated, a tall, slender man with black hair, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, a ring of facial hair, and sporting sunglasses materialized before them. Fisher Tiger could hardly believe his eyes. The Admiral, Kizaru. As one of the 3 great monsters of the Navy, Fisher Tiger had certainly heard of Kizaru's infamous reputation. The moment Kizaru appeared before them, a shroud of despair enveloped him. Kizaru looked down upon Roy and the others from above, speaking in a comically exaggerated manner. "How terrifying. I didn't expect you to recognize me, but once I defeat you, my salary should rise significantly." His words were audacious, yet Kizaru possessed the strength to back them up. As the wielder of the Pika Pika no Mi, he enjoyed unparalleled mobility and formidable penetrating attacks, qualities that distinguished him among other Logia-type devil fruit users. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Kizaru inquired, and with that, he transformed into a beam of yellow light, charging towards Roy. Light speed kick. The speed was so immense that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, yet Roy regarded it with indifference. Before him, 6 beams of light materialized, capturing Kizaru's form and binding him within. Only then did Roy utter calmly, "6 Kings Light Prison." The entire sequence unfolded effortlessly, like a flowing stream, appearing remarkably simple. Kizaru, trapped within the 6 Kings Light Prison, gazed at his predicament in disbelief. How is this possible? Not only did Kizaru struggle to comprehend how easily he had been restrained by Roy, but Fisher Tiger was also momentarily stunned. Point 1 move, he actually subdued Kizaru with a single move. Fisher Tiger was left speechless, utterly shocked that the once arrogant Kizaru, who had sought to bolster his salary, was now effortlessly subdued by Roy. Hancock gently tugged at Roy's cloak, her eyes sparkling like water, filled with admiration for him. She thought to herself how incredible Roy truly was. "I hope the Navy reimburses your medical expenses." As Roy's words faded, he turned the hilt of his sword, grasping the flowing blade, and addressed Kizaru softly. "Ignite." Boom! Flames erupted, engulfing Kizaru in a swirling wall of fire. The searing heat relentlessly scorched Kizaru's body. Kizaru attempted to evade, attempting to elementalize his form, but trapped within the Six Kings Light prison. He was utterly immobilized. "Let us depart." Roy slowly sheathed the flowing blade, then led the group gracefully away from the holy grounds of Mariejois. Roy swiftly located a naval vessel, steering it towards the horizon. On the ship's deck, he allowed the sea breeze to billow through his cloak. With one hand caressing Hancock's hair, he asked, "Do you despise this place?" Hancock nodded vigorously. Her sentiments towards this location were nothing but pain and deep-seated loathing. "Then allow me to present them with a grand gift." Roy raised his hand slowly and snapped his fingers. Hancock looked around, puzzled, noticing no immediate changes. Suddenly, Fisher Tiger pointed towards the sky, his eyes wide with astonishment. "The sky! Look at the sky!" Upon hearing Fisher Tiger's exclamation, everyone turned their gaze upwards, only to behold. Chapter 14. The island descends. Imu strikes above the sacred Mariejois, loomed a colossal island, seemingly striving to break free from the shackles of darkness. As it descended, the flames of Mariejois reflected upon the island's surface. A sharp, howling wind swept through the hearts of the onlookers. What is that thing? Why is the island falling from the sky? The island is plummeting. We are doomed. A sense of despair spread like wildfire. Everyone gazed at the massive island cascading from the heavens, desperate to flee, yet unsure of where to escape, for the entirety of Mariejois lay within the island's descent range. Having finally escaped the Six Kings Light prison, Kazuru was in a disheveled state. Dragging his battered body, he was now covered in burns that he never anticipated Roy's overwhelming strength, nor did he foresee that the Six Kings Light prison could thwart his elemental transformation. But as he looked up at the island plummeting from the sky, his usual bravado vanished. "Damn it, is that guy behind this?" As the floating island began its descent after the removal of its magical restraints, it experienced fierce friction with the air, transforming into a massive fireball. "I must prevent the island from crashing. Otherwise, my salary for this month will surely be deducted." Determined to safeguard his earnings, Kazuru took a deep breath. Crossing his arms and forming a gesture, "Yada no Kagami." The fingertips of the yellow monkey shimmered with brilliance as countless dazzling light projectiles shot towards the descending island. Each light projectile that struck the island resulted in a tremendous explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The dense explosions caused the island to shatter incessantly, sending fragments of varying sizes flying. However, in comparison to the vastness of the floating island, these explosions were but a drop in the bucket. Alone, his strength was utterly insufficient. At that moment, a figure wearing a military cap approached the yellow-monkeyed. It was none other than Akainu. With fists transformed into molten lava, Akainu unleashed a barrage of colossal lava punches towards the aerial island. Yet, given their current prowess, they remained unable to contend with the immense island. Aboard the warship, Roy observed the unfolding scene, thinking to himself, "It seems it's time to take action," as if to validate Roy's thoughts. Deep within the holy land of Mariejois, in a place known as the Flower Between, a sharp sword aura erupted, slicing through the air. This strike obscured the heavens, spanning thousands of meters, wherever the sword aura passed. It whistled ominously, exuding terror. The unparalleled sword aura descended upon the island above the crowd. Suddenly, it split into 2, then 4, then 8, continuously multiplying to in the blink of an eye. It transformed into countless streams of sword energy, akin to a raging tempest, engulfing the island. Before this sword aura storm, the island was rendered as fragile as paper, relentlessly torn apart. In a matter of moments, the massive island had been reduced to a cloud of ash. Scattered by the winds, the yellow monkey and Akainu stood in stunned silence, unable to believe that the island they had toiled so hard to destroy had been reduced to mere dust. On the ship, Roy's lips curled into a slight smile at the sight that he reached out to caress Hancock's flowing hair and said, "It seems our gift has not been delivered today, but I promise you, one day I shall present them with an even grander gift." Roy continued, "Now, let me escort you back to Amazon Lily." As Roy's words echoed, the electronic voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Sign-in task issued. Amazon Lily. Reward. Mastery of armament hockey. Duration 3 days. It had been a day since departing from the holy land of Mariejois. At this moment, the sky was clear, with the sun shining just right. With the warship's high maneuverability, it could be said that this was Roy's most relaxed and pleasant journey yet. Leaning against the ship's edge, feeling the sea breeze billow through his cloak, Roy spoke. "Are you preparing to leave, Fisher Tiger?" standing behind Roy, replied, "I intend to return to Fishman Island for a visit. Stay safe." Understanding that Fisher Tiger had his own plans, Roy did not press further, merely offering a brief word of caution. Fisher Tiger added, "If you come to Fishman Island, be sure to look for me." Indeed, sensing the boldness in Fisher Tiger's tone, Roy's lips curled slightly beneath his cloak, watching Fisher Tiger leap into the sea and swiftly depart. Roy returned to his quarters. Night fell, and the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. At this point, the warship had reached the doldrums. The so-called doldrums, devoid of wind, posed a significant danger to vessels reliant on sails for propulsion. Moreover, the doldrums were home to numerous sea kings. These sea kings were generally assessed by their size and length. 1,000 meters was considered average, easily defeated by a mid-ranking officer with some effort. 3,000 meters was already formidable, requiring multiple mid-ranking officers or a general to overcome, and those exceeding 5,000 meters in size were nearly impossible to defeat, save for special means, as their massive frames made it exceedingly difficult to penetrate their defenses. Such beings were a considerable challenge, even for a general. Stepping out of his room, Roy noticed Hancock standing alone on the deck, gazing into the hazy night. He approached her, "Missing home, mm." Hancock tilted her head to look at Roy and said, "Roy, don't you ever miss home?" For some inexplicable reason, she felt her cheeks flush as she uttered his name. Thankfully, the night had fallen. Otherwise, she was certain Roy would have seen her embarrassment. "Why would I?" Roy replied. Hancock felt a pang of sadness at his words. She lifted her hand, gently grasping Roy's, and said, "Roy, in the future, let me—" Before Hancock could finish her sentence, a glint of vigilance flashed in Roy's eyes. Activating his talismanic powers, he propelled the warship skyward. The dark ocean roiled beneath them, sending up towering waves. Chapter 15. Burning Heaven, Boiling Sea, Sea King's Demise. A shadow emerged from the depths of the ocean. Illuminated by the moonlight, as if it sought to swallow the warship whole, countless droplets of seawater cascaded from the shadow, crashing onto the surface and creating even larger splashes. Luckily, Roy had used the power of the talismans to lift the warship into the air, simultaneously securing Hancock in his embrace. At that moment, the two women aboard the ship rushed out. "Sister, what happened?" They were visibly panicked, but their anxiety dissipated upon seeing Hancock safe in Roy's arms. The moonlight illuminated the shadow, allowing Roy and the women to discern its true nature. It was a sea king, so colossal that even its head alone appeared to exceed 1,000 meters in length. Its overall length was likely well over 5,000 meters. A being that would give even a general considerable trouble. Hancock, nestled in Roy's embrace, felt her pupils constrict in alarm. She quickly grasped Roy's arm, exclaiming, "Roy, this is the legendary deep-sea serpent of Amazon Lily. According to legend, when fully grown, it can reach a length of at least 5,000 meters." Hearing Hancock's words, Roy became increasingly intrigued by this mythical deep-sea serpent. He had not anticipated such a creature existed in the ocean. This serpentine sea king undoubtedly captivated Roy's attention. After reaching a sufficient altitude, Roy released Hancock and declared, "Since it is a legendary creature, let me observe its strength." With that, Roy leaped from the warship, leaving Hancock and her two sisters behind. The night was splendid, with the moon shining brightly. As Roy descended from the warship, fierce winds whipped around him, causing his cloak to billow dramatically. For such a sea king, formalities were unnecessary. As he soared through the air, Roy drew his blade, Ryūjin Jakka, flames erupting forth from its edge, leaving a brilliant trail of fire in the night sky. This dazzling blaze quickly captivated the attention of the 5,000-meter-long serpentine sea king. The ocean surged as the creature's massive tail broke the surface, propelling towards Roy with astonishing speed and force, despite its seemingly slow movement. Concerned for Roy, Hancock leaned over the ship's edge, witnessing the unfolding scene. Her heart raced. "Roy, be careful," as if he had heard Hancock's voice. Roy instinctively sensed the sea king's approach. While it might pose a challenge to others, it was no match for him. "All things shall be reduced to ashes, Ryūjin Jakka." With Roy's words, Ryūjin Jakka erupted in a dazzling inferno. The searing flames shot upwards, engulfing the surroundings. Grasping Ryūjin Jakka, Roy's eyes blazed with fiery intensity. The Shiki of Ryūjin Jakka could reach temperatures of 10 million degrees Celsius, the very heat of the sun's core. Though he had yet to achieve that level, even the initial release was more than sufficient, equivalent to the sun's surface temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius. The bindings were thoroughly undone. This marked the first time Roy had unleashed the full power of his initial release since arriving in the pirate world. Before he even reached the Sea King, the surrounding ocean began to boil, roar, It seemed as though the searing heat of the ocean was palpable. This colossal sea king, measuring 5,000 meters, appeared even more ferocious. The speed of its tail strikes seemed to have quickened once more. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward with a fierce roar. Roya paid little heed to the Sea King's assault. As the power of his talismans activated, causing his descent to accelerate several-fold, at that moment, the blade, flowing like fire, erupted with unparalleled flames, transforming into a blade of fiery, glass-like light. Simultaneously, 6 gigantic pillars of fire ascended from the depths of the ocean, whipping up a violent whirlwind that surged skyward, manifesting as a monstrous, flaming red lotus spanning thousands of feet across, bizarrely unfurling upon the sea. Millions of acres of seawater surged upwards, coalescing into towering waves that reached heights of over 1,000 feet. Echoing the roars of myriad dragons, the heavens were ablaze. As Roya's words fell, the blade of fire pierced directly into the eye of the nearly 5,000-meter Sea King. The fiery slash erupted forth, cleaving a path nearly a kilometer long from its head. Due to wielding the sword with both hands, the fierce winds whipped Roya's cloak aside. The Sea King opened its mouth, attempting to roar, only to find its body cleaved in twain. Blood mingled with flames, staining vast expanses of the ocean crimson. Hancock, aboard the warship, gazed down at the ocean, which had transformed into a sea of flames. The sky was illuminated a fiery red. Through the flames, she could clearly see the ocean boiling for nearly 10,000 meters. How astonishing! Hancock's eyes sparkled with admiration. In her heart, Roya was the strongest. None could compare to him. However, when she looked at Roya, she was momentarily taken aback, for she beheld him removing his cloak. The spectacle of flames and the scenes upon the ocean, even from a great distance, were vividly visible. Within Nine Snake Island, the current Empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Nine Snake Pirates also sensed this spectacle. From her palace, she gazed at the tumultuous sea of fire in the calm belt, her heart sinking. How powerful must one be to achieve such a feat? Most importantly, it was occurring within the calm belt. This indicated that this person's target might very well be Nine Snake Island. Upon this realization, she immediately commanded preparations for battle. The majority of Nine Snake Island's inhabitants were well-versed in using armament hockey and observation hockey, truly a nation of warriors, following the Empress's orders. They swiftly equipped themselves with weapons and began to lay ambushes in the jungle facing the direction of the flames. Meanwhile, not far from the Sea of Fire, a small boat was slowly navigating the waters. On this diminutive vessel sat a woman notably shorter than the average person, her white hair adorned with a flower, holding a pet snake coiled like a staff, her expression frozen as she beheld the unfolding scene. Could this flame truly belong to that individual? The old woman murmured, extending her hand to touch the seawater. Hiss! She gasped sharply, astonished as she spoke. The water is scalding, even from this distance. How terrifying! As she spoke, the old woman perched herself on the wooden planks of her small boat. Mere moments later, she sprang up, exclaiming, "Hot! Hot! Hot!" If any outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely find it quite comical. Chapter 16. Arrival at the Island. Welcoming Ceremony. After thoroughly dispatching the Sea King, Roya gradually sheathed his blade of fire. He ran his fingers through his hair, a slight smile gracing his lips. It seems Hancock and the others must have witnessed that. Pausing for a moment, Roya turned his gaze towards the warship above. Activating his talismanic abilities, he returned to the vessel, pondering. Well, if they saw it, they saw it. There were no outsiders present, were there? Upon returning to the warship, Roya was greeted by a small figure that rushed toward him, diving into his embrace. Hancock clung tightly to Roya, tilting her head up, her sparkling eyes filled with adoration. "Roya, you are incredible." Upon uttering these words, Hancock's cheeks flushed, unsure whether from shyness or the reflection of the flames. She added, "And you're quite handsome," looking so gentle that a subtle smile graced Roya's lips as he affectionately ruffled Hancock's hair, saying, "All right, let us continue our voyage towards Nine Snake Island." After saying this, Roya secured his cloak once more. Hancock's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Roya. What girl does not harbor a crush? Roya had rescued them from prison and, with his formidable abilities, had defeated Kizu. Even the 5,000-meter Sea King paled in comparison to him. Most importantly, the phoenix rebirth pattern adorning her back had been bestowed upon her by Roya himself, having seen it in her room. She adored it immensely. She was truly flustered. "Sister, are you all right? You don't look well." Hancock's two younger sisters, Marigold and Sandisonia, observed their sister's peculiar demeanor with concern. Roya felt that perhaps Hancock was overly excited. Just then, he noticed a vague shadow ahead. As they drew closer, the silhouette of an island gradually emerged. The island was characterized by towering peaks, and in its center, 9 serpentine heads could be discerned. Gazing out in different directions. As Roya maneuvered the warship down from the sky, he turned to Hancock and said, "Hancock, it appears we have arrived at 9 Snake Island." Upon hearing Roya's words, Hancock snapped out of her bashful and anxious state. She looked at Roya, as if she could see the depths of his eyes concealed beneath his cloak. "Roya, will we meet again?" Hancock's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Roya, perceiving her attachment, knelt before her, earnestly stating, "Hancock, we will meet again." At his words, Hancock nodded vigorously. "Sister." Hancock's younger sisters approached her side, sensing her reluctance. "I'm fine." Hancock took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, then addressed Roya. "Roya, let us go down." Utilizing his talismanic powers, Roya levitated himself and the 3 women onto 9 Snake Island. As Roya set foot upon the island, the system's electronic voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have received Pinnacle Armament Haki. Armament Haki is the passport for the strong upon the seas. Reaching its pinnacle is a power sought after by countless." Roya felt a warm current flowing through his body, a ferocious power beginning to take shape within him. However, this power would require time and practice to master fully. Just as the system's electronic voice faded, dozens of arrows suddenly shot forth from the thicket. Each arrow was imbued with Conqueror's Haki. In the dead of night, they were nearly undetectable. The arrows whistled through the air, tearing it apart, creating visible ripples in their wake, indicative of their speed and might. Roya had not anticipated such a fervent welcoming ceremony upon their arrival at the island. Hancock, too, quickly reacted, lightly touching her cherry lips, conjuring a fist-sized pink heart-shaped object, which she drew back like a bow before releasing it, unleashing hundreds of tiny arrows. This was the first ability she had developed under Roya's guidance over the past few days. These hundreds of diminutive arrows struck the armed arrows, causing a degree of petrification. Although it was slight, it destabilized the arrows, causing them to crash into the ground not far from Roya, leaving small craters. At this moment, Hancock exhibited a hint of regal demeanor, standing resolutely before Roya and proclaiming to the jungle, "I am Boa Hancock. I will not allow you to harm Roya. The island of 9 Snake is not particularly large. Yet every inhabitant is well acquainted with one another's names." Thus, when they heard the name Boa Hancock, they immediately emerged from the jungle. Hancock gazed upon the familiar figures from her memories reappearing before her. And instead of feeling a surge of emotion, her heart burned with intense anger. "Why did you ambush us?" The current Empress of 9 Snake turned to Hancock and then glanced at the figure of Roya behind her. "Because there are suspicious individuals," Roya, having heard her words, replied nonchalantly. "I merely brought them back to 9 Snake." However, before Roya could finish his statement, the Empress, upon hearing Roya's voice, swiftly drew her bow and declared mercilessly, "You are a man. Since you dare to step onto the lands of 9 Snake, you shall perish. Men are forbidden from entering 9 Snake. Anyone who does so shall be executed without mercy." At her command, the warriors of 9 Snake drew their bows and aimed at Roya. With a sigh, Roya had already grasped the situation, initially intending to escort Hancock and the others to the island. He had not anticipated such an incident. It must be said, 9 Snake truly embodies a fierce and martial spirit, where every individual is a soldier. Facing yet another barrage of arrows, Hancock attempted to shield Roya, but he firmly grasped her shoulder, restraining her. "Hancock, allow me to handle this." With that, Roya extended his hand and gently tapped the air, creating a void. A barrier, seemingly composed of air, materialized before him. Boom! The arrows, infused with Haki, struck the barrier, producing merely a resounding noise without inflicting any significant harm. Just as the Empress of 9 Snake prepared to launch another assault, a voice echoed from the distance. "Stop." A shadow swiftly interposed itself before Roya, blocking the current Empress of 9 Snake. "Grandma Goroliosa?" The Empress gazed incredulously at the figure of Goroliosa. Goroliosa was the long-retired Empress of Amazon Lily, and though she had abdicated, her influence far surpassed that of the current Empress. Only the future Hancock could rival Goroliosa in stature. "You cannot lay a hand on this man," Goroliosa asserted, her eyes fixed on the Empress. As Roya observed this unfolding scene, his eyes, hidden beneath his cloak, narrowed slightly. "But Grandma Goroliosa, he is a man." Men are absolutely forbidden from stepping onto this land, protested the current empress. Roya replied, he is the one who saved the people of Nine Snake. The empress countered. But even so, according to our ancestral teachings, men must not leave alive. Upon hearing the empress's resolute words, Hancock tugged at Roya's sleeve, her heart filled with unease at that moment. Roya added, what if I told you that this man has slain the legendary deep-sea serpent of Nine Snake? According to our ancestral teachings, anyone who kills the deep-sea serpent must be treated with utmost respect and honored as a guest, regardless of gender. With Roya's declaration, all the warriors of Nine Snake, as well as the current empress, were taken aback. Impossible. That terrifying serpent of the sea was actually slain by this man standing before us. Such a feat seemed almost too extravagant to believe. After all, that was a sea creature thousands of meters in length. Incredible. The vengeance of our ancestors has finally been avenged. The surrounding warriors of Nine Snake were astounded, but soon erupted in joy upon receiving this news. The current empress turned to Roya for confirmation. Did this man truly slay the deep-sea serpent? The deep-sea serpent had long been the nightmare of every empress of Nine Snake. Since the establishment of Nine Snake as a pirate nation, venturing out to sea had always entailed risks, the most significant of which was the existence of the deep-sea serpent. Many emperors had vanished without a trace due to this formidable sea creature's presence. Its lifespan was staggering, and they could only helplessly witness its power and size grow ever stronger. Thus, the sixth empress of Nine Snake established the rule. Anyone who slays the deep-sea serpent must be treated with respect and honored as a guest. Regardless of gender, this decree had been passed down through the generations, becoming an ancestral law. Upon hearing Roya's words, Roya turned to Hancock beside him and said, Hancock, did you only know that the deep-sea serpent is a creature of legend in Nine Snake? Yet were unaware of this ancestral decree. Hancock, feeling shy, nodded in response. Had she known, she would have spoken up immediately, and such misunderstandings would have been averted. After receiving Roya's confirmation, the current empress approached Roya and said, I apologize for our impulsiveness. Please, join us for a banquet at our palace. Hearing her words, Roya shook his head and replied coolly, as I mentioned earlier, I only brought them back to this island. If you wish to express your gratitude, treat them well to that moment. Roya interjected, rest assured, we shall dedicate all the resources of our island to nurture them. In Nine Snake, strength is revered. Roya had witnessed Hancock's abilities earlier, and with proper training, she believed Hancock could become the most powerful empress since the establishment of Nine Snake. However, what truly captivated Roya was the bond between Hancock and Roya, having traveled the seas. She had recently heard many tales surrounding this mysterious man, prompting her to investigate further. Yet, as her inquiries deepened, she found Roya's origins to be shrouded in mystery, as if he had appeared from thin air. Therefore, Roya assured Roya that she would allocate all the island's resources to help Hancock grow stronger. Roya was quite satisfied with Roya's response. Hancock, even if I am no longer present, you must diligently train your abilities. Understand? Hancock nodded vigorously, then turned to Roya, saying, Roya, if I become empress, I will certainly make you my queen. Seeing Hancock's earnest expression, Roya burst into laughter, feeling a joy he had not experienced since arriving in this world. You are the queen. After uttering those words, he paused, realizing he had implied that he would make Hancock his queen. Once he recognized this, he playfully flicked her forehead. You are quite the mischievous one. Roya continued, Hancock, let us meet again upon the seas in the future. With that, Roya turned and walked toward the warship. The night breeze gently swept through, rustling the leaves of the jungle. The moon shone brightly, casting shimmering reflections upon the sea. Hancock watched Roya's receding figure. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Roya, in the future, can I come find you? Upon hearing Hancock's words, Roya halted, responding softly, yes, of course, though his voice was faint. It resonated within Hancock's heart like a powerful force. Roya, you must wait for me, for the day I come to find you. As Hancock uttered this, her voice quivered with emotion. Roya chose not to speak further, simply waving his hand as his charm activated, transporting him back to the warship. He understood that if he lingered any longer, Hancock would become increasingly reluctant to part ways. Watching Roya depart, Hancock resolved within her heart. She would strive to hone her abilities and aim to achieve the fruit awakening realm that Roya spoke of as soon as possible. It had been a day since leaving Nine Snake. Roya had exited the doldrums and was now in his cabin aboard the warship. He retrieved the holographic fruit he had previously obtained from the system space. This fruit could create illusions, with these illusions possessing a certain degree of strength, usable for disguise, combat, and group fights, a fruit with versatile applications across various scenarios, and now, Luo Ya has resolved to consume this fruit. Chapter 18, Marineford, attending the grand ceremony. The mysterious fruit appears exceedingly enigmatic. After toying with the mysterious fruit for a moment, Luo Ya promptly devoured it, whether due to the absence of side effects or not. The fruit bore no discernible flavor whatsoever. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, a minute elapsed, yet Luo Ya felt no peculiar changes within his body. Could it be that it had no effect? Just as this thought took root in Luo Ya's mind, a figure materialized before him. This figure was none other than the manifestation of Luo Ya himself beneath the cloak. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Ya realized that the mysterious fruit had taken effect. He scrutinized the specter before him, an apparition that bore his likeness, and decided to test it firsthand. The phantom felt remarkably tangible, possessing a sense of corporeality. As it retained a fragment of power, this power would undoubtedly grow stronger through continual development. Cloaked in haki, Luo Ya unhesitatingly shattered the specter before him. Its resilience was commendable, unless it suffered fatal damage. It seemed unlikely to dissipate. Luo Ya murmured to himself, "What if I do this?" As his words fell, the entire warship was suddenly filled with over 100 phantoms. These apparitions were conjured from Luo Ya's imagination. They took on the forms of notable figures from the seas, including Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Shanks. Should others, or the Navy, catch sight of these, they would surely be terrified, believing that a sinister conspiracy was afoot. However, as Luo Ya gazed upon the myriad phantoms before him, his brow furrowed slightly. The bodies of these phantoms were exceedingly ethereal, each appearing quite feeble. It seemed that the power had been diluted among them. With a casual wave of his hand, the phantoms instantly dissipated into thin air. On the warship, Luo Ya tirelessly experimented with various abilities. He discovered that the mysterious fruit offered only a negligible enhancement to his own combat prowess. Yet its auxiliary capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Moreover, it could create illusions to confound opponents. As the system had indicated, this was indeed a top-tier fruit. Although it excelled in support, it was said that no fruit is inherently worthless. Only the user may be. Luo Ya believed that with further exploration, he would undoubtedly unlock even more powerful abilities in the near future. A faint smile graced Luo Ya's lips as he devoted the ensuing time to fervently developing the fruit's powers and naming his techniques. Until, suddenly, the fixed phone snail aboard the warship began to ring. Buru buru, buru buru. Following the sound, Luo Ya made his way to the ship's cockpit. After a moment's contemplation, he answered the phone snail. "Attention all units. Attention all units, the Marineford promotion ceremony has commenced. Ensure the event proceeds safely. Any suspicious sightings of pirates aboard foreign vessels, regardless of size, must be reported immediately. I repeat. The Marineford." Luo Ya hung up the phone snail, only to hear the system's electronic voice resonate in his mind. "Ding. Task issued. Check-in at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Reward. Pinnacle of the 6 forms. Time, 7 days. Given the warship's speed, it would not take 7 days to arrive." However, he certainly could not swagger in boldly to check in. Since it was a promotion ceremony, there would undoubtedly be numerous high-ranking combatants present. If he were to check in such a manner, he would surely become a target. A single misstep could result in dire consequences, a fate Luo Ya wished to avoid. Nonetheless, Luo Ya devised a rather clever plan. Consequently, in the following days, he did not immediately set sail for Marineford. Instead, he began hunting down pirates on the open seas, while simultaneously honing his abilities. Every pirate that caught Luo Ya's eye bore a bounty of no less than 100 million berries. In fact, within this brief period, a mysterious bounty hunter's reputation began to circulate across the seas. This news pertained to none other than Luo Ya. The promotion ceremony was a grand event marking a significant reform within the Navy, with Admiral Steelbone being elevated to the position of Fleet Admiral and Sengoku taking over as Admiral. Alongside numerous vacancies among vice admirals, many candidates began to challenge for these open positions, creating a plethora of opportunities. Countless individuals prepared to seize this chance to advance. A small wooden vessel sailed across the sea, and as Luo Ya beheld Marineford drawing ever closer, a slight smile crept upon his lips. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow upon Luo Ya's face, rendering him quite gentle in appearance. Indeed, Luo Ya removed his cloak and boldly steered his course toward Marineford. Vessels ahead, please cease your advance. Vessels ahead, please cease your advance. Before fully approaching Marineford, Luo Ya's wooden ship was intercepted by patrolling Navy soldiers. Who are you, and why have you come to Marineford? Inquired a Navy officer of the rank of colonel as their ship approached. I heard that the Navy is hosting a promotion ceremony, and I wish to participate to gauge my own strength and see what position I might hold, Luo Ya replied. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the Navy colonel furrowed his brow. The promotion ceremony is not open to outsiders. Furthermore, do you truly believe your strength is sufficient to determine your potential position? I dare say you would merely serve as cannon fodder. Luo Ya, unperturbed by the colonel's scornful remarks, simply retrieved a sack from behind him. What if I were to present these as my registration fee? At that moment, the Navy colonel felt a twinge of disdain towards Luo Ya. Do you think I am a corrupt individual? I would never accept such a thing. Before the colonel could finish his sentence, Luo Ya upturned the sack, revealing a collection of severed heads. These are pirates who have wreaked havoc upon the seas. Each bounty exceeds 100 million berries. Do you think I could use these as my registration fee? Luo Ya's tone remained remarkably calm, yet it stirred a tempest within the Navy colonel's heart. The colonel instinctively swallowed hard, recognizing several familiar faces among the severed heads. Side Jack, bounty of 170 million. Captain Fireworks, bounty of 320 million. This is the head of the 10 billion berry pirate. The superhuman fruit user, Avery. The Navy colonel questioned his own eyesight, wondering if he were hallucinating. Why else would these notorious pirates, who roamed the seas with abandon, appear before him? At this moment, the Navy colonel was thoroughly flustered. If Luo Ya were merely cannon fodder, then what, pray tell, did that make him? Wait a moment. I shall report this to my superior. The Navy colonel, now panicked, hurried back to the ship's cockpit, using the fixed phone snail to relay a report to his superior. Luo Ya stood calmly between the two warships, seemingly indifferent to the shocked gazes that surrounded him. A gentle smile adorned his face, projecting an aura of warmth that belied the lethal capability to effortlessly slay 10 billion berry pirates. Something they could never have anticipated. The Navy's response was swift. Following the colonel's escalating reports, the information quickly reached Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku had just assumed the role of Fleet Admiral, and this was his first personally arranged grand event. It could be likened to the new official's inaugural display of power. This initial display aimed to showcase the Navy's strength to the world. Recently, the seas had been plagued by the emergence of a mysterious figure, who had boldly raided both the Navy and the world government, shattering the Demon Slayer order and wreaking havoc at Mariejois. These incidents had cast a shadow upon the Navy's reputation. Many believed that the Navy was merely a faude of strength, teetering on the brink of collapse. In an effort to rectify this, Sengoku organized this grand event for the Navy. Any strong individual could assume a significant position. It was even possible for a mere sailor to be elevated directly to the rank of admiral. Upon hearing that there were indeed 1 billion bounties on the heads of the notorious pirate, Sengoku was taken aback. During his tenure as an admiral, he had once pursued Avery, well aware of the monstrous strength and cunning nature that resided within that formidable physique. It was clear to Sengoku that without extraordinary power or a meticulously devised plan, it would be impossible to slay Avery. Thus, Sengoku found himself harboring a burgeoning interest in Luo Ya. Consequently, Sengoku agreed to allow Luo Ya to use these bounties as an entry fee to participate in the upcoming promotion conference. Admiral, the Marshal has granted your participation. Please board the warship. We need to register your information. The naval commander emerged from the cockpit, addressing Luo Ya. This moment, his demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. The contempt that once glimmered in his eyes had vanished, replaced solely by respect and trepidation. After all, it was Sengoku himself who had personally contacted him via Din Mushi, indicating the significance Sengoku placed on Luo Ya. Meanwhile, the naval commander felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, reflecting on his previous attitude towards Luo Ya, oblivious to the fact that Luo Ya had never regarded him with any concern. After registering his information, Luo Ya boarded the naval commander's warship and set foot on the soil of Marineford. As he arrived at Marineford, an electronic tone resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. You have acquired Peak of the 6 Styles. The 6 styles of the Navy encompass techniques such as Soru, Tekai, Jeppo, Shave, Rankyaku, and Shurgon, which enable one to transcend the limits of human physical capabilities, wielding tremendous power. Hearing the system's electronic notification, a faint smile crept onto Luo Ya's lips. This smile immediately stirred the hearts of several female soldiers observing him. Wow, he is incredibly handsome. That face seems so unfamiliar. Yet it radiates such gentleness. Ignoring the whispers around him, Luo Ya followed the naval commander to his temporary quarters. Sir, the promotion conference officially commences tomorrow, with the competitions also taking place then, so please make do with your accommodations here for today. Depending on your promoted rank, different rooms will be arranged for you later, the naval commander stated before retreating, leaving Luo Ya alone in the room. Approaching the window, Luo Ya gazed at the imposing structure standing in the heart of Marineford. Contemplating. Sengoku's office must be a renowned location as well. I shall see if I can check in there for additional rewards when the opportunity arises. Meanwhile, Sengoku was also gathering information about Luo Ya. According to the details Luo Ya had just provided, he hailed from the island of Vermal, which had been ravaged by the Golden Lion. Due to his travels, he was not present during the atrocities committed on Vermal. After the massacre by the Golden Lion, he developed an intense aversion to pirates, prompting his desire to join the navy. Presently, Vermal's village had become a mere memory, leaving no witnesses to counter Luo Ya's claims. Furthermore, given Luo Ya's prior slaying of numerous pirates, Sengoku held no suspicions, but rather anticipation for the surprises Luo Ya might bring forth as dusk approached. Luo Ya lingered in his room for a while before stepping outside. Walking through Marineford, he sensed an atmosphere entirely distinct from that of the sea. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in the training grounds, which seemed unlike the typical soldier training areas, with only a handful of individuals present. Among them, a striking blonde woman, standing at least 1.75 meters tall, captured Luo Ya's attention. This blonde girl, adorned with glasses, was diligently practicing the 6 styles. At this point, Luo Ya had reached the pinnacle of the 6 styles and could easily discern the girl's level of skill. His gaze evidently caught the attention of the young woman. Hey, you. Where's your uniform? Why are you not wearing it in Marineford? The girl approached Luo Ya, adjusting her glasses as she spoke, upon hearing her refer to him as an unreasonable person. Luo Ya was certain of her identity if he was not mistaken. This girl was destined to become one of CP9, Califa, a woman known for her catchphrase of calling others out for being bothersome and unreasonable. I just arrived in Marineford today to participate in the promotion conference, Luo Ya replied. Califa raised an eyebrow in response. From what I understand, the promotion conference is not open to the public. So you must be lying. With that, Califa's long legs launched a kick towards Luo Ya. Observing the towering high heels, Luo Ya's lips twitched slightly. He merely found her familiar. Why was she suddenly attacking him? Extending his hand, he effortlessly grasped Califa's ankle, thwarting her assault. Califa's cheeks flushed. Hey, let me go. You're harassing me. Luo Ya shrugged and responded. As you wished. Luo Ya released his grip. He did not anticipate that. In the very instant of loosening his hold, Califa would employ Sara to appear behind him, her finger thrusting mercilessly towards him. Don't touch me again. Shirgan. Luo Ya sighed, realizing just how dreadful this girl's temper truly was. Slightly tilting his head, he evaded Califa's attack. Simultaneously, a replica of Luo Ya appeared behind Califa. Ensnaring her, Califa's pupils dilated in shock, and she quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, "You're a devil fruit user. You launched an attack without even knowing your opponent's abilities." That's incredibly foolish. Califa's anger flared upon hearing Luo Ya's words. Do you know my power? Golden bubble. Suddenly, a multitude of bubbles surged from Califa's hands. Anything that came into contact with these bubbles became exceedingly slick. Seizing this opportunity, Califa slipped out of Luo Ya's grasp. Upon freeing herself, she first shattered the illusion with a Rankyaku, then propelled herself with powerful force, swiftly positioning herself behind Luo Ya. You become too careless. Shirgan. Her figure flickered as Califa thrust her finger forward. This time, the intensity of her attack surpassed the last eye in her mind. Califa had completely forgotten that this was merely a training ground, and that she was merely testing her own strength. Now, she was directing all her might towards Luo Ya's nape. With a soft thud, Califa's finger pierced Luo Ya's nape, and in that moment, she snapped back to reality. Her pupils constricted in disbelief. What? Califa instinctively retracted her finger, staring in astonishment at the scene before her. She had expected Luo Ya to react after all. His previous reflexes had been so quick. Thud. Luo Ya collapsed to the ground, his body resembling a puddle of mud, as if constantly affirming that he had perished due to Califa's actions. As more people began to take notice of this scene, a crowd gradually gathered. Califa hurried to Luo Ya's side, exclaiming, Hey, get up. don't scare me. I really didn't mean to. Wake up. Kneeling beside Luo Ya, tears streamed down Califa's cheeks. What on earth had transpired? It seemed as if Califa had committed murder. Murder? Had she accidentally killed someone on the training ground? It appeared so, yet something felt off. What felt off? Why did that man not bleed at all after being pierced in the back of the head? The onlookers murmured among themselves. Occasionally, some louder voices reached Califa's ears, causing her to momentarily freeze amidst her breakdown. And oh, no blood. Upon hearing these words, Califa turned her gaze toward the back of Roya's head. At that very moment, the sprawled Roya suddenly shattered into fragments. Much like the illusion Califa had just shattered with her kick, as the remnants of Roya dissipated into the air, 3 additional Roya appeared beside Califa. Surrounding her, and leaving her no chance to unleash her abilities, the onlookers near the training ground were utterly bewildered. Was this the power of a devil fruit? It certainly seemed so. What kind of fruit ability could this be? It appeared to be immensely powerful. Surely, these 3 were not the real body. Where could the true one be? In that instant, Roya executed a technique called shave, landing atop a training dummy, the 5-fold illusion. This was the name Roya had bestowed upon this technique. The term 5-fold referred to the number of illusions generated upon activation of the ability. Califa knelt on the ground, gazing up at Roya. Biting down hard on her lower lip, with gritted teeth, she inquired, "When did you create these illusions?" "From the very beginning of our battle," Roya replied with a smile. Remaining silent otherwise, he then dispelled the illusions and addressed Califa, saying, "Next time, do not act so impulsively. I am here to participate in the promotion tournament. This can be verified by Admiral Sengoku. You mentioned it was your first time in Marineford, but how did you learn shave from the Marine 6 styles?" Califa keenly caught onto the technique Roya had just demonstrated. "I saw you do it here just now, so I learned it," Roya responded. At his words, anyone who heard them stood frozen in disbelief. "You learned it from just one viewing. This talent is truly terrifying." After all, this was one of the 6 styles. Many could not even grasp the basics. Numerous bystanders speculated that Roya was merely boasting. However, what he had just demonstrated was indeed shave. This meant that Roya's talent was genuinely formidable. Califa slowly rose to her feet, her captivating eyes hidden behind her glasses, fixed intently upon Roya, as if she were engraving his face into her memory. "I will not let you off easily. I hope you do not lose too quickly tomorrow." With that, Califa departed from the crowd, feeling too embarrassed to remain. After all, she had instigated this battle, only to be toyed with by Roya. Being a girl, she could hardly dismiss the grudge she now held against him. Watching Califa's retreating figure, Roya did not linger. He jumped down from the dummy, planning to return to his room for some rest. Whether Califa would change her habits and temper in the future was of no concern to him. Just as he was about to weave through the crowd, a man clad in a deep crimson suit, draped in a cloak of justice and wearing a military cap, approached him. Roya recognized this figure all too well. It was Admiral Akainu. "Why are you not in uniform at Marine headquarters, Marineford?" Akainu demanded sternly. "I am here to participate in the promotion tournament. It is my first time, and Admiral Sengoku should be aware of this." Roya replied, "So you are the one the Admiral spoke of." Akainu continued, "I witnessed your earlier battle. That if you intend to rely on that devil fruit ability and the 6 styles you just learned to achieve victory, you stand no chance whatsoever. That I cannot fathom why the Admiral would allow someone as weak as you to participate in this promotion tournament." With that, Akainu strode past Roya, not even sparing a glance, adding, "You had better hope you do not encounter me in the first match. Otherwise, you will learn what true justice feels like." Chapter 21, A Mutual Bet. Roya takes the stage. Roya dismissed Akainu's words without a second thought, for after all, Akainu was merely a defeated adversary. How would he feel if he knew that the person he had just looked down upon was the very mysterious individual who had effortlessly bested him? With that thought, Roya tousled his black hair and returned to his room. Before long, the first day of the promotion tournament arrived. Having slept relatively well the previous night, Roya stepped out of his room to find the main training ground teeming with a massive crowd. "Hey, don't you know where to stand?" Califa's voice called out from behind him. Roya turned to face her. Today, she seemed somewhat different, though he could not pinpoint the exact change. "Well, they only arranged accommodation for me." "They did not inform me of anything else," he replied. "Then stand beside me, but don't get any ideas. I will absolutely not forget how you toyed with me yesterday. If given the chance, I will show you my true strength." Yet, as Califa spoke, for some reason, her gaze wandered as Roya followed Califa to the front of a queue, he soon spotted Admiral Sengoku and Captain Garp standing atop the highest point of Marineford. They surveyed the gathered Marines, and after delivering a lengthy discourse devoid of substance, finally announced the commencement of the promotion tournament. As Sengoku turned to depart, he cast a glance at Roya below, for he was the only one not in Marine uniform, making him exceedingly conspicuous. Garp noticed Sengoku's gaze and, following it, spotted Roya beside Khalifa. Youth is wonderful. This young man is quite handsome. No wonder he is so popular with the ladies. Garp joked. Sengoku, expressionless, turned to Garp and asked, "What do you think this fellow is capable of?" "I observed his match with Khalifa yesterday afternoon. While his devil fruit ability is indeed peculiar, it does not significantly enhance his combat prowess. At most, he should be at the rear admiral level." Sengoku nodded, then shook his head, stating, "I believe he could achieve the rank of admiral." Garp, taken aback by Sengoku's words, repeated them incredulously. "What? Admiral? You must be overestimating him. Care to wager? If you lose, you can never sneak my sunbae again, and you can't slack off either." After a moment of contemplation, Garp replied, "I'll take that bet, but if you lose, all your sunbae will be mine." "Deal." Sengoku's lips curled into an unintentional smile upon hearing Garp's agreement. Little did Garp know that among Roya's trophies were the heads of formidable foes, including the one with the strength devil fruit ability. This hinted that Roya possessed other immensely powerful means. Moreover, Sengoku had taken a liking to Roya's talent that, if possible, he hoped to recruit him into the Dove faction. The Dove faction, a more moderate group within the Navy. Contrasted with the Hawk faction led by Akainu and the neutral faction headed by Kizuru, colloquially known as the Lazy Fish faction. The Dove faction, as its name suggests, is comparatively gentle, employing less ruthless methods, with each member harboring their own sense of justice. Conversely, the Hawk faction views the Navy as justice and pirates as evil, resorting to any means to achieve their goals. The neutral faction remains uninvolved, simply doing the work for pay. Naturally, there are slight individual variances among members. Roya received his turn to participate in the battle at the main training ground. He had a bye, meaning he could advance to the next round without any combat. Khalifa, witnessing this, remarked with a smile, "Lucky you. But it's better this way. The later you lose, the better it reflects on your strength. After all, if you lose later, it won't make your previous defeat at my hands look so bad. Right?" Seeing Roya unhesitatingly voice her thoughts, Khalifa felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. "You appear so gentle and handsome. Why must you be so sharp-tongued?" "Humph. I shall ignore you from now on." With that, Khalifa turned away, pretending to walk off in a huff, yet her demeanor suggested she wished for him to follow and comfort her. However, Roya chose to disregard her and return to his rest, further fueling Khalifa's indignation. In the following days, Roya found himself idle, leading him to sense an unseen hand orchestrating events from behind the scenes. However, he paid little heed to this notion, instead relishing in the ease of his circumstances. Each day was spent either in slumber or observing the duels of others, and he took genuine pleasure in it. Last, on the 6th day of his arrival at Marineford, Roya faced his inaugural opponent, a major known as Smoker. The training ground was teeming with spectators. By now, many naval soldiers were aware of Roya's presence, though most had only heard of him and had never witnessed his combat prowess. Thus, this bout attracted a significant crowd, encircling the arena in tightly packed layers. At that moment, Khalifa appeared from seemingly nowhere, advising Roya, "Smoker is a user of the smoke fruit and has triumphed for 6 consecutive days. His strength is formidable." Roya's lack of gratitude for her well-intentioned warning and his nonchalant response left Khalifa feeling somewhat pained. "That if you don't believe me, then so be it. I shall watch with interest as you are defeated by Smoker." Of course, her words were merely verbal bravado. Unbeknownst to her, Khalifa had become increasingly invested in Roya's every move. In truth, even Roya himself had not anticipated that Smoker would become his first adversary in Marineford. Having secured 6 consecutive victories, Smoker, with the abilities granted by the smoke fruit, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. But did this truly pose a challenge for Roya? He slowly strode onto the training field, gazing at Smoker, who wielded a weapon forged from sea stone and held a cigar between his lips, his slick white hair styled back. With a calm demeanor, Roya addressed him, "I look forward to your guidance." At that moment, the cheers of Smoker's ally, Tina, echoed in the training ground, urging him on. "I'm rooting for you, Smoker. You must not lose." Following the sound, Roya turned to see the pink-haired girl. But at that instant, Smoker transformed into smoke and charged toward him. Losing focus in battle was an unforgivable mistake. As his words faded, Smoker raised the sea stone weapon high and thrust it towards Roya. Khalifa, witnessing this, shot Tina a fierce glare before hastily warning, "Roya, Smoker's weapon is forged from sea stone. Be careful not to let it touch you." Alas, Khalifa's warning came too late. Smoker swung the weapon, striking Roya with a resounding thud. Boom! Roya was sent flying, his form dissipating in midair. Upon witnessing this, Smoker realized he had been deceived. His battle instincts kicked in, prompting him to thrust the weapon backward. Boom! Another illusion shattered beneath Smoker's assault. But before he could catch his breath, Tina called out, "Smoker, above you!" Armament Haki activated. Roya's illusion descended from the skies, his fist enveloped in armament Haki, crashing down upon Smoker. This rendered Smoker's elemental form utterly ineffective. Although the illusion's armament Haki was only at an intermediate level, it was sufficient to contend with Smoker. Yet, the onslaught was not over. Before Smoker could recover from his disorientation, another illusion appeared behind him, similarly cloaked in armament Haki, delivering a punch to Smoker's back. This caused Smoker to stagger forward. Another illusion manifested before him, armament Haki enveloping his knee, delivering a forceful blow to Smoker's abdomen. Puff! Smoker felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. The entire sequence of Roya's attacks unfolded in less than a second. The illusion shattered, revealing Roya standing before Smoker, looking down upon him as he knelt, softly stating, "You have been defeated." The spectators in the training ground were left agape, their astonishment far exceeding their expectations. Smoker was, after all, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. How could he have been bested before even utilizing his powers? This was astonishing. The strength of this illusion was extraordinary, utterly elusive and impossible to defend against. Surrounding soldiers whispered among themselves in disbelief. Tina, unable to comprehend the scene before her, was in utter shock. Smoker had lost just like that. How could this be possible? With this thought, she gazed at Roya in disbelief, as if trying to imprint his image in her memory. Meanwhile, Khalifa burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Roya is truly impressive." It was as if she was boasting to Tina, raising an eyebrow in triumph. Even Khalifa herself was unaware of why she felt such joy. It was only at this moment that the surrounding soldiers began to snap out of their stupor. They erupted in thunderous cheers. "Roya! Roya! 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 Roya!" The soldiers fervently chanted Roya's name, their voices echoing throughout Marineford. In another training ground, Akainu had just defeated Vice Admiral Dogman. Glancing towards Roya's training ground, Akainu, with a stern expression, coldly remarked, "Humph, a mere clown. Just a major. Let us see how you fare when you meet me." In the training ground, Roya extended his hand towards Smoker, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Smoker looked at Roya, grinning, "I'm fine, just too weak. Next time, victory will definitely be mine. Let us work hard." Roya smiled gently, a gesture that incited cheers from the surrounding soldiers. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Khalifa felt a twinge of sadness. Why could he show such warmth to others, but remain so indifferent to her? Biting her lip, Khalifa pondered this troubling question. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by. During this interval, Roya utilized the powers of the clone fruit to repeatedly toy with his opponents, leaving them utterly bewildered as they struggled to discern which was his true form. Time and again, they fell victim to Roya's effortless victories. His formidable strength, coupled with that gentle smile, garnered him immense popularity. His acclaim even surpassed that of the so-called monstrous vice admirals within the Navy. In Sengoku's office, Garp sat beside him, munching on rice crackers. Sengoku's forehead was increasingly furrowed with lines of frustration. "Garp, do you truly relish my rice crackers this much?" "Of course. After all, if I lose, I want to have the chance to eat them again, so I must indulge while I can. Yet, I can't help but feel that even if you lose your wager, you would still find a way to eat." "Ha ha ha, Sengoku, you know me well, but are you truly planning to arrange a match between Akainu and Roya in the next round? This is a contest for the position of Admiral." "Garp, I understand what you're thinking. But based on my observations over this period, Roya's temperament aligns most closely with our faction. Even if we cannot fully integrate him, it's certainly preferable to Akainu ascending to power. The Navy is far from a monolithic entity. The factional strife within is incredibly complex. Sengoku had devised a two-pronged strategy. The first was to extend an olive branch to Roya after he was defeated by Akainu. hoping to bring this exceptionally gifted individual into their faction. The second plan hinged on the possibility that if Roya could triumph over Akainu, they would reach an agreement to collaborate, all for the sake of peace on the seas. Garp understood Sengoku's intentions, but was nonetheless curious as to why Sengoku was so confident that Roya would defeat Akainu. After finalizing the roster, Sengoku instructed his subordinates to disseminate it. Anyone who laid eyes on this list was left in a state of shock. Hey, have you heard? Akainu is facing off against Roya? Is that for real? Akainu is actually going up against Roya. No doubt about it. It's already public knowledge. I recall Akainu mentioning that if he encountered Roya, he would make him pay dearly. Indeed, those words resonate with the essence of Akainu, a figure whose iron-fisted nature is undeniable. In stark contrast to the gentle demeanor of Roya, Akainu's ruthless methods evoke genuine disdain. As he gazes upon the list of contenders, fist clenched, an overwhelming aura of dominance emanates from him. Roya, you must not suffer a humiliating defeat tomorrow. The Navy has no need for interlopers. Yet, such matters can surely be postponed until the morrow, cannot they? Roya, standing beside Akainu with a smile, addresses him calmly. With a disdainful snort, Akainu turns away, leaving the list behind. At this juncture, Califa seizes the moment, pulling Roya aside and imploring, Roya, perhaps you should consider surrendering tomorrow. Surrender. Why on earth would I do that? Roya inquires, casting a sidelong glance at Califa. Because I do not wish for you to be harmed. Califa stammers, her gaze flitting nervously to Roya. Akainu is merciless. Many who have faced him, apart from dogma, have sustained grievous injuries, some even rendered incapable of standing again. Understood, but surrendering is not in my nature. Akainu is not my match, Roya asserts, resolutely. Califa, her hands clenched tightly, regards Roya with concern that I am merely looking out for you. Why won't you heed my advice? I shall no longer concern myself with you. With that, Califa turns on her heel and exits the training grounds. Observing her retreating figure, Roya's expression betrays confusion. He cannot fathom the source of Califa's emotional turmoil, especially given her earlier aggression. Without dwelling on it further, he raises his gaze to the office of Sengoku above, eagerly awaiting the moment he can clock in as a vice admiral. He is also curious about the experience that accompanies such a rank. Meanwhile, Califa finds solace in a secluded training area. Its remoteness renders it seldom visited, allowing her to vent her frustrations against a wooden training dummy. With each strike, she seems impervious to pain, delivering blow after blow. These dummies, constructed from durable materials, typically withstand considerable force without sustaining damage, yet cracks begin to mar their surfaces under Califa's relentless assault. Califa, Tina wishes to speak with you. A girl with vibrant pink hair approaches. Recognizing Tina, Califa recalls her peculiar speech patterns. What brings you here, Tina? Tina inquires, what does Roya enjoy? Why do you concern yourself with Roya instead of Smoker? Califa replies, her demeanor instantly shifting to one of wariness. Tina's interest in Roya seems to stem from a deeper inclination, suggesting she might harbor feelings for him. You intend to pursue Roya? Califa exclaims, her eyes widening in disbelief. Are you aware of what you're saying? Roya hardly knows you. Tina nods earnestly. Ever since Roya defeated Smoker, I have been captivated by him. His smile brings me joy. Is that not love? Califa's anger intensifies upon hearing Tina's words. Why is she so gentle with others yet distant with her? The mere thought of another woman vying for Roya's affection stirs an unsettling feeling within her at that moment. Realization dawns upon Califa. Unknowingly, Roya's presence has nestled into her heart. With newfound determination, she declares, Tina, I must assert that this is not love. I too have feelings for Roya, and you shall never surpass me. Tina raises an eyebrow, undeterred. Then let it be a fair competition. I shall not concede. With that, she strides away. Watching Tina depart, Califa resolves to fortify her position, refusing to grant Tina any advantage. The earlier frustration fades from her mind. With a decisive punch, she shatters the wooden dummy and strides toward Roya's quarters. According to the promotion tournament regulations, after achieving consecutive victories, Roya has already attained the rank of Rear Admiral, necessitating a corresponding residence. Upon reaching his room, Califa takes a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart before summoning the courage to knock gently on the door. The door opens to reveal Roya, his shadowy form dissipating into the air, a testament to the power of the moku fruit, which, in many respects, embodies the essence of convenience. Inside, Califa finds Roya gazing pensively out the window. A pang of empathy strikes her as she observes his solitude. Aside from her, who else might engage him in conversation? Surely, he must feel lonely. Before she can speak, Roya gently invites, "Make yourself comfortable, though I fear I have little to offer." Califa quickly shakes her head. "No, it's unnecessary. I came here to—" She hesitates, biting her lip, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. There's something I can assist you with." Roya turns to face her. "I am here to apologize. Roya, I was impulsive and insufferably headstrong. I am truly sorry. Furthermore, please do your utmost tomorrow. I will cheer for you. I firmly believe you will triumph over Akainu." Roya watches as Califa's shyness manifests, her face tinged with embarrassment. A smile begins to form on his lips. Sunlight streams through the window, warming the room with a comforting glow. Moving closer, Roya gently tucks a few strands of Califa's hair behind her ear. Smiling softly, "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Akainu is no match for me." As Califa feels the warmth of his hand, the remainder of his words fades into a blur. Her eyes brim with affection as she gazes at his gentle smile. "You finally smiled at me," Califa exclaims, her voice tinged with excitement. "This is wonderful. You truly smiled at me." Without hesitation, she leaps into Roya's embrace, reveling in the happiness of the moment, gazing up at him. Califa declares, "From now on, you shall never be alone in Marineford. I will stand by your side." "Indeed," Roya replies, and this time, Califa welcomes his cool demeanor. Her heart swells with joy, interpreting it as a sign of his acceptance. The following day arrives. Chapter 24. The contest begins. Facing Akainu on this day, a multitude of soldiers congregate in the training grounds, where Sengoku and Garp make their presence known. Excitement permeates the air as everyone eagerly awaits the commencement of the contest. However, as time elapses, Roya's absence becomes increasingly conspicuous. Sengoku glances at his watch. Only 5 minutes remain until the contest officially begins. If Roya does not arrive soon, it will amount to an automatic forfeiture. Akainu stands at the forefront, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. The surrounding soldiers murmur uncertainly, speculating on the situation. Could it be that Roya is too frightened to show up? Surely not. Roya possesses formidable strength and should be able to hold his own against Akainu. At first glance, he appears strong, but considering his fruit's nature, it primarily serves as a support. It offers little enhancement to his raw power. If that's the case, then perhaps Roya truly is reluctant to confront him. The soldiers exchange hushed whispers. Akainu, overhearing their speculations, feels a surge of disdain for Roya, dismissing him as nothing more than a farcical interloper who dares to vie for the rank of admiral. The thought is utterly ludicrous. At that very moment, a wave of commotion surged through the crowd. Look! Look! Luo Ya has arrived. Luo Ya is truly here. What a real man Luo Ya is. Luo Ya and Califa navigated through the throng and entered the training ground. He did not cast a glance at Akainu, but instead directed his gaze towards Sengoku. This marked the first encounter between Luo Ya and Sengoku. With a smile gracing his lips, Luo Ya nodded at Sengoku, which made Sengoku feel that Luo Ya's ability to influence emotions was indeed remarkable. Akainu furrowed his brow and turned to Sengoku, stating, "Marshal, shall we commence the duel?" The more renowned Luo Ya became, the more displeased Akainu felt, as it seemed to him that the Navy's justice was being subjected to humiliation. How could the Navy allow Luo Ya to join such a grand event so casually? This was something Akainu simply could not comprehend. Though dissatisfied with Sengoku's actions, Akainu remained silent due to their hierarchical relationship, directing his ire towards Luo Ya instead. Akainu's gaze towards Luo Ya resembled that of one looking at a corpse. In the face of Akainu's palpable hostility, a flicker of displeasure crossed Sengoku's eyes, but it was fleeting, only perceptible to Luo Ya. Sengoku then addressed Luo Ya, asking, "Are you prepared?" "Luo Ya, I am ready," Luo Ya replied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as his eyes narrowed slightly, sunlight cascading over his face. This sight stirred something within Califa's heart. "Then let the duel begin," as Sengoku's words echoed. The entire training ground erupted with cheers. Simultaneously, Akainu stepped forward, his right arm ablaze with magma, exclaiming, "Hellhound!" Akainu's arm shot towards Luo Ya with astonishing speed and formidable power. Upon seeing this, Luo Ya coated his arm with armament haki and retaliated with a punch of his own. A resounding crash reverberated through the the spectators. It appeared as though Luo Ya's arm had been completely consumed by Akainu's hellhound, only to be forcefully slammed against his chest. Bang! The illusion dissipated. Califa, witnessing this scene, released a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Akainu's expression remained unchanged as he coldly remarked, "Your strength is lacking. Your repeated transformations are utterly uninspired." As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu rapidly turned, unleashing a torrent of magma towards the rear. Bang! Another illusion shattered. Akainu smirked. "Looks like there are still 3 illusions left." Indeed, as Akainu's voice faded, 3 illusions materialized before him and lunged at Akainu, unleashing a fiery barrage. In response to the 3 illusions' assault, Akainu transformed his arm into a massive magma fist, mimicking the explosive force of a volcanic eruption to launch his fist forward, a blow powerful enough to obliterate colossal icebergs many times larger than giants, reducing them to vapor in an instant. This strike effortlessly shattered Luo Ya's illusion. The 5 transformations completely vanished, revealing Luo Ya's true form. The onlookers were left utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the rapid succession of events that had transpired. Akainu is incredibly powerful. No wonder he is one of the 3 monsters of the Navy. Only Carp, Sengoku, and the other admirals could possibly rival such strength. Luo Ya, in the end, lacks the strength of an admiral. It is no wonder Akainu looks down on him. His abilities simply do not measure up. Upon hearing the surrounding murmurs, Akainu cast a scornful glance at Luo Ya, declaring, "Weaklings cannot survive on the seas. Nor can they uphold justice. You are far too weak." "Oh, is that so? Is that truly how you feel?" Luo Ya responded, his expression unwavering. Even after Akainu had obliterated all 5 illusions, he maintained a broad smile. Observing Luo Ya's demeanor ignited a surge of fury within Akainu. All talk and no action. Prepare to die. Dogbyte Red Lotus. With a powerful punch, Akainu's magma-coated arm morphed into the shape of a dog's head, incinerating the surrounding air and causing it to become unbearably hot, as if all moisture had been evaporated by Akainu's fist. With an overwhelming force, it surged towards Luo Ya. The soldiers nearby instinctively recoiled in fear, worried about being caught in the onslaught. Could Luo Ya be frozen in fear? Why isn't he moving? Surely he isn't truly paralyzed by fear. If that hits, he could be gravely injured. Or worse, killed. Standing not far away, Sengoku and Carp sensed something amiss. Carp remarked, "Sengoku, shall I intervene and halt this match? After all, I have quite taken a liking to this kid Luo Ya. With proper training, given his talent, he could reach the strength of an admiral sooner or later. It would be a shame if he were to perish now. Luo Ya has not been injured, nor has he surrendered. We need only to observe," Sengoku responded, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, indicating his concern for Luo Ya. The massive dog head of magma loomed larger in Luo Ya's eyes, just as the situation reached a critical point. Luo Ya smiled. Chapter 25. Susanoo, Ruthless Assault on Akainu. Luo Ya's arm was enveloped in a pitch-black hue of armament hockey, resembling intricate patterns etched upon his arm. Sengoku and Carp's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively exclaiming, "What is this?" Before they could fully articulate their thoughts, the training ground erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder that resonated in their ears, causing them to shudder involuntarily. They beheld Luo Ya's fist pressing against the surging magma. Unlike the previous encounter, the searing heat failed to penetrate Luo Ya's arm. The magma was entirely repelled by the dense, jet-black armament hockey. How is this possible? What kind of formidable armament hockey can withstand my magma? Sengoku and Carp swallowed hard, realizing they were witnessing the pinnacle of armament hockey. But how could this be? How could Luo Ya, at such a young age, have honed his armament to such an extraordinary level? Before they could fully process this revelation, Luo Ya addressed Akainu with an indifference that belied the tension, asking, "Akainu, you claim I am weak. Do you truly believe you can withstand my attack?" As Luo Ya's words fell, Akainu felt a shift in the atmosphere, an oppressive presence weighing down upon him like that of a terrifying beast. In an instant, Luo Ya appeared behind Akainu, showcasing the pinnacle of the 6 styles, leaving Akainu with no time to react. Luo Ya's arms, wrapped in dense armament hockey, extended in unison, gently pressing against Akainu's back. In that moment, the training ground was filled solely with the gentle breeze and Luo Ya's calm voice. Ultimate technique of the 6 styles. 6 King's Gun. Modified. Boom. The arms enveloped in armament hockey unleashed a terrifying shockwave. As the shockwave erupted, Luo Ya's hands emitted a concentrated force, directly crashing into Akainu's back, creating a tempest that swirled violently around them. "I can't see. Sand has gotten in my eyes. What on earth is happening?" Akainu seemed to have been sent flying by Luo Ya's single punch. What? Akainu was actually sent flying by Luo Ya's punch. Akainu found himself soaring through the air.in that moment. He felt a numbing sensation in his back, rendering him incapable of executing any further maneuvers. Waves of pain washed over him, accompanied by the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, assaulting his senses, gritting his teeth. Akainu attempted to regain his composure. However, Luo Ya would not grant him that opportunity. Moonwalk. Though the moonwalk may not rival the power of talismans, he is constrained by his identity to rely solely on it. Fortunately, his moonwalk has reached its zenith, enabling him to maintain a commendable speed. The sunlight illuminated the silhouette of Luo Ya. Anyone who glanced at Luo Ya instinctively shut their eyes, blinded by the brilliance of the sun. Akainu, did you not previously declare my fruit ability to be worthless? Well, I have just conceived a highly advantageous application. Let us see if you can withstand it. Phantom Susanoo. Before their eyes, a massive purple figure enveloped Luo Ya, directly blocking out the sunlight, allowing many to finally open their eyes. However, when they did, they were met with the terrifying sight of Luo Ya's fruit ability. What on earth is that? This colossal purple figure appears immensely powerful. Could it possess some special ability? The Phantom Susanoo is entirely crafted from phantoms, and as it is anchored to Luo Ya himself, the Haki of armament can be intertwined with it at 100% efficiency. As for its other capabilities, apart from its imposing appearance, it boasts only the unparalleled intertwining of armament Haki. Yet, one must not underestimate this ability. The reminder of Susanoo, intertwined with 100% armament Haki, is indeed formidable. It has the potential to send a person to the afterlife with a single punch. Akainu stood frozen, utterly astonished by the overwhelming spectacle before him. He could hardly fathom the extent to which Luo Ya's fruit could reach, although he recognized that what lay before him was an illusion. When combined with Luo Ya's armament Haki, Akainu could scarcely imagine the sheer power of this technique. Akainu felt a sense of frustration, but found himself utterly immobilized. Damn it. Luo Ya. Bang. Before Akainu could finish his sentence, Luo Ya landed a merciless punch. Bang. Another sound echoed as Akainu crashed to the training ground like a shooting star, creating a gaping crater measuring 300 meters in diameter. At the center of this pit lay the dazed Akainu, utterly incapable of resistance. Only then did Luo Ya slowly retract his illusion, descending gracefully from the air, not a speck of dust upon him, appearing as though he had engaged in a normal match with utmost ease. The training ground fell into a profound silence as everyone stood in stunned awe at the scene before them, their hearts racing with shock. Even Sengoku and Garp were left visibly shaken at this sight. As time ticked by, Luo Ya turned to Sengoku. Marshal, may we now announce the results? Luo Ya's voice shattered the silence of the training ground. Instantly, everyone snapped back to reality, fervently shouting Luo Ya's name. However, they prefixed it with two additional words. General Luo Ya. General Luo Ya. General Luo Ya. Sengoku, maintaining a stoic expression, addressed the nearby medical team. Quickly, attend to Akainu. Subsequently, Sengoku approached Luo Ya, using a den mushi to address the crowd. Luo Ya, you are promoted to the rank of general. Upon hearing Sengoku's proclamation, Califa surged forth from the crowd, throwing herself into Luo Ya's embrace, exclaiming, Luo Ya, congratulations on becoming a general. Sengoku observed the two with a wistful sigh, thinking, youth is truly a blessing. Luo Ya, you are the first to ascend to the rank of general. Once the remaining two generals emerge victorious from the other two contests, we shall announce it to the world. Thank you, Marshal. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. There is no trouble at all. It is your presence that brings peace to these waters. At that moment, Sengoku brimmed with confidence, believing that with Luo Ya's existence, the new generals would become the terrifying nightmares of countless pirates. Chapter 26. Appointment as General. Request to set sail. 2 days passed, and the other two contests reached their conclusion, yielding results precisely as Luo Ya had anticipated. Following Akainu's defeat at Luo Ya's hands, the two remaining newly appointed generals were Akiji and Kizu. Together with Luo Ya, they proceeded towards Sengoku's office. Along the way, every soldier who beheld the trio treated them with utmost respect, bowing in reverence. Kizaru turned to Luo Ya, have you decided on your title? Every newly appointed general possesses a title. For instance, Kizaru is known as Pheasant, and so forth. Yet, Luo Ya, soon to be a general, had yet to determine his title. General Kizaru, I have indeed settled on a title. Kizaru, ever the smooth talker, immediately replied, General Luo Ya. As fellow generals, you may simply call me by my name or my title. Akiji chimed in. Indeed, General Luo Ya, you stand as the strongest among us. We were present when you showcased your abilities, and we felt utterly humbled. General Akiji, General Kazuru, please refrain from overly flattering me. I have already decided on my title, Dove. The dove symbolizes freedom and peace, gentle yet powerful, much like myself. It is indeed fitting. Well then, General Dove, I look forward to working with you in the future. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Both Akiji and Kazuru expressed. Akiji formed a bond with Luo Ya due to Sengoku's influence, while Kazuru saw Luo Ya as a worthy companion. As a representative of the neutral faction, Kazuru deftly navigated relationships to his advantage. Luo Ya observed their camaraderie and reflected, I never expected to join the Navy and become a general. This is truly a remarkable experience. He now possessed two identities upon the vast seas. One as a mysterious figure opposing the Navy and the other as the widely admired General Dove. Regardless of which identity he might need to adopt in the future, both would undoubtedly prove convenient. Just as Luo Ya was lost in thought, an electronic notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking into Sengoku's office. Reward. Pinnacle of swordsmanship. As the system's voice faded, Luo Ya felt a warmth envelop his body, a wealth of insights regarding swordsmanship flooding his mind. As Luo Ya had previously envisioned, Sengoku's office was indeed a well-known location. Having appeared numerous times in the original narrative, after swiftly digesting these insights, Luo Ya gently pushed open the door to Sengoku's office, where Sengoku had long awaited their arrival. Sengoku, seated in his commander's chair, regarded the three with a composed gaze. You three have emerged as the strong contenders through the promotion tournament, possessing genuine general strength, particularly you, Luo Ya. You have truly opened my eyes that I believe your presence will hasten the eradication of pirates from the seas. Luo Ya, have you decided on your title? Dove. Dove. Excellent. Sengoku nodded and proceeded to finalize the appointments of Dove, Kazuru, and Akiji as generals. This news was swiftly captured by the renowned newspaper Mobile Morgans, who was the first to disseminate the information. Across the seas, anyone purchasing newspapers from the Bird of Newspapers would come across the results of this significant upheaval within the Navy. Many turned their gaze towards the newly emerged General Dove. Luo Ya. Some believed Luo Ya's strength to be unparalleled, far surpassing that of the other two generals, as evidenced by his effortless defeat of Akainu. Others speculated that Akainu's loss stemmed from his overconfidence, and the inclusion of an outsider as a general indicated the Navy's decline. Regardless of the perspective, all memorized the visage and title of Dove. As Sengoku concluded his address and the trio prepared to depart, Luo Ya's attention was suddenly drawn to a report resting on the table. This document detailed the governance issues concerning the village of Koko. Ding! Mission assigned. Koko Village. Reward. Arc Noah. Time limit. 7 days. Arc Noah. Roya was aware that this was indeed the ship of vows, and according to the current timeline, it should be lying dormant outside Fishman Island. The thought of the Ark Noah, with its colossal hull, stirred a sense of impatience within him. He yearned to set sail for Kakochia village. Roya, do you have any matters to attend to? Sengoku inquired, observing the hesitation that lingered in Roya's demeanor. Roya turned to face Sengoku, giving a slight nod as he spoke. Marshal, I harbor a concern. Do share. After all, I joined rather unexpectedly. I was previously an inconspicuous individual. Might my presence cast a shadow upon the Navy? Regardless of any repercussions, from this moment forth, you are already a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Roya contemplated this for a moment before addressing Sengoku once more. Marshal, I wish to request a month's leave to solidify my reputation. Are you planning to hunt pirates? Indeed, many pirates indulge in plunder and murder with reckless abandon. To prevent tragedies akin to those that befell my homeland from recurring, I intend to deliver them a severe blow within the span of a month. Sengoku's eyes widened as he abruptly stood. Excellent. Roya, your resolve brings me immense joy. It confirms that I have not misjudged you. Is there any assistance you require? How many soldiers do you need? No soldiers are necessary. Just a warship will suffice. I see you have a good rapport with Khalifa. Why not have her serve as your aide? Moreover, I shall provide you with a flagship of admiral caliber. Thank you. Marshal, no need for thanks. It is but a trifling matter. Exiting Sengoku's office, a smile of satisfaction crept onto Roya's lips. After being cooped up in Marineford for so many days, it was indeed time to venture out. After all, only by continuously signing in could he grow stronger. To live freely upon these seas, one must possess the power to shape their own destiny. As he stepped outside, a shadow flickered before him. Chapter 27, Sovereign of the East Blue, the Grand Line. A shadow darted forth, and Califa leaped into Roya's embrace. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Admiral, I have received Sengoku's directive to become your aide. I shall ensure your journey is comfortable," observing Califa's exuberance. Roya felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Califa had recently been influenced by something, as she frequently sought his company. "All right, Califa, prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately." "Are we in such a hurry?" "Of course. The execution of justice brooks no delay." The influence of the newspapers continued to swell in Ohara. After a rigorous training session to hone her devil fruit abilities, Robin nestled in Olivia's embrace while perusing the newspaper. The 3 admirals of the Navy have officially emerged. The White Dove Roya is deemed the strongest. The newspaper's headline proclaimed that as she read on, Robin caught her first glimpse of Roya's visage, and inexplicably, her intuition led her to believe that the man before her was indeed the true Roya. After all, on these seas, few bore the name Roya. "Mama, when will Brother Roya return to find us?" Robin gazed up at Olivia with her large, sparkling eyes, brimming with unspoken anticipation. "Do not worry, Robin. Your brother Roya shall return to you before long." Olivia reassured her, nodding in understanding. Robin resumed her examination of the newspaper's depiction of Roya, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. On Amazon Lily, Hancock had awakened her conqueror's haki through the island's unique training methods. At this moment, she was capable of engaging in a fair exchange with the current emperor, showcasing her prodigious talent. However, reflecting on the original narrative, it was evident that Hancock's prowess was indeed formidable. At that moment, Gold. Roger approached Hancock's side. Hancock glanced at Gold. Roger and inquired, "Have there been any updates on Roya?" "Indeed, all the information is contained within this newspaper." Upon hearing Gold. Roger's words, Hancock's previously aloof demeanor shifted. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she snatched the newspaper from Gold. Roger's grasp. Gazing at Roya's image, Hancock felt as though she might faint from sheer elation. "Wonderful, Roya. I have finally seen your news." Gold. Roger observed Hancock as she repeatedly rubbed her cheek against Roya's face in the newspaper. The wrinkles on her face, already abundant, seemed to multiply at this moment. "Hancock, now that Roya has joined the Navy, even I cannot predict what his intentions may be. We must exercise caution in our future interactions with him. What of his joining the Navy? Roya surely has his reasons. My life was saved by him. Even if he wished to reclaim it, I would harbor no resentment." Hancock shot a piercing glance at Gold. Roger, adding, "So, were you attempting to sow discord between us?" At that moment, Hancock's expression turned frigid as she declared, "Anyone who speaks ill of Roya shall be my enemy." With her words, Hancock's long legs, now imbued with haki, delivered a fierce kick to Gold. Roger, sending him soaring into the air. Meanwhile, upon the tumultuous seas, fierce winds and torrential rains lashed about. The waves surged, each crest higher than the last. The erratic weather of the Grand Line was on full display in this moment. Amidst the raging tempest, a pirate armada of over 50 ships navigated the tumultuous waters. Yet, in such conditions, these 50 vessels appeared insignificantly small. Captain Click, the number 34 ship, has sustained damage, with significant water flooding the hull. Captain Click, the mast of the number 12 ship has fractured. If personnel are not relocated, we risk losing lives at sea. Captain Click stood resolutely on the deck, his golden battle spear firmly grasped in hand. As he listened to the incessant reports, his expression darkening, that he had entered the Grand Line with unwavering confidence, seeking to establish his renown. However, he had not anticipated encountering such adversity upon their arrival. "Abandon any ship suffering issues, abandon them. But Captain Click, doing so will drastically reduce our fighting capability. Drastically reduced. We are merely talking about 4 or 5 ships, at most 400 or 500 men." Click raised his battle spear high, addressing those nearby. "We are a fleet of 5,000. To sacrifice 400 or 500 is inconsequential in terms of our combat effectiveness." "Understood, Captain Click," as his subordinates retreated. Click stood resolutely on the deck, gazing at the relentless waves, his spirit unyielding. The Grand Line, a dreamlike route coveted by countless pirates, Traversing its entirety would grant one the title of Pirate King. Only as the Pirate King could one's strength be truly acknowledged. What are a few hundred men's worth of combat power? When the time comes, I can find an island to replenish these lost souls. Click believed that while personal strength was vital, numbers were paramount. With sufficient manpower, one could overwhelm opponents through sheer force. His reliance on the strategy of numbers had allowed him to dominate the East Blue for quite some time, which explained his unshakable confidence. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware that he was but a frog in a well. The tempestuous winds and rains subsided as swiftly as they had arrived, approximately half an hour later. The storm finally quelled. Captain Click, we have lost a total of 672 men and 6 ships, a subordinate standing beside Click reported. Additionally, we have spotted a warship approaching rapidly from a distance. However, it appears larger than those we have encountered previously. A warship? Can we estimate its crew size? According to the sailors' reports, roughly 100 individuals. Only 100? A warship? Ha ha. It seems they have come to deliver us a ship. Click erupted into laughter, waving his battle spear as he commanded. Everyone, heed my orders. Do not fire cannons. Surround that warship. I shall claim this navy vessel for myself. Captain Click is magnificent. Captain Click is magnificent. Captain Click is magnificent. As Click's voice faded, the crew erupted in excited shouts of his name. Chapter 28. Infinite despair, the might of a single fist. Upon the boundless sea, Roya and Khalifa stood upon the deck of a battleship of admiral caliber. Behind them, 100 phantoms of Roya operated the ship in perfect order. Khalifa, holding a bounty notice, addressed Roya. Roya, it has been confirmed that the 50 pirate vessels ahead belong to the East Blue's most notorious clique pirates. Dubbed the Admiral and known as the East Blue's Overlord, they are estimated to have around 4,500 crew members. According to current intelligence, they have just entered the Grand Line. Listening to Khalifa's report, the Justice Cloak draped over Roya billowed in the sea breeze. He gazed at the 50 ships in the distance and softly remarked, 17 million in bounty, and they wish to enter the Grand Line? They must be dreaming. At this moment, a mischievous smile crept onto Khalifa's lips. Click was indeed fortunate. Having just entered the Grand Line, he encountered an admiral, an honor that others could scarcely dream of. After uttering this, Khalifa looked in astonishment at Click's fleet. What were they planning? Did they intend to surround us? As Khalifa observed the Click fleet spreading out towards them, she felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. Did they not comprehend what this battleship represented? It signified the presence of at least one admiral's might. What did admiral-level power signify? It was one of the Navy's pinnacle forces. Do not be surprised. They were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. At that moment, Click's voice echoed from afar. Using a transponder snail, he shouted at Roya, "You on the battleship ahead. You are about to be surrounded by my Click fleet. Kneel quickly, and if you do, I shall grant you a complete corpse." Ha 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 ha. The brazen laughter caused Roya to furrow his brow slightly. It was an unbearable noise. In the next instant, the 100 phantoms aboard the battleship shattered. Before Click and his crew could react, they saw Roya soaring into the air above the sea. How could he fly? How was this possible? Could it be that he was a monster disguised in human form? Hearing his subordinates' chaotic shouts below, Click bellowed, "He is merely a devil fruit user. Look how frightened you are." Shadows flickered across Click's face as he smirked. "I have killed devil fruit users before." Yet before Click could finish his words, a colossal shadow loomed, consuming their very shadows. Susanoo, a terrifying entity, akin to a giant, appeared before them. Roya stood with arms crossed, nestled between the giant's brows. That a purplish-black phantom enveloped him, and the peak of his armament hockey coiled around this specter. Roya's voice wafted into the ears of the pirates. "So weak, you shouldn't disgrace yourselves in the Grand Line." As Roya's words echoed, a fist, hundreds of meters in size, descended mercilessly upon them under his command. Watching the enormous fist grow larger in their eyes, they felt a surge of infinite despair within their hearts. Was this the monster of the Grand Line? Was everyone in the Grand Line this powerful? How terrifying! "Help me! Someone save me! Captain, Captain, please save us!" "Wait, where is the captain?" Originally standing on the deck, Click had suddenly vanished without a trace. The numerous pirates exchanged glances filled with dread, wanting to speak, but it was too late. The fist of Susanoo crashed heavily onto the sea surface. The ocean instantly fractured, splitting like the ground beneath. It created a massive pit. Then, due to the water's nature, it violently collided, giving rise to towering waves. The surging waters soared over 100 meters high, instantly engulfing the pirate ships. Countless pirates fell into the depths. Yet at that moment, the pit transformed into a whirlpool, like a merciless beast. It voraciously harvested the lives of the pirates. On the battleship, Khalifa was drenched in cold sweat. She had rushed to the ship's control room, straining to steer the vessel, preventing it from being consumed by the massive whirlpool. There was no choice. The power of that single punch was overwhelmingly colossal. In the blink of an eye, nearly 5,000 pirates were annihilated. Countless souls were swallowed by the whirlpool, and the pirate ships were shattered by the waves. The one responsible for this devastation was the young man above, arms crossed, observing the scene with a detached gaze, the youngest admiral in history, White Dove, watching the pirates being engulfed by the whirlpool. Roya murmured, finally, some peace. As the Susanu's phantom dissipated, Roya landed on the battleship and softly stated, 100 turn Mirage. In an instant, 100 phantoms were conjured, taking over the operations aboard the ship. As Khalifa emerged from the control room, her fair forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. Roya smiled gently at Khalifa, saying, thank you for your hard work. Originally poised to scold Roya, Khalifa's demeanor shifted instantly upon witnessing his tender smile. And she replied, it's nothing. It's what I should do. As time passed, the sea gradually calmed. Gazing across the vast ocean, only Roya's battleship sailed upon its surface. Khalifa, how many days have we been out? It has been 5 days. Khalifa adjusted her glasses and glanced at her notebook, informing Roya, we have now eradicated 7 pirate crews, and their combined bounty has reached a staggering 100 billion. For now, let's see what nearby islands there are. We need to replenish our supplies. Khalifa, resembling a diligent secretary, continued, the nearby islands include Coco Island and Drum Island, but Drum Island is currently closed due to Walpo's ascension to the throne, prohibiting any ships from docking except for local vessels. Upon hearing Khalifa's words, a smile graced Roya's lips as he softly declared, then let us proceed to Coco Village for resupply. After departing from Marineford, Roya did not head directly to Coco Village, but instead hunted pirates along the way. Under Roya's deliberate guidance, they eventually arrived near Coco Island. Everything was firmly within Roya's control. Chapter 29. Captain Mouse, Long-Standing Resentment. Lord Mouse, there is a massive battleship approaching Coco Village. In the room, Captain Mouse glared at the subordinate before him and scolded. Did you not think to knock before entering to report? I apologize, Lord Mouse, but that battleship is simply enormous. Judging by its class, it seems to be an admiral-level vessel. Hearing his subordinate's stammering report, Captain Mouse retorted, so what if it's an admiral-level battleship? Why the fuss? As he spoke, Captain Mouse suddenly realized, leaping from his seat to confirm with his subordinate, are you certain it is an admiral-level battleship? I don't know, but that ship is colossal. I've never seen one so large. Understood, you may leave. Just moments ago, Captain Mouse had reprimanded others for their inability to speak, yet now he too struggled with his words. The room fell silent once more, and a tall, fishman with a sharp, jagged nose emerged from the shadows. Mouse, why has that admiral-level battleship suddenly come here? Surely you haven't betrayed us. Arlong, if you ask me. Who am I to know? Why are those admirals not staying in Marineford? Why have they returned to the East Blue? And why would I betray you? What benefit would that bring me? The mouse, feeling irritable, spoke to Arlong beside him. Regardless of your reasons for being here, I have given you the money, and you have accepted it. We are now in the same boat. If I am exposed, you will not escape unscathed. With that, Arlong leapt from the window, his formidable physique allowing him to vanish into the jungle with a few agile jumps. To ensure his safety, he intended to withdraw the other fishmen from Evil Dragon Park. After all, he was no frog in a well. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power of a vice-admiral. The once renowned Kizaru, who had quelled the rebellion in Mariejois, had now risen to the rank of admiral. Such overwhelming strength was beyond his wildest imagination. After Arlong departed, Mouse quickly made his way to the port to personally welcome Roya's arrival. The reception was nothing short of grand, leading one to believe that Mouse and this individual shared a close bond. This was part of Mouse's scheme to instill fear in the villagers, compelling them to play along with his charade, fearful of revealing his transgressions to Roya. As the warship gently docked at the port, Roya and Khalifa disembarked. Ding, check-in successful, reward obtained. Ark of Noah. The Ark of Noah, as described in the original tale by Neptune, represented an unfulfilled covenant between humanity and the mermaid princess during the century of blankness. Hence sinking to the depths of the sea. This was the new Ark of Noah. Accepting it meant embracing the agreement with the mermaid princess, and under specific conditions, the system would issue special missions. These missions were notoriously challenging but came with lavish rewards. Please confirm, Do you accept the new arc of Noah? I accept. Roya responded without hesitation. If he lacked the courage for such a step, how could he face the formidable adversaries of the future? Ding. Acceptance successful. The Ark of Noah has been stored in the system space, and the host can release it at any time. As Roya approached Mouse, the system's electronic voice gradually faded away. Mouse performed a military salute to Roya, stating, "Welcome, Admiral White Dove, to Cocoa West for inspection. I am not here for an inspection, merely to replenish supplies." Mouse, quick to react, immediately directed the nearby soldiers. "What are you standing around for? Hurry and carry the supplies." "Do you expect Admiral White Dove to do it himself?" After delivering this command, Mouse turned to Roya and suggested, "Admiral White Dove, would you like to sit in the office? They should take a while to finish. At that moment, Califa remarked to Roya, "Since we are here in Cocoa West, let us explore a bit. I have never been to an island in the East Sea before." "Very well, as you wish." Seeing this, Mouse bowed respectfully and said, "Admiral White Dove, I am familiar with Cocoa West Village. Allow me to guide you." Roya nodded, choosing not to speak further. However, he was rather surprised by Mouse's audacity in so openly showing him around. Was he truly unperturbed, or had he hidden other matters so well that he feared not Roya's presence? Contemplating this, Roya mused, how intriguing. On the island, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Mouse led the way, introducing Roya and Califa to Cocoa West Village. Through his words, the village seemed like an idyllic paradise, shielded from any pirate disturbances under his protection and management. Yet, upon reaching the village market, Califa noticed that the villagers wore expressions devoid of joy. Instead, they avoided eye contact with them, revealing an undercurrent of resentment etched on their faces. Interrupting Mouse's continuous self-promotion, Califa questioned, "Is it truly as you say? I see no hint of happiness among these villagers." Upon hearing her words, Mouse inwardly cursed, "Damn woman, must you be so troublesome?" Yet, he only dared to think this. With a warm smile, he responded, "They are simply like that. If you doubt me, feel free to ask them directly. They wouldn't dare lie to you." As he spoke, he cast a fierce glare at the surrounding villagers, causing them to avert their gazes in fear. In their minds, Mouse and Arlong were insurmountable mountains. Moreover, seeing Roya's expressionless demeanor, they surmised he was likely cut from the same cloth as Mouse. How could they dare to expose Mouse's wrongdoings in front of them? It was evident that Mouse had established a long-standing reputation of terror. However, the villagers living in the East Sea were oblivious to the significance of the uniform that adorned Roya, which denoted a position of great authority. At that moment, Califa approached an elderly woman selling vegetables and inquired, "Grandmother, how do you find the recent security? Is there anything in your daily life that causes you discomfort?" The elderly woman glanced at Mouse with trepidation and quickly shook her head, replying, "Everything is very good, especially since Mouse came to Cocoa West Village. He often considers our well-being." Hearing the old woman's words, Califa's brow furrowed slightly. This was not the answer she sought. Unwilling to accept this, Califa asked another nearby villager, but the responses were largely the same. Confused, she wondered if the villagers of Cocoa West were simply accustomed to wearing blank expressions. At that moment, Mouse approached Califa and respectfully stated, "My lady, I did not deceive you. The villagers here are naturally like this. At first, I thought there was something wrong with my approach." As Mouse finished speaking, the surrounding villagers chimed in, No, that is simply how we are. Mouse is the best Navy officer I have ever seen. Without him, we could not live so happily." Mouse nodded appreciatively, relishing the villagers' praises that he secretly plotted. Once White Dove leaves, he would collect less money from them. A sly smile crept across his face, accentuated by his 3 whiskers, giving him an appearance of a conniving individual relishing his small victories. Just then, 2 young girls emerged from the crowd, one with short orange hair, appearing quite adorable, and the other with short blue hair, exuding a cool demeanor. They approached Roya and exclaimed, "Sir, he is lying. He colludes with the evil dragon, constantly squeezing us for money. If we fail to pay, they threatened to kill us. Belmere died because of this." Nami, gazing at the gentle Roya, her eyes sparkling with emotion, continued, "Please, you must believe us." Upon seeing the 2 girls, Mouse's heart sank, and cold sweat nearly soaked his clothes. "Master, please do not listen to these 2. It's just a prank, especially the girl with orange hair, named Nami. She is a notorious liar. I have been deceived by her countless times." With a forced smile, Mouse approached Nami and said, "Nami, lying is not a good habit. Hurry home. and I will pretend nothing ever happened." At that moment, all eyes in the Cocoa West Market were fixed on this unfolding scene. Among them was a man with a small mustache, visibly alarmed. His name was Kinzo, the security officer of Cocoa West Village. Though under the tyranny of the evil dragon, his title held little real significance. He noticed Mouse's increasingly sinister expression and quickly approached Nami and Nojiko, saying, "Mouse, forgive me for this. These two are just too mischievous. I will take them home immediately." With that, Kinzo gestured to Nami and Nojiko, urging them to leave quickly. Do you not wish to live? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry home, or else if you provoke the rat, things could get dire for both of you. At this point, Kinju ceased speaking, wary of losing control over his emotions. However, in response to Kinju's words, Nami and Nojiko exchanged knowing smiles and addressed him, saying, "Kinju, you are a good man, but this is our only chance." After uttering this, Nami turned to Roya and implored, "Please save us. Save this village. I beg you, General White Dove." Other villagers might not grasp the significance of Roya's identity, but Nami was acutely aware of it. Just recently, she had rescued a messenger bird that was injured in a storm on the beach. In gratitude, that messenger bird had given her a newspaper, from which she learned about the current state of affairs at sea and the newly appointed 3 generals. Thus, upon recognizing Roya's identity, Nami and Nojiko summoned their courage to approach him. Seeing events unfold to this extent, the forced smile on Rat Shangxio's face had frozen. "Sir, you can't possibly believe their nonsense." "Nonsense? If anyone is spinning tales, it is you," Nami retorted, glancing at Roya. "General White Dove, please do not be deceived by him, but he colludes with the evil dragon pirates and has even constructed Evil Dragon Park along the coastline of the island. If we are lying, I will take you to see for yourself, General White Dove." Nami spoke rapidly, her urgency evident. Rat Shangxio, sensing the tide turning, quickly interjected, "Sir, the sun is rather scorching. Perhaps we should retreat to my office for a moment. I will lead the way." Noticing that Roya had interrupted Rat Shangxio, Nami and Nojiko felt a surge of excitement. "I will take General White Dove to you. Just call me Roya. White Dove is merely a title." "Understood, Roya." Rat Shangxio was drenched in cold sweat, murmuring, "No, no, it's just a bit warm, quite warm." Despite his words, he felt an icy dread creeping in. "It's over. What should I do? If we truly go to Evil Dragon Park and see all those pirate fishmen, I am finished," Rat Shangxio thought to himself. Yet, after ruminating on it, he could conjure no better plan and could only follow Roya towards Evil Dragon Park. Before long, they arrived at Evil Dragon Park, where Nami and Nojiko clearly hesitated to enter. Observing this, Califa gently pushed the door open. At that moment, Rat Shangxio closed his eyes in despair, envisioning how General White Dove would treat him upon discovering the presence of the evil dragon pirates. However, as the door creaked open, the sight that greeted them left everyone astonished. Children were playing in Evil Dragon Park, while several adults watched over them. That resembled a paradise, filled with laughter and joy. Nami and Nojiko were left in shock at the scene before them. How is this possible? It can't be. This place is supposed to be inhabited by the evil dragon pirates. At this juncture, Rat Shangxio chuckled. "Sir, I told you so. These 2 little girls are incorrigible liars. Do not be fooled by them. This is merely an ordinary amusement park. Where would the evil dragon pirates come from?" Hearing the mirth in Rat Shangxio's voice, Nami and Nojiko felt a sense of dread enveloping them. Chapter 31. The rat and the evil dragon present themselves. This is impossible. He must have notified the evil dragon in advance to vacate. Setting up this charade, Nami's eyes brimmed with tears. Nojiko, standing beside her, gently tugged at Nami's sleeve, feeling equally indignant at that moment. Nojiko turned to Roya and said, "Roya, could we visit Rat Shangxio's office? He must have collected the berries from us." "Enough? Do you truly think of the sir as your plaything?" Roya quietly interjected. He knelt down before Nami and Nojiko, gently ruffling their hair. Feeling the warmth of Roya's hand, Nami looked up at him and said, "Trust us, we are not deceiving you. If you cannot see through Rat Shangxio's facade, then Kokasia village is truly doomed." Before Nami could finish, Rat Shangxio interrupted. "Do you believe the sir would trust you again?" A couple of deceitful little brats. Ignoring Rat Shangxio, Roya gazed at the 2 girls and mouthed a single sentence, though it was merely a silent gesture. Before the girls could fully comprehend, Roya stood and addressed Kenju. "You should recognize these 2 young ladies, yes? Please escort them back and ensure they understand that lying is a poor habit. I will take them back at once. Kinju stepped forward from the crowd and took Nami and Nojiko's hands, leading them back to the village. They pondered the meaning behind Roya's earlier words while casting curious glances at Kinju. Strangely, they sensed something peculiar about him. Rat Shangxiu, too, found Kinju's sudden presence unsettling. When did he arrive? How did I not notice? Have I been negligent? Just then, Rat Shangxiu's din din mushi rang. Brew brew brew. After receiving the report through the din din mushi, Rat Shangxiu addressed Roya. Sir, the supplies have been fully replenished. Fully replenished? Then it is time for us to depart. Khalifa nodded in agreement, following Roya back to the warship. Watching the ship gradually sail away, Rat Shangxiu burst into laughter. Ha! Those two have finally left. They truly frightened me just now. However, recalling Nami and Nojiko's behavior, his chest burned with fury. Grabbing the din din mushi, Rat Shangxiu began contacting Arlong. Arlong, you reacted swiftly. I didn't expect someone as proud as you would temporarily retreat with other fishmen and even find a few to play with. You certainly have a knack for it. Just happened to leave, that's all. Arlong would never admit to fearing the power of a general. Rat Shangxiu refrained from saying more and simply recounted the previous events to Arlong. Upon hearing Rat Shangxiu's words, Arlong's anger flared, and he retorted, You wait there. I will come find you right away, and then I will crush those two girls. On the warship, Khalifa turned to Roya and asked, Roya, do you truly believe what that Rat Shangxiu said? Kokasia village seems awfully suspicious. Of course, I do not believe it. However, if what those two girls said is true, the evil dragon pirates should still be lurking around. They likely fled due to our arrival, so we must temporarily withdraw, allowing them to reveal themselves. Roya continued. Otherwise, merely resolving the Rat Shangxiu issue would only be a temporary fix. Should we return shortly? But what if those girls are in danger? Khalifa expressed concern that Rat Shangxiu might kill the two girls out of spite. Then, Khalifa, I entrust this warship to you. As he spoke, Roya's figure shattered. Watching the illusion dissipate, Khalifa stood frozen in place. After a moment, she shook her head, feeling that Roya's abilities were becoming increasingly enigmatic, leaving her utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Nami, holding Kinju's hand, suddenly realized the meaning behind Roya's earlier gesture. Hey, you are Roya, aren't you? As Nami spoke these words, her heart raced with both trepidation and anticipation. Nojiko, upon hearing Nami's words, looked at Kinju in disbelief, and then turned to Nami, saying, Nami, what are you talking about? This is clearly Uncle Kinju, but he could also use his abilities, right? Nami's large, expressive eyes gazed intently at the man holding her hand. Before her stood a robust figure, a middle-aged gentleman, whose lips curved into a subtle smile as the illusion surrounding him dissipated, revealing the true identity of Roya. Although Nami felt certain of her guess, the moment she saw Roya standing before her, an overwhelming wave of excitement surged within her. With exhilaration, she leaped and clung to Roya's waist like an ornament. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, she exclaimed, Roya, you truly believe in us, don't you? Noki, witnessing Nami's exuberance, quickly interjected, Nami, you must not be disrespectful to Lord Roya. Come down at once. Roya gently shook his head at Noki and addressed the two women. My purpose in coming to this island was to confront the mouse and the evil dragon pirates. In other words, from the very beginning, you have believed in us. Haven't you? Nami's eyes sparkled with delight. However, she continued, what we didn't anticipate was that the evil dragon wasn't in that evil dragon park. Nami, displaying her cleverness, turned to Roya and inquired, So, Roya, is that your substitute? More accurately, it was an illusion. But let us not dwell on that now. We must retreat to your quarters and await the arrival of our prey. Nami nodded vigorously, her gaze toward Roya filled with admiration, and her heart brimmed with an intense sense of security, a feeling she hadn't experienced in quite some time. Indeed, the sensation of security is truly addictive. Grasping Roya's fingers tightly, Nami was overwhelmed with an indescribable joy at that moment. The mouse and the evil dragon had converged and were hastily making their way to Nami and Naki's abode. Chapter 32. The Mouse's Ambush. The evil dragon's rampage upon entering Nami and Naki's room. One could only describe it as barren. Scattered across the floor were a few nautical charts. Do you enjoy sailing? Nami nodded vigorously. Absolutely. My dream is to document every ocean in my hand-drawn maps. Observing the spirited Nami before him, Roya thought to himself. So, Nami had already harbored her own dream at this stage. You must strive diligently for your aspirations, he encouraged her. However, do remember to hone your skills. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, strength is paramount. Yes, I will, Roya. As they conversed, footsteps echoed from outside. Arlong and the mouse stood before the modest dwelling, their faces twisted into sinister smiles. Nami, Noki, you two are quite bold, daring to expose me before that pigeon. The mouse's voice rang out even before they entered the room, indicating his palpable anger. Upon hearing the mouse's voice, Nami and Noki instinctively moved closer to Roya. It's all right, Roya reassured them softly, then casually picked up a pen from the table and approached the door. Arlong's voice boomed from outside. Why waste breath? Just kick the door down. As Arlong's words fell, the door was forcefully kicked open, hurtling toward Roya. Is this how you knock? Roya held the drawing pen, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The aura of a master swordsman erupted around him. With a mere flick of his wrist, Roya unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy that sliced through the air, forming a menacing arc that surged forward, as if tearing through the very fabric of reality. The razor-sharp blade of energy cleaved the door in two, sending it crashing to the ground without losing an ounce of its might. In the blink of an eye, it soared past the faces of the mouse and Arlong, leaving two crimson streaks on their cheeks. This sudden turn of events left both men momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that Roya would be waiting behind the door. Arlong, swallowing hard, clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. Mouse, did you betray me? Didn't you say that pigeon had already left? He spat, his gaze filled with fury as he turned to the mouse, who stood trembling in disbelief before Roya. You left from the port of Kokoshia, didn't you? How could you suddenly be here? The mouse stammered, his body shaking uncontrollably. Had I not pretended to leave? How could I have lured you into this trap? Roya's words struck true, and the mouse, realizing the gravity of his predicament, fell to his knees before Roya, pointing at Arlong. It was him. He forced my hand. I truly wanted to be a good person. I am a good person. A good person? One who continuously oppresses us and slaughters the innocent. Nami could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. The mouse's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. If he could capture Nami, he would ensure his own safety. With that thought, the mouse lunged toward Nami behind Roya, just as he was about to seize her. He found himself frozen in place, only to be engulfed by an inky darkness. Roya had foreseen the mouse's intentions and, as soon as he took his first step, used the drawing pen, infused with the essence of a master swordsman, to sever his head from his body. Turning to the two young women behind him, Roya asked softly, "Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." Nami clutched Naki's hand tightly, though her bravado masked an underlying fear. Yet she understood that to pursue her dreams in this world, she must confront the challenges that lay ahead. Seeing Nami and Naki's resolve, Roya nodded and then turned his attention to Arlong, who stood a short distance away. I am curious, from what I understand. You are a slave who has just escaped from Mariejois, correct? Why did you choose to come to the East Blue instead of following Fisher Tiger? Arlong, initially contemplating escape, turned his bloodshot eyes toward Roya, filled with malice upon hearing Fisher Tiger's name. Fisher Tiger? I will never acknowledge him. He dares to speak of coexisting peacefully with humans. We, with our noble bloodline, are inherently superior and destined to dominate humans. Not coexist with them. Superior, can you defeat me? Roya replied with a dismissive smile. White pigeon, do not think that just because you are a general, you can act with impunity. I will kill you today and then devour the two behind you. Arlong's calves bulged as his muscles tensed, propelling him toward Roya like a torpedo, aiming to pierce Roya's heart with his jagged nose. Even the strongest general could not survive without a heart. As Arlong plotted his assault, Roya's arm became enveloped in haki, swiftly ensnaring Arlong's jagged-nosed eye in an instant. The sharp edges were crushed, and Roya hurled him high into the air, though it was a battle. The fluidity of Roya's movements resembled a work of art. A searing pain shot through Arlong's mind, forcing a cry of agony from his lips. As the wind howled past him, he was overwhelmed by disbelief. How could a human possess such strength? It's impossible. Humans are only known for consuming fruits and relying on external forces to grow stronger. How can they surpass us, who are born superior? This terrifying power was something even Fisher Tiger could not attain. Curse it all. Chapter 33. The principle of reciprocity. With a smile gracing his lips, Luo Ya gazed at the irate long before him. This disdain from humanity was utterly intolerable. For a long as he fell to the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury, he surged toward Luo Ya with reckless abandon. Shark on gear, Along intended to unleash his most confident weapon, the ferocity of his teeth, to rend Luo Ya asunder. Slightly shaking his head, Luo Ya spoke softly, "The playtime is over." With that, he thrust the drawing pen in his hand forward with great force. In an instant, the air spiraled around the pen's tip, and a deadly slash hurtled straight towards Along's heart with a deafening rush. The pinnacle of sword intent, characteristic of a master swordsman, was vividly illustrated by Luo Ya at that moment. Yet, Along stood resolute, devoid of fear, his gaze fixed solely on Luo Ya, seemingly intent on mutual destruction. He did not even attempt to evade the strike. The slash pierced through Along's heart at a breathtaking speed. Uffed. Everything transpired in an instant that Along felt an overwhelming weakness engulf him, as shadows enveloped his being. "Fivefold phantom," Luo Ya murmured, conjuring 5 phantoms that rearranged the scene at this juncture. Shiki village returned to tranquility. The true guardian, accompanied by the villagers, approached. Having heard the commotion from the marketplace, they came to investigate. To their astonishment, they were met with the unfolding scene before them. Stunned, they quickly erupted into cheers. It was the euphoric release of a burden that had long weighed upon their hearts. Though the dragon and the mouse were weak, mere cannon fodder in the grand line, they were indeed formidable in the East Sea. Faced with such overwhelming strength, the villagers felt utterly helpless. Yet, Luo Ya's appearance had rescued them from their dire plight. The guardian approached Luo Ya, representing the villagers, and expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. Truly, we are immensely grateful, sir. Without you, we shudder to think what our future would have held. You owe your gratitude not to me, but to them," Luo Ya replied, gently nudging Nami and no Kigo forward. The guardian understood the implications of Luo Ya's words. Some of the adults had not even possessed the courage that these 2 children had shown. Had it not been for their bravery in speaking out to Admiral White Dove, they would likely still be enduring their torment. Nami, with her arms crossed, radiated pride at that moment. Khalifa returned to Shiki village, arms laden with a bounty of berries. "Villagers, here is the evidence of bribery and the berries I discovered in the mouse's office. You may claim the amount that was forcibly taken from you." As Khalifa distributed the berries to the people, Luo Ya was led by Nami and no Kigo to a small courtyard behind the building. This courtyard was filled with orange groves. Suddenly, the system's electronic voice echoed in Luo Ya's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at the Orange Grove. Reward: Encyclopedia of Navigation." Upon seeing this reward, Luo Ya glanced at Nami beside him. While this reward held little value for him, it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure for the girl yearning for the sea. Nami and no Kigo picked ripe oranges, placing them into a woven basket before handing them to Luo Ya. "Luo Ya, this is our small token of appreciation. Please do not disdain it." Nami winked at him playfully. No Kigo tugged at Nami's side, and then turned to Luo Ya, saying, "Sir Luo Ya, we have nothing of worth to offer you. Only these oranges that we painstakingly cultivated. Please accept them without disdain." Hearing their heartfelt words, Luo Ya immediately responded, "How could I possibly disdain them? I cherish them dearly." With a flourish, Luo Ya seemingly conjured a navigation encyclopedia from beneath his cloak and presented it to the Nami sisters. "I did not bring much of value on this journey, but I hope you will find joy in this." Nami's eyes sparkled at the sight of the nautical charts within the book. "Of course I love it. That's wonderful. However, time is of the essence, and we must prepare to depart." Luo Ya gently reminded the somewhat reluctant Nami. "Nami, no Kigo, remember my words. If you wish to live freely upon these vast seas, strive to become ever stronger." After leaving the Orange Grove, Khalifa had also resolved the villagers' issues. Once reunited, they set sail from Shiki village aboard the warship. Nami and no Kigo stood at the port, watching Luo Ya and Khalifa gradually fade into the distance. Clutching the navigation book tightly, Nami vowed to herself, "I will become Luo Ya's dedicated navigator." On the open sea, Luo Ya and Khalifa basked in the sunlight on the deck. Spotting a newsbird soaring through the sky, Khalifa produced 100 berries to purchase a newspaper. "Luo Ya, you're featured again in this issue." "Oh, what does it say this time?" "What else? It can only sing your praises for your brilliance in battle." Khalifa replied, casting a flirtatious glance at Luo Ya. Yet, he remained unfazed, squinting his eyes to soak in the warm sunlight. That moment, his dedicated phone bug buzzed to life. In an instant, the phone bug materialized in Luo Ya's hand. As he answered, chaotic voices erupted from the device. This is the G-53 branch naval fleet near West Rob village, requesting assistance. The infamous Baiji Kailu is slaughtering our forces. Any combat-capable individuals, please come to our aid immediately. Upon hearing the frantic call, Luo Ya instantly recalled the character from the original story, the self-proclaimed genius Baiji Kailu, who had a penchant for a leisurely lifestyle. Khalifa, we must hasten to provide support. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of West Rob village, Kailu surveyed the expanse of corpses strewn across the ground. A sinister grin creeping across his face, he turned to Zhang Ao beside him and said, Zhang Ao, is the hypnosis still ongoing? Monka's willpower is proving more resilient than I anticipated. It may take another 5 minutes or so. I need to administer a deeper hypnosis. Hurry, I suspect the Navy's reinforcements will arrive shortly. With that, Kailu plunged his claw-like weapon into the chest of a nearby naval soldier attempting to ambush him. Chapter 34. A 3-year pact. An unfortunate start with full steam ahead. The warship swiftly reached the waters near West Rob village. 2 smaller naval ships lay anchored on the ocean's surface. Luo Ya and Khalifa glided onto one of the ships, where countless naval soldiers lay lifeless in pools of blood. Among them, one figure captured Luo Ya's attention, a man with a shattered jaw and arms transformed into axe-like appendages. This man was Monka, destined to become a formidable presence in the near future. Lying in a pool of blood, his eyes fixated on the sky, he appeared rather terrifying. Yet, Luo Ya understood that he had succumbed to hypnosis. Khalifa, having searched both small naval vessels, joined Luo Ya and whispered, aside from this individual, there are no survivors aboard. Ding, sign-in task issued. West Rob village. Reward, pinnacle medical skills. Time limit, 1 day. A day seemed brief. Yet given the speed of a vice-admiral level warship, it should suffice that it appeared Kailu had fled and was likely heading toward West Rob village. Luo Ya glanced at Monka, lying in the blood, and softly stated, before we pursue Kailu, we should first attend to Monka. After all, he remains a highly capable naval soldier. Indeed, Monka had once been a promising naval officer, but after experiencing Zhang Ao's hypnosis, his personality had drastically transformed, leading him to become increasingly volatile. Luo Ya wished to prevent such a fate from unfolding. But how can we assist him? We know nothing of hypnosis. While I may not understand hypnosis, I am confident in my ability to unravel any mental influences. As he pondered this, Luo Ya cast his gaze upon Monka's eyes. The power of the fruit was unleashed. Luo Ya, conjuring an illusion within the confines of his mind, projected it directly through his eyes into Monka's consciousness. This was one of the advanced applications of the illusion fruit, a skill Luo Ya had tirelessly researched and developed over a long period. However, it could only be utilized against individuals of lower mental fortitude. Nevertheless, this demonstrated the boundless potential of the illusion fruit. After approximately 5 minutes, Monka's previously vacant eyes began to gradually regain their focus. He stared at Luo Ya and Khalifa, confusion evident in his gaze. Then, his attention was drawn to the pools of blood on the warship. Countless soldiers had met a tragic end aboard the vessel. This revelation tightened Monka's heart in an instant. What had transpired? Why had they all perished? Rising from the bloodstained ground, the horrifying sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. It is not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it is Crow. Monka suddenly recalled Luo Ya's words. They had been relentlessly pursuing Crow, yet it seemed they had fallen into a trap. Upon seeing a man with a hat and white hair, he had completely forgotten the events that had unfolded afterward. Khalifa, you and Monka should each pilot a warship to the nearby naval branch and wait. Leave Crow to me. Once I have dealt with them, I shall come to retrieve you. This last statement was directed at Khalifa. Understood, she replied. Khalifa had unwavering faith in Luo Ya's abilities. Thus, she and Monka each commandeered a warship, setting course for the naval branch. Meanwhile, Luo Ya utilized his fruit powers to swiftly navigate the admiral-level warship toward West Rob village. At that moment, Crow's Black Cat pirates had already reached the shores of West Rob village. They lowered their pirate flag, drawing no attention from others. Zhang Ao looked at Crow and said, Captain, have you truly decided to cease sailing the seas? I have grown weary of this life. I yearn to immerse myself in the tranquility of island living. Crow replied, gazing at Zhang Ao. In 3 years, I shall have seamlessly integrated into island life under a new identity. At that time, you may come to find me, understood? Crow, known as the Cunning Crow, possessed extraordinary intellect. When he desired a peaceful existence, he meticulously planned for years ahead. Seeing Crow's determination, Zanpakuto sighed. I understand, Captain, that I will come to find you in 3 years. Crow nodded and then disembarked from the ship, making his way toward the center of the island. After Crow vanished from their sight, Zanpakuto turned to the other pirates and declared, Let us prepare to set sail. From this day forth, I am the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Captain. However, not long after departing West Rob Village, they beheld an imposing warship appearing in their line of sight. Captain, ahead, a warship, a colossal warship. Although Zanpakuto wore spectacles, his prowess was considerable, and he clearly recognized the extraordinary size of the vessel. They had encountered many warships before, but none as vast as this one. Suddenly, realization struck Zanpakuto. He recalled reading in the newspapers about Admiral Pigeon from Marine Headquarters, who had been seen throughout the seas. He had mercilessly eliminated every pirate he encountered, sending those who had just set sail directly to prison. It was a cycle of death. This iron-fisted approach instilled fear in many. Thinking of this, Zanpakuto hesitated not a moment longer, raising his hands high and shouting to his fellow crew members. Hurry! Raise your hands. We surrender. Zanpakuto felt that their venture had gone awry. After finally attaining the position of captain of the Black Cat Pirates and setting sail not long ago, they had encountered Admiral Pigeon's warship, filling him with frustration. But as long as they could survive, that was all that mattered. Luo Ya stood on the deck, observing the crew of the Black Cat Pirates as they raised their hands, repeatedly shouting their surrender. Even this sight brought a hint of amusement to Luo Ya's expression. As the warship came to a gradual halt, Luo Ya looked down upon the members of the Black Cat Pirates from his elevated position. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Sweat dripped from Zanpakuto's forehead. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Luo Ya was stronger than them, and thus he could dictate their fates. Every heart hung in suspense. Suddenly, Luo Ya's voice rang out from a distance. Zanpakuto, step forward. Upon hearing Luo Ya call his name, Zanpakuto felt his heart leap to his throat. An unprecedented sense of anxiety drained the color from his face. Why yes, how do you know my name? Upon hearing Zanpakuto's words, Luo Ya mused, Do you expect me to tell you that I am a time traveler? With that thought, Luo Ya's aura surged forth. An overwhelming presence akin to that of a ferocious beast, pressing down upon them. Terrified, they knelt upon the deck. Luo Ya's expression turned cold as he inquired, Where is Crow? Before the might of Admiral Luo Ya, Zanpakuto dared not deceive him. Without hesitation, he revealed Crow's whereabouts. He is currently in West Rob Village. I am willing to lead you to him, hoping you will spare us. Luo Ya offered no further words, simply stating, Lead the way. Soon, Luo Ya and Zanpakuto arrived at West Rob Village. Just then, an electronic notification echoed in Luo Ya's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in task. Reward: Pinnacle Medical Skills. The Pinnacle Medical Skills enable the host to surpass the renowned ship's Dr. Kuroka's, serving the Pirate King Gold. Roger. As long as there is breath left in a person, there is a high likelihood of saving them, making it the closest thing to a miracle in medicine. Luo Ya was immensely pleased with this reward from the system. The practicality of the Pinnacle Medical Skills was extraordinarily high, serving as a veritable life-saving technique. However, while Luo Ya reveled in his fortune, Zanpakuto was consumed by anxiety. Walking beside Luo Ya, Zanpakuto felt as though an elephant was rampaging within his chest, rendering him unable to find any semblance of calm. Do you know Crow's exact location? Yes, my lord. I have been there with the captain. No, with Crow before. His goal lies within the grand estate at the center of the island. Lead the way. Yes. Meanwhile, Captain Crow had disguised himself as a lowly deckhand who had been cast off the ship for a minor transgression. Dust-covered and appearing quite pitiful, he had gained the trust of Kaya's parents, allowing him to remain in their estate as a steward. As he surveyed the room, a flicker of fervor ignited in Captain Crow's eyes. 3 years from now, once I have fully integrated into island life, it will be your demise. The cruel smile briefly crossed his lips before he swiftly concealed it. Suddenly, he noticed a figure flickering outside. The figure approached a tree, effortlessly climbed it, and knocked on the second-floor window. The window opened, revealing Kaya, who furrowed her adorable brow, visibly displeased at the sight of the long-nosed man before her. I told you. Stop bothering me. I do not enjoy your boasting. Usopp, hearing Kaya's words, quickly waved his hands, insisting, No. Today's matter is genuinely important. and I assure you it is not mere boasting. Do you think I would believe you? You, the biggest liar in the village. Usopp, feeling indignant at Kaya's remark, clutched his chest tightly and lamented, Kaya, I have contracted a disease that will cause me to perish if I do not finish my story. Kaya, displaying her gentle nature, nodded despite knowing Usopp's pained expression was feigned. One last time. All right. Today, the story I shall tell is one I heard while at sea. Kaya understood that Usopp's notion of setting sail was merely child's play with other little ones. However, her gentle nature prevented her from exposing Usopp's fabrication. Today, while pretending to embark on an adventure, she heard a tale of a notorious pirate who, weary of life, took his own life in hopes of starting anew. Usopp, are you deceiving me? After taking one's own life, how could one possibly begin anew? Kaya voiced her skepticism. Usopp, his eyes darting, suddenly concocted a clever justification that it's simple. Imagine I'm a pirate who hypnotizes a Navy officer. Then find someone to take my place. In that way, I would be free. Kaya, though unconvinced, chose to endure this implausible story out of courtesy. Little did Usopp know, Kuro's silhouette lurked nearby, cold eyes fixed on him. Usopp felt a chill pass over him, but engrossed in his storytelling, he paid it no mind. The pirate arrived on an island, masquerading as a mere crew member to gain trust, ultimately becoming a steward with a hidden agenda to seize their wealth. Fortunately, a prince uncovered the scheme, saving everyone in the end. Upon hearing Usopp conclude his tale, Kaya was incensed. Enough. Usopp, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Are you aware that a steward visited my home today? Is this absurd story your way of mocking me? Usopp was taken aback, unable to grasp the situation. What steward? I was merely boasting, with no ulterior motive. Yet, the window remained firmly shut, leaving him sighing as he descended from the tree. All he desired was to converse with Kaya, and that alone brought him joy. What did I say wrong? Usopp kicked a stone and unexpectedly encountered a man in a black tailcoat, who smiled sinisterly at him. This stranger was unknown to Usopp, as he had never seen him on this island. Who are you? Kuro adjusted his glasses, remarking, I believed my concealment was flawless, yet you saw through it. Therefore, to ensure my plan's success, I must ask you to die. With that, Kuro donned his deadly claw, the glimmering blade reflecting in Usopp's eyes that it dawned on him where that chilling breeze had originated. Chapter 36. The Arrogant Kuro. Encountering despair, Usopp never anticipated that his fanciful tale would manifest before him. He had to inform Kaya. With this thought, Usopp turned and sprinted, summoning every ounce of strength to shout, Kaya. However, before he could finish, Kuro's claw pierced through his chest, blood staining the blade. A searing pain surged to his brain, and darkness threatened to envelop him. Yet, at this moment, he could not falter. His dream was to become a warrior of the sea. After cowering for so long, even a final act of defiance was acceptable. Kaya, run. His voice was a heart-wrenching cry, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Without hesitation, Usopp fell backward, allowing Kuro's claw to carve deeper wounds into his flesh. Determined to buy Kaya and the others more time, Kuro, clearly surprised by Usopp's choice, stumbled as Usopp collided with him, but Usopp's warning had reached Kaya and her parents. Kuro withdrew his claw from Usopp, blood dripping from the blade. Adjusting his glasses, Kuro muttered, with my identity exposed, it seems I must eliminate you all. His gaze, icy and menacing, fell upon Kaya's parents as they emerged from the house. I will not allow you to lay a finger on Kaya. Despite his grievous injuries, Usopp exhibited remarkable resolve, struggling against dizziness to grasp Kuro's ankle. At that moment, Kaya descended the stairs, shocked to see the amiable figure transform into a murderer. Kaya, already pale, appeared even more so under the circumstances. Kuro raised his foot and stomped down on Usopp's hand, crushing it mercilessly. With no hint of emotion, he approached Kaya and her parents, the sound of his claw scraping the ground echoing ominously in their ears. Lifting his weapon high, the sunlight glinted off its blade, casting a menacing gleam. In an instant, the blade descended, and a crimson bloom erupted from Kaya's parents' chests as they collapsed. Kaya was paralyzed with fear, desperate to flee, yet her legs felt leaden, refusing to obey. If only that long-nosed fool hadn't spoken up, Kuro would not have acted so swiftly. Kuro grinned wickedly, adding, you and your parents can linger a while longer. With that, he raised his arm again, poised to strike Kaya. Meanwhile, Roya and Zango raced towards Kaya's direction. Suddenly, they heard Usopp's desperate cry. Roya furrowed his brow, confirming the direction before his legs transformed into blurs, propelling him forward with incredible force. Zango, sensing a fleeting shadow followed by a cloud of dust, was astounded by the sheer speed. Was this the prowess of Admiral Pigeon? Just the speed alone could outmatch countless foes. The sharp sound resonated through Siriba village as Roya reached Kaya in an instant. His arm, enveloped in peak armament haki, intercepted Kuro's attack, leaving Kuro's arm numb. The claws shattered, falling to the ground like remnants of a broken blade. With his white cape billowing, Roya shielded Kaya behind him. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked scene, with Usopp and Kaya's parents sprawled on the ground, Roya's aura erupted. Kuro, you have successfully ignited my fury, since arriving in the pirate world. Roya had never truly felt angered as the winds howled and dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. Thunder rumbled in the distance. You shall pay for your actions. With that declaration, he kicked forward with blinding speed. Catching Kuro off guard, a resounding crack echoed as Kuro was sent flying, hurtling hundreds of meters away. Yet, Roya swiftly followed, denying Kuro any chance to recover. Finger gun. Yellow Lotus. Roya bent his index finger before launching a rapid series of strikes towards Kuro's body. Shifting positions with each thrust, this was Roya's way of venting his wrath. Granting Kuro a swift demise would be far too merciful. Roya intended for him to experience despair. In an instant, Klo felt as though countless bullets were piercing through his back. Causing an unrelenting wave of pain, blood gushed forth, saturating the ground beneath him. After Roya ceased his assault, Klo collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood repeatedly. With his shattered claws, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to maintain his composure, Klo addressed Roya, saying, "You have forced my hand. Once I unleash this technique, none shall escape." Spoon. Klo brimmed with confidence, believing this was his most formidable move, an attack employing rapid movement and his claws. Capable of annihilating numerous foes in a manner so swift that even the attacker would be oblivious to what they struck. It was a form of indiscriminate assault. Klo began to move with blinding speed. Swoosh, swoosh, the trees, the ground, the stones, all bore the marks of Klo's claws. However, Kaya sensed the overwhelming might emanating from Klo and promptly warned Roya, "Be careful." A fierce glint flashed in Roya's eyes, feeling irritable. He dismissed the notion of observing Klo's so-called spoon technique and declared, "Now, prepare to meet your demise." With that, Roya appeared directly before Klo'd in his eyes. Klo's speed was akin to child's play. Bang! Roya extended his palm and pressed it against Klo's head, before Klo could react. He felt his body lift off the ground, only to crash down heavily. Boom! 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 The ground cracked, fissures stretching for hundreds of meters. Within that radius, trees splintered into fragments. This scene was witnessed by Zhang, who had arrived just in time. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. He could hardly fathom that the captain, who had always been invincible in his mind, was so effortlessly subdued by Roya after unleashing his ultimate technique, like crushing an ant with ease. This was utterly terrifying. Was this the power of a vice-admiral? It was overwhelmingly strong. Zhang felt his worldview irrevocably shattered. However, although Klo had been vanquished by Roya, Kaya's parents and Usopp lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Kaya sat on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. After dispatching Klo, Roya rushed to Kaya's side, assuring her, "Trust me, they will be fine." Upon uttering these words, Roya activated the 5-turn mirage, which instantly dispersed towards the direction of the warship. He needed medical supplies, medications to treat wounds. With Roya's unparalleled medical expertise, as long as there was breath in their bodies, he was confident he could save them. Kaya watched in awe as Roya tended to her parents, staunching their wounds and bandaging them in one fluid motion, employing various techniques she could not comprehend. Slowly, her parents began to open their eyes. Roya beckoned Kaya to approach and tend to her parents. He then moved to Usopp's side. It was undeniable that Usopp's injuries were far more severe than those of Kaya's parents. Yet, even in his dire state, Usopp exhibited a flicker of a heartbeat. Fueled by an indomitable will, was it any wonder that he was Usopp, the one from the brink of despair? Such resilience was truly formidable. "Usopp, your future lies upon the seas." As Roya's words resonated, the mirage reappeared. Under Roya's command, they worked with clear purpose. Utilizing his peak medical skills, Roya painstakingly pulled Usopp back from the brink of death. Once he had laid them on beds for a peaceful recovery, Kaya approached Roya. Suddenly, she recalled the story of Usopp, where the prince appeared to turn the tide and save everyone. In that moment, Kaya perceived Roya as that very prince. It was thanks to Roya's intervention that her parents had been rescued from peril. Usopp had awakened, and once they regained their strength, everything would revert to normal. All of this was made possible by the man before her, through his medical prowess. Overwhelmed with emotion, she instinctively threw herself into Roya's embrace. As a young girl, Kaya had been genuinely frightened that at last, she could no longer suppress her feelings and began to weep in Roya's arms. The tears flowed for an indeterminate time until Kaya felt her eyes growing red and swollen, prompting her to finally cease. After a brief conversation, Kaya earnestly turned to Roya and said, "Roya, I wish to learn medicine. I aspire to become someone as remarkable as you. I no longer want to helplessly watch my loved ones suffer before my eyes. Therefore, Roya, may I become your disciple?" Kaya gazed at Roya, her eyes brimming with hope, yearning for him to fulfill her modest wish. In response to Kaya's plea, Roya simply stated, "You must ensure that the prescriptions I provided are administered to your parents regularly. They will benefit their health and could even prolong their lives." "Understood," Kaya replied. Roya did not address whether he would accept her as a student. Hearing his words, Kaya's head drooped in disappointment. Roya rose from his chair and made his way to the door, turning back to Kaya and saying, "Kaya, once their injuries have healed sufficiently, contact me directly with the Den Mushi, and I will send someone to fetch you." Upon hearing his words, Kaya sprang up from her seat, rushing to Roya's side, brimming with excitement. "Really? A promise is a promise. Thank you, Roya. Without you, I would have been utterly lost. You are the light of my future." As she spoke, Kaya stood on her tiptoes and gently pressed her lips against Roya's. After establishing their agreement, Roya exited the room, where Zhongyao awaited him. "I thought you had already fled," Zhongyao remarked with a wry smile. "If I had, that would truly have been the end. Vice Admiral, I have made a decision. I shall turn myself in and, after clearing my name, join the Navy. What is your reasoning?" "I have come to realize that senseless slaughter is merely a form of sin." "As you wish." With that, Roya departed from Xylab village, steering the warship towards the nearby Navy base. He intended to retrieve Khalifa and return. Of course, Roya had left behind a mirage. It would only dissolve once they had genuinely surrendered. Nevertheless, this exertion left Roya feeling slightly dizzy. The distance between his true self and the mirage was simply too great, while it was confirmed that the mirage was not bound by distance. The strain on his stamina increased exponentially with distance, easily leading to exhaustion. However, this was a valuable discovery, deepening Roya's understanding of the mirage fruit. After picking up Khalifa from the Navy base, the two set sail toward Marineford. This journey proved to be immensely rewarding for Roya. Not only had he established a formidable reputation, but he had also acquired Noah's Ark and reached the pinnacle of medical expertise. It was well known that in the vast expanse of the sea, the most crucial asset was a seaworthy vessel, followed closely by medical knowledge that a ship allowed navigation across the waters, while medical skills ensured effective treatment in times of injury. Failure to receive timely and adequate care after an injury could easily lead to infection and death. Each year, numerous lives were lost at sea for this very reason. As Roya and Khalifa engaged in lively conversation, the Den Mushi rang once more. Khalifa's demeanor shifted instantly into that of an icy beauty. Approaching the Den Mushi, she initially intended to hang up, but paused upon seeing the face of Admiral Sengoku displayed at once. She grew solemn and answered the call. "Admiral, this is Khalifa." Khalifa immediately informed Roya to prepare for battle and head to the Renown Sea. "Zephyr has issued a distress signal." "Yes, Admiral," Khalifa replied swiftly. However, her mind was in turmoil. What kind of entity could compel the former Zephyr to send out a call for help? However, Khalifa did not squander any time. She swiftly approached Roya and relayed the matter to him. Without hesitation, Roya immediately took control of the Phantom and set a rapid course towards the Renown Sea. Roya was acutely aware of who Zephyr's adversary was, a dim-witted brute, devoid of intellect yet possessing strength that could rival that of Whitebeard in his prime. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease began to gnaw at Roya. Chapter 38. The Iron-Blooded Man, Black-Armed Zephyr. After a full day of travel, Roya finally reached the Renown Sea. Based on the information he had gathered recently, Zephyr was still fleeing from the relentless pursuit of Whitebeard II, having taken refuge on an island due to severe damage sustained by his warship. However, they had already suffered significant losses among the naval trainees. It is worth noting that Zephyr currently held the esteemed position of elite instructor within the Navy. The trainees he mentored were exceptionally talented, promising individuals. His pride and joy. One can only imagine the depth of Zephyr's resentment towards Whitebeard II at this point. "Khalifa, Contact Zephyr. The transponder snail took nearly 2 minutes to answer, through the device. Roya could hear the howling winds and torrential rain. The sea nearby was shrouded in dark clouds, and fierce gales raged. Teacher Zephyr, we are on our way. Please hold on. Dove, I will endure until you arrive. Even if it is for the sake of these children. With that, Zephyr ended the call. At that moment, he felt a surge of confidence. The dove was nearby. He merely needed to stall Whitebeard 2 until Roya could arrive. And together they could repel him. Yet, glancing at his empty right arm, Zephyr could not help but smile bitterly, hoping that his aging body could withstand the rigors of combat. Teacher Zephyr, you mustn't fight. We can continue to escape. Ian, one of Zephyr's most gifted students, sensed his teacher's intentions. However, Zephyr, having already lost his right arm in a desperate defense against Whitebeard 2's onslaught, found himself at a severe disadvantage in battle. We cannot escape now. We are within striking distance. It will be far more perilous if we wait. Instead, allow me to distract him to buy you more time. A smile crept across Zephyr's face as he reassured. But fret not. Dove will arrive shortly. He is the most righteous admiral I have ever encountered, and I trust you all to him. With those words, Zephyr charged towards Whitebeard 2, shouting, this fight is mine. Miss Decken, observing Zephyr daringly rushing towards them alone, could not help but smirk with derision. Weeble, eliminate this man. Your father, Whitebeard, will be most pleased. Yes, mother. Upon hearing Miss Decken's command, Weeble surged with excitement, armed with a massive blade. He charged towards Zephyr, leaving shallow impressions on the ground with each step. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, Weeble resembled a monstrous figure, his upper body bulky while his legs were slender. His hair cascaded down to his legs, with braids at the sides, showcasing 3 prominent scars, testament to his battle history. His most distinguishing feature was the crescent-shaped white mustache, reminiscent of Whitebeard's, albeit thinner and longer. I'm going to crush you. With that declaration, Weeble raised his massive weapon high and swung it down upon Zephyr. The colossal slash materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Zephyr. Zephyr's heart sank. Armament Hockey activated. Black Arm. Heavy Strike. The arm known as Black Arm. Zephyr unleashed his most powerful blow. Boom! A deafening sound echoed from the island, followed by a violent whirlwind that uprooted countless plants and debris. Miss Decken's small frame nearly swept away by the gust. Weeble, are you plotting against me? My apologies, mother. I will be more cautious next time. Seeing this unfold, Zephyr thought to himself, what a perfect opportunity. Shave. Black Arm. Heavy Fist. Zephyr maneuvered behind Weeble and delivered a powerful punch to his back. If it had been an ordinary person, Zephyr's strike would have obliterated them. Yet against Weeble, it felt as though he struck a steel plate, inflicting minimal damage. This guy's physical prowess is simply monstrous. He rivals even Whitebeard. Weeble turned to face Zephyr, lifting his blade once more, swinging it down without hesitation. This time, he merely relied on brute strength. Crush it. Black Arm. Heavy Strike. Zephyr, undeterred despite his severed arm, embodied the iron will of an admiral. Boom! With a thunderous crash, a figure was sent flying from the swirling dust, crashing heavily to the ground, shattering dozens of trees in its wake. Cough! Blood spewed from Zephyr's mouth as his armament hockey dissipated. His body felt as if it were falling apart, an overwhelming heaviness engulfing him. A fierce sense of weakness spread from his arm throughout his entire being, accompanied by sharp pain. Cough, cough. Zephyr gazed at Weeble, astonished that even with sheer strength, Weeble could inflict such severe injuries. However, for the sake of those children, I must continue to fight. If I can hold on just a little longer, the dove will arrive. With gritted teeth, blood seeped from his mouth. Enduring the excruciating agony, Zephyr struggled to rise from the ground. His right arm severed, his left incapacitated, but he still had his legs. He could still fight. Miss Decken, witnessing Zephyr's pitiful state as he rose, taunted, Weeble, teach him the meaning of death. Yes, mother. Weeble obediently advanced towards Zephyr. That colossal figure loomed ever larger, casting a shadow over him. Zephyr met Weeble's gaze unflinchingly. Armament Hockey, activate. As the words left his lips, blood spilled from Zephyr's mouth, yet he unleashed a merciless strike upon Weeble. Bang! His left leg shattered. Under Weeble's onslaught, Zephyr was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Too powerful. Weeble is simply too strong. His strength rivals that of Whitebeard in his youth. Had he been younger, perhaps he would still possess the capacity to fight. However, with age and a shift in mindset, his combat abilities had waned significantly. A shadow of despair flickered in Zephyr's eyes. He might truly be at his limit. but he would not perish in vain. He would buy his students precious time. Chapter 39. The Rescue of Zephyr. Roya arrives. He might truly be at his limit, but he would not perish in vain. He would buy his students precious time, Zephyr thought resolutely, with his forehead pressed against the ground. Blood seeped from his body, drawing strength from his last remaining leg. Zephyr stood once more before Weeble. Miss Decken, observing the scene, scoffed disdainfully. Weeble, deliver the final blow. I truly do not understand why you insist on enduring to this extent. Yes, mother. Weeble, heeding Miss Decken's words, lumbered towards Zephyr, each step echoing like the tolling of despairing bells within Zephyr's heart. Slowly raising his head, the signature sunglasses perched on his nose were now half broken, teetering on the brink of falling. Much like Zephyr's current state, die. Weeble uttered nothing further. He immediately raised his long-handled blade and brought it crashing down towards Zephyr. This strike, given Zephyr's current condition, would almost certainly result in his demise if it landed. Yet, even so, wasn't it a commendable choice to buy even a few seconds for his students? Armament hockey. Zephyr concentrated all his armament hockey on his forehead, with the last vestige of strength in his remaining leg. He slowly bent down and charged towards Weeble. Meanwhile, Roya gazed with a grim expression at the distant island. He had already spotted the naval trainees standing by the island. Each of these individuals bore various injuries, some so severe that they had already lost consciousness. Hundredfold phantoms. As Roya spoke, 100 phantoms suddenly materialized behind him. These phantoms, equipped with medical supplies, gracefully glided towards the island, providing urgent care to the naval trainees. With his unparalleled medical expertise, Roya was confident in his ability to save them. Khalifa, once the first aid is completed, let them rest on the warship. Yes, General White-Dove.I in this dire situation. Khalifa was also exceptionally serious. The trainees watched as the phantoms efficiently examined wounds and administered aid. Where is Teacher Zephyr? Is he not with you? Roya scanned the area, failing to locate Zephyr, and his foreboding intuition seemed to be confirmed. At that moment, An approached Roya, anxiously imploring. General White-Dove, Teacher Zephyr has gone to engage Weeble to protect us. Please, withdraw the phantoms and head to aid him with your utmost strength. As Ain's words fell, all the conscious trainees bowed deeply to Roya. Yet, given the current scene, it appeared rather tragic. The situation had escalated to this point. However, making choices for others is a profoundly impolite act, and only children make choices. Adults take responsibility. With that, before they could comprehend the meaning behind his words, Roya shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The pinnacle of 6 styles, shave. Roya's figure instantly vanished, flickering through the jungle as he rapidly moved in the direction Ain indicated. Everyone stood frozen in place, astonished by Roya's speed, as well as the fact that the 100 phantoms had yet to dissipate. General White-Dove, is he multitasking? This is astonishing. Is this the power of an admiral? No. General White-Dove must be the most formidable admiral. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding naval trainees, Ain felt a surge of hope for Teacher Zephyr's salvation. As long as White-Dove could reach him, there was no doubt he would succeed. Boom! Before Ain could finish his thought, a deafening roar erupted from the center of the island. Ain's expression shifted, and a sense of dread washed over him. At the island's heart, the scene was one of devastation. Countless trees lay toppled, and a massive crater had formed. In its depths lay the gravely injured Zephyr. His sunglasses were shattered, and blood stained his once purple hair. Now resembling a dark hue, he appeared to be on the brink of death. Cough, cough. Zephyr spat out a small amount of blood, now thickening to a near-black color. His body, riddled with injuries, made even the act of opening his eyes a Herculean effort. Weeble, you've truly reduced Zephyr to a mere pulp. How absurd. Is it so difficult to kill a single Zephyr? Miss Decken, standing nearby, continually berated Weeble. Weeble scratched his head, recalling that his mother had warned him to be cautious not to harm her. Thus, he had been overly careful. However, now that Miss Decken had spoken, Weeble decided to unleash his full strength. His aura surged dramatically, and at nearly 7 feet tall, he appeared quite formidable. Zephyr, racked with pain, gazed up at the overcast sky. If only he could see the azure heavens one last time before passing. Thunder rumbled ominously, and torrential rain cascaded from the sky. Zephyr slowly closed his eyes. It seems my final wish cannot be fulfilled. Nevertheless, I should have bought them enough time. Weeble approached the edge of the crater, once more raising his long-handled blade high above Zephyr's head, poised to strike. It appears I have arrived just in time. A slight smile crept across Roya's lips. One phantom shift. He summoned another phantom, which appeared beside Zephyr, lifting him from the pit. while maneuvering swiftly towards the warship. Zephyr forced his eyes open, only to see himself being carried on Roya's shoulder. Meanwhile, another Roya had reached Weibel, his hands enveloped in armament haki, ready to meet the blade with bare hands. A resounding clash echoed, deepening the crater beneath Roya's feet, the ground cracking beneath the impact. Yet, Roya's hands remained unscathed. Witnessing this, Zephyr realized that the white dove had arrived. The phantom carrying him whispered softly, "Teacher Zephyr, you truly are relentless, but fear not. The rest is entrusted to me." With this thought, Zephyr finally relaxed, his eyes gently closing once more. Within the crater, Roya faced Weibel, his eyes ablaze with fervent determination. "Whitebeard too, let me witness the true extent of your power." Chapter 40. Annihilating Decken. The rampage begins. Miss Decken, witnessing the white dove block Weibel's attack with his bare hands, felt a profound shock. Yet, she quickly turned to Weibel, venomously commanding, "Weibel, kill this man before you. If you manage to slay him, I will ensure you feast to your heart's content." Weibel's eyes lit up, a feast. Murmuring, he felt his aura swell once more. Seeing this, Miss Decken hastily retreated to safety. She understood that when these two monsters clashed, it was easy for her to be caught in the crossfire. However, she firmly believed that with Whitebeard 2's strength, he could undoubtedly eliminate this newly appointed General White Dove. For Whitebeard 2 possessed the power of a young Whitebeard. Weibel gazed at Roya, repeatedly muttering, "A feast. A feast. You were truly a fool, allowing Miss Decken to mistreat you while sticking by her side," Roya remarked coolly, casting aside the fleeing Miss Decken, whom he deemed insignificant. After all, she could not escape the island. Besides, she was merely a treacherous commoner. Should she confront those trainees, her fate would be sealed. Thus, Roya only needed to defeat Whitebeard 2. "Come now, Weibel, show me your true strength." Upon hearing Roya's words, Weibel swung his long-handled blade towards him. Roya's hands, enveloped in armament haki, effortlessly intercepted Weibel's assault. Another tremendous crash resounded, but Roya remained unharmed, unyielding as a mountain, confronting the nearly 7-foot-tall Weibel, who possessed the strength of a young Whitebeard. Roya stood unfazed, not even swaying an inch from his position. In fact, he did not even shift his stance. Meanwhile, Weibel felt a tingling in his hands. "Is this all you've got? Isn't that a bit lacking in creativity?" As he spoke, Roya vanished in the blink of an eye, appearing behind Weibel. Gunpoint, cannonball. Roya thrust powerfully at Weibel's skull. The immense force sent Weibel tumbling to the ground. A gaping wound appeared on the back of Weibel's head. Yet, just moments later, within 5 or 6 seconds, the wound healed completely. Roya's brow furrowed slightly. This terrifying regeneration ability is rather monstrous, isn't it? As Roya pondered these thoughts, Weibel rose painfully from the ground. It hurts. It hurts. Weibel is in so much pain. At that moment, Weibel's eyes were already filled with crimson veins. He turned to Roya, a hint of madness flickering in his gaze. Boom. With legs that seemed disproportionately powerful, Weibel forcefully stomped the ground, leaving behind a massive crater, fragments of stone scattering chaotically around. The island, whether before Roya or Weibel, resembled mere tofu, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the two. Faced with the oncoming Weibel, who charged like a cannonball, Roya's eyes narrowed slightly. He displayed little emotional fluctuation, merely biding his time. With a decisive step forward, he clasped Weibel's head with his right hand, while his left arm rose high, mercilessly delivering a crushing blow to the back of Weibel's skull with his elbow. The tremendous impact sent Weibel into an intimate encounter with the ground. At this moment, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and the torrential rain intensified. A deluge of water pooled in the crater beneath Weibel. From a distance, Miss Decken, who was observing the battle, was utterly stunned. How is this possible? Weibel is not a match for the White Dove General. Could it be that this White Dove General possesses strength surpassing that of Whitebeard in his youth? Miss Decken's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, with a look of horror and stupor. She gazed at Roya from afar. Lacking extensive insight and possessing little strength herself, she was unable to discern that Roya's haki was of a pinnacle level, which alone could elevate his combat prowess to a terrifying standard. Nonetheless, this did not deter Miss Decken from contemplating retreat. "Weibel, we should withdraw." Before Miss Decken could finish her sentence, Roya lightly tapped her shoulder. Miss Decken froze, turning around. Upon realizing who it was, her heart plummeted into an icy abyss. It was evidently an illusion conjured by Roya. The phantom smiled gently at Miss Decken before pointing a finger like a gun. A blood-red flower blossomed on the island. Roya held a deep disdain for this woman. as she was one who satisfied her selfish desires without relent until her goals were achieved. Just from the sight of Weibel's perpetual hunger, this was evident. However, Roya did not take it upon himself to judge her sins. His sole responsibility was to send Miss Bakine to hell. With Miss Bakine's demise, the illusion dissipated completely. Weibel, now consumed by rage, glared fiercely at Roya, his eyes ablaze. Die, 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 he incessantly repeated, his muscles swelling and veins bulging. He appeared to have expanded significantly. If he was nearly 7 meters tall before, he now towered over 10 meters. Even from afar, Khalifa could see Weibel. What kind of monstrosity is this? This is utterly terrifying. Is the White Dove General truly all right? Surely, we can retreat now. The surrounding naval recruits spoke to Khalifa at that moment. Khalifa addressed the nearby phantom. Roya, are you all right? If things get dire, we should retreat. The phantom chuckled softly in response. How could I not seek vengeance for the grievous price Zifa-sensei has paid? Rest assured, everything is within my control at this moment. Weibel's muscles had swollen excessively, even seeping blood droplets akin to sweat. Is this some sort of special ability? Roya's brow furrowed slightly. After all, such a scene had not appeared in the original narrative. Roar. Weibel now resembled a frenzied beast, charging at Roya with reckless abandon. With each step, small craters formed on the island. Armed with a long-handled saber, Weibel swung it vertically. An extraordinarily exaggerated slash cleaved the island in two under the gaze of all present. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief at this spectacle. Inside the island, silence reigned in the next instant. The island shattered into two halves, with torrents of seawater rushing forth from the fissures. All bore witness to this unfolding scene. Khalifa instinctively clenched her delicate hands. At this moment, the phantom beside Zifa arrived at Khalifa's side. Khalifa, take them back to Marineford. I have stabilized Zifa-sensei's body, but he requires even more stable treatment conditions. Furthermore, this island will likely vanish from the charts. To avoid any repercussions for you, I urge you to return to Marineford now. But you, I will be fine. Remember, I am the White Dove General. As soon as the words left his mouth, the illusion shattered. Subsequently, other illusions followed suit, disintegrating in succession. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Ain approached Khalifa and asked, My lady, what should we do now? Observing the fierce battle on the island and glancing at Zifa on the ground, Khalifa took a deep breath. Her eyes filled with determination. I trust Roya. We must retreat immediately to Marineford. Everyone capable of moving, come assist me. The warships departed from the island. During this time, Roya continuously evaded Weibel's assaults. The island had been ravaged beyond recognition under Weibel's relentless onslaught. Rainwater pooled in the numerous craters, forming a muddy landscape. The island was now significantly shattered, with an ominous sinking tendency. Yet Weibel continued to attack Roya like a wild beast. As if he would never tire, watching the warships gradually disappear from view, a faint smile crept onto Roya's lips at this moment. Only the two of them remained on the island, with the warships now far away. It meant he could unleash his full power. During this time, he had sufficiently warmed up. Activation of the talisman ability, levitation, Roya's body soared into the air, casting a watchful gaze upon the second Whitebeard. It had been a long time since he had the chance to stretch his limbs. He hoped Weibel could withstand it. As the words left his lips, a blazing flame erupted from Roya's hand, continuously rising and coalescing into an ancient katana. The blade appeared somewhat elongated, glimmering with a cold light. You, too, must have longed to be unleashed, Roya murmured softly to the blade known as Ryūjin Jakka. At that moment, Ryūjin Jakka trembled slightly, responding in kind. If that is the case, let us liberate it properly. All things in existence shall become ashes, Ryūjin Jakka. In an instant, the blade in Roya's hand erupted with a cataclysmic fire. The raging flames surged forth, transforming the heavens and the earth. The dark clouds parted, revealing a gaping hole. At that moment, the torrential rain ceased, and the thunderous roars fell silent. As the opening expanded further, a clear sky graced the island. In the face of this phenomenon, Weibel showed no reaction, still roaring as he charged at Roya. Roya's lips curled into a slight smile. He gently caressed the blade, declaring, First form, gentle slash. The blade shimmered, and spiritual pressure surged. The inferno roared forth. The peak mastery of the great swordsman intertwined with the terrifying spiritual pressure akin to Conqueror's haki. Then, Roya slashed downward. Weibel watched as the strike loomed larger in his vision. raising his long-handled saber in a futile attempt to resist. Bang! Weibel, wielding the great sword, instinctively utilized his haki, wrapping it around the blade, the terrifying long-handled saber. Combined with Weibel's extraordinary brute strength, created a deafening rush of wind. The long-handled saber sliced through the air with immense pressure, crashing heavily against the slash. The powerful recoil left Weibel's hands numb. His muscles trembled violently, gritting his teeth as blood involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. Roar, roar, roar. A beast-like howl erupted from his mouth, the piercing sound accompanied by dazzling sparks, under the force of Royer's slash. Weibel was forcefully pushed back several hundred meters, carving deep furrows in the mud. Bang! At long last, Weibel's massive blade, burdened beyond its limits, was cleaved in two by the strike delivered by Roya, with Weibel's defense shattered. The blow surged forth with undiminished ferocity, slicing through the remnants of his formidable protection. Weibel, akin to a hilltop figure, was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Thud! He crashed heavily into the mountainside. The sanguine hue in Weibel's eyes gradually faded. He felt as though his insides had undergone a monumental upheaval, his body awash in a sensation akin to being engulfed in gelatin. Were he an ordinary person, he would have succumbed to death long ago. Yet, his physique possessed an astonishing regenerative power. Given time, he would recover. However, at that moment, Roya floated serenely before Weibel. His cloak of justice billowed in the howling wind, creating a haunting sound. Looking down upon Weibel, Roya discerned the flicker of panic in his eyes. Though Weibel's intellect was lacking, his body retained the memory of pain. The profound impact he had inflicted upon Weibel had evidently left an indelible mark on his subconscious, rendering Roya an unassailable entity in his mind. Unless commanded otherwise, it seemed likely that Weibel would soon turn to flee. Almost as if to validate Roya's suspicions, Weibel struggled free from the rubble, attempting to escape. Yet, how could Roya allow Weibel to slip away so easily? In an instant, he was before Weibel. Taking advantage of Weibel's current instability and tumultuous emotions, Roya employed the powers of the Maboroshi fruit to ensnare Weibel within an illusion. The entire process unfolded without a hint of turbulence. In but a fleeting second, Roya's illusion devoured Weibel's consciousness entirely. His mind would forever dwell within this fabricated reality. Through external commands, Weibel's illusion would also undergo corresponding transformations. Thus, Weibel had become a war machine in the service of Roya. Your strength and regenerative abilities are indeed formidable, but rather than slaying you, it would be far more beneficial to have you serve my purposes, as I have need of your talents. Before Roya could finish his thoughts, the island began to crumble. Following the fierce clash between Roya and Weibel, the island had finally reached the brink of destruction. Succumbing to the encroaching sea, without a moment's hesitation, Roya summoned the Ark of Noah from his system. The colossal vessel did not plunge into the ocean, but rather floated in the air, buoyed by the power of talismans. Chapter 42. The Doctor's Astonishment. Roya disappears dragging Weibel's hill-like form. Roya ascended to the deck of the Ark of Noah. It must be said, the Ark was indeed immense, merely standing upon its deck. All one could see was the vast expanse of its hull. As the two stood aboard the Ark, the island below collapsed in an instant. The entire landmass was consumed by the ocean, waves surging and churning to form a massive vortex. Not lingering any longer, Roya harnessed the power of the talismans and set his course for Ohara. At this juncture, Weibel could be likened to a war machine, and a remarkably powerful one at that. Roya was confident in his unwavering loyalty. Thus, he planned to deploy Weibel to Ohara. It was vital to note that Ohara was still under the watchful eye of the Navy. Roya suspected that if the Navy failed to uncover anything in the near future, they would undoubtedly launch another assault. His own presence was one thing, but with Weibel's existence, many situations could be adequately handled. As Roya sailed toward Ohara, Khalifa and her companions had already arrived at Marineford aboard their warship. Marineford had prepared the finest medical team well in advance. The moment the warship docked, they commenced a thorough examination of Zifa. Upon observing Zifa, who had sustained such grievous injuries yet showed no signs of life-threatening peril, they were filled with awe. Lord Khalifa, what on earth has transpired with Lord Zifa? His vital signs are merely weak. Yet there are no critical symptoms. This is simply unfathomable. As time progressed, the medical team noted that many of the naval cadets exhibited similar conditions. This indicated that an extraordinarily skilled healer had treated them prior. employing methods they had never encountered before. In response, Khalifa simply remarked, "It was General Pigeon who treated them when they were injured." What? General Pigeon possesses such exceptional medical skills. This level of expertise far exceeds our own. It is nothing short of a miracle, a true miracle. At that moment, Sengoku, after examining Zifa, approached Khalifa. "Khalifa, where is Pigeon? When we departed, Pigeon was engaged in battle against Whitebeard II. The island was on the verge of collapse. He instructed me to escort Zifa and the others back to ensure they received proper treatment and stabilize their condition, preventing any lingering aftereffects that I have chosen to trust Roya." In the end, Khalifa called out to Roya. Sengoku observed Khalifa's delicate hand clenched tightly, her lower lip gently bitten, and her brows furrowed with concern. A heaviness settled in his heart as he said, "I too believe in Pigeon. I trust he must have confidence to say such a thing. Perhaps we will have news in a few days. Furthermore, I will dispatch investigators to look into this matter, so you need not worry." Khalifa nodded, then retrieved a den mushi from her pocket. This den mushi was a special communication device for Roya's commanders. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Roya had not brought it with him, meaning they had no way to contact him. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Khalifa hardly closed her eyes. She remained in Sengoku's office, eager to receive any news of Roya. Brew brew. The sound of the den mushi echoed in Sengoku's office. Khalifa rushed to the desk, her heart brimming with anticipation as she gazed at the den mushi, hoping to hear good news regarding Roya. Sengoku wasted no time and immediately answered the call. From the device, the voice of an informant emerged, reporting, "Marshal, we have spent a day searching the designated coordinates, but have found no trace of the island. It has seemingly vanished into thin air." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's heart sank. If they could not locate the island at the specified coordinates, did that mean it had sunk beneath the waves? Indeed, upon receiving this news, Khalifa felt as though darkness had enveloped her vision. Nearly fainting, she sank weakly onto the sofa, murmuring to herself, "Impossible. This cannot be. Roya would never come to harm. He is far too powerful, even if Whitebeard II is formidable. He cannot defeat Roya." With that thought, a fierce resentment flickered in Khalifa's eyes, resentment directed at herself. If only she had been stronger at that time, perhaps she could have aided Roya. Power. She needed to cultivate even greater strength. Resolving to utilize her time wisely, Khalifa was determined to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. "Marshal, I have heard that the Special Intelligence Department's competition is approaching. I wish to register." Sengoku paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, nodding in agreement. "That I will enroll you. Additionally, if there is any news regarding Roya, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." "Thank you, Marshal." With that, Khalifa exited Sengoku's office. As she stepped out, she encountered a woman with pink hair. "Khalifa, Tina is here to see you," Tina announced. Khalifa lifted her water-like gaze, devoid of emotion, and softly replied, "Tina, if you are inquiring about Roya's whereabouts, I do not know. I am simply waiting for his return." As she spoke, Khalifa gracefully passed by Tina. That moment, Tina remarked, "I too believe that Roya will not encounter any troubles, for I have faith in him. However, I find myself quite uneasy at present. Upon hearing of your presence in the marshal's office, I felt compelled to invite you to the training ground for a bout." A glimmer of light flickered in Khalifa's eyes. Her lips curled into a subtle smile as she responded to Tina, "Let us proceed to the training ground. I too require a battle to alleviate my current state of mind." Meanwhile, Roya sat on the edge of the ship, gazing down at the clouds drifting below. He soon realized that he had forgotten to bring his den mushi, as he was not in the habit of carrying it with him. Typically, he left it aboard the warship or entrusted it to Khalifa. With a sigh, Roya quietly mused, "To spare Khalifa from worry and to prevent Sengoku from growing suspicious, I should hasten to Ohara and drop off Weibel." With that thought in mind, Roya immediately maximized the output of his talisman's power. The massive Noah's Ark surged forth like an airship, swiftly heading towards Ohara. Chapter 43. Task Assignment. Akainu takes action in the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Sengoku stood before the window of his office, observing the fierce sparring between Khalifa and Tina below, and sighed deeply. One understood Roya's prowess better than Sengoku. His mastery of hockey had undoubtedly reached its zenith. With such power, few could hope to slay Roya upon these seas. It seemed likely that he had been delayed by some unforeseen circumstance or trouble. Sengoku sighed again as he approached his desk. Picking up a mission plan that had originally been intended for Roya, given Roya's unmatched strength, he was deemed the most capable of ensuring the mission's success. However, with Roya absent, Sengoku had no choice but to assign the task to Akainu to ensure the operation commenced on schedule. There was no alternative. Kizuru was currently on duty and could not leave Marineford unless it was an exceptionally critical matter. Akiji was also occupied with other assignments, making Akainu the most suitable choice available. Shortly thereafter, Akainu arrived at Sengoku's office. "Marshal," he saluted with precision before standing attentively, awaiting the mission briefing. "Akainu, according to the intelligence reports, Ohara has not shown any significant changes aside from a newly formed defensive wall surrounded by tree roots. Even the mysterious powerful figure has not reappeared. Thus, we suspect that Ohara may currently lack formidable combat strength. Your task is to probe their defenses. Should you confirm their lack of power, you are authorized to destroy them. If resistance is encountered, request immediate support, and we shall provide you with further assistance." Upon hearing Sengoku's orders, veins bulged on Akainu's neck. The battle at Ohara had been his most humiliating defeat since that encounter. He had relentlessly trained to enhance his strength. In particular, after being bested by Roya, he had tripled his training regimen. His abilities had grown significantly stronger. "I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Justice shall prevail." With that declaration, Akainu turned and strode out of Sengoku's office, resolved to redeem his honor and obliterate Ohara from the maps. 2 days passed. Roya sat on the ship's edge, finally catching sight of the towering tree of knowledge in the distance. He had returned to Ohara once more, pondering whether Robin had missed him. A smile crept upon his lips at the thought. Yet, he was acutely aware of the urgency of his time, so he wasted no moments in guiding the Noah's Ark to descend. After visiting Robin, he would prepare to return to Marineford. On Ohara's shores, Robin was honing her abilities when she spotted the descending vessel, her expression shifting to one of concern. "Mama, we may have formidable foes approaching." Olivia looked up at the descending ship, her pupils dilating in shock. This is the Noah's Ark. How can it be here? According to my records, it should be near Fishman Island. What power is required to accomplish such a feat? "Robin, we must alert the scholars and flee at once." Ever since the issuance of the Demon Slayer order, they had consolidated their resources for a swift escape. It may already be too late. Robin's delicate features were etched with seriousness as she gazed at the immense figure descending from the sky, dwarfing her by many multiples. With a resounding thud, Weibel landed on the ground, creating a small crater. Robin and Olivia felt the earth tremble beneath them, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. "Robin, it has been a long time." At that moment, a voice that was all too familiar to both Robin and Olivia echoed in their ears. Even before seeing him, Robin recognized that voice she had yearned for. Brother Roya, as Roya effortlessly summoned the Noah's Ark back into the system's space and descended gracefully. Olivia stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Robin leaped into Roya's embrace. "Brother Roya, it really is you. You've finally come. I missed you so much." Robin clung tightly to Roya, as if wishing to merge into him. Inhaling his familiar scent which brought her great comfort, beside them, Olivia watched the reunion, her previously anxious heart gradually easing. "Roya, this is," she began, glancing at Weibel behind him. "You could consider him a humanoid weapon." "Meant to protect you," Roya replied, turning to Weibel. "From today onward, you shall heed their commands." "Yes, sir," Weibel responded affirmatively. "He's quite powerful, isn't he?" Robin inquired, looking at Roya. "Indeed, he possesses the strength reminiscent of Whitebeard in his youth." As Roya's words hung in the air, Olivia stared at Weibel in disbelief, trembling as she pointed at him. "He possesses the strength of Whitebeard in his youth?" Olivia had spent considerable time navigating the seas and was well aware of Whitebeard's fearsome reputation. To think that this individual, Weibel, could wield such terrifying strength was astonishing. "Roya, how did you come to know him?" "He was initially an adversary, but he was eventually subdued," Roya explained. Olivia clasped her mouth, feeling as though she were in a dream. The notion of someone with Whitebeard's power being subdued by Roya was both staggering and awe-inspiring. However, she quickly recalled that Roya was the one who had single-handedly dismantled the Demon Slayer order, making such strength less surprising. "After you left, did anything happen?" Olivia finally voiced her concerns to Roya. In response, Roya assured her that he could command Weibel without hesitation. Just as Roya concluded his statement, the distant sound of cannon fire erupted. A fleet of warships charged towards Ohara at full speed. Chapter 44. High-level combat. On-site commentary: 5 warships in total. Prominently at the center was Akainu's flagship. Standing on the deck, Akainu surveyed Ohara, his hands clenched tightly. Continue to increase firepower. But sir, didn't the marshal instruct us to probe their defenses? A nearby captain began, but Akainu interrupted him. The justice of the Marines must not be sullied. The existence of this island is a sin, and we must eradicate it. Admiral Akainu's brows were tightly furrowed, and he appeared increasingly fierce. The surrounding soldiers refrained from speaking, since Vice Admiral Akainu had already issued his orders. They had no choice but to comply. Shells were incessantly fired from the cannons, emitting the acrid scent of gunpowder as they arced through the air, crashing onto the defensive wall formed by the roots of the Tree of Knowledge. Within the island, Luo Ya utilized the powers of the hologram fruit to drape a cloak over himself and Weibel. This cloak concealed both their figures and faces. Gently caressing Robin's hair, Luo Ya whispered, "Robin, allow me to present you with a gift. Prepare to witness a performance. Engage earnestly, for this is an invaluable experience for you." As his words fell, Luo Ya slammed both hands onto the ground. Wood release. Tree world birth. The immense vitality inherent in wood release surged through the soil, nourishing the roots of the Tree of Knowledge. These roots appeared to awaken, gradually unraveling their bindings and returning to the earth below. Luo Ya commanded Weibel, obliterate the warships before you. Annihilate anyone who obstructs our path. Understood, Weibel replied, charging toward the warships without hesitation. The performance was about to commence. On the deck, Akainu's heart raced upon seeing the defensive wall return to the ground, revealing 2 cloaked figures. However, he quickly inhaled deeply, adopting a solemn demeanor as he regarded the 2 robed individuals on the island. The one with a normal human frame was unmistakably the mysterious figure who had once defeated him and Akiji with a single sword. The other, resembling a mountain in stature, was a sight he had never encountered before. Yet, even with 2 mysterious figures before him, Akainu harbored no intentions of retreat. The Navy does not permit retreat on the path to eradicate darkness. Only justice can endure eternally. With that declaration, Akainu lunged from the deck, swiftly stepping through the air. He executed the moonwalk technique, swiftly claiming the high ground. His hands transformed into torrents of molten lava. Aimed at the charging Weibel. Come forth. Experience the taste of the hellhound. Akainu's arms elongated rapidly, moving at an astonishing speed, the air slicing with a piercing whistle. The searing lava rendered the atmosphere almost illusory. Clearly, Akainu's strength had doubled since their last encounter. Yet, he faced Weibel, who harbored no fear and felt no pain. Confronted with such a ferocious assault, Weibel did not even flinch. His slender legs bent, propelling him with a powerful kick that created a crater upon the island of Ohara. The immense recoil propelled Weibel's body forward like a colossal cannonball, seemingly oblivious to Akainu's attack. Boom! The torrents of molten lava ruthlessly struck Weibel, scorching his body and leaving shallow wounds from which blood gushed forth. Yet, within a mere 3 seconds, those wounds healed as if they had never existed. This terrifying regenerative ability left Akainu momentarily stunned. Before he could comprehend the situation, Weibel was already in front of him. With armament hockey enveloping him, though not as honed as Luo Ya's peak mastery, Weibel's proficiency had reached a mid-level entry. Raising his fists, he struck Akainu's chest mercilessly. However, Akainu had preemptively partially elementalized his body using observation hockey, thus evading the brunt of Weibel's blow. I have undergone hellish training. If I were to be struck by such juvenile attacks, I might as well resign. Declaring this, Akainu unleashed the magma coursing through him. Hellhound bite. Once again, Akainu transformed his arms into molten lava, reshaping them into the form of a dog's head that would snap at his adversary upon attack. These molten canine heads, infused with an intense heat, clamped down upon Weibel. Embrace death, and let the sea consume your malevolence. Akainu sought to capitalize on his advantage and swiftly eliminate Weibel. Yet, at that moment, an unsettling tremor coursed through his heart, as if a ferocious beast had set its sights on him. In the next instant, Weibel's muscles swelled dramatically, his eyes seeming to bulge with bloodlust. He shattered the molten canine heads conjured by Akainu with sheer force. before Akainu could register the turn of events. Wyber moved with a speed surpassing before, his armament hockey-imbued fists crashing down upon Akainu's head. Akainu felt as if his skull had been struck by a heavy hammer, a wave of dizziness overwhelming him. On the island, Luo Ya observed this unfolding scene, shaking his head as he murmured, "Akainu remains unchanged, incessantly proclaiming justice, perpetually brimming with misplaced confidence. Though his strength is commendable, he is too easily swayed by pride." Luo Ya critiqued from the sidelines while analyzing the battle between Akainu and Wyber. Robin nodded repeatedly beside him, attempting to anticipate the subsequent moves of the two combatants. This was undoubtedly a highly advanced battle, providing Robin with an invaluable learning experience. Observing such a caliber of combat, should she comprehend it thoroughly, would undoubtedly spare her from many pitfalls in the future. Olivia, too, recognized Luo Ya's good intentions, her heart swelling with emotion. Reflecting on the circumstances of their initial encounter, she felt a warm glow within. Had Luo Ya not saved her, she mused, she would not be experiencing such happiness now. Yes, being by Robin's side, Olivia felt an unprecedented joy. Moreover, she could occasionally catch glimpses of Luo Ya. Above in the sky, Wyber and Akainu were locked in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows. Meanwhile, the soldiers aboard the warships stood transfixed, utterly captivated by the spectacle. Having forgotten to load more shells for firing, this individual appears immensely powerful. It seems as though he possesses boundless stamina. Have you noticed? The figure at the shore of Ohara hasn't made a move yet. That must be the captain. I've heard tales of him single-handedly obliterating the Demon Slayer Order. That was a combined effort of both Akainu and Akiji. In other words, the current scene suggested that this individual deemed it unnecessary to intervene. The soldiers' hearts raced with fear. Quickly, contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku. But if we bypass Vice Admiral Akainu to reach Fleet Admiral Sengoku, what consequences might we face? What of it? While Vice Admiral Akainu and that monster are entangled, the mysterious figure has yet to intervene. We must hastily contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku, or we may miss our opportunity. Chapter 45. The Wrathful Akainu. The Awakening of the Fruit. The snail phone was swiftly answered. The colonel promptly stated, "Fleet Admiral, this is Colonel of Vice Admiral Akainu's team. Vice Admiral Akainu is currently engaged in battle with a cloaked monster. That is it the mysterious figure? No, the mysterious figure is observing from a distance, resembling a small hill in strength. This means two mysterious figures have appeared." And Akainu charged in without any knowledge of the situation. Sengoku had hesitated before deploying Akainu, fearing his rigid principles would lead to reckless action. He had emphasized this point repeatedly prior to Akainu's departure. Yet, he never anticipated Akainu would remain so obstinate. What is the current state of the battle? The colonel glanced skyward, replying, "It appears Vice Admiral Akainu wishes to conclude the battle swiftly. But the regenerative capacity of his opponent is far too formidable. Akainu's attacks are being recuperated almost instantaneously." Upon hearing this, Sengoku, stationed in Marineford, felt a surge of fury rise within him. Most troubling was the revelation that there was not just one cloaked mysterious figure, but potentially an entire organization. With a thunderous crash, Sengoku slammed his palm onto the table before him, shattering it. "Akainu has truly disregarded my orders and the Navy's strict discipline. Is he so brazen as to begin delivering heads on a platter right before their eyes?" Indeed, Akainu now finds himself in a state of utter despair. Having undergone hellish training, his strength has been significantly enhanced in his mind. He believes his power should now rival that of Luo Ya. Moreover, he still possesses some hidden skills yet to be unleashed. However, little does he know, the creature before him wields an extraordinarily grotesque healing ability. Regardless of the grievous wounds he inflicts upon Wyber, they heal within mere moments. Furthermore, his stamina seems inexhaustible, leaving Akainu at a loss for how to combat him. As for retreating, the very thought is utterly unacceptable in Akainu's mind. Justice must never succumb to evil. Yet, Sengoku harbors a different perspective. "I hereby grant you command of this operation. Prepare for immediate withdrawal. And inform Akainu that once we escape, we shall not engage with Ohara for the time being." With that, Sengoku abruptly ended the call. It must be said, the news conveyed by the transponder snail alone left Sengoku quite troubled. There is more than one mysterious individual, and they could potentially be part of an organization. This signifies that Ohara is perilously dangerous. Yet the new world is currently in greater chaos, and the Navy is simply unable to manage so many matters. Moreover, the Navy's prestige has been persistently restored under Luo Ya's actions. However, due to Akainu's reckless assault, the Navy finds itself shamed once again. That Akainu, truly a blunderer more than a doer. On the other side, the Navy in the waters of Ohara has commenced orderly withdrawal procedures. Akainu, engaged in battle in the skies, has clearly taken note of this scene. Recently struck by Weibel, Akainu's already fiery temper has erupted completely. "You are all fleeing the battlefield," he bellowed. "Anyone who dares to retreat will face disciplinary action." At this moment, the ship's colonel finally exploded in outrage. Summoning all his strength, he shouted at Akainu, "Even if it means violating military conduct, you were the first to breach it. Moreover, Admiral Sengoku has just granted me command of this operation, and I now order you to retreat immediately." Following these words, the soldiers aboard the ship erupted into enthusiastic applause. They had grown weary of Akainu now. A colonel openly chastising Admiral Akainu before them was an unprecedented spectacle. Today, they have certainly broadened their horizons. Daiti was not only them. Even Luo Ya, Robin, and Alvia all expressed their astonishment. Alvia, standing nearby, jested to Luo Ya, "Is this how chaotic your navy is? Who can say? Sengoku's intentions may have been noble, but he overlooked Akainu's temperament. Akainu has likely awaited this day for far too long, and he would never approach with caution. Thus the fault lies with Akainu himself. It is precisely Akainu's presence that has turned this operation into a farce, albeit a rather entertaining one. Would you not agree?" Robin's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously beside Luo Ya. "Yet, I have grown weary of this. Since the Navy intends to retreat, let us gift them a parting present. We cannot allow their efforts to be in vain. Can we? After all, I currently stand in opposition to the Navy." As Luo Ya spoke, he slowly drew forth his blade. "Ryu no Hano. Weibel, retreat." Luo Ya's voice was low and somewhat muffled. Upon hearing Luo Ya's command, Weibel promptly turned and left. Disregarding Akainu's assault, he allowed Akainu's attacks to strike him as he began to heal. Akainu furrowed his brow tightly. Weibel had retreated, yet he could sense an extraordinarily potent aura locking onto him. Danger enveloped him. Akainu glanced at Luo Ya, pondering. Is he about to strike? Just as this thought crossed Akainu's mind, an inferno erupted into the sky that a brazen and terrifying spiritual pressure descended upon Akainu, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. His conqueror's haki seemed to have intensified. Only then did Akainu realize. Not only was he growing stronger, but this fellow was too. Akainu clenched his teeth so tightly that blood began to seep forth. Yet his unwavering principles would not allow him to turn and flee. Better to perish than to bow before evil. Resolute in his thoughts, Akainu prepared to fight to the bitter end. Awaken, meteor volcano. Before long, the clouds transformed into an extraordinarily transparent sea of flame. The power of his devil fruit began to influence the surrounding weather that a searing heat pressed down from the heavens. Akainu channeled the full extent of his devil fruit abilities, declaring, "Behold the fruits of my relentless training." With his words, a multitude of meteor-like fireballs coalesced in the sky. These fireballs appeared as colossal molten fists, descending toward Ohara. Witnessing this, the retreating Navy soldiers were utterly stunned. They had not anticipated that Akainu had yet to unleash his full strength. No wonder he dared to challenge two mysterious individuals alone. Such a terrifying assault was simply outrageous, though it was a wide-area attack. The energy contained within each molten fist was astonishing. If it were the current Akainu, he could surely contend with two foes. The Navy soldiers gradually distanced themselves from Ohara, feeling only the overwhelming heat in the air. They had yet to perceive the dreadful pressure emanating from Luo Ya. Otherwise, their sentiments would surely differ. The subtle smirk formed at the corner of Luo Ya's mouth concealed beneath his cloak as the flames began to converge. Chapter 46. Awaiting Death. Encountering Akainu, Luo Ya raised Ryu no Hano high, and at that moment, the pinnacle of the great swordsman's realm began to manifest. With no superfluous movement, he simply grasped Ryu no Hano and gently swung his blade downwards. With one swift stroke, the tempest surged. The blade sliced through the air, creating a piercing sound that reverberated. The ethereal flames engulfed the searing surroundings that in an instant, the world transformed. The fire clouds were completely consumed by this celestial slash. Any molten fists that came into contact with Luo Ya's strike were devoured as well. Sizzling sounds echoed as the blade cleaved through the ocean surface, vaporizing vast amounts of seawater, like a crescent moon. It surged toward Akainu. The dazzling and fierce slash caused all to pale in fear. The soldiers on the surface of the ocean stared in shock at the approaching strike. Only then did they sense the extreme terror of the pressure. They felt their entire bodies become rigid. Yet, this was merely the residual force. If one were to speak of feelings, none felt it more intensely than Akainu himself. He perceived every cell in his body being suppressed. Witnessing his abilities swiftly consumed by Roya's slash, Akainu's heart plummeted into despair. He could not prevail. He was no match for Roya. All that remained was to await his demise. Akainu gripped his hands tightly. Given another chance, he would treat himself with even greater cruelty, striving to become stronger. Yet he had no opportunity left. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as Roya's slash struck Akainu. The terrifying heat was something even Akainu, who had consumed the magma fruit, could not withstand. He could feel that his powers were utterly insufficient before this strike, as if he were facing an advanced devil fruit suppression. The explosive shockwaves whipped up ferocious winds that danced upon the waves, even generating a terrifying tsunami. Quick, steer the ship, crank the power to the max, and avoid being engulfed by the tsunami. Yet what of Akainu? What could he do? You ask me, and I ask whom, were it not for his disregard for military orders and his reckless advance. How could such a situation arise? For now, he must prioritize preserving his life. Above Ohara, the wind rustled Roya's cloak, howling fiercely. Slowly, he sheathed Ryu no Hō, murmuring, "Fire engulfs the city." As Roya's words fell, the form of the slash underwent a transformation. A colossal fireball materialized before all. This fireball pressed down relentlessly, bearing down upon the towering tsunami and the fleeing warships. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater were evaporated in an instant. Under the onslaught, the only ones unharmed were the people atop Ohara. Robin and Alvia gazed in astonishment as the sea transformed into a blazing inferno. It was unclear how much time had passed. Gradually, the flames subsided, leaving nothing but emptiness upon the ocean's surface. In Robin's eyes, stars twinkled brightly. She excitedly turned to Roya and exclaimed, "Brother Roya, you are so strong. I want to become as powerful as you in the future." Robin had already regarded Roya as the lifelong goal she aspired to pursue, in every conceivable sense. Roya looked at Robin and thought to himself, the little girl is growing up so fast. It has only been a few days, and she already exhibits signs of her promising future. Robin, strive hard. Did you see that fiery horizon just now? That is one manifestation of the fruit's awakened abilities. If you can elevate your powers to that awakened level, not only will you conquer the four seas, but you will also stand among the strongest in the Grand Line and the New World. Upon hearing Roya's words, Robin nodded vigorously, declaring, "I will work even harder. I aim to awaken my abilities as soon as possible." Roya felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing this, nodding in approval before turning to Alvia and advising, "Weibel will be left in your care. If any danger arises, let him handle it. But remember to provide him with a cloak that I understand. Roya, are you preparing to leave?" "Yes, time is a bit tight. When I have the opportunity, I will come to find you, or you may come to seek me upon the sea. Brother Roya, I will strive to awaken my abilities early and then search for you upon the ocean." After bidding farewell to Alvia and Robin, Roya activated his spellcasting abilities and soared towards the direction of Marineford. However, Roya certainly could not return without a detour. After approximately a day's journey, he discovered an island where he procured a vessel and prepared to continue his voyage. Yet, even he could not have anticipated that upon reaching the shoreline, he would stumble upon Akainu in a pitiful state. Sprawled upon the sand, Akainu was severely scorched, his body exhibiting extensive signs of decay and pallor. Blood oozed from his wounds. Yet even in such a state, he showed no signs of death. Roya approached Akainu, crouching before him, employing his peak medical skills to assess the extent of his injuries. "Akainu, Akainu, should I save you or leave you be?" At this moment, Roya found himself in a state of indecision. He sat cross-legged on the beach, reasoning that Akainu would not perish immediately, so he would let him ponder his fate for a while. Time passed, and after about half an hour, Roya blinked awake. Yes, he had inadvertently dozed off. Stretching, he rose from the sand, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and a mischievous smile crept across his lips. "Akainu, I hope you won't meet your end at my hands in the future." With that thought, a gentle smile graced Roya's face as he dragged a canoe onto the vessel he had just acquired. Employing his peak medical skills, Roya treated Akainu, albeit with a distinct lack of mercy this time around. He targeted the acupoints on Akainu's body with fierce blows and kicks. Intense pain surged through Akainu's mind once more. Suddenly, he vomited forth a torrent of thick black blood. Congealed remnants accumulated within his body. As the dark blood spewed from his mouth, Akainu slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Roya, a glimmer of relief flickered across his expression. Struggling to muster his strength, he turned to face Roya and weakly uttered, "Roya, so you are still alive. Did you save me? Who else could save you but me? Yet I must admit, despite your grievous injuries, you still cling to life." "Impressive," Roya remarked, giving Akainu a thumbs up. Gratitude flashed in Akainu's eyes. "Thank you." "Thank you." It was evident that this was Akainu's first apology, and he was rather unaccustomed to it. However, had Akainu known that it was Roya who inflicted such grievous wounds upon him, he might well have succumbed to rage on the spot. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, Roya said, "Rest well. We are preparing to return to Marineford. If we delay further, they might truly believe I have perished." Chapter 47. Sengoku's Weariness. The rise of the four emperors. Since the last communication from Akainu's colonel, there had been no further word. Even when he attempted to reach out via the snail phone, there was no response. Sengoku sighed deeply in his office, noting the strands of white hair that had begun to appear. One could only imagine the torment these few days had posed for him. A recently appointed fleet admiral. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the office door echoed. Akiji entered, representing the Pigeon faction, having been continuously promoted since joining the Marines by Sengoku and others. Thus, their conversations were relatively amicable and relaxed. "Akiji, how did your mission fare? I hope it bears no ill tidings." Akiji, observing Sengoku's weary countenance, forced a pained smile. "Admiral, according to my investigations, it appears that Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks are poised to establish the four emperors." "The four emperors?" Sengoku instinctively echoed. Just then, a soldier outside delivered a newspaper to him. The headline boldly proclaimed the establishment of the four emperors. Upon finishing the article, Sengoku's brow furrowed in dismay. This was an open challenge to the Navy's authority. Yet, as he contemplated the situation, he thought of Roya and Akainu. Currently, with the emergence of the four emperors in the New World and a mysterious organization surfacing within the four seas, Roya was missing. His fate uncertain, and Akainu, if all went as anticipated, had likely perished. The Navy's strength had suffered an unprecedented blow. Even though Sengoku was hailed as a strategic genius, he found himself powerless in this situation. Just then, the phone rang. With a resigned sigh, Sengoku looked at the snail phone and murmured, "I hope this is not more bad news." Upon answering, he had barely begun to speak when an ecstatic voice erupted from the other end. "Admiral, Admiral, General White Dove and Vice Admiral Akainu have returned." Overwhelmed with excitement, the caller struggled to maintain coherence. Yet, the impact of this news was monumental. Sengoku himself was momentarily taken aback before euphoria washed over him. "What did you say? White Dove and Akainu have returned?" "Yes, Admiral. White Dove appears unscathed, though Akainu is quite badly injured." A sigh of relief escaped Sengoku. "As long as they are back, that is what matters." Without hesitation, he arranged for a top-tier medical team to attend to Akainu's injuries. Once Akainu had recovered, Sengoku would address his actions accordingly. At that moment, Sengoku simply instructed the snail phone, "Prepare a welcoming committee." As a result, the entire Marineford sprang into action. Sengoku also made sure to notify Califa, who had just joined CP9, and she promptly took leave to head to Marineford's port. Zephyr, nearly fully recovered and equipped with a sea stone mechanical arm, accompanied Sengoku to the harbor. Alongside them were the Navy cadets whom Roya had rescued. Viewing him as their hero, as Roya piloted the vessel he had acquired, he beheld the soldiers of Marineford standing tall, eagerly awaiting his arrival, and a gentle smile graced his lips. He then disembarked the ship alongside Akainu. The moment Akainu stepped ashore, he was swiftly taken by the medical team, leaving Roya to bask in the attention of the crowd. The disparity in treatment was undeniably stark. Sengoku approached, radiating vitality. Entirely shedding the earlier air of despondency, he scrutinized Roya and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Merely forgot my snail phone and inadvertently destroyed an island. I just picked up Akainu on the way back. It's a minor inconvenience." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Zhangguo enthusiastically exclaimed good. 3 times in succession, he then patted Luo Ya's shoulder with great vigor and proclaimed loudly, "Soldiers, let us extend the warmest welcome to General Baigu as he returns to Marineford. Welcome General Baigu back to Marineford. Welcome General Baigu back to Marineford. Welcome General Baigu back to Marineford." With each utterance of Luo Ya's title, the soldiers' voices grew increasingly louder in no time. The skies above Marineford resonated with Luo Ya's name at that moment. A graceful figure darted forth, swiftly leaping into Luo Ya's embrace. Karifa gazed upon Luo Ya's face, feeling her tears welling up uncontrollably. "Luo Ya, you are incredible. You are safe. You truly are safe." Karifa held Luo Ya tightly, as if attempting to merge her very being with his. Just then, another elegant figure approached Luo Ya, Tina. Upon seeing the man she admired standing before her, even her cool demeanor could not suppress her excitement. Zhangguo observed this scene, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. How should he put it? While he was immensely pleased that Luo Ya returned unscathed, witnessing the unfolding spectacle prompted him to inwardly lament. It must be said, good looks truly attract attention, not only Zhangguo, but even the soldiers nearby felt a pang of envy and jealousy at the sight. After all, both Karifa and Tina were considered the epitome of beauty in the eyes of the Navy. The mere fact that these 2 stunning women were now surrounding Luo Ya dealt a significant blow to their spirits. But that was not the end of it. Zifa, standing behind Zhangguo, approached Luo Ya with Ein in tow. Clearing his throat, Zifa looked at Luo Ya and stated, "General Baigu, the debt of gratitude I owe you is immeasurable. Whenever you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not falter, be it through fire or peril." As Zifa's words echoed, the Navy soldiers erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Zifa, one of the previous admirals, would express such sentiments to Luo Ya. It was common knowledge that Zifa was the strongest instructor at the Navy headquarters, wielding significant resources. The implications of his words were profound. "Zifa, you jest. Whitebeard too was a notorious pirate, and upholding justice is our duty." Luo Ya replied, prompting a heavy sigh from Zhangguo, who recalled Akainu's unwavering commitment to absolute justice, yet lacking Luo Ya's formidable strength, which had led to his downfall. "Luo Ya, we shall speak later. For now, you should rest. First, let us visit the Admiral's office. I need to report on our mission. And if possible, could you reimburse me for the cost of this ship?" Chapter 48. The Best Actor. A Navy trader at this juncture, everyone departed from the Marineford harbor and made their way to Zhangguo's office. Once inside, Luo Ya recounted the events, embellishing them slightly. "So, after you destroyed the island, you managed to defeat Weibel and, using moonwalk, finally found an island, where you coincidentally encountered Akainu before returning, correct?" Luo Ya nodded, holding Karifa close. Meanwhile, Tina looked on with envy as Karifa nestled against Luo Ya. Despite their growing friendship, they remained rivals in Luo Ya's eyes. Watching Karifa enjoy such closeness with Luo Ya only intensified Tina's feelings of envy. Zhangguo, lost in thought, suddenly recalled something. During a report from Akainu, a mysterious figure was described as resembling a small hill with terrifying regeneration abilities. Zhangguo turned to Luo Ya and shared this information seriously. Although Luo Ya was the one who had led the mission, he feigned ignorance, allowing his expression to shift to one of gravity. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. After a prolonged silence, Luo Ya finally replied after contemplating what to eat. "I believe that mysterious individual cannot be Whitebeard too. The timing is incompatible. Even a fleet of Admiral-class warships could not reach such speeds. There is a significant discrepancy in timing. Moreover, I suspect those 2 mysterious individuals are part of an organization and that there is indeed a leak in intelligence." Zhangguo was taken aback by Luo Ya's assertion, struggling to comprehend his reasoning. For the first time, he felt his intellect was insufficient. Luo Ya continued to explain, "Admiral, consider this. Had Akainu not launched an attack prematurely, they could not have arrived so swiftly, positioned right beside the island. This indicates they had received intel long before." Zhangguo, upon hearing Luo Ya's words, fell into deep contemplation. "Are you suggesting there is a traitor within the Navy?" The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. When he rescued his adopted son Corazon from Haiyan Island, he learned of the traitor Virgo's existence and had him imprisoned in the deep-sea prison post-haste. Now, With yet another traitor in the Navy, one seemingly of high rank, Zhangguo felt justified in his suspicions. Just the thought of such a powerful organization made Zhangguo uneasy, sensing that the seas were on the brink of chaos. Luo Ya, we are fortunate to have you in the Navy. Otherwise, we would truly be at a loss. It is my duty, Luo Ya replied calmly. Very well. I shall investigate the traitor situation. You should rest for now. We will soon be busier than ever, Zhangguo remarked, recognizing Luo Ya's need for respite. Luo Ya nodded and exited the office, but as he turned, a barely perceptible smile crept across his lips. Unseen by anyone, walking upon the grounds of Marineford and gazing at the endless sky, Luo Ya felt a profound sense of contentment. His position had become increasingly unassailable, and no one could fathom that Luo Ya, as General Bai Gu, also held a mysterious identity. Luo Ya, you seem quite pleased, Karifa said, clasping his arm. Luo Ya pulled Karifa closer, smiling softly. Of course, it is due to the joy of seeing you. Karifa felt a surge of happiness, but chose not to conceal her recent enlistment in CP9 from Luo Ya. Luo Ya, I wish to continuously hone my strength. One day, I want to be the one who protects you. Observing Karifa's determination, Luo Ya merely smiled in response, offering no further words that he supported her ambition. The two strolled leisurely until they returned to Luo Ya's quarters. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Karifa departed from the room to see their level of strength. Recovery was merely a matter of moments. Just as Luo Ya was preparing to catch a few more hours of sleep, his din mushy rang. Admiral, is there something you require of me? Bai Gu, please come at once. Understood. The day after returning to Marineford, Luo Ya found himself once again in Zhangguo's office. Upon entering, he heard Zhangguo say, Bai Gu, I should have allowed you some time to rest. However, the new world is now in turmoil. The four emperors have emerged, and Big Mom has announced that she will soon host the first tea party. Thus, to counter their momentum, we have decided via the Seven Warlords Council to send you to Fishman Island to invite Jinbi. Ding, task assigned. Fishman Island. Reward. Pinnacle of Observation Hockey. Time. 3 days. Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Luo Ya nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, Admiral, I assure you I will complete this mission. Observing Luo Ya's remarkably swift departure, his standing in Sengoku's eyes elevated further still. Meanwhile, he pondered the current fame that Luo Ya had garnered. He couldn't help but exclaim, Akiji, if you do not strive harder, the position of future marshal may very well be snatched away by Luo Ya. Just as he exited Sengoku's office, Luo Ya encountered Zifa and Zifa-sensei. How are you feeling? Luo Ya greeted Zifa. Zifa instinctively touched his mechanized right arm and replied, If it weren't for you this time, I would likely have been killed by Whitebeard too. Zifa continued, By the way, are you going to summon the Shichibukai? Yes, the marshal just issued the order. The Navy is indeed becoming more proactive, even considering collaboration with pirates, Zifa added. But I can hardly speak on such matters anymore. I am effectively in retirement now. Upon hearing Zifa's words, Luo Ya was somewhat surprised as Zifa-sensei. Are you planning to return home to enjoy your retirement? What will happen to your students? I have already arranged for the others elsewhere. Only Ain has been persistent in wanting to learn by your side, which is why I brought her to find you. Chapter 49. Ain, proceeding to quote, as Zifa finished speaking, Ain stepped forward, standing before Luo Ya. She saluted him with precision and said, Admiral White Dove, please allow me the honor of learning by your side. I beg of you. With that, Ain gave a deep bow. This moment, Zifa timely interjected, White Dove, Ain possesses considerable talent. Not only is her devil fruit ability formidable, but she also has her own understanding of swordsmanship. She has already reached the pinnacle of a swordsman and, I believe, will soon achieve the realm of a great swordsman, making her more than capable of dealing with lesser foes. Luo Ya understood. Zifa was here to recommend his student. However, due to his own circumstances, the Navy did not invite Whitebeard to become a Shichibukai, as he was considered deceased in the eyes of Sengoku and others. Thus, Zifa had not directly left the Navy to establish a new one but opted for retirement instead. Since Zifa-sensei has said so, I see no reason to refuse. However, let me be clear, I cannot accept those who are self-important. As long as you remain obedient, I will share my knowledge with you. This statement was directed partially at Zifa and partially at Ain. Ain, evidently prepared for this, nodded without hesitation. In that case, let us prepare to depart immediately. We shall set off at once. After saying this, Luo Ya turned to Zifa and said, Zifa-sensei, I have a mission to attend to. I must take my leave. Go on. As Luo Ya vanished from his sight. Zifa sighed internally, pondering, White Dove, if you were to become the admiral of the navy, would the seas not become a tad more tranquil? With that thought, Zifa shook his head and turned to leave. After making their preparations, Luo Ya and Ein boarded a fleet admiral-class warship, setting sail for Fishman Island. They needed to reach Sabeti Archipelago to coat their ship before proceeding to Fishman Island. However, the coating process was quite a cumbersome task. With only 3 days at their disposal, Luo Ya had to seize every moment. Phantom Mirage. On board the warship, Luo Ya conjured 100 phantoms, all skillfully maneuvering the ship towards Sabeti Archipelago under his command. Ein, clearly experiencing this for the first time, was taken aback by the sight of the 100 phantoms. Admiral White Dove, in informal settings, just call me Luo Ya. I assure you, I am quite easy to get along with. Seeing Luo Ya's gentle smile, I nodded vigorously. Luo, what should I do now? You need not do anything. Simply stay by my side. When I require your assistance, I will inform you as for how much you can learn from me. That depends on your own talent. Understood. Ein replied affirmatively. On the vast sea, a fleet admiral-class warship surged through the waves. Soon, Luo Ya and Ein arrived at Sabeti Archipelago. After all, Marineford was relatively close to Sabeti. This was Luo Ya's first visit to the archipelago, and he had heard that it was filled with intriguing sights. He resolved that one day, he would return to explore thoroughly. Look over there. Wow, that woman is stunning. She is simply breathtaking. Fool, don't look at that woman. Look at the man beside her. What's so special about that man? Wait, that's Admiral White Dove. Why is Admiral White Dove here? Disguised pirates on Sabeti Archipelago, upon spotting White Dove, were instantly filled with trepidation and instinctively fled from his gaze. They were well aware of his formidable reputation, especially following the recent news of him slaying Whitebeard II, which had spread like wildfire, showcasing the Navy's overwhelming power and somewhat redeeming Akainu's earlier failures that had tarnished the Navy's image. As Luo Ya traversed Sabeti Archipelago, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ein, do I appear so fearsome that they scatter at the mere sight of me? One must possess some strength to thrive in Sabeti. Surely, they wouldn't flee so easily. Ein gazed at Luo Ya's chiseled visage, her cheeks inexplicably flushing. You are not frightening at all. I in her heart, she thought. In fact, he is quite handsome. Perhaps they are merely jealous of my looks, Luo Ya remarked. Ein, feel free to wander about. I will seek out the coding craftsman. Before Ein could finish her sentence, Luo Ya's figure vanished before her eyes, leaving her to swallow the rest of her words. Swiftly darting about, Luo Ya inquired until he arrived at a bar called Shaki's Bar. Inside, Shaki, who was smoking, raised an eyebrow upon seeing Luo Ya enter, a startled expression crossing her face. White Dove, what brings him here? Although Shaki was taken aback, she maintained her composure and asked, Is Rayleigh here? As Luo Ya's voice echoed, a sharp sound rang out, glass shattering on the floor, heightening the already tense atmosphere. Shaki reacted quickly, forcing a smile as she said, one ages and becomes less capable, despite my youthful appearance. I am already 60. By the way, what did you just say? Luo Ya smiled slightly and reiterated, I am inquiring if Rayleigh is present. The former first mate of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. Shaki's heart raced. Those who come with good intentions do not bring bad news. She perceived Luo Ya's smile as that of a cunning serpent, lying in wait for its prey. Yet, being astute, Shaki would not admit that the former first mate of the Pirate King resided there. The name of the Pirate King's first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, is indeed known to me, yet I have never seen him in person, nor do I know where he currently is. Admiral, you must have mistaken me. Just as Shaki finished speaking, hearty laughter erupted from outside the bar. Are new guests arriving? Welcome, welcome. Chapter 50, Shaki's Bar. Silver's Rayleigh hearing the voices from outside. Shaki felt utterly exasperated. Typically, they would return at such late hours. Yet today, they arrived unexpectedly early. Was it deliberate? With that thought, Shaki dropped her pretense and pointed directly at the white-haired old man who had just walked into the bar, saying, He is Silver's Rayleigh. You can seek him out. As Shaki spoke, she took out a lady's cigarette, lit it, and let the delicate smoke curl upward slowly. Luo Ya turned around to gaze at Rayleigh. There he was, with long, flowing hair and a beard adorning his chin, all silver in hue. He wore glasses and bore a prominent scar running vertically across his right eye that he appeared rugged, yet there was no trace of gloom about him. On the contrary, he exuded a somewhat sunny disposition. Rayleigh regarded Luo Ya, who was draped in a robe of justice, casually placing the tools he held on the bar. With a smile, Rayleigh addressed Luo Ya. "The Navy's Admiral Pigeon, what brings you, an old codger like me, to seek my company? Surely, you don't intend to apprehend me. If I were here to capture you, I wouldn't have come alone today. Besides, aside from myself, no one else is aware that the infamous Rayleigh, the Dark King, has become a mere coat finisher on Sabaody Archipelago. You can't possibly just want to chat with me, can you?" A glimmer of curiosity flickered in the eyes of both Rayleigh and Shiki. They were well acquainted with the title of Admiral Pigeon, understanding its significance as one of the Navy's top-tier forces, a name that overshadowed even the other two admirals. Certainly not. To cut to the chase, "I wish to request your assistance in finishing a coating within a single day." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the Dark King Rayleigh instinctively replied, "Is it truly that simple? Otherwise, what do you think I came here for?" A smile played on Luo Ya's lips as he spoke to Rayleigh. Rayleigh scrutinized Luo Ya's gaze, pondering the true intent behind his visit. However, after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for answers. Thus, Rayleigh continued, "Aren't you concerned that I might tamper with the coating, leading to your demise in the depths of the sea? We are, after all, adversaries. If that were the case, you wouldn't be known as the Dark King Rayleigh." As his words fell, Rayleigh's eyes radiated a piercing intensity, prompting both men to burst into laughter. Rayleigh promptly turned to Shiki and said, "Shiki, pour a drink for our Admiral Pigeon guest. This one's on me. You already owe me over 10,000 berries. How do you intend to pay for the drinks? But we have Admiral Pigeon here, don't we? Just so you know, having a coating done within a day is quite costly." "Not to worry. The Marshal will reimburse me for these expenses," Luo Ya replied, taking a seat beside Rayleigh, engaging in jovial conversation. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, at Auction House Number 1, Doflamingo surveyed the auction from the highest floor. His brow furrowed, emanating an aura of coldness. "Have you located accurate information regarding the surgical fruit?" "Young master, we have not found it. The fruit seems to have evaporated into thin air," Toribol replied beside Doflamingo. Ever since that mysterious figure had seized the surgical fruit on Hyoko Island, Doflamingo's fury had only intensified. Although the mysterious individual's strength continued to shock the world, Doflamingo remained unwilling to relent. As long as this enigmatic figure did not reveal the powers of the surgical fruit, Doflamingo would not give up. Given the opportunity, he would go to great lengths, even at a painful cost. To reclaim the surgical fruit, he would never allow himself to retreat as he had before, an experience that had left him with lasting shame and nearly tarnished his reputation in the underworld. This fueled Doflamingo's hatred for the mysterious figure even further. "Continue your search. Uncover everything you can about this mysterious individual's organization." "Understood, young master," Toribol responded, preparing to leave when several subordinates rushed in, appearing flustered. "Young master, trouble, trouble. The slaves we just captured have been liberated by a female Navy officer." "A Navy officer? What happened?" Doflamingo's anger flared upon hearing this. "We had just returned with the captured slaves to District 1. But one of them, a wretched woman named Stella, managed to escape from her cage. She encountered a Navy officer, and all the slaves we had just captured were taken back by her. Useless fools. Since you've lost the slaves, you may as well not live." Doflamingo's fingers curled, and with a swift motion, a line of silk shot forth, slicing through the air and severing the heads of his inept subordinates. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. "Clean this up. We must see which Navy officer dared to seize my goods." Doflamingo's expression turned frosty as he, along with Toribol, made his way to District 1. Human trafficking was a common occurrence on Sabaody Archipelago, particularly in the auction house operated by Doflamingo. However, this did not imply that it was a legitimate enterprise. Once discovered by the Navy, it would be seized. Yet, ever since Doflamingo had become the Joker in the underworld, no one dared to touch his cargo. If this situation were not handled properly, Doflamingo was certain such incidents would multiply in the future. For none of the individuals in the underworld were easy to deal with. On the other side, Ein helped Stella to her feet, using her katana to sever the chains binding their hands and feet. "Are you all right?" "We're fine. Thank you for saving us. This is what we, the Navy, ought to do." "I've long heard that Sabaody Archipelago is rife with lawlessness, but I never imagined they would operate in broad daylight. Trafficking slaves, such actions cannot be forgiven. Who cannot be forgiven? At that moment, Doflamingo arrived on the scene. Witnessing Ein liberating the slaves, his anger boiling over, veins bulged on his forehead, and the eyes hidden behind his orange-red sunglasses glared menacingly at Ein. Upon seeing Doflamingo before her, Ein's expression hardened. She stood protectively in front of Stella and the others, sword in hand, and declared with righteous fervor, "I shall not pardon any criminal." Chapter 51, Justice Served. Binzi appears. Doflamingo glared at Ein, rage boiling within him, but as the crowd around them grew, the locals of Sabeti Archipelago recognized Doflamingo, while Ein remained an unknown figure, merely appearing as a Navy officer on leave. This beautiful woman has quite the lack of sense to provoke Doflamingo. She truly does not know the peril she faces. Doflamingo is the Joker of the underworld. His influence extends beyond Sabeti Archipelago, reaching into various enterprises in the New World. Hearing the whispers among the crowd, Ein remained unfazed, her expression cold and resolute as she addressed Doflamingo. "I care not who you are, since you stand before me. I shall see you brought to justice. Ha ha ha. What a laughable joke. With your strength, you think you can capture me. Just so happens I'm in a bad mood today, so prepare to die." Before Doflamingo could finish, a voice from the crowd interrupted him. "Doflamingo, this is Sabeti Archipelago. If you dare to lay a hand on the Navy, you will face consequences." A man clad in a flamboyant pink outfit stepped forward from the throng. Upon seeing him, Ein froze momentarily, instinctively exclaiming, "Binzi, what brings you here?" Binzi shielded Ein, stating, "I've been assigned here by Instructor Zifa. Today just happens to be my duty day." With that, Binzi fixed a steely gaze on Doflamingo. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with anger. "I see hatred in your eyes. Could it be that your parents were slain by my hand?" Upon hearing the words of Doflamingo, Binzi forced himself to remain calm and remarked, "A decade ago, on the day of my birth, you arrived on our island with your family members. Except for me, every soul on that island, including my parents, fell victim to your merciless hands." Doflamingo let out a derisive laugh. "Fufufu, this is not the first time such a scenario has unfolded. Since they are all dead, why don't you join them in the grave?" With that, Doflamingo propelled himself forward, in the blink of an eye. He charged at Binzi. Before Binzi could react, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as though his insides had been displaced, causing him to gasp in shock. He had not anticipated that Doflamingo would truly dare to strike. "You must harbor a deep hatred for me. If it weren't for your lack of power, you would have surely lunged at me by now." Doflamingo's fingers curled slightly, and a white, yet remarkably resilient thread materialized between them. With a maniacal laugh, Doflamingo proclaimed, "In this vast ocean, it is the law of the jungle. The weak perish, and the strong prevail. Thus, you are destined to be slain by my hand." As he spoke, he ruthlessly yanked the thread down towards Binzi. Just at that critical moment, Ein unleashed a slash aimed at Doflamingo. "Is the Navy reduced to relying on such feeble tricks?" Doflamingo scoffed. He raised his finger and retracted the others, causing the thin thread to shoot forth with the speed of a bullet. This seemingly fragile thread shattered Ein's slash midair, as the strike disintegrated. Doflamingo's thread continued its relentless advance. Ein's pupils dilated in horror. She wished to retreat using her shave technique, but her back was surrounded by civilians. If she fled, those innocents would surely be harmed, leaving her with no choice but to stand her ground. Instinctively, Ein closed her eyes, yet the anticipated pain never came. Instead, a deafening explosion reverberated around her. When Ein opened her eyes, she beheld Roya, cloaked in a mantle of justice, effortlessly shattering Doflamingo's thread with his hockey-imbued hand. The sudden appearance of the white dove left all in awe, except for those who had witnessed Ein and Roya together moments ago. The rest were entirely unaware that Ein was now Roya's lieutenant. Roya gazed at Doflamingo from a distance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This smile, in stark contrast to Doflamingo's demeanor, represented two entirely different extremes, one cold, the other warm. "Doflamingo, we meet at last," Roya addressed him coolly. Although Roya's tone was unremarkable, those around him could clearly discern the underlying menace in his voice. Doflamingo, too, sensed it. "Fufufu, White Dove, I never expected to encounter you here," he said, realizing it was prudent to retreat. The palpable aura of power surrounding this white dove made Doflamingo cautious. "All I seek is my subordinate. Return him to me." and I shall consider today's events as if they never transpired. However, Roya had no intention of letting Doflamingo off the hook so easily. Do you truly believe that merely stating let bygones be bygones will suffice? Roya's eyes sparkled mischievously, his demeanor becoming all the more affable. Aine felt a warmth in her heart, recognizing that Roya was standing up for her. What do you mean by that? Doflamingo tensed, genuinely startled by the appearance of the white dove. The informants would pay dearly for failing to notify him of such a critical matter as an admiral's arrival on the island. It's nothing of consequence. I merely recalled your earlier proclamation that this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. You are weak, and thus, you are destined to be slain by me. Doflamingo was taken aback, realizing that Roya had turned his own words against him. This ignited a flame of fury within him. The atmosphere on Sabaody Archipelago grew increasingly tense, with beads of cold sweat forming on many foreheads. Why do I have a foreboding feeling? I feel it too. Perhaps we should distance ourselves. That makes sense. As the crowd retreated, they remained fixated on the confrontation between Roya and Doflamingo, curious whether a clash was imminent. At that moment, the tension reached a breaking point. Chapter 52. Doflamingo's humiliation. In that instant, Doflamingo moved, having sensed the undeniable intent to kill emanating from Roya. Even the underground emperor felt a shiver down his spine upon first perceiving that lethal aura. Resolving to strike first, Doflamingo unleashed his overstrike whip. He extended his palm backward, releasing dozens of nearly transparent threads that intertwined to form a thick, hair-like column. He then propelled this column forward toward Roya. The movements appeared intricate, yet Doflamingo had mastered the fruit of threads to an extraordinary degree. In the blink of an eye, he completed the maneuver. The overstrike whip surged toward Roya, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Everything transpired in a flash. Before the onlookers could comprehend Doflamingo's actions, the column was already upon Roya. Shaking his head slightly, Roya's hands instinctively enveloped themselves in haki. The moment he revealed his peak haki, Doflamingo's heart quaked, and his pupils constricted in alarm. With a resounding crash, Roya effortlessly blocked Doflamingo's overstrike whip as if catching a blade with bare hands. But that was just the beginning. A glint of determination flashed in Roya's eyes. Shave, he declared, propelling himself toward Doflamingo with astonishing speed. Doflamingo barely had time to react as he witnessed Roya's dark hand rapidly approaching. Seizing Doflamingo's face, Roya lifted him off the ground and slammed him down with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. The onlookers, now at a safe distance, watched in disbelief as Roya relentlessly slammed Doflamingo's head into the ground. Each impact left a massive crater, and the ground was ravaged to the point of near destruction. With each brutal collision, Roya taunted, "You haven't forgotten your identity as a pirate, have you? As a Navy admiral, I would feel remiss if I didn't apprehend you." After a series of violent strikes, Doflamingo struggled to suppress the intense dizziness, extending his arm with great effort to tightly grasp onto Roy. Roy cast a discerning glance at Doflamingo. In the next moment, Doflamingo unleashed his conqueror's haki with a sudden ferocity. The overwhelming aura radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings in a terrifying wave of pressure. The onlookers felt as though they were ensnared in a vivid hallucination, surrounded by countless ferocious beasts, rendering them utterly incapable of resisting this formidable will. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, sprawled in disarray. Faced with Doflamingo's conqueror's haki, Roy did little more than release a fraction of his own spiritual pressure, which bore a striking resemblance to the conqueror's haki. Shielding Aine behind him, Aine observed the surrounding individuals succumbing to the overwhelming force, her own shock palpable. She sensed Roy's protective instinct towards her. Otherwise, she too would likely be lying helplessly on the ground. "Oh, are you angry?" she mused. "Your aura is impressive, but it ends there. Allow me to demonstrate what true conqueror's haki entails." As Roy's words echoed, he gradually closed his eyes, only to suddenly open them wide with a fierce glare. In an instant, a colossal spiritual pressure akin to conqueror's haki descended upon Doflamingo, but Roy's spiritual pressure even caused the surrounding space to distort subtly. The previously arid and stifling atmosphere of the Sabaody archipelago became shrouded in ominous clouds. The sky appeared as if it had been torn apart, leaving hearts racing with trepidation. Doflamingo stared blankly at the heavens. Feeling the weight of Roy's presence, he instinctively exclaimed, "How is this possible? It cannot be. Why do you possess such unparalleled conqueror's haki, and why is it so powerful? Doflamingo recalled the mysterious figure he had encountered on Hiyori Island, who had exuded a similarly overwhelming and fearsome spiritual pressure. Unmistakably a manifestation of potent conqueror's Hakai, in Doflamingo's eyes. Attaining mastery over conqueror's haki required reaching a significant level of skill. However, he failed to perceive any fiery intensity within Roy's conqueror's haki. Had he done so, he might have concluded that Roy was indeed the enigmatic figure from Hiyori Island. Yet, Roy provided Doflamingo no opportunity for contemplation and, with an even broader smile, exerted his legs. Seizing Doflamingo's head as if he were a cannonball, propelling forward, Doflamingo had heard of the concept of shot put on Earth. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt an immense force surge through him. He plummeted towards the ground at a speed greater than his ascent. Boom! The sound resonated not only within the vicinity, but was clear to everyone across the Sabaody archipelago. Doflamingo's head was driven into the ground, causing the earth to crack and fissure, the cracks expanding relentlessly, with dust and fine sand filling the gaps. As the force dissipated, Doflamingo's body slumped to the ground. Slowly descending from the sky, Roy approached Ein and softly said, "Please report the situation here to Admiral Sengoku," requesting him to send someone to apprehend Doflamingo and confine him to the underwater prison. Upon receiving Ein's message, Sengoku's expression turned grim, revealing a bitter smile indicative of his inner turmoil. He was acutely aware of Doflamingo's true identity. This individual had once been a celestial dragon, and even though his father had unilaterally severed ties, it could not erase Doflamingo's lineage. Fortunately for Roy, he remained oblivious to this information, thus falling under the principle of ignorance is bliss. What Sengoku did not realize was that everything was under Roy's control. Otherwise, Roy would not have swiftly silenced Doflamingo at the outset of their confrontation, denying him the opportunity to speak. Chapter 53. Journey to the Island, Ebon Shadow. Roy harbored no concern for how Sengoku would handle Doflamingo's predicament. After all, if Doflamingo wished to escape, he would undoubtedly pay a steep price. Meanwhile, the events surrounding Roy were gradually escalating. Everyone's impression of him transformed into one of fierce protectiveness. He was a force to be reckoned with, not to be trifled with. Particularly, Rayleigh and Shiki gained a clearer understanding of the prowess exhibited by the White Dove. Rayleigh, being exceptionally sensitive to fluctuations in energy, sensed the chilling conqueror's haki. Even though Roy had concentrated his spiritual pressure on Doflamingo, the Admiral, White Dove, truly possesses remarkable talent. At the same age, even Roger could not have reached his current level. Rayleigh mused, shaking his head. Disregarding further thoughts, he resumed his work on the coding project. After all, he was merely an ordinary coding craftsman at present, and he had pledged to complete the coding within a day. A task that was exceedingly time-sensitive. Roy awakened the slaves one by one, bringing them to the Sabaody archipelago base for individual inquiries, intending to return them to their homelands as the registration process continued. It soon came to Stella's turn. Ein recognized the striking golden-haired woman before her, recalling how she had escaped from the shackles of confinement. Without Ein's intervention, it was difficult to fathom the grim future awaiting them. "Stella, where is your hometown?" Ein inquired with concern. Pen in hand, Stella's expression darkened, tears welling in her eyes as she slowly shook her head. "I have no hometown. I have been a slave since birth." This implied that Stella's parents were likely also slaves. Ein felt a pang of sympathy for Stella. Turning to Roy, who appeared to be dozing nearby, she asked, "Lord Roy, Stella," before Ein could finish her sentence. Roy stood up from his seat and approached Stella, smiling gently. "So, Stella, if you would be so inclined, my ship is in need of a cook. Would you like to join us?" Without a moment's hesitation, Stella expressed her eagerness, nodding enthusiastically. "Yes, I would be more than willing." With Stella's affirmative response, Roy replied with a smile, "Then I look forward to your guidance. Please, just call me Roy, like Ein does." Upon hearing this, Stella's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively nodded, saying, Time passed swiftly, and after a day's rest at the Sabaody Archipelago Naval Base, Roy, accompanied by Ein and Stella, ventured to the Kicking Bamboo Bar. Ein and Stella were unaware of Rayleigh's true identity, perceiving him merely as an ordinary coding craftsman. "Here is your belly that I hope you can complete the coding project within a day, old man." The Admiral-class warship is quite substantial, and the term project is no exaggeration, Roy remarked. Upon hearing Roy refer to him as old man, Rayleigh erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! It is an honor to coat for the Admiral. Roy noted that this old man was anything but ordinary. His spirit far surpassed that of his peers. I nodded in agreement, while Roy internally scoffed. Of course, this is the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh. Even in his current state, he remains an imposing figure. As they boarded the warship, Stella gazed in awe at the colossal vessel, her astonishment evident. Being of a similar age to Ein, she felt a greater affinity towards her. She instinctively asked Ein, do you usually pilot the warship alone? That's incredible. Ein shook her head, replying, not at all. Lord Roy's fruitability is not only peculiar, but also immensely practical. That it seemed as though it was to validate Ein's words, as Luo Ya lightly snapped his fingers. Instantly, 100 phantoms, all identical to Luo Ya, manifested atop the Admiral-class warship. Stella, witnessing this spectacle, displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Observing Stella's reaction, Ein could vaguely imagine the expression she must have had at that moment. All right, everyone, let us embark. We shall strive to reach Fishman Island within 2 days. At this juncture, the system's prompt time had diminished from 3 days to 2 under the control of the 100 phantoms. The warship began its gradual descent into the ocean depths. The seawater steadily enveloped the vessel. As the immense ship commenced its slow submersion, darkness gradually consuming them. Both Stella and Ein, being young maidens, harbored a certain aversion to the dark. Therefore, Luo Ya promptly activated all the lights aboard the ship. The illumination cast a considerable distance, revealing a world that was becoming increasingly vibrant and resplendent. Wow, what kind of fish is that? It looks so kawaii. Indeed, I never imagined the underwater realm could be so fascinating. It truly is enigmatic. Standing on the deck, Luo Ya gazed through the film at the surrounding ocean, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. This was his first venture beneath the waves, and the unique varieties of marine life, along with the existence of sea kings, immediately brought to mind Shirahoshi. If given the opportunity, he yearned to meet Shirahoshi and see if he could cultivate a favorable relationship with her. After all, in this oceanic world, the presence of a sea king was undeniably formidable. As time passed, the initial excitement of the group gradually settled into calmness. At this moment, Stella made her way to the ship's kitchen. She possessed immense confidence in her culinary skills, as her talent in this domain was truly remarkable. Regardless of the cuisine, she could adapt and reach the pinnacle of excellence. As Luo Ya would say, it was akin to striking gold. Soon, a feast that tantalized the senses appeared before everyone. However, unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to the aroma of the dishes, a shadowy figure flashed through the distant ocean, swiftly approaching Luo Ya's warship. In the blink of an eye, it was before them. Chapter 54. The Giant Octopus. 2 maidens in terror. The shadow moved rapidly, and in an instant, it was before Luo Ya and the others. Under the illumination of the ship's lights, they finally discerned the nature of the creature before them. It was a colossal squid, a Sea King class, measuring over 5,500 meters in length. Just its tentacles alone exceeded 1,000 meters. Stella had never encountered such a sight before. Her heart quaked, and she instinctively collapsed to the ground, her face drained of color. Not only Stella, but even Ein was profoundly shaken. They were in the deep sea. After all, the warship, enveloped in a protective film, kept the seawater at bay. However, should that film shatter and an influx of water surge in, the immense pressure of the deep sea would be insurmountable for them. In Ein and Stella's eyes, Luo Ya was a power wielder. Should he come into contact with a significant volume of seawater, he would undoubtedly be rendered powerless. Master Luo Ya, what should we do? That octopus is clearly coming for us. At this moment, the terrifying giant squid, measuring an astounding 5,500 meters, was scrutinizing the warship, assessing its threat level. If it determined that the ship posed no danger, without a second thought, it would undoubtedly utilize its powerful, tentacle-like appendages, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, to envelop the protective film, rupture it, and subsequently devour the vessel. Observing the expressions of Ein and Stella, Luo Ya remained unfazed. He controlled the phantoms to drag a table from the cabin and placed it on the deck. Then he set the delectable dishes prepared by Stella upon the table and casually addressed everyone. Why are you all still dawdling? Come, let us feast. Such exquisite dishes would be a shame to let go cold. But Stella pointed nervously at the octopus outside, her voice trembling. Ein interjected, Master Luo Ya, what if that creature decides to attack? What should we do? Glancing at the two visibly anxious maidens, Luo Ya waved his hand dismissively, as though unconcerned, saying, "Worry not. We shall face whatever comes our way with composure. Ein, consider this an exercise in fortifying your mental resilience." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, I nodded, took a deep breath, and softly replied, "Understood." Subsequently, she moved a chair beside the table. Stella, seeing Ein do so, had no choice but to steel herself and sit down as well. Yet, Stella's thoughts were no longer on the meal, but were entirely consumed by the impending threat of the octopus. She feared that the creature might charge forward without warning and pierce the protective film. Should that occur, they would be doomed at that moment. The three individuals were enveloped in distinctly different emotions. Luo Ya's nonchalance, Ein's forced calmness, and Stella's panic and dread permeated the warship. Luo Ya savored the dishes crafted by Stella, nodding in satisfaction. Giving her a thumbs up, he remarked, "Stella, this is absolutely delectable." Stella's face was pale as she looked at Luo Ya. Forcing a smile, she said, "Is it truly delicious, master? Stella shall always take responsibility for this. Please indulge." Due to her overwhelming anxiety, Stella's words became somewhat disjointed as for the term master. Luo Ya had initially declined it. However, Stella insisted, as it was Luo Ya and Ein who had saved her, particularly Luo Ya, who she regarded as akin to a rebirth, to express her respect. She steadfastly insisted on calling him master. Luo Ya could not find it in himself to argue, as this was Stella's personal conviction. Looking at Stella, he couldn't help but recall a certain self-proclaimed Golden Emperor. However, Stella had yet to encounter Tezzalo, the future Golden Emperor, and it was likely he would not appear again. Therefore, when Doflamingo eventually revealed the golden fruit, he could seize it under another identity. With this thought, a faint smile graced Luo Ya's lips. Ein regarded Luo Ya with admiration as he appeared completely unperturbed. Although Luo Ya had not given her guidance in other areas, his state of mind was something Ein could not hope to attain. She diligently worked to maintain her composure while tasting the culinary delights prepared by Stella. Yet, her trembling hands betrayed the turbulence within her heart. "Ein, do you find it to your liking?" Luo Ya chuckled lightly at Ein. "Ah, yes, it's exquisite. Stella's cooking is the most delicious food I have ever tasted." And Ein's state of mind could not be expected to improve significantly in such a short span. She instinctively glanced to the side and saw the silhouette of the octopus charging towards the warship. Ein's pupils constricted sharply. Simultaneously, Stella, witnessing the scene before her, could no longer contain herself, letting out a panicked scream that echoed throughout the ship. The entire vessel resonated with Stella's cries that a heavy dread settled in Ein's heart. The deep sea, the confines of the protective film. Considering all these factors, Ein believed that neither she nor Luo Ya could fully unleash their powers. The likelihood of them being crushed by the pressure of the deep sea or swallowed whole by the gigantic sea king octopus was exceedingly high. Yet, what Ein did not realize was that as the Admiral of the White Dove, Luo Ya was not revealing his true capabilities. He had never once unleashed his full strength. To date, no one had ever witnessed such a display. Even this massive sea king octopus was no exception. However, the confidence that resided within Luo Ya was unknown to Ein and Stella in their eyes. Regardless of Luo Ya's fruit abilities, the Navy's Rokushiki, or the formidable Busashoka Haki, there appeared to be no means to defeat the gigantic sea king octopus before them. Despair enveloped them. Perhaps it was precisely due to this that the hearts of Ein and Stella experienced a breakthrough at this moment. Ein turned to Roya and softly remarked, "My lord Roya, to be by your side is the wisest choice of my life. If given another chance, I would resolutely make the same choice again." At this juncture, Stella also found her fears dissipating. "Master, thank you for rescuing me from my life of darkness. In my eyes, you are the greatest light, my everything. If there is a next life, I would gladly serve you for eternity." Roya regarded them with a somewhat peculiar expression, questioning, "Is it truly so exaggerated? It is merely a cephalopod of approximately 5,500 meters. After all." Chapter 55, Terrifying Dominance, A Thought to Slay. Roya's words were laced with a relaxed nonchalance, which momentarily stunned the two of them. Ein gazed at Roya and hesitated. "My lord Roya." She was on the verge of speaking, but faltered. It was crucial to remember that they were in the deep sea. If a large-scale attack were initiated, the barrier would undoubtedly shatter, and they would meet their demise. However, A small-scale attack against a creature of this magnitude would amount to nothing more than a mere tickle, resulting in their inevitable death, and no matter the approach, death awaited them. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds resonated aboard the warship. These detonations were caused by the cephalopod rapidly approaching the vessel, its colossal form parting the ocean with an immense force, stirring up a torrent of water and creating the present chaos. In other words, the sea creature had reached the warship's vicinity. Roya turned to observe as the gigantic cephalopod extended its enormous tentacles towards the ship. Stella's complexion had turned ghostly pale. "Fear not. Nothing will happen. I shall handle this." Roya calmly rose from his seat and approached the ship's edge, exuding an air of tranquility, devoid of any sign of panic. Ain and Stella felt their hearts race with anxiety, pondering how Roya would act, while simultaneously worrying whether he might damage the barrier. The atmosphere was suffocating as the massive cephalopod's tentacles neared the barrier. Poised to make contact, Roya slowly closed his eyes before suddenly opening them wide as a terrifying, domineering aura erupted from him, reminiscent of a kingly presence, vast and heavy, akin to Mount Tai in an instant. This overwhelming aura enveloped the cephalopod, expanding outward to a radius of 6,000 meters, erupting forth with a force that was palpable. Ain and Stella, due to their special connection with Roya, were not rendered unconscious by the force. Yet they could still feel a hellish pressure emanating from him. The aura materialized into something tangible, causing the tentacles of the 5,500-meter-long cephalopod to recoil in retreat. But that was not the end. Under Roya's full control, his justice cloak billowed without wind. With a series of resounding cracks, the cephalopod's body began to fracture under the intense pressure of the aura that had previously surged in all directions. Now firmly restrained by Roya, the creature thrashed and writhed, stirring up waves even in the depths of the ocean. Yet its tentacles could never reach the warship beneath Roya's feet. The sheer terror of this aura was unfathomable. Unbelievably powerful. Is this the power of my master? Only my Lord Roya could wield such a degree of dominion. The eyes of both women sparkled with admiration as they gazed at Roya's back, as if imprinting his silhouette indelibly in their minds. The spiritual pressure and the domineering aura were strikingly similar, yet they bore distinct differences, particularly the offensive capabilities that surpassed even the most potent of auras. Since it has come, let it not depart. After all, this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, Roya declared, unleashing his spiritual pressure to shatter the 5,500-meter-long cephalopod into countless fragments. This was the White Dove, a general feared by innumerable pirates for his unparalleled strength. Ain and Stella simultaneously acknowledged this in their hearts as they gradually withdrew their spiritual pressure with an unchanged demeanor. Roya appeared as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Under the watchful gaze of the two women, he returned to his seat and resumed savoring the culinary delights before him. Simultaneously, he addressed Ain and Stella. This is a manifestation of the later stages of the domineering aura. You should practice cultivating your hearts. Perhaps you may awaken to its potential not regard the domineering aura as a rare phenomenon. The more one perceives it as rare, the less likely they are to awaken to it. You understand? Upon hearing Roya's words, Ain quickly realized that he was imparting wisdom to them. She promptly stood from her seat and saluted Roya, saying, "Understood, my Lord Roya." Meanwhile, in her heart, she thought, "So, my lord intended for us to cultivate our hearts to awaken the domineering aura." Seeing Ain's earnest demeanor, Roya couldn't help but smile wryly. "All right, the crisis has been averted. Let us continue to enjoy the delicious food crafted by Stella. Ain and Stella nodded in unison. With the threat now behind them, their appetites surged. In the time that followed, Roya skillfully maneuvered the ship through the treacherous currents of the deep sea, safely arriving at Fishman Island. At this moment, within the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island, under the command of King Neptune, various ministers accompanied him to the island's port. Fishman Island indeed had a port. As unified management was essential, a faint smile graced Roya's lips. He had not expected King Neptune to personally come forth to greet him. As Ain and Stella approached Fishman Island, they could hardly contain their excitement, gazing in wonder at their surroundings. Look, Fishman Island is enveloped in a gigantic bubble. There are even clouds here. Could there possibly be air? How astonishing. Is this truly Fishman Island, situated 1,000 meters beneath the holy land Mariejois? While the two women marveled, Roya deftly guided the ship into the heart of Fishman Island Haiti that moment. A system notification echoed in Roya's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward: Peak Observation Haki and Peak Conqueror's Haki. Peak Observation Haki would allow the host to predict the enemy's next attack while foreseeing the next 5 minutes of time, and it would even enable communication with all things. When Roya heard the system's announcement, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 56. The Rewards of 1,000. Communication with all things. Although Roya had anticipated that achieving peak observation haki would be immensely powerful, he was unprepared for the sheer variety of functionalities it possessed compared to peak armament haki. Particularly, the ability to communicate with all things was something he had never envisioned. How remarkable, Roya mused internally. Yet, at that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed in again. Ding! Reminder to the host. The ability to communicate with all things is not something every individual can awaken upon reaching the peak of observation haki. With the system's clarification, Roya's smile grew even brighter. If that were the case, when he encountered others with peak observation haki, he would possess a unique and formidable advantage. However, he quickly realized he had been overthinking it. After all, how many individuals could truly reach the peak of observation haki? At this moment, the warship beneath Roya had arrived before King Neptune. With a calm demeanor, Roya approached Neptune and said, "Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you." As Roya's words fell, Ein and Stella both bowed to King Neptune. The king waved his hand, signaling them to rise, and remarked, "There is no need for such formalities. I have long heard of the illustrious General White Dove, renowned for his exceptional handsomeness and transcendent demeanor. Now that I see you in person, indeed, it holds true. However, the rumors from the outside world merely depict me as an ordinary individual with slightly enhanced strength." Upon hearing Roya's words, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Neptune's eyes that he mused silently. This white dove is not only humble, but possesses formidable strength. It could be a reflection of his character or indicative of profound wisdom. Nevertheless, observing Roya's expression, Neptune felt that he belonged to the former category. After all, such a gentle smile was a rarity among those of higher rank within the Navy. "General White Dove, when I heard you were coming to Fishman Island, I instructed my people to prepare a banquet. Might you be willing to attend?" The king's personal invitation was an immense honor in the eyes of the other fishmen, in response to such respect. Roya naturally would not act inappropriately. He simply nodded gently and replied, "I appreciate your kindness." With Roya's affirmation, the group proceeded toward the Dragon King's palace on Fishman Island. As Roya surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the absence of Jinbei, the fishman hero. Even the figure of Fisher Tiger was nowhere to be found, leaving Roya somewhat perplexed. "I shall contact Fisher Tiger via Den Mushi after a while. I hope he is on Fishman Island. That would simplify matters significantly," he thought to himself. Before long, under Neptune's guidance, they arrived at the splendid Dragon King's palace. Suddenly, Roya heard the familiar electronic voice of the system in his mind. Ding! "Congratulations, host, for checking in at the Dragon King's palace. You have received a potion with no side effects. Upon use, your strength will double for 5 minutes, with absolutely no side effects." Upon hearing this, Roya felt a mix of bemusement and surprise. He had not anticipated such a unique reward from checking in at the palace. Although it seemed rather peculiar, it could serve as a powerful trump card, which was indeed a positive outcome. King Neptune keenly observed the change in Roya's expression. "General White Dove, is something amiss? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements?" Roya shook his head in response to Neptune's inquiry, saying, "Your Majesty, you jest. I am merely astonished by the grandeur of the Dragon Palace." "Isn't it just a mutual flattery?" Roya thought, and he too could engage in such exchanges. Hearing Roya's words, Neptune erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. To hear such praise from General White Dove is truly an immense honor. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Just call me Roya. White Dove is merely a title. If one were to speak of a truly fearsome title, it would belong to the mysterious figure associated with Roya." Should Neptune discover that Roya was not only the Admiral White Dove, but also the enigmatic individual renowned across the seas, one could only wonder what expression would grace his face, and whether he would still extend such a grand reception. Roya and his companions were treated as esteemed guests within the Dragon King's palace. Seated beneath Neptune, Roya eagerly anticipated the arrival of delicacies from Fishman Island, particularly the desserts, which were said to be immensely coveted even by Big Mom herself. "Roya, Are you aware of the purpose for which Admiral Sengoku sent you to Fishman Island? Neptune inquired. Recently, the Navy intends to initiate the Seven Warlords plan, inviting various pirates to join and enjoy certain privileges. Admiral Sengoku thought of the issues concerning Fishman Island and its people, thus inviting me to persuade Jinbei to join the Seven Warlords and foster peaceful development between our two races. Upon hearing Roya's words, Neptune nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the potential benefits of the Seven Warlords plan for them. Just then, Roya presented Neptune with a document bearing Sengoku's signature. After reviewing it, Neptune perceived the Seven Warlords plan as a promising opportunity. However, regarding strength, was Fisher Tiger not even more formidable? At Neptune's remark, Roya's lips twitched slightly. He had assumed that Neptune understood why Sengoku had not opted for Fisher Tiger. Yet, given the current situation, it appeared he had overestimated the king's awareness. With a hint of exasperation, Roya gazed at Neptune and said, "Your Majesty, surely you jest. You know well that Fisher Tiger previously caused quite a stir in Mariejois. For such an existence, the Navy would be more inclined to eliminate him rather than recruit him. One could only say that under the chaotic circumstances of the New World, Admiral Sengoku's decision is a desperate measure. If you seize this opportunity, not only could the matter concerning Fisher Tiger be alleviated, but it would also promote harmonious development between fishmen and humans. Does that not sound splendid? Thus, Admiral Sengoku specially sent me here." Listening to Roya, Neptune realized the truth of the matter. He had not expected that he was not as perceptive as Roya in this regard. "Your Majesty, do you happen to know where Jinbei is at present? I do not know their whereabouts either. I shall dispatch someone to locate them now." Upon hearing Neptune's response, Roya's brow furrowed slightly. "I appreciate your assistance, Your Majesty." After saying this, he patiently awaited the outcome. Meanwhile, the banquet had already commenced in full swing. Dozens of mermaids danced gracefully before them, their flowing sleeves enchanting to behold on the other side. Approximately 10,000 meters away from the Dragon King's palace, in a secluded area, the surroundings were a stark contrast to the palace's splendor. Here, the seaweed was overgrown, and the chaos was palpable. It appeared that no fishman had set foot in this desolate place for at least a decade. In this barren location, two fishmen with deep red and azure skin arrived. They had received word that a human had inadvertently strayed into this area and had sustained injuries. Out of goodwill towards humans, they decided to investigate the situation before seeking out Roya. However, Fisher Tiger and Jinbei were unaware that they were about to encounter Hody Jones instead of an injured human. Both Fisher Tiger and Jinbei recognized Hody Jones before them, and they were clearly aware that they had been deceived by him. Fisher Tiger glared at Hody Jones, who wore a flat hat adorned with a trident design, a wolf fur scarf around his neck, and extensive tattoos on his left arm, and exclaimed, "Hody Jones, what is the meaning of this?" Hody Jones, gazing at Fisher Tiger and Jinbei, let out a cold laugh. "Ha, what do you mean? Of course, I'm here to stop you." "Stop us? Stop us from what?" Fisher Tiger was utterly perplexed by Hody Jones's words. Hody Jones, with a sidelong glance at the two fishmen, declared, "Captain Fisher Tiger, Brother Jinbei, you are currently our most revered fishman, possessing immense strength and unparalleled courage, especially you, Captain Fisher Tiger, who scaled Mariejois barehanded to rescue countless compatriots. Even I hold great admiration for you." But, at this juncture, Hody Jones's expression darkened, revealing his murderous intent without restraint. "However, this is precisely why you should not seek out White Dove. I have heard that you intend to approach White Dove to improve relations between fishmen and humans. Is that correct?" At this moment, Fisher Tiger was unaware of the true identity of Admiral White Dove. He did not know that Roya was the very mysterious figure who had once been embroiled in a conflict with Fisher Tiger. Nevertheless, both Fisher Tiger and Jinbei still wished to meet White Dove to discuss the relationship between their two races. If they could align with such a high-ranking admiral, it would undoubtedly elevate their standing in the world of governance. Yet, this very notion was discovered by the ever-vigilant Hody Jones. As a staunch advocate of fishman supremacy, he would never allow such a thing to transpire. Thus, considering this, Hody Jones, without a hint of hesitation, took advantage of the benevolence of Fisher Tiger and Jinbei, the two fishmen, and summoned them here. His purpose was to fulfill his ambitious aspirations. Hody Jones had already revealed a hint of madness. "Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, I hold you in high regard, yet you have greatly disappointed me. Therefore, I have decided to replace you, leading the fishmen to launch an assault on the mainland. declaring that only Fishmen are the true superior species. Upon hearing Hody Jones's frenzied declaration, Fisher Tiger and Jinbei exchanged glances. Fisher Tiger stepped forward and said, "Hody Jones, I have encountered many with such thoughts, but this is merely a path to ruin." Path to ruin? Ha ha ha. I see you as the ones on a misguided path. Coexisting peacefully with humans is nothing but a farce. Humans should be our slaves, Hody Jones exclaimed. Enough of this futile talk. Let us fight. I will prove with my strength that your beliefs are utterly erroneous. As Hody Jones's words grew more intense, Fisher Tiger no longer hesitated, stepping forward and adopting a defensive stance. Confidently declaring, "Hody Jones, you are merely a soldier by King Neptune's side. You are no match for me." At that moment, Jinbei interjected, "Captain Fisher Tiger, be cautious of his underhanded tactics." Hearing their exchange, Hody Jones let out a cold laugh. Underhanded tactics? No, I shall defeat you openly. With that, Hody Jones produced an deadly drug from his bosom. When Fisher Tiger and Jinbei beheld the object in Hody Jones's possession, their eyes widened in alarm. "Is that the deadly drug? How did you obtain it?" "Of course, I acquired it from the Dragon King's treasure chest." Can you believe that this treasure chest, which has been preserved for many years in the Dragon King's palace, actually contains this deadly drug? The deadly drug is known as energisteroid, a type of energy steroid. Consuming this substance greatly enhances one's strength, albeit at the cost of one's lifespan. One may consume no more than a single pill. However, Hody Jones paid no heed to this warning. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed more than 10 deadly drugs in one go. Buzz. The flow of blood within Hody Jones surged dramatically. His muscles expanded beyond measure, veins bulging and straining against his clothing. Even his aura grew fiercely intimidating that in this tranquil yet desolate place. Fisher Tiger and Jinbei could even hear the rapid beating of Hody Jones's heart. "Hody Jones, are you throwing your life away? You actually consumed so many at once," Fisher Tiger exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hody Jones dismissed Fisher Tiger's words with indifference. "Enough with your pretense. Fisher Tiger, let us speak through our strength." As he finished speaking, Hody Jones charged towards Fisher Tiger with astonishing speed, surpassing even the swiftest merfolk. "Allow me to take the lead." Jinbei, unable to bear the sight, leapt forth from Fisher Tiger's side. Fishman karate. 5,000 tile fist. Jinbei, belonging to the whale shark Fishman, possessed immense strength. His fist, capable of shattering 5,000 tiles, struck Hody Jones squarely. Bang! The moment their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, akin to an explosion in the air. Before Jinbei could react, Hody Jones wore a cold grin. His bulging fist striking upward with force, a series of deafening sounds ensued. Jinbei felt an unprecedented force assail his chin, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. The entire exchange happened in the blink of an eye. Even Fisher Tiger failed to comprehend what transpired in a flash. Hody Jones had effortlessly defeated the sea hero Jinbei. Such terrifying power left Fisher Tiger's heart trembling. Hody Jones spread his arms wide, gazing at the fallen Jinbei, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is the power that belongs to me. This overwhelming strength means even the sea hero Jinbei is no match for me. Would you not agree, Fisher Tiger?" Fisher Tiger's expression darkened, and the moment Hody Jones fixed his gaze upon him, an immense pressure weighed heavily upon his heart, an unsettling sensation. "Hody Jones, this is not true power. You are merely draining your own life force," Fisher Tiger admonished. "You must seek medical attention immediately. Perhaps you can still save yourself. Once your body is completely exhausted, there will be no recovering. Draining my body? No, this is merely the dormant power within me," Hody Jones retorted. "Fisher Tiger, are you afraid?" At that moment, Jinbei had risen from the ground, gazing gravely at Hody Jones. "Captain, Hody Jones has lost his mind. We must suppress him quickly. Otherwise, a calamity may ensue." Upon hearing Jinbei's words, Fisher Tiger nodded solemnly as he observed Fisher Tiger and Jinbei preparing to join forces. Hody Jones remained unperturbed. "Come, let us face each other together. Even united, you are no match for me." With that declaration, Hody Jones consumed another 10 deadly drugs, his physique appearing even more imposing, exuding an aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast. His eyes glowing with a menacing red that sent shivers down one's spine. They could no longer allow Hody Jones time to consume more drugs. They had to unite to defeat this madman before them. Without hesitation, Jinbei stepped forward, Executing his technique, shark skin palm, utilizing the sheer force of his legs, Jinbei leapt into the air, channeling all his strength into the shark tile fist, descending rapidly toward Hody Jones. Simultaneously, Fisher Tiger unleashed his ultimate move. Fishman Karate, secret technique. Miraken, Fisher Tiger concentrated a water sphere in his palm and hurled it toward Hody Jones. This droplet possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly piercing through a person's body and even penetrating sea kings many times larger. It was an incredibly fearsome secret technique. Faced with the combined assault of Jinbei and Fisher Tiger, Hody Jones showed no fear, grinning widely, revealing his jagged teeth in a terrifying manner. Come, let me witness the extent of your strength. With that, Hody Jones's figure vanished in an instant. This was not the technique known as Soru, but rather pure physical prowess propelling him to high-speed movement, arriving directly before Jinbei. With outstretched palms, Hody Jones braced himself to absorb the incoming attack. Fishman Karate, coarse shark, sizzle. Jinbei's palm was crushed effortlessly within Hody Jones's grip, offering no resistance. The hardened bones of his hand could not withstand Hody Jones's might. Seizing Jinbei's hand, Hody Jones executed a shoulder throw. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed through the desolate surroundings. A sharp pain surged through Jinbei's mind, and after spewing forth a copious amount of blood, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Now it's your turn, Fisher Tiger. Hody Jones casually shattered the attack launched by Fisher Tiger. A relaxed demeanor that left Fisher Tiger utterly astonished. How is this possible? Fisher Tiger could hardly believe that the drug-enhanced Hody Jones possessed such incredible strength. What do you mean? How is this possible? Fisher Tiger, the real spectacle is yet to come. Fishman Karate. Sea Drum. Hody Jones swung his fist, compressing the moisture in the surrounding environment, thereby forming a high-density droplet of water. This droplet was reminiscent of a fist in size. Brimming with explosive power, Fisher Tiger, perhaps you should personally experience the true strength of Fishman Karate. This fist-sized droplet. No, it could hardly be referred to as a droplet any longer. It was a mass of water. The mass surged through the air with a chilling ferocity, hurtling towards Fisher Tiger. There was no way for Fisher Tiger to evade in resignation. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest. As the mass approached, he felt an icy chill envelop him. Bang! The mass, infused with a violent rotational force, collided with Fisher Tiger's skin, causing a crimson blossom to bloom out of thin air. The mass penetrated Fisher Tiger's body, leaving a gaping hole that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. Witnessing the sheer magnitude of his power, Hody Jones reveled in his overwhelming confidence, believing he could easily defeat even the newly established Yonko of the New World. With Fisher Tiger and Jinbei sprawled on the ground, Hody Jones spread his arms wide, proclaiming his madness. Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, while your strength may be lacking and far inferior to mine, if you are willing to submit to me, embrace my ideology, and become my crew, I may graciously spare your lives. Otherwise, despite Fisher Tiger's fishman physique, which should have allowed him to survive even a gaping wound in his chest, the agony of his injuries was undeniably profound. He could feel his life ebbing away swiftly. Yet, even in such pain, Fisher Tiger gritted his teeth and slowly rose from the ground. Chapter 59. You are not worthy, Roya scoffed. Submit to you? Impossible. Become your crew? Unthinkable. Embrace your utterly misguided ideology. Absolutely not. Fisher Tiger stood up, clutching his chest with all his might, a smile curling at the corner of his lips as he vehemently refused. Fisher Tiger articulated his defiance. Hody Jones clenched his fists tightly. His blood-red eyes glared coldly at Fisher Tiger as he said, "Are you done? If so, then prepare to die." In an instant, Hody Jones appeared before Fisher Tiger, his fist rapidly enlarging in Fisher Tiger's vision. Just as it was about to crash into Fisher Tiger's face, Hody Jones abruptly halted. The gust from his punch tousled Fisher Tiger's hair. An idea suddenly struck Hody Jones. Retracting his fist, he addressed Fisher Tiger. Rather than allowing you to perish so easily, I believe it would be far more fitting for you to witness the transformation of Fishman Island, to die in the depths of despair and agony. With that, Hody Jones performed a rudimentary bandaging on Fisher Tiger. He then bound Jinbei with the sturdiest ropes, crushing Jinbei's limbs to render him utterly incapable of escaping. Having completed these tasks, Hody Jones produced a din mushi and commanded his subordinates. Let the plan commence. Within the Ryūjin Palace, Roya and his companions were enjoying the festivities and the delicious cuisine. However, At that moment, a soldier burst into the banquet hall in a flurry. The smile vanished from Neptune's face as he spoke in a calm, yet firm tone. What is the matter? The rules of the Ryūjin Palace were numerous, and Neptune was incensed at such a rude soldier. However, if the soldier chose to act despite knowing the consequences, it could only mean that something grave had occurred. True to his fears, the pale-faced soldier knelt before Neptune and reported, "Your Majesty, it is dire. Hody Jones has betrayed us with the new Fishman pirates and countless human slaves." Upon hearing this, Neptune's heart sank. Before he could utter a word, Roya fixed a stern gaze upon Neptune, stating each word deliberately. "Neptune, I require your explanation." This time, Roya did not even address Neptune as Your Majesty. Neptune recognized that Roya was truly angered. Yet, as a king, he had his own ways of addressing such matters. He briefly calmed Roya before turning to the soldier. "What exactly has transpired?" The soldier, not daring to hesitate, replied promptly, "The details have yet to be fully investigated. But from what we can ascertain, Hody Jones's newly formed Fishman pirates, comprising approximately 1,000 fishmen and nearly 10,000 slaves, are wreaking havoc across Fishman Island, claiming they are bringing about a new dawn. Moreover, both Fisher Tiger and Jinbe have been defeated by Hody Jones, with Fisher Tiger sustaining a grievous wound to his chest." The soldier's words drew gasps from everyone present. They were well aware of Fisher Tiger's and Jinbe's capabilities. And it was precisely this knowledge that rendered their defeat by Hody Jones all the more shocking. That Roya's mind raced through countless possibilities in mere moments, regardless of whether it involved the mysterious identity of Fisher Tiger or the admiral sent to invite Jinbe to join the warlords of the sea. Both were deeply intertwined with Fisher Tiger and Jinbe. In other words, Hody Jones had crossed Roya. Sighing heavily, Roya rose from his seat. "Stella, let us go." "Yes." Roya, accompanied by the two women, briskly exited the banquet hall and made their way toward the chaotic streets. Upon witnessing this, Neptune's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly addressed Shark Star nearby. "Deploy troops immediately." Yet before Neptune could finish his sentence, Roya's voice echoed from a distance. "Do not create unnecessary casualties. Leave this matter to me." Roya's words were imbued with unwavering confidence. Neptune quickly came to his senses, but, still apprehensive, followed Roya closely alongside his ministers. At this juncture, Fishman Island had descended into utter chaos. Countless fishmen and the commanded slaves wreaked havoc everywhere. These slaves had been orchestrated by Hody Jones, who, as an advocate of Fishman supremacy, thrived on such upheaval. "All fishmen who join the new Fishman pirates shall receive unparalleled power. Let us unite to overthrow Neptune and establish ourselves as rulers." Hody Jones proclaimed loudly, surrounded by his fervent supporters. That he then turned to Jinbe and Fisher Tiger, declaring, "Can you smell it? The intoxicating aroma in the air. Soon I shall be the new king of Fishman Island. From then on, I will wage war relentlessly and utterly dominate the seas." Fisher Tiger, mustering his remaining strength, gazed at Hody Jones and retorted, "Huh? You think you are worthy?" Infuriated by Fisher Tiger's dismissive tone, Hody Jones erupted with laughter. "Ha! I will make you witness how I accomplish this. That I can only hope that when I ascend to power, your body can endure." Just as Hody Jones finished speaking, he spotted Roya and his companions emerging from the Ryūjin Palace. "Ha! It seems the Ryūjin Palace has received the news, but how foolish of Neptune to send these three to thwart us. Does he truly believe they can contend with such overwhelming numbers?" If Hody Jones had known of Kuro's fate, he might have refrained from making such remarks. Hody Jones, relying on his formidable physical prowess, strode confidently toward Roya, taunting, "So you are the Admiral Pigeon? Why waste words on one who is about to die?" Roya paid Hody Jones no heed. In fact, under Hody Jones's watchful gaze, he slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Roya treat him with such disdain, Hody Jones felt a deep insult. Just as Hody Jones prepared to teach Roya a lesson, Roya opened his eyes. In an instant, Chapter 60. Invincible Power, Gale Foot, White Dove. In that fleeting moment, Luo Ya unleashed an overwhelming spiritual pressure from within him, akin to the conqueror's haki. Buzz. A terrifying aura, as vast as the sea, erupted from Luo Ya, instantly spreading through the chaotic surroundings. A fierce wind surged forth. On Fishman Island, a cloud of dust was swept into the air. This was the first time they had witnessed such an exaggerated tempest. For a moment, everyone was left in a state of shock. But that was not the end of it. Luo Ya's momentum continued to rise, becoming as deep and fearsome as the ocean itself. The Conqueror's haki swept across the minds of those who sowed chaos. In less than a second, thud, thud, thud. One by one, the sounds of bodies collapsing echoed throughout. They fell directly to the ground, and if it weren't for the knowledge that they merely fainted, one could almost claim that 100,000 corpses lay strewn about. The ground was littered with motionless bodies. The atmosphere turned eerily tranquil. Tens of thousands of slaves and thousands of fishmen, without exception, were struck unconscious by Luo Ya's Conqueror's haki, collapsing to the ground in a state of faint. Among all the rioters, only Hody Jones remained unaffected by Luo Ya's haki. Perhaps it was due to the lingering effects of the deadly drugs that a flicker of confusion passed through Hody Jones' eyes as he turned to survey the scene before him. Feeling an overwhelming shock, this the power of a Marine Admiral. How terrifying. Hody Jones' expression shifted as he thought to himself. No matter how strong. What does it matter? He is merely human, and besides, I still possess my trump card. With that thought, Hody Jones quickly retrieved a handful of drugs from his bag. Just these deadly drugs alone numbered at least 300. Hody Jones consumed them as if they were a mere meal. Neptune, accompanied by his ministers, arrived late. Upon seeing the fallen crowds before them, they were utterly astonished. However, their shock deepened when they caught sight of what Hody Jones held in his hands. White Dove, this is the drug capable of enhancing one's strength. If he consumes so many, barring death, he will become immensely powerful. I see. You should go rescue Jinbei and Fisher Tiger first. They are gravely injured. And further delay would only complicate matters. Yes, I will arrange that immediately. At this moment, Luo Ya cast his gaze upon Hody Jones. Hody Jones' physique had expanded to nearly twice its size, resembling a monstrous entity. His skin stretched to the point of near transparency, revealing the flowing blood within and even the rapid beating of his heart, creating an unsettling sensation. Although his skin appeared almost translucent, its resilience had significantly increased. Feeling the explosive power surging within him, Hody Jones let out a roaring laughter. Ha 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 ha. You see, this is power, invincible power. No one can withstand it. I am Hody Jones. Have you finished speaking? If so, I shall make my move. Despite having consumed a copious amount of the deadly drugs, Hody Jones' mind remained relatively clear that he did not wait for Luo Ya to strike first. Instead, he charged directly at him. At this moment, Hody Jones, nearly 4 meters tall, resembled a hill as he barreled towards Luo Ya. However, compared to the Whitebeard II, Weeble, whom Luo Ya had previously defeated, he seemed somewhat lacking. With a sigh, Luo Ya softly remarked, "Ultimately, your vision remains too narrow. The sea is not as simple as you imagine." At the pinnacle of observation haki, Luo Ya accurately predicted Hody Jones' trajectory of attack. He merely tilted his head slightly to evade Hody Jones' assault. The Marine 6 styles. Paper drawing. Luo Ya released all his strength. Dispersing like a sheet of paper carried by the wind, he effortlessly dodged Hody Jones' frenzied onslaught. Hody Jones grew increasingly alarmed as he unleashed his full might. His speed and strength reached unprecedented heights, delivering punches at a rate that could exceed 100 strikes per second. Yet, despite this, he still could not lay a finger on Luo Ya. Useless. I have already predicted your next move. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Hody Jones abruptly retreated. Prediction? But what if my speed is such that even your prediction cannot allow you to evade? With this thought, Hody Jones began to consume the drugs voraciously, as if abandoning his very life, swallowing them all into his belly. It hurts so much. But this sensation is power. Ha 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 ha. You are finished, Admiral White Dove. At this moment, I have become even stronger. The massive intake of drugs, though severely exhausting Hody Jones' life force, bestowed upon him immense strength and confidence. In response, Luo Ya merely stated, "Oh, is that so? Why not speak those grandiose words after you can withstand my strike?" As Luo Ya's voice fell, he leaped powerfully. Gale Foot White Dove. This was a derivative skill named after Luo Ya's own title. The moment Luo Ya executed the kick, it transformed into a pure white dove. Exuding an air of nobility, as the dove spread its wings in the air, the speed of the Gale Foot surged. Hody Jones, at this point, was beginning to doubt his very existence. Despite having consumed so many deadly drugs, he could still not discern Luo Ya's strike. The speed was simply too fast for his naked eye to capture. His mind raced furiously. However, the brilliance of the Gale Foot enveloped his form. A terrifying sense of pressure invaded every cell within his body at that moment. Every cell in Hodijone's body became exceedingly sensitive, saturated with the potent effects of the deadly drugs. Suddenly, the white dove took flight and exploded. With a sharp sound, it cleaved Hodijone's body in two. Hodijones could still faintly feel the pain as he gazed at his bisected form. Terror, dread, but it was irreversible. That gale foot was simply too swift. Exceeding the speed that Hodijones could even perceive, darkness, numbness, and silence engulfed Hodijone's mind. But as his body succumbed to the interruption of blood flow, the drug's power erupted at that moment. The once massive figure now resembled a frail, old man. TSK. Is this the fate of those who use deadly drugs? Quite tragic indeed. At this moment, all who witnessed this scene were left completely stunned. Chapter 61. Hope for Peace. A miracle emerges. Hodijones was actually defeated in one strike by Luo Ya. How incredibly powerful. Is this truly the legendary Marine Admiral? Can humans really become this strong? It is simply unbelievable. How I wish I could reach such a level. The people around whispered among themselves. Ain and Stella stood behind Luo Ya, gazing at him with admiration. Both women silently vowed, truly worthy of Lord Luo Ya. He is astonishingly strong, and they must work harder to train themselves, ensuring they do not bring shame to Luo Ya. They then observed the unfolding scene before them. Unlike Neptune, who was also beginning to doubt his very existence, King Neptune understood the potency of the deadly drugs. A mere fishman consuming one could become the strongest soldier, yet Hodijones had ingested hundreds of them, and still could not withstand even one of Luo Ya's strikes. This left Neptune in utter astonishment, especially as he noted that Luo Ya remained completely unscathed, not a single hair out of place, standing with an air of ease as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Neptune had previously known that Admiral White Dove was immensely powerful, but he had never imagined it to be to this extent. Neptune, have you liberated all these slaves and arranged for them to be transported to the nearby marine base? That should be fine, right? Rest assured, General White Dove, I swear by the king of the Fishman nation that I shall definitely accomplish this task. Luo Ya nodded in agreement, and then inquired, have Fisher Tiger and Jinbei begun their rescue efforts? Yes, but Fisher Tiger's condition is evidently grave, came the reply. Shall I take a look? I have considerable confidence in my medical skills, as Luo Ya and the others arrived beside the unconscious Fisher Tiger. Numerous individuals and fishmen had already begun to regain consciousness from their stupor. Standing next to Fisher Tiger, Luo Ya observed his condition with a furrowed brow. King Neptune addressed Luo Ya, asking, General White Dove, is there any hope? There is hope, but it necessitates a blood transfusion. A blood transfusion. No problem. I shall have the soldiers provide fresh blood. Luo Ya shook his head slightly, stating, no, your races are entirely different. While it might work under normal circumstances, given Fisher Tiger's severe injuries, using their blood will only hasten his demise. In this situation, only human blood can be utilized. As Luo Ya's words fell, the surrounding fishmen began to murmur among themselves. Using human blood to save a fishman, is this some sort of jest? How is that even possible? He must be attempting to sabotage our fishman hero, previously indifferent to Fisher Tiger and Jinbei. The fishmen now turned their wrath upon Luo Ya, seemingly devoid of trust in him. Their double standards were glaringly evident. However, Neptune remained remarkably open-minded. He spoke to Luo Ya in a solemn tone. General White Dove, do you have confidence? I do have confidence. Subsequently, Luo Ya turned his gaze towards the human slaves. Of course, with Luo Ya's assistance, they had already gained their freedom. Luo Ya addressed them. Is there anyone willing to come forward to donate blood for this fishman? Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the entire island fell into silence. They had previously been treated as slaves by these fishmen, living a life worse than death. Now, asking them to use their blood to save a fishman was something they would absolutely refuse. Neptune's heart grew heavier. Yet at that moment, someone from the crowd suddenly spoke up. I am willing. I support peace. And if this act can bring us closer together, then I am willing. As this declaration echoed, everyone turned to look at the speaker. The individual appeared somewhat dark-skinned, yet his eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance, as if illuminated from within. Following the boy's proclamation, his words began to resonate within the hearts of others. They raised their hands in unison. I am willing. If that is the case, then I too am willing. My wish is for world peace. Neptune and the other fishmen stared in disbelief at the humans before them. They had never anticipated that these humans would genuinely be willing to cast aside all prejudices and use their blood to save a fishman. This was beyond their wildest expectations. A faint smile graced Luo Ya's lips as he remarked, "Form a line. One person will not suffice. Fortunately, any blood type is acceptable for Fisher Tiger, and there will be no conflict." Under Luo Ya's leadership, the humans began to queue in an orderly fashion, eagerly volunteering. The dark-skinned boy who had initially spoken also beamed with joy, vanishing into a blur unnoticed. Indeed, this was the work of Luo Ya. Time passed swiftly. After approximately an hour, Fisher Tiger finally emerged from the brink of death. Though he remained gravely injured, if the large wound in his chest was not treated, there was still a risk of fatality. With his unparalleled medical skills, Luo Ya could certainly heal him, but it would require considerable time and constant observation by his side. Luo Ya did not have that luxury. Contemplating this, he made a decisive choice. System, retrieve that non-toxic potent medicine. As Luo Ya spoke to the system, a faint blue light flickered, and he discreetly administered the potent medicine to Fisher Tiger. Once Fisher Tiger ingested the medicine, its effects began to manifest. His vitality surged, yet due to the absence of side effects, it would not deplete his life force. Instead, it would grant him extraordinary restorative capabilities. Witnessing the vacant wound on Fisher Tiger's chest, flesh began to sprout and grow, gradually sealing the gaping injury. As those around observed this miraculous scene, they could hardly believe their eyes. Is this truly a miracle? Could it be that humans, fishmen, and merfolk might coexist peacefully in the future? They wondered, can human blood really achieve such an effect? Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Luo Ya chuckled. Only the willingly given blood of humans can produce such results. Neptune was taken aback by Luo Ya's words, suddenly realizing that this was not merely a coincidence orchestrated by Luo Ya, but rather a deliberate effort to foster harmony between humans and the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Truly, there were individuals willing to assist them on this path, none other than General White Dove himself. With this thought, tears welled in Neptune's eyes as he remembered his late queen, Odoheim, feeling an indescribable sense of emotion. Odoheim, if you could see this scene now, you would surely be overjoyed. 5 minutes passed swiftly, and Fisher Tiger had emerged from his critical condition. Slowly, he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. What is the situation now? Neptune, pleased to see Fisher Tiger so concerned for Fishman Island, replied, "Everything has been resolved. Moreover, it was General White Dove who personally rendered assistance to you." White Dove? Fisher Tiger repeated, his pupils constricting in realization. "I did not come to find you. My target was not you, but rather your companion, the sea warrior Jinbei. What do you intend to do to Jinbei?" Luo Ya halted Fisher Tiger's attempts to rise. Neptune quickly interjected, "Rest assured, it is a good thing, a very good thing." Hearing his king's reassurance, Fisher Tiger finally relaxed. Once Jinbei's injuries were addressed, Neptune promptly dispatched individuals to escort Fisher Tiger and Jinbei to the finest medical facility for rest. He then turned to Luo Ya, stating, "General White Dove, you need not worry. I have agreed to the proposal regarding the 7 warlords on behalf of Jinbei." Luo Ya nodded, and just as he intended to take his leave, Neptune hurriedly added, "General White Dove, I actually have an additional request." Neptune continued, "If you could agree, I would be grateful for your assistance in any matter I can help with in the future." "What is it?" Luo Ya inquired indifferently. To Neptune's eyes flashed with a glint of resentment. "I have a daughter named Shirahoshi, who is exceptionally beautiful, yet she has been harassed by a man named Vander Decken 9. Initially, he would send love letters to the Ryūjin Kingdom once a week, but he escalated his actions to sending packages, and ultimately, he resorted to making threatening marriage proposals. Unable to bear it any longer, I sent the Neptune brothers to lead a pursuit against Vander Decken 9. However, even with the Ryūjin Kingdom's bounty on him, he still attacks Shirahoshi at the Hard Shell Tower. Therefore, I implore you to retrieve Vander Decken 9 for me. I shall not let this scoundrel escape." Neptune was a magnanimous and humble king, yet when discussing Vander Decken 9, his teeth clenched in anger, revealing his profound hatred for this individual. Luo Ya, upon hearing Neptune's lament, was instantly reminded of the formidable powers of Princess White Star, the Mermaid and Sea King, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Either of these identities is undeniably impressive. Yet, despite such an extraordinary existence, she was compelled to reside within the confines of the Hard Shell Tower by a man named Vander Decken 9. This only serves to highlight White Star's extraordinary kindness. Of course, Neptune was also motivated by a desire to keep White Star's identity concealed to prevent further turmoil. "Your Majesty, where is the Hard Shell Tower?" Upon hearing Luo Ya's inquiry, Neptune felt a surge of excitement. You agreed. Luo Ya nodded, casually responding, consider it an opportunity for Ein to gain some practical experience. At the mention of his name by Luo Ya, Ein paused momentarily. Lord Luo Ya, am I to take action this time? Of course, after such an extended period without combat, one's skills may become rusty. Ein replied earnestly, rest assured, Lord Luo Ya, I will not disappoint you. Observing this scene, Neptune regarded the White Dove general as someone truly worthy of deepening ties with. White Dove, I shall escort you there. Neptune declared, personally leading Luo Ya and the others to the hard shell tower adjacent to the Dragon King's palace. Suddenly, an electronic chime resonated in Luo Ya's mind, announcing, ding, checked in at hard shell tower. Reward granted. 100 favor with White Star? Taken aback by this reward, Luo Ya's lips twitched slightly. Something amiss? Is there anything strange? Neptune, clearly noticing Luo Ya's change in expression, inquired. It's nothing, Luo Ya replied, shaking his head as he slowly extended his hand. Drawing out Ein's blade from his waist, Ein was momentarily stunned. Luo Ya emanated the overwhelming aura of a master swordsman as he delivered a downward strike, but a massive slash appeared seemingly out of thin air, soaring towards the sky. Just as everyone was processing this unexpected event, a projectile fortuitously entered the path of the slash, which promptly obliterated the object, akin to mere flotsam. That the ability of the target fruit. Ein remarked from the side. It appears so. This ability, from a certain perspective, is quite formidable, yet its user is merely a fool. Luo Ya stated that Neptune's lips twitched at this comment. If Vander Decken 9 is a fool, then what does that make his own subordinates, the Shark Stars, who have failed to bring Vander Decken 9 to justice? Nevertheless, Neptune understood that Luo Ya's words were merely spoken without intent. Open the door. Neptune commanded the guards. At this moment, Luo Ya interjected, I can go alone. Is that acceptable, Your Majesty? No problem, Neptune affirmed, granting his consent. Luo Ya stepped into the hard shell tower. Upon entering, he beheld White Star, nestled upon a pristine white bed. Her form slightly curled, exuding an adorable charm as she slumbered peacefully. Unaware of the intrusion, Luo Ya felt a blush creep onto his cheeks at the sight, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. The sudden sound jolted White Star awake. She quickly sat up, gazing at Luo Ya, her delicate face flushed with a cascade of rosy hues. Luo Ya swiftly composed himself and addressed her, Princess, allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Ya, a Vice Admiral of the Navy, known as White Dove. I look forward to your guidance. I am White Star. How did you gain entry? It was King Neptune who permitted my entrance. Luo Ya responded. Approaching White Star with an air of familiarity, she instinctively extended her hand, inviting Luo Ya to rest within her palm. For reasons unknown, White Star found herself irresistibly drawn to this man named Luo Ya. Her heart racing with an unfamiliar thrill, an emotion she had never experienced during her prolonged stay in the hard shell tower. White Star, your father has conveyed matters to me. I shall forego further pleasantries and simply ask, do you yearn for a life of freedom? A life of freedom, White Star echoed, momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she glanced towards the small window. Sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow that ignited her longing. Yet, fear held her captive within the hard shell tower. For the moment she dared to step outside, projectiles would rain down upon her. If not for her quick reflexes, she might have already been injured. Time blurred within the hard shell tower, and White Star's perception of the outside world had faded. Tears welled in her eyes as a wave of anguish washed over her. In that fleeting moment, she felt the weight of countless grievances. Luo Ya, I wish to escape. I long to step out of the hard shell tower and experience a life of unrestrained freedom. She cried out, tears cascading down her cheeks, which, given her stature, were rather substantial. Do you trust me? If so, we can walk out together with our heads held high, perhaps due to the 100 points of favor. White Star's trust in Luo Ya was unwavering from the outset. She nodded emphatically, exclaiming, yes, Luo Ya, I trust you. With that, White Star gracefully glided out of the confined space of the hard shell tower. Upon witnessing White Star's emergence, Neptune nearly lost control of his emotions. Yet, having been a king for many years, he took a deep breath to regain his composure, forcing himself to maintain a steady tone as he addressed her. White Star, trust in Luo Ya. He will surely defeat Vander Decken 9, allowing you to never again reside within the hard shell tower. White Star nodded resolutely at that moment. However, Another projectile soared through the air, a flying knife. Affixed with a lettered IT arced gracefully through the sky, heading straight for White Star. "Ein," Luo Ya called softly. "Yes, Lord Luo Ya." In response to Luo Ya's command, Ein swiftly drew his sword, launching from the ground to intercept the flying knife with effortless precision. With fluid grace, he retrieved the letter from the knife. Luo Ya carefully unfolded it, revealing a rather distasteful love letter, the handwriting so crooked it resembled that of a novice. "White Star, let us depart. I wish for you to witness the demise of this nightmare." Luo Ya intended to dispel the shadows lingering in White Star's heart, erasing the painful memories through the downfall of Vander Decken 9. "Should I accompany you? Your Majesty, you have many duties. I can manage things here." Upon receiving Luo Ya's response, Neptune nodded, placing his trust in Luo Ya and his companions, under the guidance of Baixing. The group advanced towards the location of Vander Decken IX. In truth, there was no need for Baixing to lead the way. With the trajectory of their projectiles, Luo Ya and the others could easily locate Vander Decken IX's presence. Sure enough, after approximately half an hour, they found themselves beside the Noah's Ark in the Sea of Forest, where Vander Decken 9 awaited them. This was the first time Ian had encountered such a colossal vessel, and it left him momentarily awestruck. Conversely, Luo Ya, with keen interest, began to compare the Noah's Ark in the system space with the one before him. The materials and size appeared to be identical. However, this Noah's Ark had been submerged in the depths of the ocean for far too long, resulting in a significant deterioration of its defensive capabilities. Baixing's attention, however, was solely focused on Vander Decken 9. She was eager to regain her freedom. She longed to roam freely across the ocean, rather than being confined within the cramped confines of a hardshell tower, in stark contrast to their thoughts. Upon seeing Baixing approach, Vander Decken 9 was overwhelmed with excitement. He exclaimed to her, "Baixing, have you finally accepted my proposal? Without delay, let us hasten to arrange our wedding." The thought of soon wielding control over the Sea King and becoming a ruler of the world ignited a fervor within Vander Decken IX's heart. However, upon hearing his words, Baixing promptly rejected him, stating, "Vander Decken, I advise you to abandon such fanciful notions. I shall never agree to your proposal. If I were to marry, it would be to Luo Ya." Luo Ya? Initially, Vander Decken 9 was taken aback, unsure of who Luo Ya was. But as he glanced at the man beside Baixing, his expression soured. "You would rather marry a human than me?" he snarled. After uttering these words, he continued, "No matter. As long as I eliminate him, you will still be mine." Baixing thought to herself that the existence of such a person in the world was a sin, and it would be best not to entertain him further. Luo Ya, however, regarded Vander Decken 9 with indifference, merely instructing Ian beside him, "Dispose of him." "Understood, Lord Luo Ya," Ian affirmed with a vigorous nod. Then stepped forward, declaring to Vander Decken 9, "Your opponent is me." With that, Ian charged toward Vander Decken 9, aware that Luo Ya did not wish to waste time on such a lowly adversary. "Humph, it appears you are merely a pretty face hiding behind a woman. Once I eliminate her, I will take my time dealing with you." Vander Decken 9 clearly did not comprehend Luo Ya's true identity. Had he known that Luo Ya had effortlessly dispatched Hody Jones with a single strike, he would have fled without hesitation upon encountering him. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Chapter 64. Ian takes the field. Ascending Realms. Luo Ya had yet to begin comprehensively instructing Ian on the intricacies of swordsmanship. Instead, he focused on helping her build a solid foundation and continuously refine her state of mind. At this moment, Ian's mental state had reached a remarkable level of tranquility. Faced with Vander Decken 9, her heart was devoid of turmoil, and she remained in a state of utter composure. In this state, Ian's focus sharpened significantly, enhancing both her combat prowess and reflexes. You not realize that the faster you run, the quicker you perish?" Vander Decken 9 sneered as he rushed toward Ian. Witnessing this, Baixing's heart tightened. "Be careful. Do not let him." But before she could finish her warning, Luo Ya intervened. With a serious expression, he advised Baixing, "Baixing, this is Ian's battle. She must deduce the various capabilities of her enemy and think independently about how to defeat him. So refrain from offering reminders for the time being." Baixing nodded thoughtfully. Initially, she had intended to caution Ian against being touched by Vander Decken 9, for should that happen, he would utilize the abilities of the target fruit to ensure a 100 hit rate. At this moment, Ayan was evidently unaware of this characteristic. She pushed her understanding of the pinnacle of swordsmanship to the limit. Her aura surged, akin to a sword poised to break free from its sheath. Radiating fierce brilliance, gripping her blade, Ayan twisted her wrist, unleashing a strike that cut through the air toward Vander Decken 9. However, Vander Decken IX's combat capabilities were not to be underestimated. He narrowly evaded the blow, managing to graze Ayan's garment. With a malevolent smile, Vander Decken 9 produced 8 flying daggers from seemingly nowhere, for in each hand, the daggers glistened with a toxic sheen, emanating a sickly green glow that sent shivers down one's spine. "Ha! You are as good as dead now. I am a wielder of the target curse. Anything I touch becomes an absolute target for me. So perish." As his words fell, he hurled the daggers into the air. 8 daggers whistled through the air, their lethal poison promising excruciating agony upon contact. Ayan's brows furrowed slightly, yet her mental state remained unshaken. Ayan executed another strike, this one embodying her understanding of the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The tremendous wave of sword energy surged forth, a powerful gust sweeping in all directions. A sharp slash cleaved through the air, as if severing it in twain. The daggers collided with the strike, shattering into fragments that fell to the ground. A fine opportunity. Ayan's eyes narrowed, and with a swift maneuver, she appeared behind Vander Decken 9. The fruit's ability activated. Ayan was not only a swordswoman but also possessed the reverse fruit, granting her the power to reverse anything she touched by 12 years. Naturally, as she continued to develop this ability, the span of reversal would increase. When she reached her zenith, she could even make someone vanish with a mere thought. Vander Decken 9 felt his body begin to shrink, his clothing hanging awkwardly on him. At this moment, Ayan's momentum peaked. A glint of brilliance flashed in her eyes, as everything she had learned from Luo Ya converged in an instant. Her aura surged tenfold, and the overwhelming will of the sword radiated outward. Is this the threshold of the great swordsman? Feeling the power coursing through her body, Ayan sensed her blood boil, with fervor, dread, shock, terror. Vander Decken 9 gazed at the scene before him, his heart alarmed. The atmosphere had shifted to something eerie. Just moments ago, they had seemed evenly matched, yet in an instant, everything had changed. His strength, agility, and overall capabilities were swiftly waning. While Ayan's power had at least multiplied tenfold, there was no way to contend with her. A thick aura of death enveloped Vander Decken 9, plunging his heart into despair. With her sword in hand, Ayan swung her blade repeatedly, each strike manifesting into dazzling and brilliant slashes that pierced toward Vander Decken 9. The momentum was overwhelming. Each swing simultaneously fortified her own realm. Boom, boom, boom. The air was cleaved apart. The ground trembled with cracks. The gale howled ferociously. Beneath these fierce assaults, Vander Decken 9 could only watch in abject desperation. To ascend in battle was utterly unfair. Cursed be it, just the sheer force of this momentum was enough to convey the sheer magnitude of these strikes. Damn it, there was no way to evade. Countless thoughts raced through the mind of Vander Decken 9 at that moment. Ultimately, he reached a harrowing conclusion. Death was inevitable. Cursed be it. If I am to perish, then you shall not live either. All of you shall die. Just before the fatal strike descended, Vander Decken 9 reached out to the nearby Ark of Noah. The fruit's power activated. The Ark of Noah stirred to life like a ferocious beast. Countless waves of seawater surged forth, lifting it into the air. Then, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, it hurtled toward AINAT. That moment, dozens of slashes had already claimed Vander Decken IX's life. Yet now, they faced a far greater peril. Gazing at the immense hull of the Ark of Noah, Ayn instinctively swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. She could vividly envision the catastrophic destruction that would ensue when such a colossal ark descended rapidly from the skies. Perhaps the entire Fishman Island would be utterly obliterated as a result. For the Fishmen and merfolk, submerged at a depth of 10,000 meters, it might pose little threat. However, for humans, it signified a calamity of apocalyptic proportions. Especially for those like them with abilities, survival in the ocean was absolutely impossible. Something must be done. Having ascended to the realm of the initial great swordsman, Ayn could no longer find joy. Her expression turned grave as she took a deep breath, resolved to gamble everything. If sacrificing herself could halt the Ark of Noah, perhaps it would suffice. Chapter 65. The Despair of the People. The reward of the Celestial King at that moment, unbeknownst to Ayn, Roya had arrived at her side, gently placing his hand on her delicate shoulder. The warmth of his palm instantly bestowed upon Aine a surge of inner strength. As she looked at Roya, her vision filled with his imposing figure, she heard him softly murmur, "My Lady Aine, you have done splendidly thus far. Leave the rest to me." Roya's tone remained unchanged, as if the Ark of Noah posed no concern to him whatsoever. Yet, Aine was acutely aware of the lurking danger. "But, no buts, that is an order." Roya turned to face the swiftly descending Ark of Noah, speaking with an air of indifference. "It is merely an Ark of Noah." Within Fishman Island, having just weathered a tumultuous battle, calmness had finally begun to settle. Just as they prepared to conduct post-battle cleanup and repair the damages, they suddenly beheld the Ark of Noah ascending into the sky. News spread like wildfire, and in mere moments, everyone stood frozen in place, pale-faced, gazing at the Ark before them. "Look over there. What is that? Is that a ship? It's enormous. Is that the Ark of Noah? Why is it rising? Could it be Vander Decken IX's ability? Is he planning to destroy Fishman Island? Madman, lunatic, it's over. We are utterly doomed." Countless fearful eyes were fixed upon the Ark of Noah, which grew ever larger in their sight. Their bodies, gripped by tension, became rigid, rendering them completely immobile. As King Neptune clearly witnessed this scene, his heart sank, plummeting into an abyss of despair. The only hope he could cling to was that Roya might save them all. Dove, Neptune clenched his fists, his expression a tumult of emotions, fervently praying, "Please, let nothing happen." Just as despair enveloped the hearts of all, a white vapor began to rise beneath the Ark of Noah. The gas ascended and expanded, abruptly solidifying into a tangible form. This vapor coalesced into a head, arms, torso, legs, armor, and wings. The ethereal white luminescence exuded an aura of sanctity. Yet, that towering presence instilled a chill of fear in their hearts. What could this be? Surely it isn't some other monster set to ravage Fishman Island. If that were the case, Fishman Island would truly be doomed. Uncertainty loomed over everyone. Beneath the Ark of Noah, Roya declared, the holographic fruit, Susanoo, white dove, armament color, entwine. Every skill bestowed the name of white dove could be deemed Roya's mightiest ability. The formidable Susanoo, under Roya's command, enveloped itself in a layer of armament hockey. The power unleashed by this expansive hockey was horrifically overwhelming. Roya stood with his arms crossed upon the brow of the Susanoo, commanding it to leap from the ground, positioning itself directly beneath the Ark of Noah. 10-finger puncture, Susanoo raised its arms, both hands brimming with tremendous power. With a flurry of thrusts, whatever the Susanoo touched on the Ark of Noah shattered as easily as tofu. Only then did the spectators in the plaza finally register the situation. Is this the power of the White Dove General? It's absolutely terrifying. This is the mightiest force I have ever witnessed. With the White Dove General on our side, we shall surely be safe. As they beheld Roya's abilities, a wave of reassurance washed over them. King Neptune, observing the unfolding spectacle, made a decisive resolution. That moment, Roya resembled a future Luffy, unleashing a barrage of rubbery strikes akin to a powerful blender. Reducing the Ark of Noah to mere fragments, Aine's eyes sparkled with admiration. My Lord Roya, you are truly extraordinary. The Ark of Noah was immensely vast, and even after 2 minutes, Roya had yet to completely dismantle its bow. As long as the Ark of Noah did not make contact with Aine, it would not cease. Although myriad thoughts flashed through Roya's mind, he ultimately opted for the most imposing strategy. With a sudden retreat, he drew a deep breath, then clenched his fists together. Life restoration, maximum wheel 6, King Gun. As Roya's voice resonated, an immense shockwave erupted from the Susanoo's hands. Upon release, a fierce and unstoppable force surged forth. The colossal shockwave effortlessly penetrated the Ark of Noah. As the sound wave reverberated, the Ark shattered instantly. All resistance vanished, replaced by a tempest of splintered wood swirling through the air from a bird's-eye view. It would be evident that this terrifying shockwave left no obstructions in its wake. In no time, the submerged Ark of Noah lay completely dismantled in Roya's wake. Ding! The ancient Ark of Noah has been fully destroyed by the host. As promised, the host shall inherit its power. Mission issued. Allow fishmen and merfolk to live freely on the continent. Reward upon completion. One of the ancient 3 weapons, the Celestial King, as the system's electronic voice faded. Roya momentarily stood in astonishment. The Celestial King. Completing this mission would yield the Celestial King as a reward. It is well known that the ancient three weapons are the Underworld King, the Sea King, and the Celestial King. The design of the Underworld King should currently be in Tom's possession. Furthermore, the ancient history in the Alabasta Desert could be unraveled by Robin or Alvia, the Sea King, represented by Shirahoshi, had already achieved a bond of 100 in favorability. It could be said that he had effectively gained control of the Sea King. Both the Underworld King and the Sea King were effectively his. Only the Celestial King remained elusive. Yet now, with the system offering a reward of the Celestial King, how could Roya not be exhilarated? Meanwhile, in the mermaid CF, a mermaid with short black hair, striking blue eyes, pale skin, and purple nails, clad in a hooded sweatshirt and smoking a pipe, gazed in shock at the crystal ball before her. Chapter 66. The 10,000-meter Sea Dragon. The despair of the masses. The crystal ball continued to display the impending destruction of Fishman Island. How is this possible? Did not the White Dove already destroy the Ark of Noah? What could possibly threaten the annihilation of Fishman Island? Shaylee is the proprietor of the Fishman CAF and also a renowned diviner on Fishman Island, celebrated for her prophetic accuracy, which is said to be a perfect 100. Moments ago, she felt a tumultuous stirring within her, as if foreboding a significant event on the horizon. Thus, she consulted her crystal ball for a prophecy. And to her horror, she beheld a vision of Fishman Island's destruction. That very moment, the appearance of the Ark Noah led her to suspect that it might be the harbinger of ruin for her beloved island. However, the arrival of a white dove breathed hope into her heart, alleviating the imminent crisis. Yet, upon her subsequent predictions, it became evident that Fishman Island still faced an unavoidable doom, plunging Shaylee into despair. She resolved to inform Neptune personally of this dire situation. With that thought in mind, Shaylee immediately set off in Neptune's direction. Meanwhile, Neptune had arrived at the side of Roya, who had retracted his haki and the powers of his illusion fruit, gently descending from the sky. "Thank you, White Dove, you have truly exerted yourself this time, saving not only Shirahoshi, but also Fishman Island," Neptune remarked, momentarily pausing before turning to Shirahoshi. "What do you think of General Roya? Do you harbor feelings for him?" Shirahoshi, taken aback by Neptune's inquiry, blushed adorably, her delicate features suffused with a charming rosy hue. Not to mention her perfect 100 in affection, even without it, she held a profound fondness for Roya. For it was he who had liberated her from the confines of her cage. With her head bowed shyly, Shirahoshi confessed, "I really like Roya." The moment she uttered those words, her bashfulness was palpable, eliciting astonished reactions from those around her. Upon receiving Shirahoshi's response, Neptune turned to Roya and declared, "General White Dove, your assistance to Fishman Island has been immeasurable. I believe no reward could adequately express our gratitude. How about this? Since my daughter is so enamored with you, why not renew your engagement?" The moment the words left his lips, the expressions of Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Flip Star surrounding Neptune shifted to solemnity as they regarded Roya. Likewise, Ain, who stood beside Roya, and Stella, who had just accompanied Neptune, were equally taken aback. But it is worth noting that Shirahoshi is the princess of Fishman Island, possessing both noble lineage and beauty. However, Ain felt a twinge of bitterness within, as if something precious were being taken from him, despite his elevated state of mind. "Your Majesty, this may be somewhat inappropriate. While Princess Shirahoshi is indeed a vision of beauty, her physique," Ain hesitated. Neptune, however, did not take offense. Understanding that Ain was no ordinary aide but rather Roya's apprentice, there is no need for concern. Once female mermaids reach maturity, they can freely control their size, and their tails will split into legs. Should they unite with humans, their offspring will be human as well, possessing merely exceptional aquatic abilities. Listening to Neptune's explanation, Ain fell silent. At that moment, Roya felt as if Neptune were fervently promoting his daughter. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Noticing Shirahoshi's eager gaze, Roya chuckled, "Your Majesty, while I have no objections to the engagement, considering that Shirahoshi has only just emerged from the hardshell tower, might this be a tad hasty?" "Not at all. I do not feel rushed," Shirahoshi countered immediately, her eagerness surprising those around her. Soon, laughter erupted as Shirahoshi buried her face in her hands, appearing adorably flustered. Neptune burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! White Dove, It seems Shirahoshi is already impatient. Wouldn't it be better for you to simply agree? Roya, charmed by Shirahoshi's endearing demeanor, felt a swell of joy within him. Just then, Shaylee dashed over. Upon seeing Neptune, she cried out, "Your Majesty, trouble is afoot. A grave matter has arisen." Neptune's expression shifted dramatically at her words. Given the size of Fishman Island, he was well aware of Shaylee's reputation, especially considering her prophetic abilities, which boasted a staggering accuracy of 100. What calamity could have befallen them? A deep sense of bitterness swelled within Neptune. Why must Fishman Island endure such relentless misfortunes? Reflecting on this, he glanced at Roya, silently grateful for his presence, believing that with Roya's strength, they could weather any storm. Roya, sensing Shaylee's alarm, furrowed his brow without a moment's hesitation. He activated his peak observation haki. He could foresee events 5 minutes into the future. The instant he unleashed his ability, his face paled. What had he just witnessed? A colossal sea king, exceeding 10,000 meters in length, encircled Fishman Island, poised to breach its bubble barrier at any moment. At this point, Shaylee reached Neptune's side, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Fishman Island is on the brink of annihilation." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "In my divination, Fishman Island is destined for destruction. Initially, I thought the threat was from the Ark Noah, but now that danger has passed, the prophecy remains unchanged. Can you predict the precise timing of this calamity?" Neptune inquired urgently. Shaylee despondently shook her head. She held unwavering confidence in her results, yet the timing eluded her. "Approximately 5 minutes from now," Roya murmured, gazing skyward. Neptune refrained from questioning how Roya knew this. At his level, he deemed it unlikely that Roya would jest in such dire circumstances. What force could possibly bring about the destruction of Fishman Island? Is there any way to counter it? If I am not mistaken, it is a sea dragon-type sea king, undoubtedly exceeding 10,000 meters in length. As Roya's words hung in the air, the eyes of everyone present widened in alarm. As if to corroborate his statement, a terrifying silhouette emerged from the depths, parting the waves and coming into view. Chapter 67. This is a command. Communicating with all things. Upon witnessing the colossal sea dragon, Shaylee collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Time was of the essence. Fishman Island truly faced obliteration. Shaylee's prophetic accuracy was 100%. No one could defy what she foretold, and this certainty cast a pall of despair over everyone present that a sense of dread began to permeate the air. Roya acted without hesitation, conjuring an illusion above Fishman Island, rendering the sea dragon invisible to all but a select few. Neptune turned to Roya, his expression grave. If the common folk were to behold this sight, chaos would surely ensue. We must now devise a strategy to overcome this predicament. The sea dragon exuded an overwhelming aura, its scales gleaming with a chilling light, its fierce gaze fixed upon Fishman Island, as if searching for its weakest point to launch a fatal strike. "My prophetic accuracy is 100%. There is no way we can withstand the assault of this 10,000-meter sea dragon," Shaylee stated, her complexion pale as she addressed the group. Roya furrowed his brow. Turning to the prostrate Shaylee, "Even if your accuracy is 100%, what of it? With me here, that accuracy holds no weight." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the expressions of those present uniformly serious. Faced with the 10,000-meter sea dragon outside Fishman Island, they found themselves at a loss for any viable means of resistance. Shaylee and the others felt enveloped by despair. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens in the square celebrated, believing the crisis had finally passed. Unbeknownst to them, behind the veil of illusion above them lurked the unprecedented terror of a sea king, a sea dragon stretching over 10,000 meters in length. The gravest crisis in Fishman Island's history was stealthily descending upon them. At that moment, Shirahoshi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Should I give it a try?" Upon hearing the words of White Star, Neptune's expression changed instantly as he exclaimed, "White Star, please cease your antics. Are you not aware of our current predicament?" It was evident that Neptune was keen to protect White Star's identity from being exposed. However, White Dove remained unfazed, and Neptune felt confident in his judgment of people. The same could not be said for Ian and Stella, whom Neptune scarcely knew. Should they inadvertently reveal White Star's identity, it would indeed be a grave miscalculation. Yet, Neptune's words fell upon White Star's ears, causing her to furrow her brows slightly. She addressed Neptune, saying, "Father, we have little time left. Allow me to make an attempt. At this juncture, does it truly matter if my identity is revealed?" Observing White Star's resolute determination, Neptune opened his mouth, but refrained from voicing any further objections. Roya, too, discerned White Star's intent, a gentle smile gracing his lips, which seemed somewhat out of place amidst the prevailing atmosphere of despair. "Ian, take Stella and return to the Dragon Palace," Neptune instructed, casting a surprised glance at White Dove, though he quickly regained his composure. He then turned to the trio of Shark Star, Flip Star, and Emperor Star behind him, commanding, "You shall accompany Vice Admiral Ian back." However, there was no room for debate. This was a command. Both Roya and Neptune aimed to create a more favorable environment for White Star. Although Ian and Stella were puzzled by Roya's motives, they had unwavering faith in his reasoning. Without hesitation, they swiftly made their way toward the Dragon Palace. The only ones remaining were Roya, Neptune, White Star, and Shaylee. Shaylee's presence was primarily due to her divination abilities. White Star exchanged a glance with Roya and Neptune, giving a slight nod before gracefully swimming toward the colossal sea dragon. She did not approach too closely, but utilized her ability to communicate with sea kings. Attempting to reach out to the dragon, "Hello," she called. Roar. Before White Star could say anything further, the immense sea dragon let out a thunderous roar, reverberating like a demon's descent. At that moment, even the populace in the square could hear the terrifying sound. "What on earth is happening? That sound is dreadful. Mommy, I'm scared." Just as the crowd was engulfed in fear, the trio of Fish Princes, Shark Star, Flip Star, and Emperor Star appeared before them. "Everyone, do not panic. This is merely a small matter orchestrated by His Majesty the King." "Indeed, just look at the sky above. Is it not still quite beautiful?" Upon hearing the prince's reassurances, the crowd gradually calmed down. Seeing the composure of the princes, they felt reassured that it was not a grave situation. However, the so-called small matter involved a sea dragon measuring over 10,000 meters in length. "White Star, it has refused to communicate with you. It would be wiser to subdue such a sea king." It seemed the dragon heard Roya's words, as it immediately roared in response. "You say I am weak. How can you know without trying?" Utilizing the ability to communicate with all beings, Roya addressed the Dragon King. This action left both White Star and Neptune momentarily stunned. Instinctively, White Star turned to Roya, asking, "Roya, can you communicate with sea kings?" At her words, Neptune's pupils constricted sharply. He was momentarily taken aback. That wasn't White Star the Sea King. How could there be another who could converse with these beings, and moreover a human? This was merely a minor issue. Just then, the sea dragon let out another roar and charged at the outermost bubble of Fishman Island. The bubble's formidable resilience caused the dragon to bounce back slightly, preventing an immediate rupture. Clearly, the bubbles surrounding Fishman Island possessed remarkable durability. Nonetheless, the dragon's action placed unprecedented pressure on Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. He would not permit its destruction before his very eyes. With this thought, Neptune turned to Roya, inquiring, "Admiral White Dove, do you possess any solutions?" After all, Neptune had just heard Roya refer to this as merely a minor matter. Chapter 68. Deep Sea Battle, 6 Rods Light Prison. If it were indeed a minor issue, then Admiral White Dove must possess a plan. Upon hearing Neptune's words, Roya replied, "There is a solution, though it may be somewhat perilous." Perilous. White Star's heart sank at Roya's words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Rest assured, I have confidence in my abilities." Boom! The sea dragon crashed once more against the bubble surrounding Fishman Island. The deafening sound resonated like a thunderclap in the hearts of the onlookers. Deepening Neptune's distress, Roya's smile faded as he addressed the crowd. "However, I implore you, what you are about to witness must not be spoken of to anyone." Upon hearing Roya's request, Neptune immediately patted his chest, assuring him, "Fear not, White Dove, we are soon to become family. Whatever transpires, we shall keep it secret." White Star vigorously nodded, having already come to regard Roya as her future partner. In her pure heart, he was the most significant person to her. Receiving their assurances, Roya nodded in response, inhaling deeply as a white aura began to envelop him. Susanu of White Dove. With that, a magnificent white giant unfurled a pair of ethereal white wings, with a powerful flap. The wings propelled Roya toward the depths of Fishman Island. As everyone witnessed this, they were left utterly speechless. "Admiral White Dove, what are you planning? Are you truly intending to venture out and battle this 10,000-meter sea dragon?" "No, Roya. Come back." The crowd was filled with doubt. knowing that as a power user, once he entered the ocean, the curse deep within his soul would strip him of his powers, even aside from his abilities. The immense pressure found thousands of meters below the surface was something no ordinary person could withstand. It could crush them to pulp. Yet, faced with such a dire environment, Roya chose the most perilous course of action. How could Neptune and White Star not be alarmed? At that moment, tears finally slipped uncontrollably from the corners of White Star's eyes. Roya, if you do not return, I shall not survive either. You are the source of my freedom. Without you, what use is my freedom? Neptune's heart ached upon hearing White Star's words, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He could only hope that Roya would succeed. Failure would spell disaster for Fishman Island. Observing Roya's determination, Shaylee felt a stir within her heart. She suddenly realized that, in light of such resolve, even her 100% accurate divination seemed less formidable. Slumping to the ground, she murmured, "Perhaps Roya's presence can truly reverse the current situation." Roya crossed his arms, manipulating the Susanoo created by the Horo no Mi as he ventured into the deep sea. This was precisely why he had instructed Ian and Stella to leave. It was not merely because White Star was a sea king. From the very beginning, he had intended to subdue the sea dragon before him. Indeed, to subdue it, from the moment the dragon appeared. Roya had set his sights on it. After all, sea kings of such colossal stature were typically the stuff of legends. In reality, very few had the opportunity to witness one firsthand. Most who had were long deceased. To tame such a creature would be an exhilarating accomplishment. A flicker of excitement danced in Roya's eyes as he flapped his wings once more, conjuring a tempest. Luo Ya's form emerged directly from the bubble within Fishman Island. The immense pressure of the seawater bore down upon him from all directions. Fortunately, the fruit he had consumed bore no adverse effects. Thus, even amidst the vast ocean, Luo Ya was still able to wield his powers. The Susanoo, conjured from the illusionary fruit, enveloped in the armament haki, served to withstand the pressure of the 10,000-meter depths, while simultaneously allowing him to breathe, as the seawater was entirely repelled outside. The two elements were indeed inseparable. "Hey, I propose this. Should I defeat you, you shall become my steed." Luo Ya communicated with the sea dragon through the language of all things. Yet, this assertion evidently provoked the sea dragon. After all, he was the ultimate sovereign of the deep sea, stretching over 10,000 meters in length. In a vertical stance, he could ascend directly from Fishman Island to the ocean surface. To be spoken of as a potential mount by Luo Ya was an affront to his pride, which would not be tolerated. Roar. Through the communion of all things, Luo Ya discerned the sea dragon's response. "You claim I cannot defeat you. Then let us see." With that declaration, Luo Ya ceased further words. Controlling the colossal Susanoo, he charged at the sea dragon. However, rather than an immediate confrontation, Luo Ya intended to distance himself as much as possible from Fishman Island. He had no desire for the aftermath of their battle to impact the island, potentially leading to its destruction. Roar. The sea dragon's furious roar echoed. Through the translation of their communion, Luo Ya understood the dragon's words. "Fool, do not flee." Utilizing the Susanoo and the pinnacle of his armament haki, Luo Ya forcibly carved a passage through the depths of the ocean. Should onlookers witness this extraordinary scene, they would be utterly astonished. For a fruit user to navigate the ocean with such freedom would undoubtedly draw the ire of the entire world. Hence, Luo Ya remained cautious. Battling in the deep sea is a tremendous drain on my stamina. What's wrong, kid? Not running away anymore. Hearing the sea dragon's repeated roars, Luo Ya crossed his arms and chuckled within the Susanoo conjured by the illusionary fruit. "Oh, I'm not fleeing, as the distance is sufficient now." Sufficient. Before the sea dragon could fully comprehend, Luo Ya began to chant. "Chariot of thunder, through the seams of the spinning wheel, this entity gathers light and divides into 6. Binding path number 61, 6 rods prison of light. As Luo Ya's incantation concluded, 6 immense beams of light manifested in the pitch-black depths, instantly restraining the sea dragon's movements. But that was not the end. "This is not over," Luo Ya continued to chant. Binding path number 62, 100 steps of railing. A singular beam of light fractured into multiple rods, piercing the sea dragon's body. Binding path number 63. Locking chains of binding. Another radiant strip formed a thick, serpentine chain that coiled around the sea dragon, further complicating his movements. The 3 advanced binding techniques 61, 62, and 63 were all under Luo Ya's command, rendering the sea dragon's speed nearly imperceptible. "What is this? How are you ensnaring me?" Despite having existed for an unfathomable duration, the sea dragon had never encountered such an ability that it left him feeling that Luo Ya was far more perilous than he had initially perceived. Once again, I ask, will you submit? Hearing Luo Ya's words, the sea dragon's eyes blazed with fury. I shall never yield. I will not submit to a mere human. With a deafening roar, the chains binding him shattered into countless specks of starlight, dissipating into the deep. With a powerful swish of its tail, the sea dragon lunged at Luo Ya. Too slow. I have already predicted your attack's trajectory. Luo Ya activated his peak observation haki, deftly sidestepping the sea dragon's strike. Brushing against its scales with ease, since you refuse to acquiesce, I shall compel you to do so. That I have unwavering confidence in my strength. Without further ado, Luo Ya intensified the aura of his conqueror's haki. Its richness akin to the darkest depths of the ocean. Boom, boom, boom. In the deep sea, Luo Ya and the colossal sea dragon engaged in a relentless clash. On Fishman Island, King Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi could occasionally glimpse the dragon's immense tail slicing through the waters before them. Anxiety gripped their hearts. It had been nearly 10 minutes. They wondered about the fate of Luo Ya. Neptune was frantic, yet powerless to extend any aid. Shirahoshi endeavored to summon sea kings to assist Luo Ya. But the overwhelming force of their battle frightened away all but the most primitive creatures. Shirahoshi clasped her hands in fervent prayer for Luo Ya's safety. The battle between Luo Ya and the sea dragon raged on. Despite the tremendous toll on his stamina, Luo Ya believed he could endure for another day or two, ample time to contend with the sea dragon. Meanwhile, the sea dragon grew increasingly alarmed, realizing Luo Ya's strength was formidable. This was primarily due to the overwhelming enhancement provided by the pinnacle of armament haki, enabling Luo Ya to match the sea dragon blow for blow. The ocean churned violently. At one point, Luo Ya even encountered several pirate vessels attempting to reach Fishman Island, all of which he effortlessly dispatched with a few strikes. The surface of the sea roiled tumultuously, waves rising higher and higher, some exceeding 50 meters. Such an unprecedented phenomenon reached the ears of Marine headquarters in Marineford. In his office, Sengoku, pondering how to subdue the four emperors, suddenly perceived the ocean's wrath. Report, Admiral. Enormous whirlpools and towering waves have appeared near Marineford. Behind Marineford lay the Holy Land Mariejois, and beneath Mariejois lay Fishman Island. After Luo Ya departed from Fishman Island, he continued moving outward, leading him to the deep sea near Marineford, hence causing such terrifying waves. Send Akiji to handle it. Yes, Admiral. Upon receiving Sengoku's orders, Akiji arrived at Marineford's port. Among the Marines, only Akiji's abilities were suited for such a task. He leapt high from the port, exclaiming, "Ice Age!" A frigid aura enveloped him, freezing everything it touched. In an instant, the colossal waves were entirely encased in ice. However, before Akiji could descend, powerful tremors resonated from the deep sea. The waves surged against the frozen waters, shattering the ice into shards within moments. Once more, the ocean erupted in furious waves. Witnessing this, Akiji furrowed his brow deeply. Unwilling to concede, he unleashed his powers again. Ice Age. This time, Akiji poured all his strength into the attack, transforming the sea into a frozen wonderland, radiating dazzling light beneath the sun. Yet, before Akiji could breathe a sigh of relief, the ice began to melt rapidly. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, Luo Ya had grown weary of toying with the sea dragon. I shall ask you one final time. Will you become my steed? Luo Ya communicated through the Susanoo, addressing the sea dragon. I shall never submit to a creature weaker than myself. If you can defeat me, I will be your mount. But should you fail, not only shall you perish, but the creatures of that island shall also be devoured by me. The roar of the sea dragon resonated in Luo Ya's ears. After communicating with all things, Luo Ya comprehended the sea dragon's intent. In contrast to its earlier defiance unto death, the dragon now seemed to convey that it would submit if only it could be defeated. The thoughts of this colossal sea serpent, spanning 10,000 meters, had shifted slightly. Since you said so, I shall not hold back. With Luo Ya's words, the flowing blade like fire materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, he summoned this weapon into the hand of his Sini using the abilities of the Huan fruit. All myriad things shall turn to ash, flowing blade like fire. As Luo Ya spoke, the blade in his hand radiated an unprecedented brilliance. In the next instant, the ocean surrounding Luo Ya transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Waves of intense heat spread outward, boiling and roiling like a tempest. Countless lowly creatures of the deep sea, sensing this surge of heat, began to breach the surface in a frantic exodus. In an instant, a multitude of fish, octopuses, seahorses, sea snakes, and even a few sea kings surged forth from beneath the waves. Akiji stood at the harbor, drenched in sweat, gazing in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The tumultuous tides grew ever more ferocious, shattering the ice blocks that were once stable, only to be swallowed again by the sea. Akiji's lips twitched. What on earth was happening? This was the fourth time. Indeed, from the moment of the previous encounter until now, Akiji had invoked the Ice Age 4 times. Typically, a single use of this skill could freeze the sea for 2 weeks. Yet now, he was using it with reckless abandon, and each attempt met with failure. Admiral, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Have some water. No. If I refrain from using the Ice Age, Marineford will be engulfed by the monstrous waves. With that, Akiji leapt into the air once more, channeling the mightiest Ice Age yet. A chilling frost enveloped the ocean, refreezing it into solid ice, revealing countless fish trapped within in the depths of the sea. Luo Ya wielded flowing blade like fire, exuding an unprecedented aura of power. The rising heat from the deep ocean awakened the underwater volcanoes. 10 Sea volcanoes erupted with newfound vigor, drawn forth by flowing blade like fire. Unleashing catastrophic forces, they resembled countless blood-red tongues, writhing violently. Lava surged from the ocean floor, bubbling and churning with relentless ferocity. The seabed trembled violently, akin to a seismic quake, with audible cracks resonating in the depths. Abyssal fissures erupted in the ocean, as if monstrous maws were tearing the earth apart, causing the very ground to crumble and collapse. All these waves of heat and flame were absorbed by flowing blade like fire. With the strength of 10 underwater volcanoes at his command, Luo Ya had brought the surrounding waters to a boil. He raised his sword high, poised to strike. At that moment, the sea dragon faltered. It roared in desperation. Stop. I concede. I am willing to become your steed. The tremors in its voice betrayed its fear. There was no choice. Luo Ya's power had far exceeded the sea dragon's imagination. In its centuries of existence, it had never encountered a human so formidable. Even the Sea King, Shirahoshi, could be disregarded, yet Luo Ya's might compelled it to submit. How many humans could possibly challenge it in the depths of the ocean? Coupled with flowing blade like fire's extraordinary capacity to generate such terrifying heat and awaken the surrounding volcanoes, how could it not be afraid? Having lived for so long, the sea dragon had witnessed volcanic eruptions and understood the cataclysmic forces they unleashed. It was unimaginable to confront this being capable of wielding flames. Hearing the sea dragon's words, a slight smile crept across Luo Ya's lips. He had not anticipated such wisdom from the dragon. Let this be a means to spare it some minor injuries. With that thought, Luo Ya swiftly altered the trajectory of his strike. Grasping flowing blade like fire, he executed a flawless arc in the depths of the sea. The arc struck the surface, resembling an ocean of flames. The icebergs above were once again shattered by the ferocious waves. Almost immediately, the sea appeared to bulge ominously, under the watchful eyes of countless marine soldiers at Marineford. The bulge suddenly erupted. In an instant, flames gushed forth from the depths of the sea, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated in the ears of all present. A tempest arose, sweeping up innumerable waves. Entwined with hundreds of vessels, one such ship was lifted into the sky, consumed by the inferno. In the highest office of Marineford, Sengoku stood before the expansive window, dumbfounded by the spectacle unfolding outside. The flames are insatiable. What on earth is happening? Sengoku pondered feverishly. Contact Admiral Pigeon at once. I have something of utmost importance to discuss. Yes, Admiral. Meanwhile, Luo Ya allowed flowing blade like fire to merge with his soul, returning to his consciousness. After all, the Zanpakuto is birthed from the evolution of the soul. Enabling such a feat, Luo Ya ascended above the sea dragon, grasping its horn as he communicated with it. Let us return to Fishman Island. Yes, Master, he replied. From now on, I shall call you Little Hai. The sea dragon responded, albeit with curiosity about its own size. Was it truly small? By the way, Little Hai, why did you attack Fishman Island? The dragon bellowed, because the Ark of the Covenant, symbolizing our oath, was destroyed, and I sought to annihilate Fishman Island. Fear not. I possess a replica of the Ark, identical and brand new. You need not dwell on that matter. As the pinnacle of sea kings, the dragon was not without intelligence, yet it would never betray its word, for sea kings held oaths in the highest regard, something Luo Ya understood well, were it not for his words. It was likely that the sea dragon would have indeed laid waste to Fishman Island at that moment. On Fishman Island, Shirahoshi clasped her hands, concern etched across her face as she gazed toward the ocean's edge. Father, it seems there is no longer any sound. Indeed, even the searing heat appears to be diminishing. Has the battle come to an end? Luo Ya will surely emerge victorious. Shirahoshi steadfastly believed in Luo Ya's strength. Just then, a massive shadow loomed in the distance, drawing closer to Fishman Island. Shirahoshi's pupils dilated in horror, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. No, this cannot be happening. Luo Ya cannot possibly lose. She shook her head vehemently, unable to believe the approaching form of the sea dragon. Neptune, in that moment, closed his eyes in despair, envisioning the utter destruction that the sea dragon's assault would bring to Fishman Island. Beside him, Shirahoshi sat in disarray, her expression one of hopelessness as she murmured, I knew it. No one can break the curse of the prophecy. Just as the three of them were engulfed in despair, Luo Ya stood atop the sea dragon, waving to the onlookers. Shirahoshi, who had been fixated on the sea dragon, was now utterly stunned. Chapter 71. The Shattering of Prophecy. A stunned audience. Luo Ya is still alive. Shirahoshi gasped, covering her mouth in a surge of exhilaration and joy. Without hesitation, she dashed toward Luo Ya. Neptune, hearing Shirahoshi's words, opened his eyes in disbelief upon seeing Luo Ya standing upon the sea dragon. Gliding toward Fishman Island, he was rendered utterly speechless. Shirahoshi, witnessing this scene, was equally shaken to her core. Luo Ya had tamed the 10,000-meter sea dragon? How could this be possible? In disbelief, Shaylee immediately produced her divination crystal ball and conducted another reading. The outcome of this divination left her utterly astonished. Upon witnessing the results, Shaylee's expression turned pale as she exclaimed to the nearby Neptune, Your Majesty, it seems the crisis has been averted. The crisis has been averted. Her divination had a 100 accuracy rate, yet it was shattered by Roya. For the first time, Shaylee glimpsed unprecedented hope in Roya. She realized that the future could indeed be altered. At that moment, White Star approached Roya and excitedly embraced him. Feeling White Star's gentle affection, Roya felt as though he had plunged into a warm ocean of comfort, an experience unlike any other. White Star, could you loosen your grip a bit? I'm having trouble breathing, Roya managed to say. Upon hearing his words, White Star's face flushed crimson. Realizing her error, she quickly released Roya, apologizing. I'm so sorry. Roya, I didn't mean to. It's quite all right. It was merely a small matter. After all, it is said that a gentle embrace can be a hero's grave. Just moments prior, Roya had nearly struggled for breath. At this juncture, Neptune also approached Roya. Dove, what is the situation now, as your majesty has observed? Little C has become my steed. Roya's declaration, though anticipated by Neptune, still caused his brows to furrow in shock. At that moment, Neptune's resolve to befriend Roya solidified even further. Meanwhile, Ein's snail phone began to ring. As Roya had not brought his own, the majority of the time the snail phone remained with Ein. Marshal, Ein answered. Where is Dove? What is happening on Fishman Island? Reporting to the Marshal, all is well on Fishman Island. General Dove is currently beside King Neptune. Immediately hand the snail phone to Dove. Yes, Marshal. A glimmer of concern flashed in Ein's eyes. Since earlier, the signs of battle seemed to be diminishing, raising Ein's anxiety regarding Roya's safety. It was the perfect opportunity to utilize Sengoku's snail phone to ascertain the situation beside Neptune. Ein swiftly arrived at Roya's side, and, without further ado, stated crisply, General Dove, the Marshal is seeking you. Accepting the snail phone from Ein, Roya wore a gentle smile and softly replied, Marshal, Dove, a tremendous blaze has erupted from Marineford, as if it were a volcano emerging from the depths of the sea. Have you witnessed anything on Fishman Island? As Sengoku spoke, he listened intently to the sounds transmitted through the snail phone, making certain judgments. In response, Roya calmly stated, Marshal, King Neptune has informed me that this is merely a chain reaction caused by an underwater volcanic eruption. Is that so? If King Neptune is nearby, could you pass the snail phone to him? Neptune furrowed his brow but still accepted the snail phone from Roya. King Neptune, this is Marine Admiral Sengoku. Is it true that this is merely a chain reaction caused by an underwater volcanic eruption? Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Neptune, siding with Roya, affirmed, Indeed, thank you, King Neptune. After confirming with Neptune, Sengoku finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Garp entered Sengoku's office. Sengoku, have you found the cause? Don't tell me that mysterious individual can move freely beneath the sea. Sengoku sighed with relief. No, Thanks to King Neptune's confirmation, it is merely a chain reaction from an underwater volcanic eruption. If it were indeed that mysterious individual, it would be far more terrifying. Their power to cause such devastation in the deep sea would likely surpass both you and me. Garp nodded in agreement, but then began to chuckle heartily. Well, hasn't it been confirmed now? No need to dwell on it further. Let us go see Akiji. I hear he is utterly exhausted after using Ice Age over 20 times. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Garp's carefree laughter, a smile crept onto Sengoku's lips as well. Within Fishman Island, Roya and the others returned to the Dragon King's palace. The matter of Roya taming the sea dragon was tacitly omitted by Neptune and the others. Shaylee returned to her Fishman CAF, enlightened by Roya's influence that even a seemingly predetermined future could be altered. Dove, if you agree to the marriage pact, the throne of kingship will be yours to claim. Neptune openly stated before Shark Star, Flip Star, and Royal Star, without a hint of hesitation, if sensing Roya's gaze. The three brothers quickly declared, if it benefits the development of Fishman Island, we have no objections. Neptune had placed all his hopes firmly upon Roya. White Star eagerly watched Roya, her heart filled with anticipation for his response. The atmosphere within the Dragon King's palace was peculiar. After considering Neptune's words, Roya replied, since your majesty has said so, simply call me Roya from now on. I shall ensure the world accepts the people of Fishman Island. Upon hearing this, Neptune's eyes lit up. This meant Roya had agreed. Wonderful. Ha ha ha. Summon the people to prepare a feast and celebration. Neptune felt an overwhelming sense of joy, breaking out into laughter. White Star, understanding Roya's intent, blushed deeply. With a soft and endearing tone, she said, Roya, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chapter 72. Return to headquarters. Sengoku's call within the Dragon King's palace. Roya and White Star solidified their engagement, agreeing to announce their betrothal to the world upon White Star's coming of age. Neptune readily accepted this request. After spending a night on Fishman Island, Roya prepared to leave, boarding a coded warship to return to Marineford. Just then, his snail phone rang once more. Brew. Marshal, the mission has been accomplished, and I am preparing to return to Marineford. Dove, I have complete faith in your abilities. However, there is an urgent task at hand. Please return as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, a spark of curiosity flickered in Roya's eyes. Understood. Marshal de Roya's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued by the urgent task mentioned by Sengoku. Without delay, he activated his Mirage and maneuvered the warship swiftly toward Marineford. This time, due to the ascent, they traveled somewhat faster than before. Within a day, Roya and his companions returned to the surface. As for the sea dragon he had tamed, he instructed it to guard Fishman Island. As his fiancée, he resided there, and he wished to deter any ill-intentioned individuals from approaching. Navigating the warship, Roya steered toward Marineford. However, as they drew closer, the trio on the ship beheld the disarray upon Marineford. Various sea fish were being collected at the port by the kitchen staff using small baskets. Undoubtedly, these fish would be transformed into delectable dishes. Meanwhile, the craftsmen in the dock busily repaired the warships. Roya quickly deduced that this chaos was a result of the slashes he had unleashed beneath the sea. It seemed rather embarrassing, indeed. Upon disembarking at Marineford, Roya hastened towards Sengoku's office, while Ain led Stella back to her room. After knocking, Roya entered Sengoku's office. Marshal, is there something you require? Seeing Roya return, the furrowed brows of Sengoku relaxed significantly. I am glad to see you back. Please, take a seat and rest for a moment. Akiji and Kizuru will be arriving shortly. Luo Ya nodded slightly, then casually found a spot to sit and feign sleep. At their level, it was no issue to forego sleep for days on end, as long as they managed their physical exertion wisely. Before long, the door to the office of Sengoku swung open once more. Entering were the two admirals, Akiji and Kizuru, perfectly completing the trio of the Navy's three great admirals alongside Luo Ya. Luo Ya opened his eyes and smiled in greeting as Akiji and Kizuru approached. Meanwhile, he felt a sense of anticipation. What pressing mission could warrant the gathering of all three admirals? However, Luo Ya soon noticed the weariness etched across Akiji's face. He couldn't help but inquire, Akiji, have you just returned from a mission as well? You look rather fatigued. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Akiji sighed and replied, it's nothing, just a few minor issues. Although Akiji had initially intended to keep it to himself, feeling somewhat embarrassed, Kizuru, unbothered by the gravity of the situation, Interjected, it's all due to the underwater volcanic eruption and its chain reaction. Akiji has used his Ice Age technique over 20 times. How could he not be exhausted? At Kizaru's remark, Luo Ya instinctively smiled. He thought to himself, Akiji, you truly are a trooper. Next time, I'll ease up a bit to prevent you from becoming so worn out. If Akiji were to realize that the instigator of this situation was right beside him, he might have a different perspective than at that moment. Sengoku cleared his throat, redirecting everyone's attention. Very well, we have an urgent mission that requires your involvement. What could be so daunting as to necessitate the presence of all three admirals? Kizaru, as usual, inquired of Sengoku in his characteristic manner. Sengoku retrieved a bounty notice from a nearby drawer, revealing a pirate adorned with thick red lipstick, light purple eyeshadow, a pirate hat, and a flowing pink dress. Upon seeing the bounty notice, Akiji reflexively exclaimed, Big MOM. Indeed, in the New World, one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, was preparing to host her inaugural tea party. Many underground forces were invited, and we must catch her off guard, ensuring that her first tea party ends in shambles. If possible, defeating Big MOM would be ideal. Sengoku paused before adding, Thus, Luo Ya, you are one of the essential participants for this mission. The other individual can be chosen between Kizaru and Akiji. Sengoku believed Luo Ya to possess the greatest strength, and leading the operation with him would undoubtedly be advantageous. Luo Ya nodded slightly at Sengoku's words. If he succeeded in this mission, he would undoubtedly surpass Akiji and Kizaru in terms of merit. Moreover, given Kizaru's disposition, he would never vie for the position of admiral, making him the ideal choice. Yes, upon receiving the oath of allegiance, Luo Ya intended to further his ambitions of becoming admiral, ultimately replacing Sengoku, to initiate relevant movements concerning Fishman Island. With this in mind, Luo Ya promptly addressed Sengoku. Admiral, let me take Kizaru along this time. Akiji appears far too weary and should rest at headquarters. Each of the three admirals had a 4-month tenure at headquarters, commonly referred to as the guard duty period. Typically, Kizaru would be seen idling at headquarters, while Luo Ya had never taken on such a role, as he was not one to remain idle. Upon hearing Luo Ya's suggestion, Sengoku nodded in agreement. In that case, Akiji, you may withdraw and take the time to rest and hone your abilities. Yes, Admiral, Akiji replied, also feeling that after using Ice Age over 20 times, he was in dire need of recuperation, prompting him to strive to enhance his training. Thus, with Luo Ya's support, Akiji was determined to push himself further. Compared to the original story, the current Akiji and Akainu had undergone tremendous growth in strength. At this moment, Sengoku began to outline the mission. Chapter 73. Infiltration and Identity Transformation. In Sengoku's office, Luo Ya and Kizaru sat before Sengoku, attentively listening to his directives. At this juncture, Luo Ya spoke up. Admiral, you are aware of my capabilities that I wish to boldly infiltrate the gathering of attendees at the tea party. This way, whether initiating an attack or executing a strategic retreat, I will be far more effective. He added, if you could secure an invitation for me, it would facilitate the process even further. While Luo Ya seemed to casually mention this, it was a deliberate ploy. He was aware that one of the underworld's leaders, Stussy, the Queen of Pleasure Street, was actually a member of CP0 to Luo Ya aimed to have Sengoku expose Stussy to him. Sengoku, clearly picking up on Luo Ya's subtle hint, considered Stussy. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, that can be arranged. That I will send you a confidential document and ensure you receive the invitation. Admiral, I prefer to enter alone this time. Kizaru and the others can remain on standby at a distance until I relay my findings. Luo Ya's thoughts aligned closely with Sengoku's earlier considerations. Sengoku then produced a golden transponder snail from his drawer and handed it to Luo Ya. This is a golden transponder snail, also known as a Demon Slayer transponder snail. However, if you intend to activate the Demon Slayer order, you must ensure success. Failure is not an option. Luo Ya understood the weight of Sengoku's words. His other identity as a mysterious figure had led to the Navy's Demon Slayer order facing repeated failures, placing immense pressure on the Navy. Although Luo Ya's presence had since restored some of the Navy's dignity, Sengoku remained acutely aware of the need for caution regarding the use of the Demon Slayer order, fearing another failure would bring shame upon the Navy. After receiving the golden transponder snail from Sengoku, Luo Ya and Kizaru confirmed the operational details before departing from Sengoku's office. Today was a day of rest, with Luo Ya set to embark on his mission the following day. Thus, he returned to his quarters, only to find Stella and Ein in the kitchen, busily preparing a delectable meal for him. "Master, you're back? The meal will be ready shortly." Previously, Luo Ya had asked Stella to simply call him Luo Ya, yet she persisted in addressing him that way. Subsequently, he chose not to press the matter further. Taking a seat, Luo Ya addressed Ein and Stella. "Tomorrow, I will be on a mission, so you two should focus on training your bodies here." Hearing Luo Ya's words, Ein approached him, saying, "Master Luo Ya, I wish to join you on the mission. No, this mission is quite perilous. Stay put and train well." Luo Ya replied firmly. He then turned to Stella and added, "Stella, you should also train diligently. Even building up your stamina would be beneficial. I'll see if I can find a better fruit for you during this mission." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Stella's eyes widened in disbelief. She gazed at Luo Ya with astonishment, saying, "Master, there's no need for that. I was merely a slave before." Before Stella could finish her sentence, Luo Ya gently tousled her hair. "But I've told you, you are no longer a slave. You are my friend, my ally. Helping my friends gain strength so they can realize their dreams upon this vast ocean is what matters. Right?" Stella's heart trembled at his words. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she gazed at Luo Ya, desperately wishing to imprint his image in her memory. With a quivering voice, she said, "Master, my dream is to stand forever behind you, washing your clothes and preparing your meals." Beside her, Ein's expression grew slightly peculiar upon hearing Stella's words. For reasons unknown, she felt as though Stella were confessing something. Yet, even Ein herself could not precisely articulate this sensation. She undeniably sensed something distinctly different about Roya compared to others, as if countless secrets resided within him, awaiting her exploration. Coupled with Roya's gentle smile, Ein found herself irresistibly drawn to him. "Lord Roya, regardless of the task at hand, please ensure your safety. Rest assured, I shall. I never embark on endeavors without proper preparation." Soon, the dawn of the following day arrived. After receiving an invitation from Sengoku, Roya boarded a lavish vessel destined for Cake Island. This invitation, it was evident, had been provided by Stussy under her own auspices. However, prior to departure, Sengoku had emphatically stressed the importance of maintaining confidentiality regarding their identities. One must understand the immense effort CP0 had invested in cultivating Stussy into a titan of the underworld. Representing substantial material and financial resources, reclining on a sun lounger, Roya basked in the afternoon sun, feeling a unique sense of comfort. His current identity was that of an arms magnate, lavish in his expenditures. The ship beneath him was, too, a symbol of wealth. Just as Roya began to drift into slumber, his transponder snail rang insistently. Due to the solitary nature of this mission, he had taken the transponder snail with him. Brub Robin. Upon glimpsing the caller ID, Roya swiftly utilized Soru to reach the ship's mast. Standing atop the vessel, with the sea breeze tousling his hair, he answered Robin's call. As soon as the connection was established, Robin's voice emerged from the transponder snail. "Brother Roya, just now, the Big Mom Pirates delivered an invitation, requesting your presence at the inaugural tea party." "Who delivered it?" Roya inquired, somewhat perplexed by Big Mom's gesture. It was a silver-haired lady with long legs, who bore a large sword on her back. Upon hearing Robin's words, Roya deduced the identity of the messenger. If his assumptions were correct, it would be one of Big Mom's sweet commanders. Snack. "Brother Roya, is this invitation of great importance to you? Should we deliver it to you?" Robin's voice echoed through the transponder snail. Roya promptly replied, "No need. I shall go in person." Upon hearing this, Robin's face lit up with joy. "Really? Are you truly coming, Brother Roya?" "Of course, it's been quite a while since I last visited you." As Roya concluded his sentence, a phantom identical to him materialized beside him. Utilizing a spell, he soared into the sky unnoticed by those around him. Although distance would gradually deplete his stamina, a mere illusion posed no issue. Roya maximized the spell's power, ultimately arriving at Ohara as night fell, with the assistance of the Horo no Mi. He donned a cloak. After receiving word of Roya's arrival, Robin and Alvia awaited him at the shore of Ohara. "Brother Roya, I've missed you so much," Robin exclaimed, her body seemingly moving of its own accord as she rushed towards him. Embracing the blossom-like Robin, Roya turned to Alvia, who extended the invitation to him. Accepting the invitation with one hand, Roya knelt to meet Robin's gaze. "Robin, have you been diligently training your devil fruit abilities lately?" Robin nodded vigorously. I feel that I am on the verge of awakening my powers. Roya paused in surprise, instinctively asking, is that truly the case? Absolutely. I would never deceive you, brother Roya. With that, Robin stepped away from his embrace, crossing her arms defiantly, her aura shifting dramatically. Palm of the great tree, blooming in myriad hues. Instantly, numerous hands sprouted from the ground, coalescing into a colossal palm in the blink of an eye. This hand rose high before crashing down onto the sea, creating tremendous waves that reverberated across the waters. Witnessing this spectacle, Roya marveled at Robin's prodigious talent. It seemed her innate abilities had flourished remarkably. Due to his presence, Robin's experiences diverged from the original narrative, compelling her to strive for survival. Moreover, both Alvia and Robin had not excessively pursued historical knowledge, allowing Robin ample time to hone her skills. It appeared that her prowess now approached the level she would attain 2 years into the original timeline. Seeing Robin's determination filled Roya with pride. Robin, keep up the hard work. Yes, brother Roya, I will surely do my best, Robin affirmed, nodding resolutely. After a brief conversation with Robin and Alvia, Roya summoned the Noah and set sail for Cake Island. Upon returning, Snack approached Big Mom. Mama, the invitation has been delivered. However, I did not encounter him. Only another cloaked individual who appeared quite formidable. Ha ha ha. This indicates they indeed possess an organization. In that case, we shall proceed with our previous plans. Anyone we can recruit, we shall recruit. If such a powerhouse were to join our crew, I would be one step closer to realizing my dream of a world full of nations. Yes, Mama, Snack affirmed. However, the security measures for the tea party must be flawless. Particularly, those marine dogs must not be allowed entry. Conduct thorough inspections and execute anyone who poses a threat. At that moment, the attention of the entire sea was drawn to Big Mom's actions. As one of the 4 emperors, it was her first time orchestrating such a large-scale event. Anyone could sense the underlying tension. Consequently, Big Mom summoned all her children to ensure the inaugural tea party would proceed smoothly. As time passed, various influential figures from the dark underworld arrived at Cake Island. Utilizing the Horo no Mi, Roya altered his appearance, presenting himself as a boisterous tycoon, waddling onto Cake Island with a protruding belly. Just as Roya set foot on the island, Katakuri, one of the suite commanders, intercepted him. Please present your invitation. In response, Roya feigned a frown. What is the meaning of this? You invite me and then subject me to such treatment. Do you think I am just anyone? I am Howard East, the arms magnate. Never heard of you. Produce your invitation, or I shall have to eliminate you on the spot. Katakuri stared blankly at the rotund man before him. Just then, Stussy, the queen of Pleasure Street, approached gracefully from the port. East, why not simply present your invitation? It would save us all this trouble. As Stussy spoke, she handed her invitation to Katakuri, after verifying its authenticity. Katakuri respectfully addressed her. Welcome, Lady Stussy. Roya, masquerading as Howard East, clutched his belly, his expression unfriendly. He scoffed. Just a mere watchdog, anyway. Here, take a good look at the illustrious name of Howard East. As he spoke, Luo Ya flung the invitation at Katakuri's face. Yet Katakuri effortlessly caught it. The notable figures in the surrounding dark world gazed upon this scene, sensing that this seemed quite formidable, although they appeared not to have heard much about Howard Is. The fact that he was acquainted with Stussy indicated that his standing was likely not beneath theirs, perhaps even superior. This sentiment was shared not only by those around but also by Katakuri himself. A person who could be so dismissive and yet know Stussy must indeed be a powerful figure, one not to be trifled with. Suppressing the resentment within, Katakuri, after perusing Luo Ya's invitation, addressed him, saying, Howard Is, you are most welcome to our tea party. Chapter 75. Luo Ya arrives on the island. 8 gates of Duanjia disguised as Howard Is, Luo Ya followed closely behind Stussy, making his way deeper into Cake Island. Stussy scrutinized Luo Ya from head to toe and, with a suppressed laugh, remarked, White Dove, I heard your demeanor is not quite like this. She added that it was merely an attempt to toy with Katakuri. However, your fruit ability is truly remarkable. If you were to join CP0, you would undoubtedly be its strongest member. Luo Ya, cradling his illusionary, rotund belly, smiled faintly and replied, No, I find the position of an admiral quite satisfactory. Stussy ceased her conversation with Luo Ya as her gaze fell upon the newspaper magnate Morgan's in the distance. Meanwhile, Luo Ya, undistracted, began to leisurely explore Cake Island. keenly observing the terrain and the distribution of personnel. Simultaneously, high above in the sky, Luo Ya's true form was aboard the Ark Noah, cloaked and surrounded by fierce gales. Ding! A sign-in task has been issued. Cake Island. Reward. Perfect 8 gates of Duinjia. Time. 3 days. Upon hearing the electronic voice in his mind, Luo Ya's lips curled into a slight smile. Finally, it has arrived. The perfect 8 gates of Duinjia is something I eagerly anticipate, with a rare stretch. Luo Ya relished the wonderful sensation of power that could be attained through strength alone in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. The tea party was now officially underway, although Big Mom had yet to emerge from the palace. Her subordinates had already filled the surroundings. Even the 3 sweet commanders were now present before the crowd that I heard Big Mom invited that mysterious person. Why haven't we seen him? Could it be that he is afraid to show up? Who knows? Perhaps he simply despises participating that I can't help but wonder what he looks like. Amidst the discussions, Luo Ya approached the nearby waters of Cake Island at a leisurely pace as the distance between him and his illusionary self diminished. His physical exertion lessened. Concurrently, after 3 days of observation, he had thoroughly grasped the terrain and personnel distribution within Cake Island. The shadow of the Ark Noah cast down from the sky. All present on Cake Island gazed upward, their eyes drawn away from the previously bright sunshine to behold a colossal vessel. When the inhabitants of Cake Island witnessed this spectacle, their pupils constricted in shock. They were utterly bewildered by the situation. Whose ship could that be? I've never heard of it. Is it the Flying Lion? Have you forgotten? The Flying Lion was defeated by that mysterious person. I've heard that mysterious person possesses abilities akin to the Flying Lion. I recall something about a raging inferno and swordsmanship. If that's the case, this mysterious individual truly seems terrifying. Did Big Mom invite him as well? I never expected he would actually come. As the crowd engaged in fervent speculation, they were all curious about the true visage of the mysterious figure, yet even more so, they pondered the extent of his formidable power. The Ark Noah slowly descended from the sky, and as it touched the ocean, it stirred up great waves. Cloaked, Luo Ya gracefully descended from the Ark, utilizing the power of his talismans. This scene was witnessed by countless figures from the dark world. Stussy, standing at a distance, seemed to be speaking to herself or perhaps addressing Morgans. I can't shake the feeling that his arrival bodes ill. It may incite turmoil. Morgans shook his head, responding, "This is the stronghold of the 4 emperors." Surrounded entirely by Big Mom's subordinates, no matter how powerful he may be, he cannot withstand a war of attrition. So shall we place a bet? Stussy inquired, a smile gracing her face as she turned to Morgans. Speak. How shall we wager? Morgans rubbed his wings together, resembling a cunning figure. After all, who could deny that Morgan's appearance was akin to a colossal delivery bird magnified several times? 5 devil fruits. Betting on whether this mysterious person will cause chaos on Cake Island. Do you dare? Stussy challenged Morgans. Morgans pondered momentarily, placing himself in the shoes of the mysterious figure. Even with formidable strength, he would refrain from reckless actions on Cake Island, understanding the risks involved with this thought. Morgans nodded. 5 devil fruits it is. I accept. Upon hearing Morgans affirm the wager, a more enchanting smile spread across Stussy's face. The moment Luo Ya set foot on Cake Island, an electronic voice echoed within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained perfect 8 gates of Duinjia. The 8 gates of Duinjia comprises 8 gates. Each gate opened grants immense power. Upon opening the final gate, the 8th gate, the death gate, one will not lose their life, making it the most perfect 8 gates of Duinjia. As the system's voice faded, Luo Ya suddenly comprehended the method to unlock the 8 gates of Duinjia. Beneath his cloak, Luo Ya revealed a hint of an enigmatic smile. At that moment, Katakuri approached Luo Ya. Please present your invitation in response to Katakuri's presence. Luo Ya merely turned his head. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged forth, pressing down upon Katakuri, faced with the oppressive will of a beast. Katakuri was momentarily taken aback that it was only when Luo Ya strolled into Cake Island that Katakuri regained his senses. His eyes filled with astonishment as he murmured, "Incredible, so powerful, such a terrifying conqueror's haki." Though only directed at Katakuri, was perceived by the onlookers, who were no ordinary individuals, and they too sensed Luo Ya's might. Luo Ya paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd. He was benevolent to the virtuous. But here, who among them was not drenched in countless lives? In such circumstances, the more disdainful one appeared, the more respect they garnered. After all, This was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong. Just then, a wave of conquerors' haki erupted from within the palace. Chapter 76. The mysterious code name. Big Mom's alliance. Who dares to be so audacious in my tea party? A somewhat grating female voice resonated from within the palace, accompanied by an utterly terrifying surge of conquerors' haki. Yet, perhaps due to the nature of the tea party, not many fainted from the overwhelming pressure. The massive gates of Cake Island slowly creaked open, revealing Big Mom's imposing figure as she stepped forth. Thud, thud, thud. Each time Big Mom moved, her feet struck the ground, sending shudders through the earth. Behind her trailed the already ignited Prometheus and the thunder-laden Zeus. As Big Mom fully emerged and unleashed her conqueror's haki, Luo Ya showed no signs of yielding. Boom! At that moment, the originally azure sky was abruptly cleaved in twain. Behind Luo Ya raged a tempest. While thunder rumbled ominously behind Big Mom, the heavens above were flawlessly bisected before them. The numerous dignitaries present, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, were taken aback. Was this the manifestation of the mysterious figure's conqueror's haki? Why did it seem to possess an even greater offensive aura than Big Mom's? The level of pressure emanating from this situation was simply terrifying. Despite their excitement, the various powerhouses remained exceedingly cautious. For it was not uncommon in these times for spectators to meet their demise in the throes of battle. At this juncture, Stussy glanced at Morgans beside her and, with a subtle smile, remarked, "It appears I have emerged victorious. This is merely a contest of conquerors' haki. We have yet to engage in combat." Morgans responded, prompting Stussy to merely hum an acknowledgement, as if she had foreseen the future. Turning to the figure beside her, Howard ISS, she inquired, "What is your take on this?" Howard ISS, cradling his belly, replied, "I'm not quite sure. This mysterious individual seems exceptionally formidable." Stussy continued, "Do you believe you could defeat this enigmatic figure before us?" At Stussy's words, Morgan's pupils contracted sharply as he turned to ISS in astonishment. "Stussy, what do you mean? Is this man truly that powerful?" "I was merely jesting," Stussy said with a playful flick of her tongue. An action that caught Luo Ya's attention that it was not for any particular reason, but rather because he sensed that Stussy harbored ulterior motives at this moment. Luo Ya too wore a slight smile. "Indeed, Stussy is merely jesting. Oh, you truly believe that someone of my stature could vanquish this mysterious individual? Huh?" As the laughter of Howard ISS echoed, the true form hidden beneath the cloak, standing against Big Mom, revealed a subtle smirk. Subsequently, the two seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they retracted their conqueror's haki. The resounding voice of Big Mom echoed across Cake Island. "Mama, are you the legendary mysterious person of the seas?" "It is I," Luo Ya replied, suppressing his voice as he spoke to Big Mom. She scrutinized Luo Ya, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, with such remarkable conqueror's haki, your true power must surely be even greater." Upon finishing her statement, Big Mom commanded, "Katakuri, offer him a seat." "Yes, Mama," Katakuri responded, momentarily taken aback before swiftly leading Luo Ya to the finest position available. Observing this scene, all the prominent figures of the underworld speculated that Luo Ya was about to board Big Mom's ship. They even began to contemplate whether they should invest more capital in her. It was well known among them that, being entrenched in the dark underworld, they were astute individuals, possessing unparalleled insight into the trends of the sea. Stussy, under normal circumstances, was unlikely to strike. Rather, she would probably be drawn into Big Mom's crew. "How delightful it would be for you to lose to me. Oh, I eagerly anticipated," Stussy said to Morgans. Seeing Stussy's demeanor, Morgans merely scoffed, saying nothing further before returning to his seat. Meanwhile, Luo Ya was also orchestrating the Phantom to report to Sengoku, signaling that the tea party had commenced. Big Mom sat at the head of the table, surveying the assembly. Beside her were the three suite commanders, along with Luo Ya, Stussy, Morgans, and 4 other individuals of equal standing. Following them were Big Mom's children and other pirate captains or leaders from the dark underworld. "Welcome to my inaugural tea party, everyone. I hope you all enjoy yourselves," Big Mom proclaimed, extending her arms to the crowd. For Big Mom, hosting a tea party served to solidify her power and consolidate these formidable individuals. Ultimately, it was about achieving her grand vision, which could only materialize by realizing the first 2 goals. Presently, Big Mom had set her sights on Luo Ya. She desired to draw him into her faction. "Mama, would you like to introduce yourself? Until now, we have yet to learn your name." Upon hearing Big Mom's words, Stussie's eyes brightened as she turned to the cloaked Luo Ya. This was a question Luo Ya had long anticipated. You may call me 0.0? Is that a code name? Big Mom queried. You could say that, Luo Ya responded. The crowd was struck with astonishment at this revelation. Big Mom, in particular, contemplated whether capturing Luo Ya might indirectly secure the allegiance of the organization behind him. Surely, those who would be associated with someone named Zero would not be of weak caliber. Such thoughts were not confined to Big Mom alone, yet she was the only one bold enough to voice them. As she was the most powerful individual present aside from Luo Ya himself, as for her method of winning Luo Ya over, Big Mom chose to employ her tried-and-true strategy, marriage. She clapped her hands 4 times, and all those who heard her applause rose from their seats. Without exception, these individuals were women. Big Mom addressed Luo Ya. Zero, do you find any of those standing appealing? Big Mom paused before adding. If any of them catch your eye, simply let me know, whoever it may be, with just my word, she shall become your wife, and you will directly join our great family. Big Mom exhibited a measure of respect towards Luo Ya. After all, someone possessing such potent conqueror's haki was not someone she wished to provoke. Upon hearing Big Mom's words, Luo Ya's lips curled into a smile. He could barely contain himself, laughing heartily. Big Mom. Are you truly serious with what you just said? Of course, I am serious. Feel free to choose anyone, she replied. But isn't it a bit inappropriate to treat your own children this way? Luo Ya's laughter evaporated, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. The women who had risen were momentarily taken aback by Luo Ya's remark, for they had never before encountered anyone willing to advocate for them from their perspective. Most touched among them was the 35th daughter, Charlotte Br. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Big Mom, upon hearing Luo Ya's statement, felt her smile fade. They are all my daughters. Naturally, they are my tools. If they cannot even fulfill their purpose as tools, what use is there in keeping them? Without regard for their feelings, Big Mom unabashedly declared her sentiments in front of the assembly. So, if I were to select any one of these tools, you wouldn't feel any sorrow over it? Of course not. Then I choose her. Is that acceptable? Luo Ya pointed to a woman not far away. This woman was a tall-legged beauty, known as the Juice Minister. Indeed, the person Luo Ya indicated was none other than one of the Sweet Commanders, Smoothie. Smoothie, upon realizing Luo Ya was pointing at her, was clearly taken aback. What am I witnessing? This man actually wishes to marry Smoothie. This is simply unbelievable. It's an outright provocation. As expected, upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Big Mom's brow furrowed deeply, her aura surging forth. Are you seeking trouble? Knowing full well that Smoothie is one of the Sweet Commanders. You wish to marry her. Did you not say they are all tools? I thought you treated them all equally. To my surprise, there exists a hierarchy even among them. Those of formidable strength are treated well, while the weaker ones, even if they are damaged, will not be mourned. Will they? Luo Ya gazed with a smile at the imposing figure of Big Mom before him. Yet, beneath the concealment of her cloak, it was impossible to discern Luo Ya's expression as his words echoed throughout the venue. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd, for this was a blatant provocation directed at the formidable pirate crew of the matriarch. Or rather, the Charlotte family. Beside Luo Ya, Stussy lifted a glass of red wine from the table and remarked to Morgans, "It appears that victory is mine this time." Just as Stussy's words fell, a blaze of orange flames ignited in the distance. Big Mom, I have come to challenge you. Allow me to witness just how powerful one of the 4 emperors truly is. As the proclamation resounded, the flames gradually coalesced a man with black hair, freckles on his cheeks, and a tattoo on his left arm bearing the letters ASC, with the S crossed out, burst into the scene wearing an orange cowboy hat adorned with 2 badges, one smiling and the other sorrowful. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Morgans chuckled at Stussy, saying, "It seems I have not yet lost." With his words, Katakuri sprang from his seat and confronted Ace. "Who are you? How did you enter? What do you intend to do?" In response to Katakuri's barrage of questions, Ace let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "I am Portgas Ace, the fire fist from the East Blue, and as for my intentions, I have come to challenge the so-called 4 emperors." Ace continued, "Ever since I set sail across the seas, I've heard whispers of the 4 emperors and mysterious figures. Upon learning that one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, was hosting a tea party, I decided to drop by and, of course, issue a challenge." Luo Ya observed Ace soaring through the sky and mused, shouldn't he be seeking out Whitebeard? What brings him to challenge Big Mom? It was well known that Big Mom showed no mercy. You wish to challenge Mama? You must first contend with me. I need but a second to bring you to your knees. Ace shouted defiantly at Katakuri. From Ace's current demeanor, Luo Ya surmised that Ace had been at sea for quite some time. With the powers of the Mara no Mi, he could easily overpower most foes, which likely fueled his arrogance and disregard for others. Contemplating this, Luo Ya decided against further provoking the matriarch. For he was genuinely curious about the extent of Ace's abilities. Flames. Ace transformed his arm into an immense, high-temperature blaze, launching a fiery punch towards Katakuri. As Ace's words faded, a massive fire cloud surged forth, taking the form of a colossal flame that charged relentlessly towards Katakuri. Yet, before Katakuri could make a move, a flame even more terrifying than Ace's appeared before the onlookers in comparison to this inferno that enveloped the sky. Ace's fire punch seemed trivial. Heavenly fire, with Prometheus in hand, Big Mom effortlessly devoured Ace's flames. Ace's spirit was shaken, and before he could react, the heavenly fire, infused with the powers of the Soru no Mi, engulfed him entirely. A cry of pain echoed from within the flames. This is the first tea party. How can we allow someone as insignificant as a mere insect to intrude so brazenly? Big Mom could tolerate Luo Ya to a degree due to his strength and accomplishments. However, the fledgling Ace held no such value in her eyes that a mere individual from the seas. Did he not realize that using fire before her was a futile endeavor? As Big Mom's words resonated, Luo Ya's icy voice pierced the air. I too hail from the seas and wield fire. Big Mom, and your words have provoked me. Stussy, observing Luo Ya's next move, turned to Morgans, saying, remember to deliver my devil fruit to my pleasure district. Chapter 78. Raising the stakes. The battle begins. Upon hearing Stussy's words, Morgan's mouth twitched in response. At their level, there were indeed numerous devil fruits, but they were often of such abysmal quality that they could scarcely be deemed worthy. Though it was said there were no worthless fruits, only unworthy individuals. However, finding someone with talent was an arduous task, rendering these fruits mere refuse in their eyes. Morgans, feeling a profound sense of unwillingness, proposed, Stussy, how about we wager again? Oh, what shall we wager? Another 10 devil fruits. Let us bet on whether Zero can defeat Big Mom. Stussy regarded the slowly ascending Luo Ya, who was now on par with Big Mom, her eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. Very well, I accept. I wager that Zero will triumph over Big Mom. Do you truly believe in him? Morgans inquired, curious about Stussy's unwavering confidence. Perhaps it is merely a woman's intuition, Stussy replied with a charming smile, before hastily retreating. Not only Stussy, but the others began to withdraw as well. For an unparalleled aura of murderous intent radiated from both Luo Ya and Big M.0. Had I foreseen this, I would not have changed my mind. Perhaps it would have been better to devour your soul as a delicacy. Mama. Yet, it is not too late. As the inaugural tea party commenced, Big Mom had anticipated unforeseen circumstances. Defeating this enigmatic figure, Luo Ya, would surely simplify future gatherings. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Big Mom, Mama, unleash your full power. Let me witness just how far behind you are. I hope you will still be able to smile afterward. As Luo Ya's words echoed, the heavenly fire was retracted by Big Mom, revealing Ace's battered form to the audience. Ace was covered in burn marks, illustrating the devastating power of the heavenly fire, which, even without the application of haki, could ensnare his physical form. Ace's body, weakened, began to plummet from the sky. He struggled to maintain control over his limbs, but having never endured such formidable injuries since his departure from the East Blue, he found himself utterly helpless. Just as despair began to envelop him, Luo Ya extended his hand, activating his curse ability. Ace's form began to levitate gently in the in your condition. It would be unwise to descend. You might be torn to shreds. Instead, watch as I trample this so-called emperor beneath my feet. As Luo Ya spoke, he propelled himself into the air with a powerful kick, treating the atmosphere as a solid ground. Launching himself forward with tremendous force, the power of the curse was maximized. Haki enveloped his form. As Luo Ya unleashed his haki, Big responded in kind, enveloping herself in haki as well. The onlookers were left astounded by the spectacle. Has he lost his mind? He dares to compete in haki with Big Mom. The iron balloon, he is surely destined for a grievous defeat, they whispered among themselves, incredulous at his audacity. Morgans, witnessing the scene, chuckled to Stussy. He has not even employed his signature overwhelming flames. He must be exceedingly arrogant. Morgans turned to Stussy, stating, "It seems this time, I shall not be defeated." As a member of CP0, Stussy possessed greater strength than Morgans, and thus she quickly perceived that Luo Ya's haki reached the pinnacle of mastery, on par with that of Admiral Fujitora. With this thought, Stussy cast her gaze toward the distance, where Phantom Ease was reporting to the Navy headquarters. Simultaneously, she ordered Kizuru, "Prepare the Demon Slayer order. Commence all preparations. And get ready for the Demon Slayer order." This time, as the commander, Roya could command the equally formidable Admiral Kizuru with unrestrained authority. The sensation was indeed quite delightful. Indeed, Roya was orchestrating a grand strategy. In the heavens above, the corners of Roya's mouth curled upward slightly, as he stood unyielding against anyone with his armed haki. Boom! At the moment when Roya and Big Mom's fists collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted. The ground trembled violently. Beneath Big Mom's feet, vast cracks began to appear. Almost immediately, she felt a surge of pain coursing through her arm and into her brain, causing her immense frame to stagger backward a few steps. She gazed incredulously at Roya, instinctively uttering, "Impossible, the pinnacle of armed haki." As her words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Morgan's pupils widened significantly, and the confidence etched on his face vanished without a trace. That it seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I had triumphed once again. Stussy, with an air of seductive charm, was filled with an unprecedented confidence, casting a glance at Morgans and then at Zera, who gazed defiantly at the sky. She contemplated her own path. Yes, Stussy harbored her own ambitions. She did not wish to remain a mere pawn of CP0A. As her influence in the underworld of Pleasure Street grew, her discontent with being a puppet of the world government, a celestial dragon, or CP0 intensified. She yearned for independence, to genuinely grasp her own fate. With such ambition, Stussy had been on the lookout for potential allies since the inception of this thought. However, it was only today that she discovered someone with a significant chance of aiding her. "Zera, today shall determine whether you can completely defeat Big Mom," Stussy mused internally, a smile gracing her lips that only she could fully comprehend. In the lofty skies, Roya appeared to activate his sharp tongue. "Big Mom, one of the four emperors, is this truly the extent of your power? Ever considered becoming my subordinate? For some reason, it feels like being my underling offers far more promise than remaining one of the four emperors." To the ears of the onlookers, this was undoubtedly a brazen declaration, further inciting Big Mom's fury. "You scoundrel! Perish! The sea does not require your kind." Chapter 79. Ace's Adoration. The door of death opens. Big Mom's voice reverberated through the crowd, sending chills down the spines of many, particularly her offspring, who understood that she was genuinely enraged. Prometheus, Zeus. As Big Mom's words fell, the two manifestations of Thundercloud and Sun, granted form by the soul fruit, hovering on her sides, instantly transformed. Their presence appeared even more terrifying. "Zera, let me savor the flavor of your soul." From her left hand, fire rained down from the heavens, while her right hand summoned thunder. Flames and lightning seemed to devour the very sky, intertwining like a cataclysmic spectacle, evoking the sensation of an impending apocalypse. As these two formidable abilities clashed, Roya slowly extended his hand, softly uttering, "Son of Heaven." The iron-forged walls, dragon's flight, lion's roar, tiger's howl, wolf's dash, sever the heavens before collapse, binding the path of the 81st Void Severance. Boom! Just as Roya's words concluded, the fire from Big Mom's hand and the thunder crashed directly against the transparent and immense barrier of Void Severance he had conjured. The lightning and flames spread along the barrier, yet could not harm Roya. His nonchalant demeanor left the crowd in utter shock. What fruit could grant such powers? Such transformations seemed far too numerous. Is there a record of such a powerful fruit in the Devil Fruit Compendium? Could it be an even rarer race than the fiends or giants, akin to a racial gift? Opinions varied, yet none could claim correctness. High above, Ace beheld the scene before him. His eyes sparkling like a multitude of stars, he gazed at Roya with unbridled admiration, realizing for the first time that such extraordinary beings existed in this world. Roya paid no heed to the thoughts of those around him. He was simply here to stir chaos. The magnitude of this turmoil was his sole concern. Thus, he continued to taunt. Big Mom. With such power, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Is that not a bit delusional? As the flames and thunder dissipated, Roya canceled Void Severance, suddenly drawing close to Big Mom and lowering his voice. Inquiring, by the way, do you wish to know how the nun and your friends met their demise? Upon hearing Roya's words, Big Mom's entire body trembled violently. Her rage erupted. The four emperors were enraged. Zera, what do you mean? What do you know? Tell me now. Then defeat me. As Roya's words fell, his figure abruptly descended to the ground. He placed his hands firmly upon the earth, softly declaring, Wood release. Birth of the Wood Realm. A surge of life force activated the surrounding trees as the ground began to tremble. Cracks multiplied across the island's surface. Dust rose, and the crowd began to panic. What was he doing? Why did I have an ominous premonition? Hey, I do not wish to die here. Vines, roots, and branches began to grow wildly, spreading rapidly. In an instant, they engulfed a multitude of insignificant pirates, forming a magnificent forest. Morgans, witnessing all of this, wore a frenzied expression. He exclaimed to Stussy, encountering such monumental news, even if I lose to you, I am utterly delighted. Ha 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 ha. Stussy offered a subtle smile. She understood Morgan's character. For the sake of news, he would stop at nothing. Perhaps this scene before them was precisely what he had longed for yet never dared to imagine. Damn it, this fellow has directly altered Whole Cake Island. We must ensure the safety of our esteemed guests. Katakuri, nearby, felt overwhelmed. The battle between Roya and Big Mom could unfold freely, but the aftermath would fall upon them to manage. Should this conflict result in the demise of their honored guests, they would bear an unbearable burden, as it would spell the utter ruin of the Second Tea Party. While Katakuri and the others scrambled to mitigate the widespread destruction, Big Mom's fury finally erupted. Zera, I will see you dead. Big Mom's declaration, shouted with her piercing voice, carried a palpable intent to kill, felt even by those outside the island. In a fit of rage, she stepped forward, cracking the ground once more. Her eyes, filled with fury, made her appear on the brink of a rampage. She bellowed. Napoleon, prominence. The sword Napoleon, hovering above her, responded to her call, its tips suddenly sprouting deadly blades. Gripped tightly in Big Mom's hand, armed hockey enveloped it. Surging downward toward Roya with ferocious momentum, the blade's edge was sharp. Even before Big Mom could fully swing, a tempest arose, carrying debris towards Roya. It formed a semicircular arc, crashing to the ground, swiftly obliterating the trees in its path. Whoosh! A dazzling, blinding slash filled the onlookers' vision, leaving them dumbfounded, standing frozen in place with wide eyes, mesmerized by the spectacle before them. Yet, in the face of this fearsome attack that sent shivers down the spines of countless onlookers, Roya remained unfazed, retorting, I say, is this truly all the strength you possess? What then is the purpose of being a four-emperor? As Roya's words lingered, he added, the 8 gates of Duanjia, the Death Gate, open. Roya was utterly unceremonious, immediately presenting the final door that a crimson steam enveloped him, reminiscent of flames that he felt as though his body possessed no weight, while a colossal warmth surged within him, continuously circulating throughout his being. This sensation rendered him remarkably light, and he even believed that a mere step could propel him several dozen meters. This feeling caused Roya's eyes to narrow sharply. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. A silhouette, akin to a phantom, materialized before the strike. Roya did not even bother to envelop himself in the hockey of armament. Instead, he unleashed a rapid series of punches, furiously attacking the point of impact. The air, under this skill, was relentlessly compressed, only to explosively disperse in an instant. The shape of the air cannon resembled that of a tiger. This was the 8 gates of Duanjia, Day Tiger. With the clash of Big Mom's formidable power and Roya's Day Tiger, a resounding explosion reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. Boom! The very earth seemed to tremble and sway, rumble. Even the ground, under the collision of these two techniques, appeared as if it were collapsing. The surface wailed, the piercing sound soaring into the heavens. The tempest swept through the skies, thickening the clouds even more. Those who witnessed this scene wore expressions of sheer terror, as the earth quaked incessantly. Katakuri felt a sense of despair. This guy is just too strong. Yet, inexplicably, he seems so cool. Bruley unconsciously voiced her thoughts. Instantly, the surrounding family members turned their gazes toward Bruley. She quickly transformed into her dark persona. Believing that only by destroying this face could she provide her mother with some relief, stop chatting and come help. We must ensure the safety of all the esteemed guests, understood? Yes, understood, brother. However, before they could take any action, Roya had already advanced to Big Mom's front. Roya's voice, like that of a devil, echoed in Big Mom's ears. Big Mom, considering your pitiable state, I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of the nun. A smile graced the corners of Roya's mouth beneath his cloak. Seizing the moment before Big Mom could fully react, he whispered in a tone only she could hear. The nun has always been with you. She resides within your belly, having been consumed by you. What? Big Mom's mind was thrown into turmoil, but that was not the end of it. Roya continued, not only the nun, but all your previous companions have also been devoured by you. One by one, Roya's words struck like the sharpest blade, mercilessly piercing Big Mom's most vulnerable weakness. Impossible. Impossible. You must be lying. Chaos filled Big Mom's eyes. She could not fathom this as reality, yet her subconscious informed her that Roya spoke the undeniable truth. In an instant, she found herself back on the day when she and the nun, along with her friends, had scattered that eye in her haze. She unwittingly exposed her own weakness. The so-called steel balloon known as Big Mom would see her defense drastically diminish in a frenzied state. Indeed, from Roya's perspective, a single strike could prove lethal. And this was precisely the outcome Roya desired. He had no intention of engaging in a protracted battle with Big Mom for 3 days and nights, as it would demand an excessive amount of stamina. Most importantly, as time elapsed, the variables multiplied exponentially. Roya could not guarantee that her former lover, Kaido, wouldn't come to her aid upon hearing the news. Nor could he be certain that Shanks would not intervene to maintain balance on the seas and ensure the four emperors' existence. The arrival of any one of them would spell disaster for Roya. Therefore, seizing the moment Big Mom revealed her fatal weakness, Roya softly murmured, "All things in nature shall turn to ashes, flowing blade like fire." As Roya's words resonated, a tempest of flames erupted before the onlookers. The inferno, akin to a river, surged skyward, in the blink of an eye. It spread across the heavens like lightning. The dark clouds vanished, the thunder ceased, the rain subsided. Only the fierce flames enveloped the entire sky. Ace, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished. He too wielded fire. Yet he felt an unprecedented thrill from this blaze. It was unlike the heavenly fire previously wielded by Big Mom, but rather resembled the sensation of confronting a superior flame. How formidable! This is truly astounding. Ace's eyes sparkled like constellations as he gazed at Roya, filled with an indescribable admiration. It was a reverence for strength. To wield flames with such masterful finesse was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The flames, consumed by Roya's flowing blade like fire, enveloped countless onlookers in an icy chill that a bone-chilling cold penetrated every fiber of their being, birthing within them a fear known as Zero. At that moment, Stussy glanced at Morgans beside her and chuckled lightly. "It seems this time, I have triumphed again." Stussy's eyes sparkled with a light that only they could comprehend, resembling Ace's expression at as if to affirm Stussy's words. Roya suddenly moved through the air, initiating the 8 gates of Duanjia while wielding flowing blade like fire. He swiftly descended from the sky that a line of fire appeared in the air, as if imprinted in the atmosphere. When they turned their gaze back to Roya, they found him already behind Big Mom, slowly retracting his blade. Roya then whispered, in a tone only he could hear, "Now we can commence the next phase of the plan." In the distance, the specter of Is, retrieving a golden transponder snail from his attire, pressed the button without hesitation. The Demon Slayer order was activated. Simultaneously, Roya's strike erupted with its own overwhelming force. A brilliant sword light burst forth, flames spewing forth, blinding all in its wake. Big Mom's arm, abdomen, and waist fell away in a diagonal line. Blood gushed forth. The sight sent many of the Charlotte family members collapsing to the ground in shock. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. How could Mama be defeated? This is utterly inconceivable. I refuse to believe it. That strike was simply too terrifying, truly horrifying. It seemed that from this day forth, Big Mom's infamous name would vanish while Zero would rise to prominence across the seas. Anyone present at this tea party could feel the terrifying nature of that strike. The ultimate power, the ultimate speed, the ultimate control, all were unparalleled. Yet, just as the crowd stood in shock, a cacophony of cannon fire pierced their ears. What was happening? What was this cannon fire? Report to Lord Katakuri. Yes, it's the Navy. The Navy has arrived. When Katakuri heard his subordinate's report, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Bruley. Brother, I'm here. Open the mirror world. We must retreat immediately. Chapter 81. Digging one's own grave. The birth of an organization. Big Mom's cries of pain echoed in everyone's ears, followed by her collapsing into unconsciousness due to her severe injuries. At this moment, Katakuri naturally assumed the role of acting captain, commanding Bruley to open the mirror world for their escape. The mirror world was a unique technique possessed by Bruley, who had consumed the mirror fruit. Unless permitted by Bruley, no one could enter this realm. When the esteemed guests witnessed the big Imoan pirate crew beginning to flee, they were utterly stunned. Were they really planning to escape like this? How infuriating. They were the ones who had invited us here, yet they simply abandoned us. It seemed the position of the four emperors had already been seized by that Zero fellow, having suffered defeat. Their priority was clearly survival. No one could have anticipated that the inaugural tea party would lead Big Mom to dig her own grave. Never mind. Let us refrain from further discussion and hasten our escape. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this island is as good as lost. Ace, under the control of Roya, gradually descended from the sky. Subsequently, Roya paid no further heed to Ace and directed his flight towards his Noah's Arkansas. He was now ready to exit the scene. The only matter left was that of the identity of the white dove. Just then, Ace caught up from behind, enduring the pain coursing through his body. He approached Roya and exclaimed, "Wait, wait, Zero." Roya disregarded Ace's plea and continued his journey towards Noah's Arkansas. "Zero, please allow me to join your organization. That I yearn for an opportunity to hone my skills and become a more formidable individual. I wish to demonstrate to those who look down upon the four seas just how powerful we truly are." Ace clenched his fists, speaking passionately to Roya. "Declined. Your strength is insufficient." Although Ace possessed remarkable talent, being the son of the Pirate King, he harbored inner conflicts that prevented him from wielding the Conqueror's haki. He believed that this power was inherited from Gold. Roger. Hence, apart from a singular instance in his childhood when he saved Luffy, he had not employed it since. Furthermore, he exhibited a significant reliance on his devil fruit abilities. Overall, his potential was immense, yet he failed to harness it effectively. Upon hearing Roya's words, Ace's heart brimmed with frustration. His hands tightened into fists, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of suffocation. Originally, he had set sail from East Blue's Windmill Village, making his way towards the Grand Line. Every pirate he encountered along the way proved no match for him, leading him to believe that his strength surpassed that of many. Thus, he ventured into the New World, seeking to prove his might by defeating Big Mom. However, reality revealed that his previous successes were largely due to fortuitous circumstances. He had only faced weaker opponents. It was only after being defeated by Big Mom and subsequently rescued by Roya that a seed of determination was sown within Ace's heart. He longed to grow stronger. "Please, allow me to join. I wish to become stronger, to sail across these seas." At this moment, the surroundings were devoid of others. They had scattered in a frenzy. The inhabitants of the island were in a state of utter panic. Save for Roya and Ace, Roya halted his steps, turning to face Ace. A wave of apprehension washed over Ace. He could not discern the gaze hidden beneath Roya's cloak. Anxiety gripped him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. "You possess potential, great potential." Hearing Roya's words, Ace's heart soared with joy. However, just as he opened his mouth to speak, Roya continued, "Yet, I do not sense the resolve within you to grow stronger." Pausing, Roya lowered his voice to a whisper only Ace could hear. "You have been resistant to the power you inherited, have you not, son of Gold? Roger." Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Amidst the rising roots of Cake Island, Ace's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively uttered, "How do you know that?" "I know more than you can imagine. Luffy and Sabo, they are your brothers, are they not?" With each revelation from Roya, Ace's heart grew colder. He did not recognize the man before him. Yet this stranger was privy to the secrets of their brotherhood. Could this be the intelligence network of his organization? It was astonishingly powerful. "If you do not wish to regret your future, Then embrace this power, the power of protection. With that, Roya turned away, showing little concern for whether Ace would comprehend. Just as Roya was about to depart, a formidable wave of Conqueror's haki suddenly emanated from behind him. In that instant, Ace stepped forward, extending his fist towards Roya, declaring, "Please let me join you. I wish to grow stronger and protect those I care for with my own strength. Your comprehension seems quite commendable. Now that you have unraveled your inner turmoil, congratulations on joining us, but I must warn you in advance. Our training is exceptionally arduous. No matter how grueling it may be, I shall not falter." As long as I can grow stronger, the power of the spell was invoked. Ace felt his body uncontrollably lift into the air, alongside Noah's Ark, not far off. There, Roya and Ace soared swiftly through the sky aboard Noah's Arkansas. Ace's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, sailing through the skies, "This is incredible. By the way, Zero, what is the name of our organization?" Upon hearing Ace's inquiry, a subtle smile graced Roya's lips. "The name of our organization is the Morning and Evening Crows." Morning and Evening Crows. Ace echoed, yet he failed to grasp the significance behind the name. Consequently, Roya elucidated, the term refers to crows. Many despise and fear them, associating them with death. Yet, unbeknownst to them, crows are among the most filial and disciplined of all birds. Crows symbolize the harbinger of peace. Symbolizing the harbinger of peace, Ace's eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance in that moment. He suddenly perceived the vast expanse of azure sky before him, in every conceivable sense. Chapter 82. Ace joins, acts of piracy upon the ocean. Dozens of warships, led by Kizaru, advanced towards Cake Island. Continuous bombardments echoed as countless cannonballs rained down upon the island, creating numerous craters within the roots and soil. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped them. Kizaru gazed skyward, witnessing Noah's Ark ascending without hesitation. Kizaru retrieved a din mushi from his pocket and reported to the White Dove, "Admiral White Dove, that vessel above must belong to the mysterious individual. Should we attempt to intercept it? No need. Our sole objective this time is to obliterate the Big Mom pirates." "Understood. Kizaru, I implore you to exert your full strength this time. I shall compensate you with triple the salary." Upon hearing Roya's words, Kizaru's eyes brightened. "Dolala. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Admiral White Dove." As Kizaru's words fell, he transformed into a beam of light, rapidly racing towards Cake Island. Meanwhile, Roya utilized the powers of the Moku no Mi to assume the guise of the White Dove. With a snap of his fingers in the air, his disguise shattered, revealing Roya's gentle smile. In the next instant, he brought his hands together, and a white aura began to emanate from him. Susanoo of the White Dove, the pinnacle of armament haki, enveloped him. The white of Susanoo intertwined with the black of armament haki, merging as if embodying the harmony of yin and yang. Soru. Before long, Luo Ya wielded the pinnacle of the Navy's sixth style, relentlessly reaping the lives of those pirates, steadily diminishing the strength of the Big Mom pirate crew. Most of the direct family members had already entered Brulee's mirror world. Katakuri gazed at the Navy as they gradually ascended the island, his hands tightly clenched, an indescribable emotion etched upon his face. Without lingering further, Katakuri was the last to venture into the mirror world. The mirror world closed. The Big Mom pirate crew vanished entirely from Cake Island. However, this did not imply that the island was devoid of inhabitants. On the contrary, many factions still remained under the banner of the Big Mom pirates. These factions were precisely the targets the Navy focused on suppressing this time. Many participants of the Tea Party had not brought weapons, as they were mostly left on their ships. Consequently, most individuals were unable to exert their full potential. Under the frenzied assault of Admiral Luo Ya, numerous adversaries fell before him. Upon hearing Luo Ya's promise of triple pay, Admiral Kizaru entered full combat mode. A torrent of light projectiles rained down from the sky at that moment. The prowess of Admiral Kizaru was indelibly etched in the minds of the Navy personnel. They had not anticipated that Admiral Kizaru was so formidable. I had always assumed Admiral Kizaru had merely coasted his way up, but it turns out he is immensely powerful. This was utterly astonishing. Admiral Kizaru was truly extraordinary. Who among Admiral Luo Ya and Admiral Kizaru is stronger? Rather than pondering such matters, it would be more prudent to accumulate military merit and strive for advancement. Wouldn't it? Luo Ya, unbeknownst to him, suddenly found himself beside the Navy soldiers and addressed them. Admiral Luo Ya. The soldiers, startled, immediately saluted him. Luo Ya nonchalantly waved his hand and softly spoke. I am rather fatigued these past few days. The island has been mostly cleared. You may proceed with your search. I shall take a brief respite. Yes, Admiral Luo Ya. Following his command, the Navy soldiers commenced a frenzied sweep of Cake Island, intent on scouring every last remnant. Some greedy individuals even contemplated taking action here. However, when they had thoroughly plundered the entire island, they found not a single belly. Damn it, what is this situation? Has someone gotten here before us? No, it must have been the Big Mom pirates who took everything away. I refuse to believe there isn't a single belly. Keep searching. The soldiers' fighting spirit was ignited. They could not accept that there would be no wealth on Big Mom's stronghold, Cake Island. Surely, they had not searched diligently enough. Thus, they even sought out Kizaru, tempting him with boundless treasures to obliterate the Big Mom palace on Cake Island. Yet still, they discovered not even a solitary belly, cloaked in the robes of justice. Luo Ya observed the unfolding scenes before him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Such barbaric actions are more audacious than those of pirates. After uttering this thought, Luo Ya slowly returned to his cabin aboard the warship. At that moment, the epitome of efficiency, Morgans, had already been tirelessly printing newspapers. He then began releasing them into the sea via newspaper birds. Mysterious Organization Zero, the annihilation of the Big Mom pirate crew at the outset. The slaughter order on Cake Island, the Navy's audacious scheme. Countless captivating headlines adorned the front page, capturing the attention of all. The names of Admiral Luo Ya and Zero spread like wildfire across the seas. Regardless of the island, the majority of its inhabitants had already heard of these two individuals. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard reclined in a massive chair, listening to Marco's report on the recent happenings across the seas. Marco had just purchased a newspaper from a newsbird for 200 belly. Upon opening it, he stood frozen in shock. His expression caught the attention of the other crew members. Marco, your expression seems rather peculiar. What on the sea has transpired? Speak quickly, stop dawdling. Are you not a man? One of the crew members urged. Coming to his senses, Marco addressed everyone. Big Mom has been defeated by a mysterious individual called Zero, who was backed by an organization. In mere moments, the entirety of the crew was left in stunned silence, as if the ship had succumbed to a profound stillness. Even Whitebeard, clutching a medicine bottle, wore a grave expression that he had not anticipated that Big Mom's tea party would end in utter failure. This sea is about to plunge into greater chaos. Whitebeard's words echoed aboard the ship. Just then, a crew member approached Whitebeard, holding a fruit. Old man, do not dwell on unhappy thoughts that I just fished this fruit out of the sea. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard turned to the captain, his pupils dilating in shock at the sight of the fruit in hand. In his heart, Blackbeard mused, the dark fruit, a mysterious organization. Chapter 83. To feast on sake and select fruits. The contents of the newspaper continued to ferment across the seas. Upon seeing this report, Kaido tore the paper to shreds, casting the fragments aside. Big Mom, it seems you have not prioritized strengthening your own power during this time. All this talk of nations is but a pipe dream. Only by enhancing one's strength can one find the best solution, Kaido lamented to himself. However, Big Mom was oblivious, as she and her crew were recuperating in Broly's mirror world, a most favorable place for them. Simultaneously, Kaido etched the name Zero into his memory. The red-haired pirates also took note of the newspaper. Big Mom has been defeated. It appears the seas are on the verge of turmoil. The red-haired sighed and tucked the newspaper away, gazing across the ocean, lost in thought. Ever since Luo Ya vanquished Big Mom, the denizens of the sea had begun to refer to him as one of the four emperors, even likening him to Whitebeard. To Luo Ya, these titles held no significance. He merely sought an island conducive to his training alongside Ace. He stowed the Noah Ark and dispelled the illusion. Meanwhile, Luo Ya and his companions had returned to Marineford. Upon their arrival, Luo Ya and Kizaru promptly made their way to Sengoku's office. Sengoku had already received word and was aware that the recent slaughter order had been a resounding success. However, there were no spoils to be had. Explain this situation to me, Sengoku said, arms crossed, regarding Kizaru and Luo Ya. Kizaru shrugged, glancing at Luo Ya with a hint of frustration. After all, Luo Ya's promised pay raise was contingent on the spoils from this operation. Yet now, they had not found even a single belly on Cake Island. He feared his triple pay might vanish into thin air. Report, Admiral. After finishing off those minor foes, I returned to the warship. And all collection tasks were completed under Kizaru's leadership. Luo Ya implied that he bore no responsibility for the matter. Kizaru nodded in agreement, knowing that Luo Ya had been tirelessly maintaining his illusion during their operations, which had taken a toll on him. Thus, it was only reasonable for him to report this task. Report, Admiral, we scoured every corner of Cake Island. Yet we did not find a single belly. I believe the Big Mom pirates must have transferred all their wealth to the mirror world long ago. Admiral Sengoku nodded thoughtfully. Regardless of the circumstances, the Navy's reputation had been thoroughly established this time. After letting out a sigh, he addressed Roya and Kizaru, saying, "You both have worked hard this time. Make sure to rest well." Roya and Kizaru exited Sengoku's office. Roya then turned to Kizaru and suggested, "Admiral Kizaru, I know a fantastic barbecue place on Sabeti Archipelago. Shall we go and try it?" "Oh, really? That sounds great." Kizaru's eyes sparkled at the mention of the barbecue, for he had a particular fondness for grilled delicacies and saked in the end. Kizaru remarked to Roya, "Then I'll take care of the bill. Of course, that is perfectly fine. Let us go," Roya replied, activating his shave technique, causing his speed to surge. Kizaru, not to be outdone, transformed into a beam of light, swiftly heading towards Sabeti Archipelago, as well in approximately a minute. The two arrived at their destination. Almost simultaneously, Kizaru saw Roya reach Sabeti Archipelago alongside him. He exclaimed, "Admiral White Dove, I never imagined your speed could be this remarkable. It truly caught me off guard. This is merely a trivial matter. Come, let us indulge in the delectable offerings," Roya said, leading Kizaru to Aunt Sha's bar. Upon seeing Roya and Kizaru, Aunt Sha momentarily froze before quickly regaining her composure. "Welcome. Would you two like something to drink?" 2 cups of sake, and then 10 skewers of grilled chicken, Roya ordered, after surveying the surroundings. He added, "Aunt Sha, where's the coating artisan? I have yet to properly express my gratitude. Their coating technique is truly exceptional. I've never encountered a craftsman of such caliber before." Aunt Sha smiled subtly at Roya and pulled him aside, saying, "Roya, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? You brought Kizaru here. Do you not fear he might discover this place? Rest assured, even if he were to find out, given Kizaru's nature, he would likely refrain from taking action, as there is no benefit for him, merely exerting effort without reward," Roya replied, casting a glance at Kizaru with a smile playing on his lips. Shortly thereafter, the two emerged from Aunt Sha's bar after enjoying their meal. Not long after stepping outside, Roya spotted a figure draped in pink feathers approaching them. "Long time no see, White Dove." "Oh, isn't that Don Quixote Doflamingo? You've been released?" "Huh. Thanks to you, I got to experience what prison feels like." "No need for thanks. If you desire another taste of it, just let me know. I can assist you," Roya responded, having anticipated Doflamingo's release, considering he was once a celestial dragon. Upon returning to his residence, Roya encountered Stella and that he waved to Stella and said, "Stella, come here for a moment. I have several devil fruits for you to choose from." These fruits were, of course, taken from Big Mom's Cake Island. Roya had not only seized the devil fruits, but had left no stone unturned, storing everything in the system space. This was precisely why they could not locate the devil fruits, or even the berries. Stella was taken aback upon hearing Roya's words. She had not anticipated that he would genuinely bring her devil fruits. Standing before him, she felt an unprecedented surge of emotion, a sense of being valued washing over her. Chapter 84. Mythical Zoan Fruit. Mysterious and powerful sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow within the room. Stella gazed at the assortment of fruits laid out on the table, her eyes gradually moistening. It was an indescribable feeling. Once a slave, she had thought her life would be spent in darkness. However, fate had led her to Roya, the man who rescued her from the abyss. Without hesitation, Stella bent her knees and knelt before Roya. "Thank you, Master. My life belongs to you. No matter what happens in the future, I will never betray you." Roya quickly helped Stella to her feet and said, "Haven't I told you? We are partners, not master and servant." "Understand?" Stella nodded vigorously, yet in her heart, she still regarded Roya as a master who could never be replaced. Roya, aware of her sentiments, chose not to dwell on them. Instead, he gestured to the table, saying, "All right, Stella, now choose the fruit you like best." Upon hearing Roya's words, Stella turned her attention to the table, where 5 fruits lay. These were the fruits Roya had meticulously selected through the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, ensuring that Stella could choose a truly powerful one based on her instincts. Stella examined the 5 fruits and ultimately chose the one on the far right. "Are you certain?" Roya asked. Stella nodded affirmatively, confirming her choice. In that case, go ahead and consume it. Just take a small bite. It won't affect the fruit's abilities. Understood. Stella complied obediently, having heard of the notoriously unpleasant taste of devil fruits. She picked up the fruit from the table and took a slight bite, yet her expression quickly turned peculiar. "So awful." Ein, witnessing Stella's reaction, couldn't help but laugh, as it reminded her of her own experience with devil fruits, where she had unwittingly consumed an entire fruit without understanding that just a bite would suffice. The taste was something Ein wished never to recall. "Do you feel any changes in your body?" Roya inquired. Closing her eyes, Stella began to keenly sense the alterations within her. That moment, a dark aura began to emanate from her, enveloping the room. Stella's body started to undergo a transformation, peculiar patterns appearing on her skin. Her slender arms morphed into 2 sharp blades, and even her long legs transformed into razor-like appendages, radiating mysterious and beautiful patterns. Stella's entire aura resembled that of a demoness rising from the abyss. Her hair turned a deep crimson, and even the color of her pupils shifted. Ein stood in astonishment, unable to fathom the magnitude of Stella's transformation. It was a stark contrast to her own experience, where she had to spend considerable time researching the fruit's capabilities after consuming it. Yet Stella had managed to facilitate a direct transformation in her body. This was something Ein could hardly imagine. On the other hand, Roya watched with a sense of satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Very well, try taking a few steps to see if you feel any discomfort." Hearing Roya's words, Stella attempted to walk a few paces. Her blade-like feet were incredibly sharp. Each step left a faint scratch on the ground. It could be said that Stella had become a weapon in every sense, an exceptionally sharp one at that. "The walking feels fine. It's just a bit odd," Stella remarked to Roya. Roya nodded thoughtfully. "Feeling odd is perfectly normal. After all, you've just consumed the fruit. With time, you'll adapt well to this moment." Stella cast her gaze toward the nearby mirror. Through the reflection, she beheld her own visage. Just as a slight frown creased her brow, Roya approached from behind, enveloping Stella in his embrace. He tenderly stroked her flowing hair. He remarked, "Stella, you appear so formidable." Exuding an air of enigmatic beauty. Enigmatic beauty? Stella instinctively repeated the phrase. Initially, upon glimpsing her own appearance, she felt a twinge of discomfort, for she seemed rather fearsome. Her limbs had transformed into razor-sharp weapons, resembling a poisonous rose, perilous to the touch and steeped in darkness. For a moment, Stella even regretted her choice of this fruit. However, Roya's words lifted her spirits from her fleeting melancholy. After all, he was her master, and the gift he had bestowed upon her was not something she could despise. Reflecting on this, Stella looked at Roya, whose lips curved into a warm smile, and declared, "Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Nor will I squander this devil fruit. I will strive to unearth my potential and become even stronger." Upon hearing Stella's words, Roya's smile broadened with delight. He had noticed that Stella seemed to be grappling with a hint of inner turmoil. Yet fortunately, she had emerged from that moment. Ein turned to Roya and inquired, "Lord Roya, do you know what kind of devil fruit this is? It certainly possesses an impressive aura." "This fruit is known as the Zoan type. Human fruit, mythical beast model, Rakshasi," Roya explained, adding, "It belongs to the same category of mythical beast devil fruits as Sengoku's." Upon hearing this, Ein was momentarily taken aback. Growing up in the Navy, she was well aware of the immense power wielded by Sengoku. It was known that during his time as an admiral, Sengoku had wreaked havoc across the seas using this very fruit. Of course, beyond the fruit's capabilities, what truly set Sengoku apart was his intellect. Ein then turned to Stella, offering her words of encouragement. "Stella, judging by your exterior, your offensive capabilities should surpass those of Admiral Sengoku's fruit. You must give it your all." Stella glanced at Roya, her lips curling into a smile. With her blade-like hands crossed defiantly over her chest, she proclaimed with great confidence, "Indeed." Chapter 85. The Calculating Kizuru, best of 3. After experimenting briefly with her new abilities, Stella reverted to her original form, for night had fallen, and she needed to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Roya. Observing the 2 young women in the room assisting each other in the culinary endeavor, Roya relished the moment. Wasn't the pursuit of strength ultimately for a more comfortable existence? In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Soon, the dawn arrived. Roya awoke from slumber, stretched languidly, and made his way to the living room. Ein had returned to her quarters, leaving only Stella, who was clad in an apron, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Upon noticing Roya, Stella addressed him, "Master, Admiral Sengoku just contacted us via transponder snail, requesting that you visit him after breakfast." "Understood," Roya nodded, taking a seat and awaiting the meal. "How well have you adapted to the fruit? Are you able to transform freely now?" "Yes, I am," she affirmed. "Very well, then let us train diligently. You must awaken the fruit's true potential at the very least." "Do you understand?" "I understand, Master." For Roya, to navigate these treacherous seas with impunity, one must reach the stage of awakening. This ensured a far greater chance of escape, even in defeat. Thus, he held such expectations of those around him. After finishing breakfast, Roya made his way to Sengoku's office. Upon arrival, he found Kizaru already seated there. "Admiral, did you summon me for a particular matter?" Roya casually settled onto the sofa opposite Sengoku. Without further ado, Sengoku handed over 2 documents from his desk to both Roya and Kizu. "This time, the demon-slaying order has been executed exceptionally well. This is the reward from the Gorosei." After a brief pause, Sengoku continued, "However, there is only one reward, and you two must make a decision together." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Roya thoughtfully opened the document, revealing the grand title, Reform and Allocation of the Scientific Corps. The mere sight of the word scientific corps made Roya's pupils constrict sharply. That it was well known that the current Navy's ships, weaponry, and even far more advanced machinery were all the fruits of the scientific corps endeavors. It was a uniquely powerful division, one that wielded significant influence once in command. In the original narrative, it was Kizaru who seized control of the scientific corps. However, with Roya present, he would never relinquish such power. Kizaru, with his characteristic nonchalant tone, remarked, "Oh la la, I never expected this reward to be the scientific corps." But he closed the document and reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, lost in thought. Sengoku observed the two before him and expressed his stance. "Given the uniqueness of this reward, the final ownership must be determined between you. However, the one left behind will receive tenfold the Navy's salary." Tenfold the salary. In comparison to the scientific corps, it was woefully inadequate. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence would know how to choose. Kizaru then turned to Roya and said, "Admiral White Dove, your strength has grown remarkably. If you are willing to cede the scientific corps to me, I assure you that any research achievements will be made available to you first." Kizaru added, "Of course, you will not need to spend a single penny." Hearing Kizaru's offer, Roya's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing an expression that appeared exceedingly gentle to outsiders. "Admiral Kizaru, I have long been aware of the prowess of the scientific corps. I have yearned for such a division. I wonder, would you be willing to fulfill this modest wish of mine?" Sengoku looked on helplessly at the two. Already sensing the brewing tension, he had raised his objections upon learning of this arrangement, yet they had all been dismissed by the Gorosei. Sengoku felt no desire to comment further on the Gorosei's actions, as he understood their aim was to undermine the Dove faction's dominance within the Navy. Thus, they sought to bolster either Roya or Kizaru in the absence of Akiji. Even if Kizaru, as a member of the lazy faction, were to gain control of the scientific corps, Sengoku would not be too concerned. After all, he knew Kizaru well. He was a man of ambiguous justice, devoid of any grand ambitions. Conversely, should the scientific corps fall into Roya's hands, Sengoku recognized his capabilities and, coupled with his rising reputation at sea, Roya was undoubtedly a star admiral. In terms of both strength and renown, he far surpassed the other two. However, should the scientific corps be entrusted to Roya, it would undoubtedly bolster his influence, potentially giving rise to a new faction within the Navy. This was something Sengoku, as the leader of the Dove faction, wished to avoid at all costs. Yet, at the same time, it was a scenario Sengoku, as admiral, hoped to witness, for he believed that with Roya's abilities, the seas might become a much more tranquil place, restoring peace upon the waters. Thus, Sengoku found himself in a quandary. His choice was to abstain from deciding. Let Roya and Kizaru vie for supremacy. May the one who seizes control of the scientific corps prevail. "Admiral Kizaru, how did you find yesterday's sake and yakitori?" As Huang Yuan heard Luo Ya's words, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It is often said that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. After all, he had enjoyed a free meal the previous day. Yet, Who could blame Huang Yuan for his audacity? He rose from his seat, turned to face Luo Ya, and declared, Admiral White Dove, since that is the case, shall we engage in a friendly competition? Oh, a competition? What shall we compete in? Luo Ya replied, his demeanor gentle, though the spark in his eyes hinted at his true intentions. Quite simply, we shall hold a contest. The best of 3 matches, Huang Yuan articulated. Best of 3? No, it will not be our own contest, but rather a contest between our subordinates. What do you think? Huang Yuan proposed. He was well aware that White Dove possessed peak levels of armament hockey. Coupled with the extraordinary powers of the Moku fruit, alongside mastery of the 6 powers that in terms of speed and strength, he had no means of gaining an advantage. Thus, he suggested this alternative. Chapter 86. As you wish, subordinates clash. Luo Ya regarded Huang Yuan, a smile gracing his lips. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Ya finally responded. Very well, as you wish, Luo Ya. You must think this through. This is a competition between our subordinates, Sengoku interjected, attempting to caution him, which Luo Ya simply replied, I never embark on endeavors without preparation. Huang Yuan felt a weight settle deeper in his heart upon hearing Luo Ya's words. Just as he was about to initiate the contest, Luo Ya spoke again. Admiral Huang Yuan, shall we schedule this competition for a month from now? That should pose no issue, correct? The last statement was directed at Sengoku, who nodded in agreement. A month's time was certainly manageable. Huang Yuan opened his mouth, as if to protest, but upon meeting Luo Ya's gaze, he relented, saying, Oh la la, since Admiral White Dove has stated it so, I shall see you in a month. With that, Huang Yuan's figure vanished from Sengoku's office. Sengoku turned to Luo Ya, questioning, is this truly acceptable? Consider it a training exercise for them. However, he continued, but the only one you can rely on is not just Ein, is it? Perhaps you could also bring in Khalifa, but no, she is currently undergoing secret training on an isolated island. So you are left with but one person, Sengoku said, his tone earnest. Fear not, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I never engage in unprepared ventures, Luo Ya assured him as he exited Sengoku's office. Observing Luo Ya's confidence, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. He believed that Huang Yuan might not be a match for Luo Ya, yet in a battle among their subordinates, he could not fathom Luo Ya's intentions. Truly, it was perplexing. Sengoku gave his head a light slap and chose to focus on other pressing matters. As for the contest between Luo Ya and Huang Yuan, he decided to let them handle it themselves. News of the impending competition spread rapidly. Soon, all of Marineford was abuzz with the announcement of the duel between Luo Ya and Huang Yuan. Upon returning to his quarters, Luo Ya was greeted by Ein and Stella. Ein, have you concluded your training for the day? Yes, Lord Luo Ya. I heard about the competition and was just about to discuss it with you, Ein replied. Luo Ya took a seat and addressed the 2 women. You both must have heard about my contest with Huang Yuan. Ein nodded vigorously, performing a salute. Lord Luo Ya, we shall give it our utmost effort. I know, for you 2 are my most trusted confidants. Luo Ya continued. Thus, I pondered whether to instill some pressure upon you, to expedite your growth. This time, Luo Ya's intentions were purely for their benefit. He felt that their training had become somewhat lax over the recent period. Moreover, Stella had just consumed a devil fruit, making it an opportune time for advancement. Hence, Luo Ya intended to rigorously train them both. But, Lord Luo Ya, I heard this contest is a 3-on-3, and here we are with only 2. Including Stella. What shall we do about the missing member? Just as Ein finished speaking, a knock echoed from the door. Luo Ya snapped his fingers, and a phantom materialized before the entrance. Upon opening the door, it vanished into thin air. The door creaked open. A woman with flowing light pink hair stepped inside. Lord Luo Ya, may I suggest Tina as our 3rd member? Tina proposed, stepping forward with determination. She had never wavered in her resolve. Upon hearing about the competition, she immediately made her decision, believing her current capabilities would surely earn her a place in Luo Ya's eyes. Ein and Stella exchanged glances, pondering what Tina might be thinking. Upon hearing Tina's words, Luo Ya rose from his seat. Tina, I appreciate your sentiment, but I have already selected a 3rd participant. Tina's cheeks flushed upon hearing Luo Ya's response. Lord Luo Ya, please just forget I came here, she stammered, turning to flee. This was far too embarrassing. Had she just introduced herself only to be rejected? Wait, Tina. Dinner is about to be served. Why not stay and eat first? Luo Ya called after her as a young lady. She had made the effort to present herself. Surely, he should at least treat her to a meal. After a moment's contemplation, Tina acquiesced, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to get closer to Luo Ya. At the dining table, Tina inquired, Lord Luo Ya, may I ask who you intend to invite? A woman of remarkable swordsmanship, Luo Ya replied, taking a bite of sashimi. Indeed, in the world of pirates, fish was abundant. The three women fell into contemplation upon hearing Luo Ya's words. However, as they searched their memories, they could not pinpoint who among the Navy was renowned for their swordsmanship. Afternoon arrived swiftly, and most of the Navy personnel were on their break. Meanwhile, Luo Ya made his way to another residential area within the Navy, specifically the quarters for the captains. The accommodations were quite satisfactory. Knocking gently on the door, he awaited a response. The door opened slowly, revealing a striking woman. Admiral White Dove, what an unexpected visit. Indeed, I have long wished to pay you a visit, but my recent schedule has been quite hectic that I hope you won't hold it against me. Luo Ya said, your visit prompted by the upcoming match. Tao Tu inquired. That is indeed one of the reasons. Alas, Admiral White Dove, I must decline your invitation that I shall not participate on either side. Please, return the way you came. Tao Tu replied bluntly, this moment. A subtle smile graced Luo Ya's lips, exuding a sense of calm confidence, as though he were entirely in command of the situation. Tao Tu, as a rear admiral, are you truly unwilling to accept my invitation? Luo Ya emphasized the title rear admiral, capturing Tao Tu's attention. Chapter 87. Inviting Tao Tu, commencing special training. Tao Tu furrowed her brows, turning to face Luo Ya. What do you mean by that, Admiral White Dove? Tao Tu regarded Luo Ya coldly, as if attempting to decipher his intentions. Would you not invite me in for a moment? Luo Ya asked with a gentle smile. Tao Tu, now entirely perplexed by Luo Ya's motives, chose not to say much further. She entered her room, casting her back towards him, and instructed, just remember to close the door. Upon entering the room of Tao Tu, Luo Ya surveyed the surroundings. It must be said that he was quite taken aback. Despite Tao Tu's alluring exterior, her inner essence mirrored that of a young girl. The room was adorned with an abundance of pink decorations. Even the chairs were a soft shade of pink, exuding an undeniable cuteness. Tao Tu, however, sensed Luo Ya's gaze upon her. She emanated a chilling aura, starkly contrasting with the decor of her room, creating an intriguing dichotomy. Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss? I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my faction. Your faction? Are you not aware that I am a member of the Dove faction? Tao Tu shared an exceptionally close bond with her advisor, Crane, often referring to each other as sisters, although there was a noticeable age gap between them. It only served to highlight the depth of their relationship. Of course I am aware, and it is precisely this knowledge that deepens my concern for you. Concern for me? I have no need for your sympathy. Tao Tu rose from her seat and approached the window, gazing out at the training grounds of Marineford. It was evident that turmoil brewed within her heart, mirroring Luo Ya's own thoughts. Tao Tu, you are a candidate for the general position. But have you ever considered why they do not support you? Why is it that resources are only allocated to you after a thorough selection process? With each word Luo Ya spoke, Tao Tu's delicate fingers tightened their grip. The sensation was genuinely unpleasant for her. She had always set her sights on becoming a general, striving tirelessly to achieve this goal, in both physical prowess and swordsmanship. She had attained levels unattainable by ordinary women. Her swordsmanship had even reached the pinnacle of an aspiring grandmaster, poised to ascend to the intermediate realm at any moment. Yet, despite all this, Tao Tu remained just Tao Tu, the candidate for general. Thus, when she heard Luo Ya refer to her as a candidate, her reaction was entirely understandable. It would be utterly impossible for her to harbor no resentment. What can you offer me? Tao Tu turned to face Luo Ya, her previously formidable aura dissipating significantly, and no longer did she exude that icy, unapproachable demeanor. Hearing her question, a subtle smile graced Luo Ya's lips. What you desire, I shall provide. His confidence was palpable, stemming from his own formidable strength. And if I were to say that I desire the position of general, how would you fulfill that wish? Quite simply, I shall become the marshal, and you shall ascend to the rank of general. Luo Ya spoke these words with remarkable nonchalance, subsequently pouring himself a pot of fragrant tea. The delicate steam wafted gracefully from the teapot. Tao Tu found herself entranced by the rising tendrils of steam. Clearly taken aback by Luo Ya's unexpected response, she fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of his proposition. Should she choose to align herself with Luo Ya, she would be branded as a traitor by the Dove faction. Although the warlords might not voice their discontent, the already scarce resources would dwindle even further, a notion Tatu could not accept. However, given Luo Ya's current standing, his ascension to the rank of marshal was not outside the realm of possibility. The only uncontrollable variable remained the warlords. If they made no significant missteps, who could say how long the position of marshal could be secured, or perhaps Luo Ya harbored other, undisclosed ambitions. Just as Tatu was about to delve deeper into her inquiry, she snapped back to reality, realizing the sun had already begun its descent. Only a single white letter lay quietly on the table. Meanwhile, Luo Ya had returned to his quarters. He summoned Stella and Ain to the training grounds, intending to subject them to an arduous training regimen designed to elevate their abilities by at least 3 tiers. At the training grounds, Luo Ya employed the 5 transformations of illusion. Each of these 5 illusions possessed a fragment of Luo Ya's strength, making them perfect sparring partners for Stella and Ain. However, in the face of these illusions, Stella hesitated. "Master, I have only undergone physical training and have never participated in combat training. I don't know how to fight." To this, Luo Ya replied succinctly, "Stella, just remember, once you consume the Zoan-type, mythical beast fruit, in the form of the Rakshasa, all you need to do is attack furiously. The best defense is a relentless offense. Strike at their weaknesses, forcing them to defend. Do you understand?" "Yes, master." Luo Ya's words resonated with Stella like a divine decree. Whatever Luo Ya instructed, Stella would never dare to oppose. Just then, Tina entered from outside. "Luo Ya, I have procured the herbs as per your instructions, totaling 90 million berries. Here is the remaining 10 million. Thank you for your hard work today. Tina, consider this 10 million berries a token of appreciation for your efforts." 10 million berries. Is it truly that much? Tina exclaimed, her spirits lifting dramatically. She had not anticipated Luo Ya's generosity. With this in mind, her desire to join Luo Ya's faction intensified. This was far superior to the Dove faction. It is worth noting that while the Dove faction was the largest in the Navy, its vast membership meant resources were scant and unevenly distributed. This disparity in resource allocation was precisely why Tatu felt discontent. Resources encompassed more than mere berries. They included warships, officers, aides, firearms, artillery, logistics, and training, especially training. Upon reaching the rank of Rear Admiral, one could summon criminals from the underwater prison for training, matches, and executions. Naturally, barring the last aspect, one might question why the Navy would invest substantial funds in maintaining a prison for pirates. Luo Ya transported the herbs to his room and addressed everyone. "Rest assured regarding the training. No matter the injuries sustained, I possess the ability to heal you, ensuring you bear no hidden wounds. What you must do is engage in battle without reservation." Finally, Luo Ya turned to Tina and asked, "Would you like to join us as well?" Chapter 88. The contest begins. The maid takes the field. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Luo Ya focused primarily on Ain's swordsmanship, elevating her to the intermediate level of a grandmaster, which was already on par with most rear admirals. As for Stella, Luo Ya concentrated on her physical prowess and the development of her fruit abilities. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Stella possessed remarkable talent, far exceeding his expectations in mastering her fruit's capabilities. Tina's strength also multiplied several times over. However, as Tina was not the third participant, her prowess, while impressive, did not warrant her inclusion in the contest. At the training grounds, a throng of naval soldiers had gathered, eager to witness the upcoming match. Such opportunities were exceedingly rare in their daily lives, and curiosity buzzed among them regarding whether Luo Ya would emerge victorious or if Kazuru would claim the top spot. "I believe the White Dove will likely lose." I concur. After all, the White Dove's team consists entirely of women. Hey, why do you say that? I envy the White Dove's appeal to women, but he certainly cannot compete with Kazuru. Can he? Alas, the White Dove has become rather overconfident this time. Though these soldiers whispered amongst themselves, their conversation was overheard by Ain and the others. Ain turned to Luo Ya and inquired, "Master Luo Ya, may I ask who our third participant is?" Luo Ya smiled and replied, "Well, that will depend on her. If she declines, we will effectively have no third participant." He continued, "However, isn't this a best-of-3 format? As long as you two secure victory, it won't matter if the third participant is absent." With that, Luo Ya turned his attention to Ein and Stella. Both Ein and Stella radiated confidence, assuring Luo Ya, "Rest assured, Master Luo Ya, I will not disappoint you. I too shall ensure you are not let down, Master." Luo Ya nodded slightly, yet still remarked, "However, it is crucial to act within one's capabilities. If it becomes evident that victory is unattainable, it is wise to withdraw." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words of concern, the two women felt a warmth envelop their hearts. As time passed, it was now 9 o'clock in the morning, the designated hour for the commencement of the contest. Luo Ya and Huang Yuan stood in the training field, gazing intently at one another. The scorching sun blazed overhead, and the air was thick with heat. "General White Dove, you appear quite confident," remarked Huang Yuan. "Indeed, I never engage in endeavors without adequate preparation," Luo Ya replied calmly. Observing Huang Yuan's demeanor, noting Luo Ya's nonchalant attitude, Huang Yuan smirked. "Oh dear, how utterly terrifying. That's so, General White Dove. Who do you plan to send out first?" "Stella," Luo Ya stated. His words echoed. A wave of murmurs erupted from the surrounding crowd. "Stella? Is she not the maid of General White Dove? How formidable can a mere maid be? It seems General White Dove has grown exceedingly arrogant. Perhaps due to a string of recent successes." Stella, clearly aware of the whispers around her, remained silent, knowing that strength speaks volumes. Dressed in her maid attire, she stepped into the center of the training ground under the watchful gazes of the crowd. Huang Yuan, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend White Dove's intentions. To exclude a maid from such an important contest seemed disrespectful. "General Lecoval, I entrust the first match to you," he declared. "No problem," came the booming reply. Suddenly, a voice akin to thunder resonated through the training ground as a giant, who had been seated, slowly rose to his feet. He was a general of the giant tribe. Towering at 10 meters, surpassing even the height of Whitebeard 2 by 2 meters. Muscular and wielding a blunt sword, it was evident that Stella stood no chance against General Lecoval based on sheer size alone. Fortunately, the training ground was spacious enough to accommodate the giant's assault. The crowd gasped in astonishment as General Lecoval entered the arena. It is clear that a maid could never defeat a giant like General Lecoval. Indeed, why not keep such a beautiful flower close rather than send her to her doom? General White Dove is utterly conceited. From his elevated position, General Lecoval looked down at Stella and boomed. "Little girl, you are no match for me. You would be wise to concede. It would be unfortunate to see you get hurt." Stella, however, paid no heed to his words, her expression unwavering as she awaited the battle's commencement. General Lecoval, resolute, warned, "Be careful. I do not hold back." Just as he finished speaking, the announcement rang out, declaring the contest officially underway. "Prepare yourself." The giant's heavy strike. He lifted his massive fist high, and with incredible speed, it descended towards Stella, the force of his punch creating a fierce wind. "Move aside. Are you blind? This flower is about to wither away." As the tension in the air escalated, Stella's eyes suddenly ignited with determination. "Rosa form," as she whispered, a dark aura enveloped her, transforming her delicate arms and long legs into sharp blades. Clad in her maid outfit, Stella exuded a mysterious and eerie presence, sending chills through the hearts of onlookers. With her body adorned in bizarre patterns, Stella slightly bent her knees and leaped into the air, leaving behind 2 deep gashes in the ground. Her transformed arms whirled with deadly grace. Before anyone could fully comprehend the unfolding events, Stella had already circled around General Lecoval's arm. Then, as quickly as it began, Stella reverted to her original form, appearing innocent and harmless once more. She performed a maid's courtesy towards Luo Ya in the next moment. General Lecoval erupted in a series of spring-like wounds, blood gushing forth profusely, severing nerves and tendons. His arm was rendered utterly incapacitated. Huang Yuan, witnessing this shocking turn of events, rushed to confront Stella. "What do you intend to do? Are you attempting to slay a comrade?" Simultaneously, General Lecoval's thunderous cries of pain filled the air. "It hurts. My hand. You have destroyed my hand. Was this your intention?" At that moment, Luo Ya stepped forward to join Huang Yuan. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the two generals faced off. "The reason Stella acted thus was solely upon my command," Luo Ya declared. Upon hearing this, Sengoku furrowed his brows, exclaiming, "White Dove, what do you mean by that? I cannot simply disregard your words. Marshal, have you forgotten my medical skills? It is merely a severed nerve and tendon. It is not beyond repair, is it?" General Lecoval? General Lecoval clutched his injured arm, a shiver running down his spine as he felt as though a ferocious beast had fixed its gaze upon him. Instinctively, he acquiesced. Yes, General White Dove, as long as it can be healed. I have no objections. Seeing General Lecoval concede, Sengoku fell silent, recognizing that, from a certain perspective, Luo Ya's medical prowess could indeed render the contest fair. At that moment, Luo Ya summoned an illusion to begin treating General Lecoval, in a matter of moments. Luo Ya skillfully staunched the bleeding from Lecoval's arm and performed a specialized procedure to mend it. Those witnessing the spectacle were left utterly astounded. My heavens, such medical expertise is simply extraordinary. I have long heard that General White Dove's skills surpass even those of the head of the Navy's medical department. Such abilities could only be likened to divine healing. Should one be fortunate enough to join General White Dove's ranks, fears of injury would become a thing of the past. Why did I not think of this sooner? If only I could join General White Dove's faction, it would be truly splendid, murmured the Navy personnel, engaging in hushed discussions. Sengoku, too, caught wind of their murmurs, his gaze fixed on Luo Ya, his pupils constricted. And his thoughts deepened. Luo Ya, could this all be part of your scheme? By showcasing your exceptional medical skills, you aim to attract more followers to your cause, thereby establishing your faction and securing greater resources within Marineford. Kong, noticing Sengoku's intense contemplation, coughed lightly to draw his attention. Sengoku, perhaps it is time to announce the next match. Snapping back to reality, Sengoku observed the training grounds. General Lecoval had exited, leaving only Stella, the maid, standing there expressionless, emanating an aura of icy detachment. At this moment, the surrounding Navy soldiers could no longer regard Stella as an ordinary maid. She was not just any maid. She was akin to a devil emerging from the abyss. Her terrifying and enigmatic exterior suggested that to be embraced by her would lead to certain doom. The second match shall now commence. Please, General Huang Yuan, present your second contestant. Huang Yuan, rare in displaying a flustered expression, had initially believed that by avoiding a direct confrontation with White Dove, he stood a significant chance of victory. However, the reality proved that even White Dove's subordinates were formidable adversaries. The yellow ape cast a deep glance at Stella and addressed the man standing beside him, saying, in a best-of-3 format, "We are still unfamiliar with the true capabilities of this maid. To be on the safe side, I can only allow you to take the stage now. I initially intended for you to be the final act." "That's perfectly fine, General Huang. Just remember the promise you made to me." As he spoke, a figure emerged from the crowd. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he appeared somewhat rustic, clad in straw-yellow attire and wooden clogs, his hands tucked into his pockets as he sauntered toward the training ground. The moment he stepped onto the training field, silence enveloped all the soldiers. They gazed in disbelief at the person before them. Many with trembling lips. Tachibuta, the Vice Admiral. It was indeed Vice Admiral Tachibuta, the very man who had confessed his feelings to Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit 100 times, only to be met with failure each time. This was it. The maid was in for a rough time. After all, he was a Vice Admiral in the making. His strength was at least on par with that of a quasi-admiral. Roya naturally recognized the man before him. "Stella, step back," he began, but before he could finish, Stella turned to him and said, "Master, I wish to give it a try." Upon hearing her soft, melodious call of master, the surrounding soldiers felt their bones turn to jelly. Only Roya, with his clear and gentle gaze, looked at Stella and slowly nodded. "If you wish to fight, then do so boldly. I shall always be your support." With Roya's assurance, Stella immediately turned to face Tachibuta. "Are you ready?" Tachibuta glanced at Stella, but before she could respond, he spoke to Roya. "Then I shall make my move." And with that, Tachibuta charged at Stella. The soldiers, witnessing this scene, were utterly shocked by Tachibuta's audacity. Was he really attacking without waiting for her confirmation? How brazen! Although they had heard tales of Tachibuta's thick skin, this was beyond belief. In response to Tachibuta's advance, Stella transformed her form once more. Activating her basic observation haki, her basic armament haki enveloped her hands, which resembled sharp blades. Blood song. With a soft murmur, Stella executed a swift motion, darting forward like a whirlwind. Chapter 90. Blood Song. The Rakshasa. Pig King Tachibuta. As Stella propelled herself forward, generating a fierce blade-like wind, Tachibuta remained unfazed. Iron block. Suddenly, a metallic sheen enveloped Tachibuta's body. Clang. Stella's blade struck without mercy against Tachibuta, yet apart from the resounding echo within the training ground. No trace of a wound appeared on him. Nice strength, but unfortunately for you, you're up against me. With those words, the muscles in Tachibuta's arms bulged, veins protruding prominently. Stella, sensing the impending danger, did not retreat. Instead, she executed a powerful kick. Her blade slicing through the air as it aimed for Tachibuta's vulnerable area. In her eyes, there was only offense and the pursuit of weakness. As expected, Tachibuta furrowed his brow and did not immediately counterattack. Instead, he utilized the Navy's 6 styles technique, paper drawing. His body floated back as if it were a sheet of paper, narrowly avoiding Stella's assault. One could not deny that Stella's attack was quite cunning, yet undeniably effective. This maid was incredibly formidable. She had actually pushed back Vice Admiral Tachibuta. It was simply unbelievable. How could a mere maid defeat a Vice Admiral so easily? The murmurs of the soldiers failed to sway Stella's resolve. Seeing Tachibuta retreat, she wasted no time, resembling an arrow released from a bow as she charged at him once more. Her arms, sharp as blades, radiated a rich crimson hue. This was akin to the shockwave of a warring state. One of the special attack forms of her Rakshasa incarnation, the sanguine aura coiled around Stella's arms, emitting a bloody scent under the sun's illumination. She appeared as a Rakshasa, emerging from the blood-soaked depths of hell. With her arms raised high in an X formation, she aimed to strike Tachibuta. The intense blood energy intertwined, generating a chilling sensation. As Tachibuta retreated, he furrowed his brows even deeper upon witnessing the spectacle before him. Could this guy be a lunatic? What kind of fighting style is this? After a pause, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Tachibuta's eyes. However, you've successfully ignited my fury. With that thought, Tachibuta's demeanor shifted drastically. His physique began to swell, and 2 exaggerated tusks gradually emerged from his mouth, each measuring an alarming 2 meters in length and appearing incredibly robust. The manifestation of Tachibuta's devil fruit ability had indeed arrived. This appearance was utterly terrifying. Many soldiers witnessing Tachibuta's transformation for the first time stood frozen in place. Among the crowd, Peach Rabbit had somehow made her way to Roya's side and remarked, Tachibuta's devil fruit is the Zoan type, pig fruit, ancient species, giant tusk venomous spiked boar. Both his vitality and defense are extraordinarily exaggerated. Just getting close is troublesome. It seems your little maid is in danger. Roya smiled gently, exuding warmth. Many female soldiers who had been observing him now looked at him with newfound respect, including Tina. Tina, starry-eyed as she gazed at Roya, suddenly had a thought cross her mind when she noticed Peach Rabbit standing beside him. Could it be that Peach Rabbit has joined Roya's ranks? This guy is incredibly swift. I must act quickly to position myself. I can't let this woman get too far ahead. Unaware of Tina's musings, Peach Rabbit turned to Roya and asked, Aren't you worried that your little maid might get hurt? In response to Peach Rabbit's concern, Roya chuckled, Hurt? Not at all. Before she gets injured, I will save her. With his mastery of peak observation hockey, he remained unconcerned. Hearing Roya's calm words, Peach Rabbit began to believe he possessed some other hidden confidence. Unassuming and humble, treating his subordinates well, possessing great strength, strategy, and ambition, Peach Rabbit had made up her mind. On the training ground, Stella stood expressionless, gazing at Tachibuta, who had transformed into the giant tusk venomous spiked boar. The spines on his back glistened with a purplish-black liquid, presumably the venom secreted from his body, while his massive tusks symbolized his terrifying penetrative power. Any ordinary person would have turned and fled upon witnessing Tachibuta in this state. Yet, Stella would not retreat. She represented Roya's honor. Even if she were to be defeated, she intended to fight valiantly. With that thought, Stella took a deep breath. The mysterious patterns adorning her body began to glow with an even richer crimson hue. The sanguine aura soared and coalesced into 3 heads and 6 arms, each transforming into a blade. As the wind howled, Stella's figure vanished from the soldier's sight. Suddenly, her shadow appeared above Tachibuta. She seemed to merge with the wind, becoming a whirlwind that unleashed a flurry of slashes in the air. Bloodsong, Rakshasa, waves of razor-sharp sword energy sliced through the air, each strike at least 3 times stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 blood-red slashes arced through the air, mercilessly descending upon the T-Pig. Transformed into a formidable giant-toothed spiny boar, the T-Pig enveloped its fangs with armed hockey. With a powerful thrust, it caused the ground to fracture beneath its feet. The tremendous recoil propelled the T-Pig into the air, resembling a mountain of flesh, those slashes, emblematic of blood, slaughter, death, and brutal ferocity, crashed down like a colossal wave. A resounding boom echoed as the T-Pig absorbed every single strike. Yet, as if unfazed, it charged toward the sky where Stella awaited. Such defensive prowess is truly astounding. If struck even once, she might perish instantly. Is this the might of a rear admiral? This maid is doomed. In the air, evasion proved to be an arduous task, especially considering that the T-Pig was unleashing its full force. Indeed, the T-Pig had resolved to kill, though the murderous intent was faint. Roya below still sensed it. Possessing peak observation haki, he foresaw that if he did not intervene, Stella would meet her demise beneath the T-Pig's fangs. Chapter 91. A single finger to block. The arrival of Peach Rabbit in the sky. Stella felt as though she was enveloped by death itself. The figure of the T-Pig loomed larger in her vision. She attempted to evade in the air, but it was futile. There was simply no escape. It seemed her end was nigh. Regaining her composure, Stella closed her eyes slowly, reflecting upon her life, a kaleidoscope of memories. Yet, the moments of true happiness were undeniably those spent with her master. Master, perhaps I am truly about to die. Just as Stella murmured these words, Roya's voice resonated in her ears. Upon hearing Roya's voice, Stella opened her eyes in surprise, and before her stood her master's broad back. All the soldiers, witnessing this scene, were left agape. How did the white dove ascend? It was merely a blink of an eye. And yet another person appeared. This was a full-force strike from a rear admiral. Was it truly wise for the white dove to act so recklessly? In the air, Roya casually stood before Stella. His palm devoid of any armed haki, he simply extended a single-fingered eye in an instant. The fangs met Roya's fingertip, and the ferocious onslaught was effortlessly halted. The resulting gale swept behind Roya, making his justice cloak billow in the wind. Also caught in the breeze was Stella's blood-red hair, flowing in her demoness form. The fangs, which could pierce walls and shatter the earth, now failed to penetrate Roya's skin. How? How is this possible? The T-Pig stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Waves of shock surging within. The white dove. How could he, with just a single finger, stop the attack? This is absolutely impossible. Not only the T-Pig, but even Sengoku found it hard to believe. If it were a peak-armed haki that had easily deflected the T-Pig's assault, Sengoku would not have been overly surprised. However, Roya had not employed any such power. He appeared unchanged. Wait, there is a change. Sengoku, with his keen senses, detected a subtle aura emanating from Roya. Yet, he could not discern what this aura truly was at that moment. Kizuru transformed into a beam of light and appeared beside Roya. Questioning him, "White Dove, what are you planning? Are you intending to intervene personally?" "Intervene personally? I am merely protecting my subordinate. If we accept the outcome of the wager," as Roya's words fell, Stella reverted from her demoness form, transforming back into a beautiful maiden. The soldiers witnessing this spectacle felt an increased admiration for Roya. After all, his actions demonstrated that he was an exceedingly protective rear admiral. They understood the implications well. Many soldiers began to contemplate joining Roya's ranks should he emerge victorious this time. Unbeknownst to them, Roya's figure grew even more formidable in their hearts. Sengoku, clearly aware of the soldiers' thoughts, could only sigh helplessly in his heart. "White Dove, are you planning to build momentum? To establish another faction to compete for resources?" Though Sengoku understood the situation, he found himself powerless to intervene. The tides were in Roya's favor, unstoppable. Upon hearing Roya's words, Kizuru breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Kizuru donned a somewhat lecherous grin and addressed Roya. "White Dove, we have each claimed a victory. Who will you send next?" At that moment, the T-Pig let out a triumphant laugh, grinning with an even more lascivious expression as he said to Roya, "Rear Admiral White Dove, I must say, none of your subordinates can possibly match me." In that instant, the T-Pig seemed to regain his confidence. Yet, upon hearing their words, Roya displayed no hint of panic. He regarded Kizuru and the T-Pig with a gentle smile, seemingly musing to himself, "Indeed, who should I send?" Ein, glancing at Roya and then at the distant Peach Rabbit, had begun to form a conjecture as time ticked away. Sengoku, acting as the referee, spoke up. "White Dove, if you do not choose a contender soon, it will be considered a forfeit." As Sengoku's words echoed, the soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, While the White Dove's combat prowess was unparalleled, his foundation was evidently lacking. It appeared that the scientific combat unit would be claimed by Rear Admiral Kazu. Perhaps we should align ourselves with the neutral faction. The resources under Kazura's leadership seemed quite promising. Before Roya could finish speaking, a figure emerged from the crowd. This figure was strikingly tall, her long legs adorned with a spider tattoo. Rather than diminishing her beauty, it only enhanced her allure, making her presence even more captivating. "I shall be your opponent for this match." The T-Pig's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the newcomer. "Peach, Rabbit, how could you possibly stand with Rear Admiral White Dove? You are not." The T-Pig glanced at Sengoku on the stage, who, predictably, wore an expression of great discomfort. Kazuru, too, felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively exclaiming, "What is happening? Why is Peach Rabbit making an appearance?" Peach Rabbit, having heard Kazuru's words, seemed to speak to herself. "I've been displeased with you for quite some time." T-Pig, she emphasized the last few words, for this lecherous man had professed his feelings for her 100 times, all of which she had mercilessly rejected. The repulsion was undeniable, prompting her to confront the T-Pig in battle. Yet, was this truly the whole truth? A smile broadened on Roya's lips, for he knew that with Peach Rabbit's appearance, the outcome of this contest was all but assured. On the training grounds, the soldiers erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm. As Peach Rabbit's popularity far exceeded that of the T-Pig, "Peach Rabbit, Peach Rabbit, Peach Rabbit," the surrounding soldiers chanted her name repeatedly. Seeing this, Sengoku's face grew increasingly grim as he raised his hands to quiet the crowd. His voice low and serious. "Now, the match begins." Chapter 92. The Triumph of T-Pig. Continuing the sign-in, as soon as Sengoku's words fell, the T-Pig, transformed into a giant spiny boar, had its muscles bulging. Its already formidable 5-meter frame expanded further. Then, with an unstoppable force, it charged toward the Peach Rabbit. Upon witnessing this scene, Kazuru felt a slight sense of relief. From his understanding, the strengths of T-Pig and Peach Rabbit were roughly equal, at best resulting in a stalemate. If things turned dire, they could always devise another plan. Peach Rabbit gazed haughtily at the approaching T-Pig, her delicate hand resting on the hilt of her Jinbira sword. "T-Pig, if you are defeated today, you shall no longer disturb me," she declared before the Navy soldiers and various high-ranking officials. T-Pig responded with a grin, yet the sight of its piggish visage rendered the smile rather comical. "I can agree to your terms, but if you lose, you must accept my pursuit." "Disgusting," Peach Rabbit retorted, voicing her disdain without answering T-Pig's proposition. T-Pig, possessing a thick skin, paid no mind. After all, he believed his strength was on par with the Peach Rabbit's, at most maintaining the status quo. However, Peach Rabbit held a different perspective. At this moment, she had grown significantly stronger than before. For the envelope left by Roya contained the techniques for advancing to a higher level of armament hockey. With an intense desire to enhance her power, Peach Rabbit naturally accepted Roya's gift and joined his ranks. The value of this advanced armament hockey technique far surpassed the resources the Doves had invested in her from the beginning until now. Draw, sword. The sound of the blade unsheathing resonated in the ears of the onlookers. The advanced armament hockey coiled around the Jinbira, enhancing its chilling aura manifold. The blade sliced through the air, seemingly cutting forth a beam of cold light. The flickering glimmer emanated a piercing chill. Slash. As Peach Rabbit's words fell, she executed a downward slash. This strike fused the intent of an emerging supreme swordsman with the advanced armament hockey, accompanied by the ringing of the sword, penetrating the hearts of all who beheld it. In that fleeting moment, as the strike manifested before the crowd, T-Pig sensed the ominous danger it carried. His observation hockey blared like a warning bell, alerting him to the peril of the impending strike. How is this possible? Such a fierce slash, and Peach Rabbit has actually grown stronger in such a short time. T-Pig's heart sank, realizing this. He let out a roar, a shrill pig's cry that pierced the air. The spines upon his back stood erect, their venom glistening ominously. T-Pig curled into a ball, spinning as he charged toward Peach Rabbit. King of Boar's charge. The mighty assault of T-Pig was unleashed, a skill that balanced both offensive and defensive capabilities. In an instant, the two collided. Boom! The deafening sound sent shivers through the hearts of all present. The very ground of the training arena shattered, the fractures extending outward. Sensing the chaos, Akiji swiftly arrived at the training grounds, creating a freezing aura that encased the shattered terrain, safeguarding the soldiers who were spectating the duel. The sword's energy howled, dust swirling in the air. T-Pig gritted his teeth, enveloping his back with armament haki to mitigate the damage he would incur. Yet, the disparity in their armament haki was insurmountable. The sword's energy relentlessly eroded T-Pig's body, gradually slicing through him. Blood initially seeped slowly, but soon the wounds widened, gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. Peach Rabbit's expression was as cold as ice. Resembling a frozen beauty, she sheathed her Jinbira sword at that moment. The sword's energy erupted, propelling T-Pig backward. All present stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. They had not anticipated Peach Rabbit's immense prowess. Both were candidates for the rank of Admiral, yet Peach Rabbit had somehow reached such a level of strength. This revelation was beyond their expectations. As the dust settled, T-Pig's figure emerged, though wounded moments ago. He recovered in mere seconds. Nevertheless, he appeared rather disheveled. T-Pig's countenance darkened. His mind whirled with countless thoughts in a brief span, and after weighing his options, he approached the crowd with a stern expression. Raising a hand to signal Peach Rabbit, "You win. I can't be bothered to continue." Upon hearing T-Pig's words, Kazara's expression shifted dramatically. Even the usually nonchalant Kazara felt a pang of dissatisfaction at this moment. "That guy, T-Pig," he muttered through gritted teeth, subsequently vanishing into the throngs of onlookers. Peach Rabbit's lips curled into a captivating smile as she slowly turned to approach Roya, whispering, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Roya nodded, acknowledging her. At that juncture, Sengoku proclaimed the final outcome. The victors of this duel were Roya and his subordinates. As Sengoku's words echoed, the soldiers erupted into a frenzy. "General White Dove! General 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 White Dove!" The soldiers cheered for Roya as if he were their idol, fervently chanting his name. The title of General White Dove was once again etched into their hearts. Many among them yearned to join Roya's ranks at that moment. Roya, well aware of their intentions, addressed Ein beside him, saying, "Ein, we only accept the strong. There's no need for those of cannon fodder caliber, as the sea is far too perilous for them." "Yes, Lord Roya." With the competition concluded, the soldiers dispersed. Roya then made his way to Sengoku's office. Upon entering, he found Sengoku seemingly engrossed in signing some documents. As Roya stepped in, Sengoku handed him a file. "This is the assignment document for the scientific division. Take it. They are currently conducting research at Punk Hazard. Ding. A sign-in task has been issued. Punk Hazard. Reward, Spirit Communication Technique. Duration, 3 days." Hearing the system's notification, Roya's eyes brightened immediately. Without hesitation, he accepted the document from Sengoku and said, "Marshal, I shall report for duty now." Watching Roya depart, Sengoku's expression darkened. He could already sense Roya's ambition. If Akiji did not strive harder, he would truly miss his chance. Sighing, Sengoku resumed his duties. Meanwhile, Roya boarded a Vice Admiral-class warship, setting sail for Punk Hazard alone, gazing at the document in his hands while standing on the deck. Roya felt quite satisfied. The scientific division, in terms of combat prowess, was not particularly formidable. Roya was primarily interested in a researcher named Vegapunk, hailed as a genius scientist who surpassed human intelligence by 500 years. A testament to his terrifying research capabilities, as Roya navigated the vast ocean, he spotted a shadowy island slowly drifting toward him. With his extraordinary vision, he discerned a flag fluttering above, emblazoned with a flaming bat-winged skull topped with fiery hair. Its entrance resembling a gaping maw. From Roya's assessment, it appeared to be a vessel designed to ensnare passing ships. This must be the terrifying 3-masted ship, the so-called largest pirate ship, Roya murmured, yet in comparison to his Ark Noah. This island seemed slightly smaller. It seemed that fellow Moria had indeed failed in his challenge against the Yonko Kaido, but to dare obstruct my path, he certainly possessed some audacity. Roya revealed a faint smile, an enigmatic sparkle flickering in his eyes. The terrifying 3-masted ship loomed over the palace at the heart of the island. Perona, utilizing the powers of her ghost fruit, detached herself from her physical form, drifting freely through the island. "Captain, this place is truly magnificent. I've never encountered such beauty before," Perona exclaimed excitedly to Moria, who stood before her. Moria glanced at Perona, his signature laughter escaping him as he replied, "Hee, Perona, how I wish I had met you sooner. With your fruit abilities, you could render a multitude of Kaido's pirates utterly powerless." He sighed. lamenting the unfortunate reality that he had not even laid eyes on Kaido during this battle. Having been defeated by his subordinates instead, and all those zombies had been wasted. What a travesty! Upon uttering these words, Moria turned his attention to Perona, only to realize she was not listening to him at all. Instead, she was admiring the surrounding decorations, her eyes glimmering with excitement. By the way, your peculiar tastes are truly perplexing. You look so adorable, yet you have a penchant for such dark things. Dark? Where is it dark? It's undeniably cute. You simply lack the appreciation, Perona retorted. As her words faded, she suddenly became aware of someone unfamiliar floating beside her. The words she just heard had evidently come from this unexpected newcomer. Moria, equally taken aback, stared incredulously at Luo Ya, who hovered in the air, his heart racing. The Navy? How on earth did you get in here? Moria's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Luo Ya. Once he discerned Luo Ya's true identity, an attack would surely follow, teaching this intruder a lesson in true power. However, Moria genuinely had no inkling of who Luo Ya was. The fearsome three-masted ship had deterred any messenger birds from reaching this place. And with Moria preoccupied preparing for a confrontation with Kaido, he was oblivious to the fact that the Navy had undergone a transformation. The admirals he once knew had now become fleet admirals. Luo Ya, using the power of his talismans, floated effortlessly, arms crossed, emanating an aura that was both subtle and formidable. "Oh, you not recognize me?" Luo Ya asked, somewhat surprised. Under normal circumstances, most individuals at sea would surely recognize his attire. How could these two possibly be so ignorant? At that moment, Perona addressed Luo Ya. "Hey, you must be thinking something sinister, da. You've caught me." Luo Ya replied with a smirk. "How about I offer you a reward? Join my ranks. Would you?" Arrogant, utterly arrogant. Moria's patience with this suddenly appearing Navy officer had reached its limit. "No matter who you are in the Navy, since you dare to show your face before me, do not expect to leave alive." Moria seethed with anger and humiliation from his defeat at the hands of Kaido. With an opportunity presenting itself, he resolved to vent his frustrations on this newcomer. If the others at sea were to learn of Moria's thoughts at that moment, they would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up and exclaim, "You're doing great." Luo Ya merely cast a fleeting glance at Moria. The spiritual pressure emanating from him surged toward Moria like a ferocious beast. In an instant, Moria felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body frozen in place. Unable to move, the mere glance from Luo Ya stripped him of all strength, rendering him incapable of retaliating. The overwhelming pressure forced Moria to kneel before Luo Ya. As Moria's massive figure knelt, it produced a loud thud against the ground, which cracked under the weight, blood seemingly seeping forth. This was undoubtedly Luo Ya's first encounter with such genuine submission. Consequently, Luo Ya relaxed his grip slightly, and Moria sensed the oppressive force lessening, granting him a moment of reprieve. Moria, without a flicker of hesitation, spoke to Luo Ya. "Though I do not know who you are, your target must be Perona. Just take her and spare my life." Chapter 94. The Divine Scroll of Life and Death. One cannot deny Moria's remarkable audacity and tenacity for survival. Luo Ya turned to Perona and remarked, "Perona, you must have heard that your captain no longer wants you. Why not come with me?" Luo Ya had indeed set his sights on Perona, primarily for her abilities. The ghost fruit's powers were simply too overpowered. It stood to reason that aside from Usopp, with his naturally pessimistic disposition, most others would experience at least some effect from her powers. Imagine if Perona were to ambush an opponent of equal caliber during a battle. Even a mere second of delay could sway the outcome. Her fruit abilities were undeniably formidable. Perona, clearly taken aback by Moria's shamelessness, felt a surge of indignation. She had no intention of staying. With this thought in mind, Perona addressed Luo Ya. "Fine, I agree, but my body is over there. Let's go retrieve it first." Luo Ya, observing the direction Perona indicated, unleashed a powerful finger gun. The pinnacle of his finger gun technique manifested its might at that moment. The wall before him crumbled like mere tofu beneath his assault. Perona's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively shouting, "Be careful of my body. Fear not. My control over my abilities is unwavering." Luo Ya assured her as he drifted through the hole in the wall toward Perona's location. Perona's room resembled a princess's chamber, albeit one that deviated significantly from the norm. Eerie decorations adorned the surroundings, and strange dolls filled the space. Any ordinary person would surely mistake this for a haunted house. "You truly have a passion for these decorations, D. Oh, you genuinely enjoy such dark themes." "What do you mean by dark? I may allow you to leave, but my room must be adorned in a similar fashion," she declared. "No worries. My ship is quite spacious, and we can simply pack up your belongings." As Luo Ya spoke, he casually waved his hand forward. The decorative items began to levitate under his control, including Perona's physical form. "Wow, you're incredibly talented. I'm even more curious about your true identity now, me. I'm merely a humble captain within the Navy." He replied nonchalantly that a humble captain. Perona was momentarily taken aback. Moria, too, pricked up his ears, eager to discover the identity of this individual before him. If he could find an opportunity, he would seek revenge. "I am currently one of the 3 admirals in the Navy, known as White Dove." Luo Ya uttered this statement with the utmost casualness. It sent shockwaves through both Perona and Moria, igniting a tempest of realization within their hearts. "General, have I inadvertently stumbled into the headquarters?" Perona felt a shiver of trepidation. "Fear not, you have merely just boarded the ship. You do not even have a bounty on your head yet, so it cannot be considered a misstep. The Navy will not apprehend you," Roya added. "Furthermore, I tend to be quite protective, so if anything were to occur, I would certainly stand up for you. Let us proceed. I have other matters to attend to, so we must not squander time." With that, Roya grasped an object and soared towards the foreboding 3-masted ship. Perona, in a spectral form, floated beside Roya. Watching Roya's retreating figure, Moria engraved his silhouette into his memory point. "One Kaido, one White Dove. Just you wait. I shall have my revenge." Regarding Moria's thoughts, Roya scarcely paid them any mind. After placing the items aboard the warship, Roya extended his hand once more. The power of the talisman activated again. This time, Roya emulated the offensive style of the Golden Lion, channeling the talisman's power into the sky and the sea. The heavenly spiral. Under Roya's control, the white clouds in the sky appeared to be yanked down by an invisible hand. The sea surged upwards towards the heavens, the clouds and the ocean intertwined, forming a colossal dragon's head under Roya's command. The dragon's head was astonishingly lifelike. Even the formidable aura of its body was magnificently manifested through the talisman's ability. Perona stood agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle before her. But in that moment, she could not find the right words. Roya nonchalantly waved his hand, directing the dragon's head towards the terrifying 3-masted ship. That moment, Moria had just exited the palace and beheld the enormous dragon's head, crafted from clouds and seawater, plummeting from the sky. "Life and death are in the hands of fate. Perona, let us depart." "Huh? Oh." Perona had yet to recover from the astonishing sight. She never anticipated that the man she had followed out of spite would possess such formidable power. The dragon's head, formed by the heavenly spiral, seemed to bite directly into the heart of the terrifying 3-masted ship. This vessel, reputed to be the largest in the world, was cleaved in 2. She wondered whether her old captain could survive this assault. Regardless, she resolved to cling tightly to Roya, this formidable ally. At that moment, Roya's spirits were quite high. After all, he had stumbled upon a rather intriguing woman. Her fruit abilities were exceedingly potent. If utilized effectively, she would be an unparalleled weapon. However, her loyalty still required some reinforcement. With this thought, Roya cast a penetrating gaze at Perona. Under his scrutiny, Perona felt as though all her secrets had been laid bare. Instinctively, she sought to change the subject. Captain, where are we heading now?" "Punk Hazard." Roya responded to Perona's inquiry and once again employed the 100-fold mirage, commanding the warship to swiftly sail towards Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard. Within a laboratory shrouded in secrecy, Caesar Clown wore a peculiar grin as he examined a vial of reagent in his hand. "Finally completed, my unparalleled masterpiece. With this, I shall surpass Vegapunk and become the most brilliant scientist." Just as Caesar's words fell, a voice resonated behind him. Chapter 95. The Poison Gas Bomb. Ascending to the altar, what are you researching? Vegapunk's voice suddenly echoed behind Caesar. Startled, Caesar spun around, quickly concealing the vial behind his back. I'm not researching anything, just Caesar's eyes darted, his mind racing to concoct a plausible explanation that would satisfy Vegapunk. Yet, being the transcendent genius scientist of the next 500 years, Vegapunk effortlessly saw through Caesar's ulterior motives. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegapunk declared, "From this moment forth, you are dismissed. Pack your belongings and leave this island at once." With that, Vegapunk turned and walked away. As if Caesar were inconsequential. Vegapunk's disdainful demeanor ignited the fury that had long simmered within Caesar. This pent-up rage, accumulated over the years, finally erupted. "Vegapunk, you must be terrified of being surpassed by me. Thus, you seek to undermine me. That is why you expelled me from the research team." Caesar's expression twisted with madness as he hunched over. his eyes glinting with crimson threads. Just you wait, before I leave, I will deliver a grand gift to you. No, to the entire research division. Ha ha ha. The sound of Caesar's maniacal laughter reverberated throughout his modest laboratory. He began feverishly mass-producing the method outlined in the reagents that he intended to create an enormous poison gas bomb to obliterate all of Punk Hazard. As he worked, he murmured to himself, "Did I hear that today? The Navy will send General White Dove to oversee the scientific division. If my poison gas bomb can eliminate him, then surely, once I publicize it, the pirates throughout the Grand Line will be awestruck by my scientific prowess. They will flock to purchase my poison gas bombs, and I shall be exalted to the altar." Roya remained blissfully ignorant of these affairs. After all, there were still 2 days left. There was ample time. Thus, he reclined on a sun lounger, basking in the warm sunlight. With his eyes closed, he spoke to Perona. "Focus on training your fruit abilities. If you develop them well, they will be an immense asset to me." Humph. Perona floated beside Roya, pouting and appearing quite aggrieved. With a sly glance, she unleashed her negative ghost towards Roya. "Such a thing is of no consequence to me, possessing the pinnacle of observation hockey." Roya had already perceived Perona's actions 5 minutes prior, thus evading her effortlessly. After administering a thorough lesson to Perona, she finally acquiesced. The warship sped across the ocean, in the blink of an eye. Roya arrived in the waters surrounding Punk Hazard at this moment. Caesar had already departed from the scientific division. However, before leaving, he had left behind a grand present for them. Yet, it was not the time to detonate these gifts. He wished to witness the arrival of the White Dove at the port, and then personally bring ruin to this island. The mere thought exhilarated Caesar. His laughter echoed ominously across the island. Many of the locals, upon hearing this laughter, felt a chill run down their spines. Their gazes towards Caesar seemed to say, "Are you out of your mind?" Ignoring the stares of the crowd, Caesar viewed them as already dead. Upon reaching the port, he spotted a naval vessel slowly approaching. Roya leaped from the ship. The instant he descended, his keen senses detected Caesar's presence. After all, such a burning gaze was difficult to overlook. Within mere seconds, Roya deduced what had transpired on the island. If his assumptions were correct, Caesar had been expelled by Vegapunk and was preparing to unleash a poison gas bomb, enveloping the island in toxins. With this thought, Roya narrowed his eyes slightly. "What's the matter, Captain?" "It's nothing. I've just discovered something rather intriguing." Since being sternly reprimanded by Roya, Perona has become exceedingly obedient. She now even addresses him as Captain. At this moment, the system's electronic voice resonated in Roya's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. Reward received. Spirit contract. The spirit contract allows the host to make a pact with any living being, ensuring that once the contract is established, the contracted individual will appear beside the host and will obey unconditionally, regardless of their location." Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile crept across Roya's lips. With this ability, he could send a clone to Fishman Island and secure a contract with the Sea Dragon. In times of urgency, it would prove to be quite beneficial. Let's go, Perona. "Yes, Captain, but is it all right for my real body to remain in the ship's cabin?" "Do not worry. I have left an illusion aboard." Hearing Roya's words, Perona felt considerably reassured. Casting a casual glance at Caesar, who was secretly observing from a distance, she proceeded towards the laboratory of the scientific team. Meanwhile, Caesar wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt as if Roya had discovered him. Yet, the arrogance within him incessantly reassured him that this was utterly impossible. Thus, he dismissed the thought. Once Roya entered, he would detonate all the gas bombs, obliterating everything on the island. That moment, he would undoubtedly become the smartest person in the world. Roya paid no mind to Caesar as he led Perona into the laboratory. The scientific team within the lab had already formed ranks, awaiting Roya's arrival. At the forefront stood Vice Admiral Frankie, the captain of the scientific team, who also served as Vegapunk's bodyguard. Upon seeing Roya's arrival, Frankie immediately commanded, "Salute." At the sound of his command, everyone moved in perfect unison. Roya then turned to Frankie and inquired, "Where's Vegapunk?" Frankie pointed in a direction and replied, "However, Vegapunk is currently engrossed in a pivotal research phase and could not come to welcome you." "Sir Dove," Roya waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine. Let him continue. You may show us around." "Yes, Sir Dove." Frankie walked ahead, introducing Roya and Perona to the various aspects of the laboratory. Perona floated beside Roya, appearing somewhat sullen and lacking interest. "Captain, this laboratory is rather dull. Could I perhaps explore a bit?" "Sure. Feel free to wander." Roya was untroubled by Perona's current ghostly state. However, Frankie seemed hesitant, as if he had something to say. Is something the matter? "Frankie, Sir Dove, perhaps it would be best not to wander too freely, as some experiments can be quite hazardous, such as the fusion experiment involving Sea Prism Stone and one of the 12 Supreme Grade Swords, or other studies on the effects of Sea Prism Stone. There is a significant quantity of Sea Prism Stone present in these laboratories." Upon hearing Frankie's words, Perona quickly shook her head. "I detest Sea Prism Stone. I'll stay close to you instead." With this, Perona's mood soured slightly, her gothic umbrella twirling in her hands as if expressing her inner feelings. However, upon hearing about the Supreme Grade Sword, Roya's interest was piqued. He decided to secure it when the explosion occurred and ensure the safety of others at the same time. After all, there was no time to search for the hidden gas bombs. He could already see the impending explosion. Boom! It seemed to validate Roya's thoughts as the gas bombs detonated at that very moment. The ruthless Caesar had strategically placed these bombs in the most vulnerable areas. In an instant, smoke filled the air, and explosions echoed one after another. The terrifying gas began to spread throughout the laboratory. Outside, Caesar reveled in the deafening explosions and the ground's tremors, his expression one of unbridled ecstasy. "Die, die, all of you, perish, only I am the smartest in this world." Caesar could no longer contain his elation. Laughing maniacally, he made his way toward the ship he had prepared, intending to leave the island. Indifferent to what chaos might ensue. Inside the laboratory, Frankie observed the dust falling from the ceiling and felt a surge of anxiety. "This is bad. The laboratory could collapse at any moment. I must ensure Vegapunk's safety first." In his concern, Frankie instinctively prepared to rush in. "Hey, do you want to die? You can't just rush in without proper protective gear." Roya extended his hand, blocking Frankie's path. But, Vegapunk is still in the lab. "Leave that to me. You need to start evacuating everyone in the laboratory." With just a few words, Roya decisively resolved the situation. Yet, that single statement brought a sense of calm to the countless individuals present. Their previously panicked hearts found tranquility. Frankie bowed deeply to Roya. "If it's Sir Dove, everything will be fine. Now, everyone, immediately organize the evacuation. Put on your protective gear." Watching as Frankie and the others began to evacuate the laboratory, Perona floated in the air, observing Roya leisurely. "What about me? What should I do?" "Well, since you're a ghost, you can do as you please," he replied. "Oh, right. There are still many residents on the island. I wonder if the gas will spread to them." With that, Roya's figure vanished from Perona's sight. "What? You just want me to go notify them?" With that, Perona disregarded the walls and floated outside the laboratory to inform the villagers on the island. Roya moved swiftly, his speed in the vast laboratory reaching its pinnacle. He had no worries about Frankie and the others, as although Frankie's strength wasn't overwhelming, it surpassed that of most admirals. Soon, after searching through 18 laboratories, Roya found the Supreme Grade Sword that Frankie had mentioned, which was undergoing a fusion experiment with the Sea Prism Stone. Without hesitation, he stored it in the system's space. Then, like a ghost, he sped towards Vegapunk's lab. Just as Roya opened the door to Vegapunk's laboratory, the system's electronic voice chimed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking in. Vegapunk's laboratory. Reward: wisdom that leads the world in scientific advancement by 1,000 years. Super research capabilities. Even Vegapunk, who is said to surpass the world by 500 years, pales in comparison to you. Vegapunk's laboratory was vast, filled with an array of experimental equipment. Vegapunk faced away from Roya, busily operating the machines before him. The values on the displays fluctuated, indicating that the experiment had reached a critical juncture. To Roya, these values were instantly comprehensible, as if he possessed an innate understanding. Quietly, he approached Vegapunk from behind, observing, "This must be the life design blueprint you initially developed." Vegapunk remained silent. Roya, unfazed, continued as if conversing with himself. "The life design blueprint holds immense significance for humanity, cloning, and devil fruits. It poses a considerable threat to the world government, leading to its control and surveillance. When I think about it, it's truly lamentable." Roya's words echoed in the air. Vegapunk turned to face him, his expression as calm as ever, gazing at Roya. "What do you wish to say?" "It is of little consequence. You must have reached a rather significant stage in your research by now. Once you have completed your studies, I shall escort you away." "Surely, You have also perceived the recent explosion, as previously mentioned. Luo Ya is not given a second thought to Caesar's gas bomb. That it appears that Vegapunk is ensnared in a bottleneck. Luo Ya's subsequent words filled Vegapunk with profound astonishment. Chapter 97, The Mightiest Crystal, The Collapse of the Base. I propose that you attempt to isolate the ground state properties of all multiparticle systems. Then introduce artificial particles, or the particles of a devil fruit, or perhaps a combination of both, and subsequently calibrate them using the ESMO formula. Of course, the initial figures here must be altered accordingly. This should elevate your life design to a more formidable level. Luo Ya's words floated into Vegapunk's ears, accompanied by a numerical gesture. Vegapunk's hand came to a halt. He gradually turned his body, gazing at Luo Ya in disbelief. This revelation instantly awakened him. He had never anticipated that this newly arrived Admiral Pigeon could not only comprehend his endeavors, but also propose a solution that far exceeded his own ideas. Do you comprehend my life design? Are you also a researcher? Indeed, though I hold little interest in research, I merely came to assume control of the scientific division. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? Yes, Luo Ya harbored a disdain for research. In contrast, he preferred to wield his power to instigate change in this ruthless world. After all, those lacking strength are relegated to the realm of research. Are they not? Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Vegapunk began to scrutinize him from head to toe. He then addressed Luo Ya, saying, "If you have the time, let us sit together. Perhaps I can derive further inspiration from you. After all, if your idea succeeds, it could potentially advance human wisdom by at least a millennium." Without further ado, Vegapunk turned back to his work, beginning to separate the multi-particle systems and infusing them with the particle sequences of the devil fruit. These sequences were injected into the life design. The various machines located at the rear of the room commenced their operations. A baby began to grow at an astonishing pace. In no time, it transformed into a young girl, curled up within the nutrient solution. However, with her back turned to them and obscured by the nutrient liquid, her features remained indistinct, revealing only a silhouette. Were it not for the normal readings displayed on the machines, they might have assumed a failure had occurred. Success. According to your method, it has indeed succeeded. This is utterly incredible. A human being capable of traversing the sea while simultaneously possessing the powers of a devil fruit has emerged. Vegapunk turned to Luo Ya and said, "Thanks to you for awakening me. Otherwise, I reckon I would have taken an extensive amount of time to complete this technology. Yet, I did not anticipate that there existed someone more formidable than myself in this world. There are always greater beings beyond oneself. I have never supported the technology of cloning. Henceforth, it should be minimized. Humility fosters progress." Thus, Luo Ya has always remained modest and low-key. As he spoke, Luo Ya removed his cloak, using the power of talismans to levitate. Suddenly, the nutrient tank shattered, and the liquids surged forth. Luo Ya carefully released the artificial being from his abilities and wrapped her in his cloak. With remarkable speed, he ensured that no one caught a glimpse of the synthetic human's form. After all, she was merely an experimental subject. Why save her? Shouldn't the objective be to gather data and depart? Vegapunk inquired. Perplexed. To which Luo Ya simply replied, "This is precisely why I detest human experimentation. Even a synthetic being, newly born into this world, possesses the right to open her eyes and behold this vast ocean." Those few words struck Vegapunk profoundly. "This is the first time I have encountered such a sentiment." As Vegapunk's voice faded, his body began to levitate under Luo Ya's control, with his brain racing. Vegapunk addressed Luo Ya again. "Destroy the experimental data. I shall consider this a failure on my part, as you wish," Luo Ya replied nonchalantly. However, before departing, Luo Ya made a gesture towards the laboratory. All the data materials were utterly obliterated. Unless Vegapunk were to conduct further research, this data would never resurface in the world. With the girl cloaked in righteousness cradled in his arms, Vegapunk floated behind Luo Ya as they gradually made their way outside. "Vegapunk, I have a query for you. What proportion of your life design is comprised of genetic factors?" 1/4. "So, that traitor has taken away a quarter of your hard work. It seems you have delved into various subjects. Even knowing about that traitor. However, I care not. If he did not undergo iteration, then to me, he is merely a discarded entity, especially since the highest crystal has been achieved, is it not?" Vegapunk continued, "A wisdom crystal that is at least a millennium ahead of its time. A unique masterpiece." Upon hearing Vegapunk's words, a slight smile crept across Luo Ya's lips as he gazed at the young girl in his arms. Her eyes tightly shut, he mused inwardly. A millennium's worth of crystallization? Let me see what sets you apart. By the way, what devil fruit did you utilize? The devil fruit has been rendered useless after I extracted its sequence. Its powers now reside within this young girl. Thus, I inquired what abilities she possesses. Luo Ya found himself at a loss for words. Engaging in conversation with someone as self-assured as Vegapunk could indeed be exhausting at times. And no wonder this fellow is so irksome. The ability is classified as a Zoan type, specifically the bird fruit, mythical Zoan, Qinghuan form, a top-tier fruit. Luo Ya was well aware of its exceptional status. It must be said, Vegapunk had access to remarkable resources, capable of conducting experiments with such a prestigious devil fruit. If the inhabitants of the sea were to learn of this, they would surely be envious. The collapse continues. Toxic gas ravages. Yet, whether it be the noxious fumes or the debris from the collapse, Luo Ya repelled them with his talismanic abilities, keeping them a full 3 meters away. They could not approach Luo Ya in the slightest. Thus, the two of them slowly made their way toward the exit. Meanwhile, those outside remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Luo Ya and Vegapunk. Under the exceptional command of Juan Zemo, the majority of the researchers within the laboratory managed to escape. They stood outside, anxiously watching as the experiment continued to collapse. Yet Luo Ya had not yet emerged, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. Surely Admiral Pigeon is unharmed? Juan Zemo turned, glancing at Perona, who floated nearby. However, Perona appeared quite agitated, her cherry lips pouting in visible anger. Fuming, she exclaimed, "That guy is definitely not dead." Although Juan Zemo was unaware of the reason behind Perona's ire, he wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. After all, he was Admiral Pigeon. Chapter 98, The Creation of a Young Girl. Contracting the fire dragon. Just as the tension escalated among the crowd, a fire dragon soared from the distance. Juan Zemo furrowed his brow and instinctively remarked, "This is bad." The immense fire dragon created by Mr. Vegapunk seems to have gone berserk. This colossal creature, with its resounding presence, was a synthetic organism designed by Vegapunk to protect this island, capable of adapting to any environment. However, the toxic gas evidently provoked the fire dragon into a frenzy. In other words, this fire dragon, which already lacked sufficient intellect, had now become entirely devoid of reason. Its mind was consumed entirely by the notion of destruction. The fire dragon flapped its wings, roaring fiercely in the sky. The deafening roar resonated in the ears of the onlookers. That sound is simply unbearable. Perona, already incensed by the earlier incident, found her anger exacerbated by the sudden appearance of the fire dragon. The fury of a beautiful girl is indeed a formidable force. With a pointed finger, Perona summoned a negative spirit resembling a sausage-lipped phantom, which charged toward the fire dragon. Such an attack, seemingly devoid of any offensive capability, could scarcely hope to breach the dragon's defenses. This creature, with its thick hide and sturdy flesh, would require an assault of immense penetrative power to prove effective. Surely, this would only serve to further provoke the fire dragon. Jean Tomaru and the surrounding researchers observed the unfolding scene with a palpable sense of trepidation. They were not combat personnel, but genuine scholars, utterly lacking in fighting prowess. Should the fire dragon charge at them, they could rely solely on others for protection. Upon hearing the murmurs of concern from the crowd, Perona rolled her eyes and floated languidly in the air, choosing to disregard the fire dragon for the moment. The negative spirit effortlessly pierced through the dragon's chest, seemingly with little resistance. Jean Tomaru's lips twitched involuntarily. His anxiety caused him to grip his massive axe tightly. If Perona's actions inadvertently drew the fire dragon's ire, it would spell disaster, for he harbored little confidence in his ability to defeat a creature conjured by Vegapunk. However, they were unprepared for the moment when the negative spirit traversed the dragon's form. The fire dragon's crimson eyes dulled to a lifeless gray, its entire being sinking into a profound despondency. It collapsed to the ground, its head drooping, with its once majestic red wings dragging helplessly behind, as though it had succumbed to despair. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers could not help but gasp in disbelief. Was this truly the power of the Vice Admiral of the White Dove? How terrifying. It seemed that even a Vice Admiral surpassed Jean Tomaru in strength. Remarkable indeed. The researchers exchanged comments, seemingly oblivious to Jean Tomaru's presence. In the laboratory, Luo Ya wielded the power of talismans to clear the boulders obstructing his path. As he prepared to exit, he gently lowered Vegapunk from the air. Vegapunk regarded Luo Ya's retreating figure, utterly unable to comprehend the enigmatic man before him. The ability to levitate combined with that formidable intellect and scientific prowess, These attributes alone were staggering. If such talents appeared in anyone else, they could easily carve out a name for themselves in this vast ocean. Moreover, according to Vegapunk's understanding, Luo Ya possessed additional abilities. This individual was truly a force to be reckoned with. As Luo Ya emerged from the laboratory, he spotted the fire dragon nearby, now devoid of vitality. Remembering the rewards from his recent sign-in, he cradled the girl in his arms and approached the dragon. Upon nearing it, Luo Ya felt the dragon's mournful whispers. "I am worthless. I do not deserve to live." Without needing to ponder, Luo Ya understood who was responsible for this state. Holding the girl with one arm, he extended his right hand, channeling the peaked sword intent of a great swordsman in O-blade style. Slash. With ruthless precision, he inflicted a superficial wound upon the fire dragon, akin to a mere mosquito bite to a human. The summoning technique required blood as a medium. Utilizing the power of talismans, Luo Ya made the blood levitate before him and approached the fire dragon once more, placing his hand upon its head. The summoning commenced. Tiny characters, reminiscent of fly-written script, manifested upon the dragon, forming a contract slightly larger than a palm. The dragon's own blood dripped down, mingling with Luo Ya's, completing the blood pact. The process of summoning necessitated blood, for the contract was bound by blood, allowing the summoned entity to recognize the one who called upon it. Thus, blood summoners would invariably draw blood before invoking their spirits. Indeed, it was only after acquiring the summoning technique that Luo Ya realized it bore similarities to the wood release and the 8 gates from the Naruto universe. Following the completion of the contract, Luo Ya allowed the dragon to depart, no longer concerning himself with it. Vegapunk stood beside Luo Ya, increasingly perplexed by the significance of his recent actions, as if a dense fog surrounded Luo Ya, rendering him inscrutable. At that moment, Zanpakuto noticed Luo Ya and Vegapunk. Upon seeing them, he exhaled in relief. "Wonderful. Lord White Dove and Mr. Vegapunk are both unharmed." Zanpakuto approached Luo Ya and saluted. "Lord White Dove, all personnel from the laboratory have been evacuated and are now on the warships at the port." Luo Ya nodded, then turned to Perona, inquiring, "Perona, how is the evacuation of the civilians proceeding?" At the mention of the civilians, Perona's ire flared anew. She floated to Luo Ya's side, pouting her cherry lips in a pitiful manner as she exclaimed, "Captain, those unruly citizens called us ghosts and fled faster than anyone." The surrounding researchers could not help but chuckle at Perona's plight. In response, she unleashed a negative spirit upon each of them, causing their hands to falter against the ground as they slumped into an unprecedented state of despondency. At this juncture, Zanpakuto addressed Luo Ya. "Lord White Dove, most of the island's inhabitants have been evacuated. Should we withdraw?" "Yes, let's retreat and return to Marineford," Luo Ya affirmed. "Understood, Lord White Dove." Zanpakuto saluted and began issuing commands. Perona then approached Luo Ya once more, asking, "Captain, how did you come by this girl in your arms?" "I found her," Luo Ya replied curtly, leaping onto his warship. Rolling her eyes, Perona followed him aboard. However, upon arriving, she immediately spotted Caesar. "Captain, this fellow is the instigator behind the explosion. Once we return to Marineford, let Admiral Sengoku handle him." Luo Ya had no desire to engage in further discourse with someone as envious as Caesar. Aboard the warship, they swiftly returned to Marineford. This time, however, Luo Ya sent a shadow clone to report the events, while his real self cradled the girl and escorted Perona back to his quarters. In the room, Stella had just finished preparing dinner. Upon seeing Luo Ya return, she hurried to greet him. "Master, welcome back. How was your training? Did you all partake in the medicinal baths?" "Master, we soak in them daily," came the reply. "That's good. After training, it's essential. Otherwise, you'll suffer from hidden injuries." Perona, now in her true form, felt at home as she began to choose her room. "Master, this is..." Stella hesitated. "Our future companion." Stella glanced at the girl in Luo Ya's arms. To this, Luo Ya smiled softly, replying, "A family member. Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of her," Stella assured. As Stella's voice fell, the girl in Roya's arms slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she beheld Roya's figure and softly murmured, "Daddy." Her voice was faint, yet the room was unusually tranquil, allowing even the softest whisper to resonate within everyone's ears. Stella instinctively twitched her lips in disbelief, gazing at Roya and exclaiming, "Master, could this possibly be your daughter?" Observing Stella's expression, Roya realized she had misunderstood. In response, He reiterated the words he had previously used to placate Perona. I found her. Is that truly the case? Nevertheless, Stella comprehended that this girl was undoubtedly the happiest in the world. The girl blinked, and suddenly azure flames erupted around her. The flames transformed into wings, akin to those of a mythical phoenix. An overwhelming aura surged skyward. Anyone with a modicum of power could sense this formidable presence. The direction indicated it emanated from the esteemed Admiral White Dove. What could have caused White Dove to unleash such an astonishing force? Had something dire occurred? In the highest office of Marineford, Sengoku stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing towards Roya's direction. What could that fellow be planning, casually releasing such power? Who knows, perhaps he has stumbled upon the secret to advancing his abilities. Indeed, that sensation unmistakably resembled the awakening of a devil fruit. Sengoku and Garp engaged in a discussion, entirely oblivious to the astonishment that gripped Roya at this moment. But in the room, Roya watched the girl cloaked in righteousness fluttering before him, and even he struggled to conceal his astonishment. Were it not for the presence of his comrades, he might have considered silencing her. After all, a girl who had just been born, awakening within less than a day, had already achieved the awakening of her powers. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar across the seas. Roya could easily become the target of many. After fluttering for a while, the girl, perhaps fatigued, dove into Roya's embrace. Calling out, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm hungry." With her pure, innocent gaze, she looked at Roya and then at the food laid out on the table. Roya inquired, "Would you like to eat?" "Then go ahead." The girl nodded vigorously, a smile gracing her face. She extended a pair of azure wings and glided to the table, beginning to feast heartily. If the earlier events were astonishing, the subsequent moments were even more so, as the girl consumed food at an astonishing pace, leading to rapid development of her physique. It was only when she appeared to be in her late teens that her growth finally ceased. Even her cloak could not conceal her remarkable figure. Stella gasped in amazement, whispering, "Master, does she have a name? Where on earth did you find her?" In response, Roya could only shake his head in resignation. He had not anticipated this girl to be so extraordinary. Upon opening her eyes, she awakened her powers. With a mere meal, her body grew. This was simply astounding. Realizing this, Roya deemed it necessary to erase Vegapunk's memories concerning this girl. In this world, only he should possess knowledge of her origins. And that would suffice. With that thought, Roya swiftly employed his powers to find Vegapunk and used the abilities of the illusion fruit to implant a false memory within him as for the potential damage to Vegapunk's brain. Roya was unconcerned. After all, his current research capabilities surpassed Vegapunk's. Roya had begun to regard Vegapunk's significance with diminishing importance. Once he had resolved Vegapunk's memories, he assigned him a few tasks before dispersing his illusion. In the room, Roya gazed at the girl before him as if she were a precious treasure that he decided to take immediate leave, planning to train alongside the women. Of course, this training was merely a pretext for a leisurely outing. As night fell, even Marineford succumbed to an unprecedented silence. Roya dressed the girl in Stella's attire, as it was the only suitable clothing available. In contrast, Perona's garments were somewhat ill-fitting, which saddened her, prompting her to retreat to her room and remain there. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Holding the girl in his arms, Roya spoke gently. "From this day forth, you shall be named Lolan. How does that sound?" The girl nodded and softly replied, "Okay, Daddy, from today, I shall be called Lolan." Hearing Lolan's response, Roya affectionately stroked her azure hair. It was uncertain whether the transformation resulted from her powers, but her hair had completely changed to a striking blue following her awakening. Nonetheless, this did not diminish Lolan's beauty in the slightest. Moreover, in this brief period, Roya discovered that Lolan's capacity for learning was astonishingly high. Just a single conversation or daily occurrence was enough for her to grasp concepts quickly and apply them effectively. This left Roya convinced that Lolan was truly a prodigy. Most importantly, he noted Lolan's physical attributes were remarkably impressive. Upon completing her development, her strength had multiplied exponentially. Her resilience was formidable, and her recovery speed was unprecedented. Compared to the genetic enhancements of the Vinsmoke family, Lolan could be deemed at least 1,000 times superior. Roya spent the entire night conversing with Lolan, imparting knowledge about the world and establishing her moral compass. The following morning, he set off towards Sengoku's office. As he traversed Marineford, anyone who glimpsed Roya offered him a respectful salute. addressing him as Admiral White Dove. Currently, he was the sole popular admiral within Marineford. With the recent acquisition of the scientific unit, Roya's influence in Marineford had grown significantly, creating an impression of a fourth faction. However, he did not accept widespread loyalty, instead maintaining a mindset focused on elite leadership. After all, in this world, the victor reigns supreme. Before the mighty, even the most numerous of cannon fodder holds little value. Upon arriving at Sengoku's office, Sengoku beckoned him over. "White Dove, you arrived just in time. I was about to summon you." "Summon me? Admiral, I must clarify that I am here to request leave." Sengoku was taken aback. According to his understanding, this was an opportune moment for Roya to stabilize his faction. Why, then, was he seeking a leave of absence? "How long do you intend to take off?" Sengoku inquired. "Not long. Just 4 months. 4 months. That's roughly equivalent to a general's rotation period. 4 months. What do you intend to do?" Sengoku instinctively questioned. "Aside from hunting pirates, I plan to train the skills of my subordinates," Roya answered candidly. Sengoku contemplated for a moment before unhesitatingly granting Roya's request for leave. He then added, "Roya, someone is looking for you and is currently waiting in Admiral Tsuru's office." "Someone is looking for me?" Roya was momentarily taken aback. However, he thought it of little consequence. He could simply check on his way there. After receiving approval for his leave from Sengoku, Roya descended the stairs and made his way to Admiral Tsuru's office. As he entered the office, he was greeted by a familiar figure rushing toward him. A very familiar face appeared before Roya. "Kaya, why did you come here by yourself?" Roya asked, somewhat astonished, as he recalled that he had instructed her to contact him so he could send someone to fetch her. "Of course, I wish to present you with a delightful surprise." Kaya beamed with joy as she gazed at Roya. However, as she smiled, her eyes began to redden. Subtly, one could discern tears glistening in her eyes. "How wonderful it is to finally see you, Roya." Kaya embraced Roya tightly, revealing the depth of her longing during their time apart. "General," he shook his head upon witnessing Kaya, suggesting that since they were acquainted, they should step outside to converse freely, rather than display their affection in the office of an old man like himself. He regarded Roya with a hint of disdain, stemming from his displeasure over the betrayal by Tao Tuesday. Nevertheless, despite his words, Roya still needed to show his gratitude. After thanking General Roya led Kaya towards his quarters. Along the way, the naval soldiers cast envious glances at the pair, their eyes filled with a mix of admiration and jealousy. The esteemed General Baigu was indeed extraordinary. Yes, indeed, the number of beautiful women surrounding him is truly impressive. If only I could possess a beauty of such caliber. You, on the other hand, should refrain from dreaming beyond your means. Wait until you reach General Baigu's level before making such claims. Ignoring the soldiers' idle chatter, Roya turned to Kaya and said, "Kaya, your timing is perfect. I was just about to take a team out for training. As for the medical matters, I shall instruct you once we set sail." Kaya nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "It's perfectly fine. As long as I can stay by your side, I am more than willing to learn at any time." Upon reaching Roya's residence designated for generals, the doors swung open, and Luo Lan rushed towards Roya. "Daddy, welcome back," she exclaimed, her delicate, swan-like face lifted towards him, speaking softly. At that moment, Kaya froze, unable to move as she processed Luo Lan's words. Just then, Perona emerged from the room, holding an umbrella, and addressed Roya. "When will we set sail?" Kaya, witnessing this scene, pointed at Luo Lan, then at Perona, and exclaimed, "Roya, have you had a child with her?" Kaya felt dazed, her face flushed and radiating warmth, akin to someone with a fever. Roya, clearly aware of Kaya's thoughts, reassured her, "You are overthinking. I will explain everything once we are aboard the warship." Perona, her cheeks reddened, instinctively nodded and clarified to Kaya. "UVE misunderstood. Captain and I do not share the relationship you are imagining." Chapter 101. Luo Lan takes the field, Cavendish this time. The group Roya assembled was relatively sizable compared to before, comprising Luo Lan, Stella, Ein, Kaya, and himself, a total of 5 individuals. However, this number was still rather small for a general-level warship. On board, Roya briefed the women about Luo Lan's background, omitting her true identity, which only he was privy to in the current world. "Recently, you have all put considerable effort into training, so this outing is essentially a respite. Of course, should any pirates appear, you may seize the opportunity to hone your skills. Yes, Lord Roya. Understood, Master. All right, Roya? Yes, Daddy. I understand. Each responded in unison. The general-level warship sailed across the ocean. During idle moments, Roya taught Kaya medical skills and assisted Luo Lan in developing her fruit abilities, although Luo Lan had awakened her fruit power from the outset. She lacked corresponding skills that in other words, possessing a good physique does not equate to combat prowess. Thus, Roya aided Luo Lan in mastering relevant techniques. Days swiftly passed, and after 10 days at sea, they finally spotted their first pirate ship. The vessel bore a pirate flag depicting a western sword, a cowboy hat, and a standard skull. Luo Lan leaned over the ship's edge, her face lighting up with excitement as she exclaimed, Daddy, Daddy, I see a pirate ship. I want to fight. Utilizing her extraordinary vision, she was the first to spot the distant pirate ship. Observing Luo Lan's enthusiasm, Roya indulged her. All right, this time, you shall take the lead. It will be your first battle. Yes, Daddy, I promise not to disappoint you, Luo Lan declared, raising her fair fist in determination. At that moment, Kaya voiced her concern to Roya. Roya, is it perhaps too early for Luo Lan to engage in battle? Upon hearing her words, Roya affectionately ruffled Kaya's hair and replied nonchalantly, Do not worry. As long as she does not express a desire to abandon the fight, her spirit is remarkably resilient. It was evident that Luo Lan's beautiful eyes had dimmed, transitioning into battle mode, demonstrating a calm demeanor. Just as Roya had stated, apart from him, she was indifferent to everything else. Unfurling her azure wings, Luo Lan soared into the sky, stirring up a fierce wind that crashed against the sea, causing the waves to churn violently. On the pirate ship, Cavendish, who had recently departed from the kingdom of Rommel and garnered a fair bit of fame and bounty, was admiring his exquisite visage in a mirror. Lost in self-admiration, indeed, my face is simply too beautiful. It deserves to be the center of attention in this world. Just as Cavendish reveled in his beauty, his crew began to panic. Captain, look at the sky. Hurry, look at the sky. Hearing their alarmed cries, Cavendish raised his gaze to behold a woman with wings soaring towards them. Those who come are ill-intentioned. Prepare for battle, Cavendish murmured to himself. I never imagined my unparalleled beauty would evoke such animosity. It seems being too handsome invites jealousy. His crew, well aware of their captain's vanity, exchanged incredulous glances. They understood that he was someone who thrived on being the focal point, willing to undertake shocking actions to capture everyone's attention. Yet, should anyone overshadow him, his fury would be swift. Now, commence fire, and let my beauty shine. Although Cavendish's words were somewhat off-putting, his crew maintained their trust in him, for his prowess was not to be underestimated in the Grand Line. In fact, when serious, many formidable foes had fallen to Cavendish's blade. Luo Lan, her expression impassive, waved her azure wings, enveloped in a swirling azure mist. Animal type, bird fruit, mythical beast, Qingwan form, awaken. With her declaration, a resounding cry echoed into the heavens. Cavendish, gazing at the enchanting figure of Luo Lan above, even he, the epitome of narcissism, instinctively uttered, so beautiful. Yet, as those words left his lips, an unprecedented fury surged within him. He would not permit anyone to surpass his beauty. If such a thing were to occur, they must be eliminated. Unperturbed by Cavendish's intense murderous intent, he commanded his crew to hasten their firing while slowly drawing his western sword. Luo Lan, unbothered by the incoming bullets, allowed her splendid azure tail to sway gently, resembling countless stars cascading from the sky. Qingwan, starfall, scattered beams of light expanded in the air, each resembling a shooting star, gracefully cascading towards the pirate ship where Cavendish resided, effortlessly devouring all the bullets in their path. Witnessing this spectacle, Cavendish realized that his crew stood no chance against the girl before him. Thus, he lifted his rapier and leapt with fervor. Beautiful sword, azure. Cavendish ascended, thrusting his sword, Durandal, towards the heavens. That a surge of blue sword energy materialized in the air, manifesting from his strike with formidable penetrating power, successfully repelling the radiant green meteors. However, a few managed to evade, crashing onto the deck and creating a significant dent in the blink of an eye. Cavendish's vessel appeared considerably battered and unsightly. At this sight, Cavendish was utterly enraged. You scoundrel, I shall see you dead. With that declaration, he charged towards Rolan, gripping Durandal, leaping into the air, and executing a 360-degree slash towards her. As he spun, The sword in his grasp traced a circular arc. The winds around him were consumed and compressed, giving rise to a spiraling blade of energy that surged towards Rolan, stirring the clouds above. Observing this scene, the onlookers were engulfed in a sense of panic. Kaya, gripping her delicate hands, turned to Roya and asked, "Do you think Rolan will be all right?" Just as Kaya's words fell, Rolan erupted in an even more exaggerated radiance. It is said that the strongest aspect of an awakened Zoan-type fruit lies in its physical prowess. Coupled with Roland's embodiment of a millennium's worth of crystallization, her physique was already unfathomably superior to that of an ordinary human. Even without the use of haki, her physical strength was terrifying. Roland's slender fingers converged, effortlessly grasping the sword energy unleashed by Cavendish. With a resounding crack, the sword energy was shattered in her bare hands, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon her. Roya, observing from a distance, was filled with delight. Truly, a prodigy who awakens a mythical beast fruit upon opening her eyes. Cavendish's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his most potent attack could be crushed by a seemingly fragile girl. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was that this was purely her physical strength. No haki involved. "I shall strike. I shall strike. I shall strike," Cavendish bellowed, wielding his sword with increasing ferocity. The blade accelerated, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. As if the air itself were being cleaved apart, countless waves of sword energy surged toward Rolan, forming an impenetrable net of slashing force with no refuge in sight. The crew members, witnessing this display, breathed a sigh of relief. Even if her physical might is formidable, there's no way she can withstand the captain's onslaught. "Our captain is the rising star of these seas," just as the crew felt reassured. Rolan made a move that drove them to the brink of madness. A pair of stunning azure wings unfurled from her back, enveloping her form as she propelled herself towards the ravaged ship of Cavendish like a bullet. Every strand of sword energy that struck her was deflected, splashing into the sea and stirring up tremendous waves. The ocean waters surged into Cavendish's already riddled vessel, just as the ship seemed on the verge of collapse. Rolan stood before Cavendish. "Allow me to send you on your way," she uttered, her expression devoid of emotion, as she unleashed a concentrated shockwave towards his abdomen. Her strike was as swift as lightning. Boom! A terrifying force enveloped the ship and the surrounding sea for miles. The echoes of anguished cries resounded across the ocean. Cavendish and his crew stared wide-eyed in terror as the shockwave penetrated their bodies, causing them to fracture and burst, leaving devastation in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the sea appeared to have been rent open by Rolan, creating a massive chasm. Even the battered ship could not withstand the might of Roland's fist, and Cavendish plummeted into the depths below. It was only then that the vast pit in the ocean seemed to awaken, as it began to fill, triggering a colossal whirlpool. This immense vortex would pose a formidable challenge even to an admiral-level vessel. "Master, what shall we do now? We will surely be consumed by the whirlpool soon." They had not anticipated Roland's strength to be so overwhelming. It was utterly unfathomable. Stella and Ain, standing behind Roya, were left speechless at the sight. Rolan flapped her wings as she descended from the sky, rushing towards Roya. "Daddy, did you see how well I did? Am I not impressive?" Rolan beamed at Roya, brimming with anticipation. Roya affectionately ruffled Roland's hair and embraced her, gazing at the enormous whirlpool that was devouring the ship in the distance. "Well done, but next time, focus your attacks more tightly. Concentrate, understand?" Yes, I will definitely pay attention next time," Rolan replied. "Shall I destroy this whirlpool in the sea?" "No need. Leave the rest to me," Roya said as he set Rolan down on the deck, then leaped into the air. Roya's 6 powers had already reached their zenith. Using moonwalk, he ascended into the sky in the blink of an eye. However, before Roya could stabilize his position, a massive water column erupted from the center of the whirlpool, shooting skyward, aimed directly at him. "Watch out, Daddy. Be careful. Master, be cautious." The crew members, not being weaklings themselves, sensed the imminent danger as the water began to shift. Rolan intended to soar into the sky to assist Roya, but he slowly extended a finger and gently poked the air. Finger gun. Cannon. Roya's observation haki had long reached its peak. The reason he did not permit Rolan to handle the whirlpool was precisely due to this. A tremendous shockwave resembling a cannon materialized in the air, detonating within the water column. Countless droplets of seawater cascaded down from above, drawn into the clouds, and a tempest of wind and rain enveloped the scene. The weather of the Grand Line is inherently unpredictable, and now, With this human-induced phenomenon, colossal raindrops began to fall. Each drop was extraordinarily large, ranging from dozens to hundreds of meters in size, crashing onto the ocean and creating even greater waves. Yet, Roya's gaze remained fixed on the shadow emerging from the water column. This shadow was unmistakably Cavendish. However, compared to the Cavendish of before, he now bore an entirely different demeanor. A fierce expression twisted his features. His eyes, hollow and devoid of compassion, filled instead with madness and an overwhelming desire to kill. Sword energy erupted from his form, rampaging around him. Compared to his previous strength, it felt as if he had multiplied it by 100-fold. The sword energy emanating from him was capable of slicing through the colossal raindrops with ease. Roland's delicate fingers rested upon the deck of the admiral-level ship, staring in astonishment at the scene before her. Muttering, "How can this be? I already defeated him, didn't I? His aura feels so much stronger now. I remember now, this is Cavendish, the Cavendish who possesses a second personality, in Ein's mind." A persistent contemplation of the identity of the individual before her ensued. At last, a recollection dawned upon her. I remember reading an article in the Marine Herald that specifically introduced him, which included a description of his second persona. Chapter 103, The Second Persona. With a single strike defeating Cavendish, who was born in the kingdom of Mariejois, his considerable popularity led to a nationwide reluctance among young women to marry, prompting the kingdom to impose a sentence of exile upon Cavendish. At this juncture, Ein's tone momentarily faltered. However, this was merely the superficial explanation. The crux of the matter lay with the king, who, upon learning that Cavendish would awaken a violent and bloodthirsty second persona after fainting or entering a deep slumber, made this decree. Upon awakening this second persona, Cavendish, already regarded as a genius swordsman, would experience a seismic shift in power, to the extent that when he arrived in the Rommel kingdom, he once slaughtered 1,000 men in the blink of an eye. Ein's words stirred the hearts of the women around her. They gazed skyward, their anxiety palpable. Upon learning of Cavendish's terrifying nature, Roland's heart grew restless. No, I must go and assist. Just as Roland prepared to enter her awakened state once more to aid Roya, she saw Roya raise her arm again. At that moment, Cavendish moved as well. No, more accurately, it should be referred to as the second persona, Rommel's weasel. With Durandal in hand, Cavendish's form surged forward. In an instant, he stood before Roya, his blade enveloped in haki, the sword intent of a master swordsman coiling around it. The fierce slash materialized out of thin air. The air screamed in anguish in Roya's ears. Swoosh, Cavendish struck down. Yet, the blade merely traced a perfect arc in the air, failing to touch Roya's body. She effortlessly evaded it with her peak observation. At that moment, Roya extended a single finger. In response, Cavendish unleashed a more ferocious close-range assault. Sword energy and blade intertwined at that moment. The cold glint of the blade continuously reflected upon Roya. The sword energy, akin to a tempest, was at least 10 times denser than before. Even flowers scattered in the air would be reduced to finer dust by Cavendish's current sword energy. Yet, under such an exaggeratedly dense assault, Roya evaded with ease. Due to their astounding speed, their figures appeared almost frozen in time. However, the discerning eye could perceive Roya's slowly extending finger inching closer to Cavendish. Even as Cavendish intensified his assault, he could not thwart her in the slightest. Roland, who had just prepared to assist Roya, felt her pupils constrict upon witnessing this scene. Involuntarily, she thought, so strong, truly formidable, such rapid attacks, I could never evade them all. Is this truly Roya's real strength? The glimmer in Roland's eyes sparkled like the stars. Previously, Roland believed she needed to protect Roya. Now, she felt that with this alone, Roya was beyond her ability to defeat. A surge of greater fervor erupted within Roland. She must catch up to Roya's pace. It was not just Roland harboring this thought. Everyone aboard the ship shared the same sentiment. The more they witnessed Roya's power, the more they were inspired to unleash tremendous enthusiasm, with Roya as their target. They pressed forward with unwavering determination. Swoosh! Roya's finger effortlessly penetrated the transformed Cavendish. The blade in Cavendish's hand came to an abrupt halt. Pain seemed to short-circuit his brain that he gazed in disbelief at his abdomen. Blood flowed freely from the wound. Roya's murmuring echoed in Cavendish's ears. Finger spear. Cannon. In that instant, Cavendish felt as though a bomb had detonated within his abdomen. The intense pain caused him to faint. This time, there would be no third or fourth persona. In unprecedented darkness enveloped Cavendish's mind. Severely injured, he could no longer open his eyes for the foreseeable future. Cavendish lay in Roya's grasp like a defeated hound. Subsequently, she gently placed him on the deck, discarding him upon the ground. As for the whirlpool from earlier, it had long since vanished due to the water column's influence. Bind him up, and then find the nearest naval branch. It would be too regrettable to kill such a talent. Better to imprison him and use him as a training dummy. Upon receiving Roya's command, Ein promptly retrieved a nautical chart and began examining it. She then spoke to Roya. My lord Roya, 1,200 nautical miles ahead lies an island named Asuka, which houses a naval branch and a training camp. The facilities are quite adequate. Let us contact them directly and perhaps enjoy the scenery while experiencing the local customs. Yes, my lord Roya. Ein stowed away the nautical chart and used a transponder snail to contact Asuka Island, initiating the necessary arrangements. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated in Roya's mind. Ding. Sign-in task issued. Asuka Island. Reward, Resurrection Sword. Time limit, 3 days. Roya stood on the deck, gazing into the distance that he had not anticipated that the system would issue a sign-in task concerning Asuka Island. Asuka, Roya murmured the name of the island repeatedly, capturing Roland's attention. Father, is there something undesirable about this island? Upon hearing the term undesirable, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Roya's mind. He recalled why the name Asuka sounded so familiar, with a slight smile. Roya naturally embraced Roland, saying, perhaps this journey to the island will yield unexpected gains. Roland, nestled in Roya's arms, blinked her sparkling eyes, gazing at Roya's finely chiseled features, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on Asuka Island, Sokka, the instructor at the naval training facility, felt an immediate surge of anxiety upon learning that Admiral White Dove would soon arrive at the island. The blood moon was nearing. The 7-star sword would unlock its full potential. And I absolutely cannot allow anyone to impede the blood moon ceremony, not even an admiral. If they truly interfere, I will make them regret ever setting foot on this island. Chapter 104, Asuka Island. The Cursed Holy Sword. Since the island was not far and time was ample, Roya did not feel rushed. As night fell, the cunning moonlight hung in the sky, casting its glow upon the vast ocean. Roya and the women dined on freshly slain sea kings on the deck. One cannot deny that the flesh of the sea kings possesses a delightful chewiness. Once roasted and sprinkled with a bit of salt, it transforms into an exquisite delicacy. Moreover, the nutritional value is exceptionally rich, providing a significant boost to one's vitality and strengthening one's constitution. At this moment, Cavendish had also awakened from his stupor. He gazed at the tantalizing roasted meat before him, feeling as though he had descended into hell. His body was in a weakened state, desperately in need of the Sea King's flesh for replenishment. Yet, this demon, Roya, paid him no mind. She even used an illusion to lift him to another position, and more infuriatingly, placed a large piece of roasted meat right in front of him. However, bound as he was, he could not reach it. On the other side, Roya, watching the women before him, sliced a piece of meat and offered it to Roland's lips. Roland, leaning affectionately against Roya, basked in the cool night breeze, appearing utterly comfortable. Have you heard of the legend of the 7-star sword? Roland sat up, gazing at Roya, repeating the name, 7-star sword? What is that? Is it delicious? Luo Lan. That is certainly not something palatable, so do not always think about whether something can be eaten. Luo Lan acknowledged, but her gaze was soon captivated once again by the enticing Sea King meat before her. The alluring aroma compelled Luo Lan to indulge herself heartily. Gently stroking Luo Lan's silky hair, Luo Ya, observing the other ladies shaking their heads in confusion, proceeded to explain, several millennia ago, a cursed sword wreaked havoc upon the world. This blade absorbed the resentment and blood of countless souls, bringing forth unprecedented slaughter and destruction. That does not belong to the renowned sword series. It is an extraordinarily unique blade that has long surpassed the realm of cursed swords and should be classified as a demonic blade. Anyone manipulated by this sword would lose their sanity. Although this cursed sword grants immense power, the wielder's inherent strength is insufficient to control such a malevolent blade. Thus, each time this cursed sword emerges, it brings forth a torrent of bloodshed, especially during the appearance of the blood moon. It is the moment when the 7-star sword fully unleashes its power, merging with its wielder. It is said that with a mere wave of the hand, one can cleave the heavens and earth, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the ladies gasped in astonishment. So, this 7-star sword is truly formidable. Although it may assimilate its wielder, for those lacking innate talent, yet yearning for power, It serves as a miraculous elixir. If one could tame the seven-star sword, it would undoubtedly complement the wielder. Among the ladies, only Ain possessed knowledge of renowned swords. However, even she had never heard of the illustrious seven-star sword. Lord Luo Ya, what became of this seven-star sword afterward? Upon hearing Ain's inquiry, Luo Ya took a delicate sip of sake, gazing at the moon above, and softly replied. Later, it is said that during the war ignited by the seven-star sword, the appearance of a witch erased the blood and hatred absorbed by the sword, even sacrificing her own life in the process. This demonic sword was subsequently sealed away on a certain island by the witch's 3 precious jewels. As Luo Ya's words faded, all the ladies, except for the indulging Luo Lan, found themselves momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable entity as the seven-star sword in this world. Ain glanced at her own sword at her waist, gripping the hilt tightly, feeling the solid feedback it provided. Ain declared, Lord Luo Ya, on the path ahead, I vow not to lose my true self. I only wish to become the sharp blade in your hand. Hearing Ain's declaration, Koya immediately chimed in. Luo Ya, I shall remain by your side, learning from you for a lifetime, and no matter how much medical knowledge I acquire. My skills will forever be used for our own. Perona, floating in the air, added, regardless, I was brought here by Captain, so no matter what happens, I am firmly attached to Captain's side. Stella, her face adorned with an unknown flush, stated, I too shall dedicate my life to serving my master. Luo Lan, listening to her sister's words, snapped back to reality from her indulgence. She turned to Luo Ya and simply said, in my heart, there is only you. Luo Lan's heart belonged solely to Luo Ya. From the moment she opened her eyes, it was destined. She was unaware of how she came to be. Clearly, upon opening her eyes, she appeared as a young girl, yet she bore no prior memories. Luo Ya was everything to her. Luo Ya looked at the ladies before him. A smile gracing his lips, he reached for a napkin nearby and gently wiped the corner of Luo Lan's mouth, saying, then I look forward to your guidance in the future. That I can assure you, as long as you do not betray me, regardless of what may occur, you can always seek my counsel. For Luo Ya is indeed a fiercely protective individual. As his words settled, the atmosphere aboard the warship reached a fever pitch. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days went by. This day, the weather was exceptionally clear, with a cerulean sky occasionally graced by the flight of seagulls. Luo Ya had purchased a newspaper from a messenger bird that as soon as he opened the paper, Luo Lan dove directly into his embrace. Her soft body nestled against Luo Ya as she glanced at the contents of the newspaper. Currently, she was learning to read, and she stammered, Doflamingo will hold an auction in the Sabaody archipelago. Due to Luo Lan's restless nature, her daily study of words lasted only a few minutes. Nevertheless, her learning pace was quite rapid. However, there were still numerous mistakes. Pay attention, this sentence means, Doflamingo is to hold an auction in the Sabaody archipelago. At that time, there will also be an auction for the natural-type gold fruit. This is an event that must not be missed. After Luo Ya finished reading the headline of the newspaper, an idea blossomed in his mind. Glancing at the date, he noted that it was still the promotional period, with ample time remaining before the auction began. Thus, Luo Ya felt no urgency. After scanning the other contents of the newspaper, he closed it, for he had already glimpsed the outline of Asuka Island ahead. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall soon set foot on the island. Chapter 105. A duel between swordsmen on Asuka Island. Sokka received a notification from a Major General. Sokka, hurry up. Major General White Dove is about to arrive at the island. We must go greet him. Upon hearing the Major General's words, a glint of bloodlust flashed in Sokka's eyes. Understood. I shall head over immediately. Sokka hung up the phone worm, glancing at the seven-star sword beside him, his brow furrowing. Major General White Dove, I hope you can leave quickly, for the blood moon is approaching, with a sigh. Sokka sheathed the seven-star sword behind him and strode toward the port. Along the way, many people nodded at him, calling out, Instructor. Indeed, Sokka was the instructor at this naval training ground, teaching swordsmanship to the Navy. So he held considerable prestige on Asuka Island. However, when compared to Luo Ya, the disparity was akin to that between the bright moon and a fleeting firefly. The battleship of the Admiral class slowly approached the island's periphery. However, due to the depth of the water, the Admiral's ship could not dock too close to the island. Unable to do otherwise, Luo Ya had no choice but to carry Cavendish with one hand and fly directly to the island with the ladies. As for Koya, She was cradled in Luo Lan's arms as they arrived on the island. The moment Luo Ya set foot on Osaka Island, the sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have received the reward, Soul Requiem Sword. The Soul Requiem Sword can capture wandering souls and bestow them with vitality. It is a one-time use item, so please use it cautiously. In other words, this Soul Requiem Sword is a resurrection tool, but it requires a wandering soul. If the time of death is too long, the Soul Requiem Sword may not be able to revive it. All in all, it can be considered a rather overpowered one-time use item. Indeed, the rewards for the system sign-in tasks are always exceptionally good. Welcome, Major General White Dove, to Osaka Island that we have made preparations for the handover regarding the imprisonment of pirate criminals. Luo Ya nodded and tossed it to the Major General before him. Without hesitation, the Major General immediately dispatched personnel to bind Cavendish's arms and ankles with sea stone. The resilience of sea stone is indeed formidable. After imprisoning Cavendish at the Navy Branch's prison, the Major General addressed Luo Ya. Major General White Dove, Osaka Island boasts a history of over 1,000 years, and our annual bonfire festival is approaching. I wonder if Major General White Dove could stay a few more days. Sokka stood beside the Major General, and upon hearing this remark, an uncontrollable aura of killing intent emanated from him. This meddlesome fellow truly made him want to slay him. The killing intent dissipated in an instant, and even the Major General failed to detect it. However, for Luo Ya, that aura was sufficient to catch his attention. Silently glancing at Sokka, Luo Ya's lips curled upward slightly as he addressed the Major General. We are indeed here to broaden our horizons, since your island's annual bonfire festival is approaching. We would be honored to participate. Really? I shall promptly relay this message that I believe that the villagers on Aska Island will be exceedingly delighted upon learning of this matter. After all, Admiral White Dove, you are a person of celebrity status. Celebrity status, you say? That is merely hearsay. I am but an ordinary individual with a modicum of strength. With these words from Roya, Perona beside him rolled her eyes in disbelief. If Roya's powers were merely those of a slightly stronger commoner, then there would be no formidable individuals in this vast ocean. After conversing with the Rear Admiral for a while, he personally escorted Roya to their quarters. This was the finest room within the naval branch, akin to a quaint villa, perfectly accommodating Roya and the others that in any case. The hearts of the women were solely devoted to Roya, rendering it inconsequential. Once the rooms were arranged, the Rear Admiral and his companions prepared to take their leave at that moment. Roya turned to Sokka beside him and remarked, I can sense the sharpness of the sword behind you. You must be a swordsman as well. Coincidentally, my Adine is also a swordsman. Would you both like to spar when time permits? Upon hearing Roya's words, Sokka smiled without a hint of hesitation and replied, certainly. Sparring among swordsmen is an essential path for rapid growth. However, unbeknownst to Sokka, his smile carried an undertone of distortion. After the Rear Admiral and Sokka departed, Kaya addressed Roya. Roya, I find that the individual accompanying the Rear Admiral appears quite intimidating. Roland nodded in agreement, stating, the aura he exudes is rather nauseating, and then looked at Roya and asked, my lord, does he possess any extraordinary qualities? Must I truly engage in a contest with him? Roya, with a gentle smile gracing his lips, replied, go ahead and test him. Do not hold back. Who knows what miraculous occurrences might unfold? This smile, however, was only tender towards his own people, while to others, it merely represented terror. The women had immense faith in Roya, thus they accepted his arrangements without any hesitation. Observing the serious expressions on their faces, Roya clapped his hands and said, all right, remember that our purpose here is not solely for training, but also to enjoy ourselves. Let us fully immerse in the local customs of Askar Island. With Roya's words, the atmosphere within the villa instantly became lively. The first order of business for the women was to select their preferred rooms. Meanwhile, Stella took the initiative to check the kitchen for ingredients. If none were available, she intended to procure some from the naval branch's mess hall. After all, the women exclusively savored the dishes prepared by Stella herself. There was no alternative, for Stella's culinary creations were simply delectable, making them fall utterly in love with her cooking. On the other hand, the Rear Admiral accompanied Sokka away from the villa. He sensed that Sokka's mood seemed rather off. Sokka, is something troubling you? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Upon hearing the Rear Admiral's words, a glint of malice flickered in Sokka's eyes that moment. The 7-star sword behind him emitted a faint green glow. Chapter 106. The Slaying of the Rear Admiral. The night of the bonfire approaches. Sokka and the Rear Admiral strolled through the forest, intending to inform the villagers that Admiral White Dove would be attending the upcoming bonfire gathering. They chose to take a shortcut through this seldom-trodden path. The atmosphere felt stagnant and eerie. The Rear Admiral felt an unusual chill tightening his skin. This was clearly out of the ordinary. Asuka Island typically boasted a temperate climate, and sudden drops in temperature were unheard of. The Rear Admiral, feeling apprehensive, urged, "Sokka, please respond. Let us engage in conversation. I can't help but feel that the ambience here is peculiar." "Is that so? Then, Rear Admiral, do you know the reason behind it?" As Sokka spoke, he slowly extended his hand toward the hilt of his sword, his palm hovering as if ready to draw the blade at any moment. The eerie green glow continued to rise and radiate. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the ethereal light had already entwined itself around Sokka's arm, that I'm not entirely certain. This temperature is indeed strange. We should hasten our pace. After all, the presence of Admiral White Dove is at stake, and just the thought of it excites me. The Rear Admiral's eyes shimmered with enthusiasm. He held great admiration for Admiral White Dove. At one point, he had even regarded the Admiral as his role model. However, due to a lack of innate talent, the Rear Admiral ultimately abandoned that aspiration. Little did he know that his words ignited a furious blaze within Sokka's heart. A sinister glint danced in Sokka's eyes, eroding his willpower. Suddenly, a flash of cold light flickered through the forest, the sword sang with a tremor, and a sharp blade swiftly sliced through the Rear Admiral's form. Blood sprayed forth, splattering Sokka's face, and a wicked smile crept across Sokka's visage as he gazed down at the Rear Admiral, who lay split in twain upon the ground. Sokka murmured ominously, "Let that be a lesson for your loose tongue. You've brought about such a significant turn of events. Damned be you. Cursed be you. You shall perish." Ha ha ha. With the Rear Admiral's demise, blood poured forth from his body like an unrestrained torrent. The ethereal glow upon Sokka's sword began to spread, devouring the blood essence from the fallen Rear Admiral. Time passed, and it seemed the seven-star sword had finished its meal. The glow on the blade faded, and Sokka's eyes returned to a semblance of normalcy. He coldly regarded the corpse on the ground, uttering, "Who told you to speak out of turn? Had you refrained from your incessant chatter, you would still be alive." With that, Sokka crushed his foot heavily upon the Rear Admiral's remains. Bang! As Sokka's foot came down, the corpse disintegrated into dust. Anyone drained of blood essence by the seven-star sword would meet such an end. Sheathing the seven-star sword, Sokka turned and made his way toward his training ground. He had no intention of notifying the villagers. He would delay until the blood moon ritual was complete. At that time, the seven-star sword would unleash all its powers, and he would become the mightiest individual in the world. Even White Dove would be no match for him. The thought of soon ruling the world filled Sokka's heart with fervent anticipation. As for any feelings of guilt regarding the Rear Admiral's slaying, Sokka felt none. In fact, he had already devised plans in his mind for the blood moon ritual, should Roya attempt to thwart him, contemplating how to delay Roya's arrival. But a bloodthirsty, twisted smile adorned Sokka's face. Sunlight filtered through the forest's gaps, casting a distorted shadow of Sokka upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Roya and his companions arrived on the island. During this time, no one had sought them out. Were it not for Stella's visit to the Naval Branch's mess hall today, they would have remained oblivious to the changes on the island. "Stella, what did you say? Today is the bonfire gathering." Stella nodded. "Yes, today should be the bonfire gathering that the Rear Admiral mentioned. I wonder why he hasn't informed us. Perhaps he was too busy with the preparations for the gathering and simply forgot," Ein suggested to the group. Roya shook his head slightly, sipping from his cup of clear wine, and stated calmly, "No, things are likely not as simple as we imagine." Rising from his chair, Roya gazed out at the sea and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, the Rear Admiral may have met an untimely demise." "What? The Rear Admiral is dead?" Upon hearing Roya's words, the others were clearly incredulous. How could the Rear Admiral, in good health, possibly be dead? Could it be that he was assassinated? As this thought crossed Ein's mind, he suddenly recalled the words Roya had spoken to Sokka 3 days prior. Ein turned to Roya and inquired, "My lord, is this because of Sokka at this moment?" Stella remarked, "If it were him, it would indeed raise some suspicions, for every time I visit the canteen to collect ingredients, I encounter him. He always approaches me to strike up a conversation, as if he wishes to comprehend what we are engaged in." She further added, "However, I chose to disregard him entirely, as I have an innate feeling that his aura is exceedingly peculiar. Roland, paying no heed to the Major General or Sokka, turned to Roy and inquired, "Father, is the bonfire party enjoyable? Will there be delicious food?" The little gourmand had already set his sights on the festivities. Upon hearing Roland's words, the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. "Well then, as long as I am present. You all should simply enjoy yourselves today." Yet, as soon as Roy's words fell, Ain addressed him, saying, "Lord Roy, I wish to challenge Sokka. Indeed, dueling among swordsmen is an excellent means of gaining experience if you wish to issue a challenge. Then let it be tonight." Roy glanced at Ain, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly, as if everything were under his control, and indeed, that was the reality of the situation. Before long, night descended as darkness enveloped the island. The townsfolk gathered around the central bonfire, and it was at this moment that Roy and his companions arrived. Upon spotting them, Sokka's anger ignited instantaneously. He would absolutely not allow Roy to disrupt his blood moon ritual. Chapter 107. The Bonfire Party. Flickering shadows. The blood moon ritual and the bonfire party coincided on the same day, and there was an intrinsic connection between the two. At the bonfire party served to celebrate the complete sealing of the seven-star sword, a tradition that had been passed down. In contrast, the blood moon ritual emerged only after the appearance of the seven-star sword. At this moment, the moon hung in the sky, faintly tinged with a hue of blood. An elderly woman among the villagers, upon sensing this sight, was suddenly jolted. A dreadful thought crossed her mind. In stark contrast to her, Sokka, positioned at the periphery, felt an inexplicable lightness coursing through his body upon witnessing the blood moon. The sensation of power surging within him rendered Sokka utterly entranced. Since the blood moon ritual had commenced, he felt no need to linger here any longer. He intended to ascend to the highest peak of Asko Island. Only there could he more swiftly obtain greater power. Just as Sokka was about to turn away, Ain called out to him, "Sokka, today is your most significant bonfire party. Why not take this opportunity to engage in a friendly contest to enliven the festivities?" Ain's voice echoed in Sokka's ears. In an instant, Sokka's hands clenched tightly. With his back turned to them, a frightening expression crossed his face, his brows knitted together, his eyes radiating a fierce, murderous intent. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those expressions vanished. Sokka turned around with a smile and addressed Ain, "Lord Ain, you jest. You are the deputy of General White Dove, and your strength is well recognized. I am but a mere instructor, hardly your match. The path of the sword demands progress, or one will fall behind. Are you not afraid?" Ain showed no mercy, employing provocation without hesitation. This very remark struck a nerve with Sokka. Or rather, with the seven-star sword that lay behind him, Sokka's hand slowly reached for the sword's hilt, yet the remnants of his rationality restrained him from revealing its power before Roy. The conflict between the malevolent influence of the seven-star sword and Sokka's inherent reason unfolded in a timeless struggle, albeit one that transpired in mere moments. It seemed as if Sokka and the seven-star sword had reached a delicate equilibrium, returning to a semblance of calm. "Then, I humbly ask for your guidance, Lord Ain." With that, Sokka drew the seven-star sword from his back. That moment, the malevolent energy within him erupted forth. The seven-star sword unleashed its power before the eyes of all. As the blood moon continued to manifest, Sokka's imposing presence grew ever more formidable. He carelessly tore open his clothing, revealing a physique of robust muscles. Holding the sword in one hand, he casually tousled his white hair with the other, his malevolence intensifying. Come forth. It was evident that in the struggle between Sokka and the seven-star sword, the victor was the sword itself. Ain, perceiving the change in Sokka, could no longer suppress his curiosity and questioned, "Sokka, you killed the Major General, did you not?" I have already consumed him. He should not have meddled, attempting to keep you here for the bonfire party." Sokka dismissed, "But it matters not. As the blood moon ritual progresses, I shall merge completely with the seven-star sword, becoming the most powerful being upon these seas." Sokka's arrogant declarations resonated in the ears of all present. At that moment, everyone realized that Sokka wielded the seven-star sword. For the first time in a millennium, they beheld the true form of the seven-star sword. It became clear that Sokka had long since acquired it. It was precisely for this reason that the blood moon had appeared at this juncture. The elderly woman thought to herself, "Little one, be cautious. That is the seven-star sword. It must not harm you, lest it siphon your life force." The old woman cried out from a distance, hearing her words. Ain glanced at Roy and then addressed Sokka. Justice shall not falter, Sokka retorted. Only the victor embodies justice. With the words of Ain and Sokka hanging in the air, both figures sprang into action. The clash of blades shimmered, set against the backdrop of the blood moon. The scene grew increasingly surreal that in stark contrast to the tension felt by the villagers. Roy appeared remarkably relaxed. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Sokka or Ain? Roland, munching on the meat before him, glanced at the ongoing battle and declared, I believe Sister Ain will win. At that moment, Stella chimed in. Ain, certainly. After all, she is now an intermediate great swordsman. Undoubtedly more powerful than Sokka. However, Kia and Perona remained silent, as their understanding of the swordsmanship was limited. Indeed, if this were a prior occasion, Ain would have far surpassed Sokka in strength, but now that the blood moon had commenced. As the blood moon's intensity heightened, one could anticipate that Sokka's power would likewise ascend. Let us observe how formidable he will ultimately become, Roy added. Let us not forget that our true purpose in this venture, aside from honing our combat skills, is to have fun. Speaking thus, he cast his gaze towards the moonlit sky. Not a trace of tension marred Roy's expression. Rather, he appeared to eagerly anticipate just how powerful Sokka might become. Perona, floating in the air, observed Roy below, softly remarking, Captain, I never imagined you to be so delightfully mischievous. If Sokka were to learn of your thoughts, I wonder if he might be driven to despair. Before Perona could finish her statement, the sound of clashing swords echoed from afar, cutting her off. Ain, radiating a sharp brilliance, wielded the formidable Gabrur, a weapon of exceptional craftsmanship, and struck fiercely against Sokka's seven-star sword. In that instant, two entirely different energies erupted, stirring the winds and swirling the fallen leaves of the forest. The flames, fanned by the wind, blazed even more fervently. This contest, or rather, this battle, transformed into a theatrical spectacle. The fire cast shadows of the two combatants, their silhouettes intertwining as they engaged in fierce combat. The sounds of clashing blades reverberated throughout the island. Sokka, feeling the potent sword intent emanating from Ain, gripped the seven-star sword tighter, unleashing an even greater surge of power. With a menacing grin, Sokka proclaimed, No one can defeat me. I shall become the most powerful being upon these seas. As Sokka's words fell, the scene unfolded. Chapter 108, Prison Bomb. Sokka's escape. A torrent of sword energy surged, piercing the heavens. The ethereal glow of the seven-star sword transformed into a ground-splitting strike, clashing against Ain's blade. Miraculously, Sokka's power surged to the mid-tier level of a grand swordsman. And this strength continued to ascend. Yet, even in the face of such growth, Ain remained unfazed. Her combat experience was honed through the illusions crafted by Lord Roya. Each encounter forced her to confront 2 or 3 phantoms, each several times stronger than herself. Thus, her battlefield acumen far surpassed that of Sokka. Therefore, no matter how Sokka's swordsmanship improved, as long as it wasn't a drastic enhancement, Ain could barely keep pace while continuously refining her skills. Then, a breakthrough. As Ain's sword fell, the intense sword intent dissipated significantly, coalescing entirely upon the blade. A cold glint flashed in Ain's eyes. With both hands gripping the sword, she inhaled deeply, charging towards Sokka under the blood-red moonlight. The blade, under Ain's control, sliced horizontally at that moment. The sword intent entwined with the strike. Roya's eyes brightened instantly, exclaiming, Ain's swordsmanship has actually reached the high tier of a grand swordsman. It seems that advancing in battle truly is the finest path to growth. Feeling the razor-sharpness of Ain's strike, Sokka gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. Impossible. This cannot be. To have reached the high tier of a grand swordsman at such a young age, I refuse to believe it. What is there to disbelieve? One must understand, my innate talent was initially lacking. Only through relentless effort could I grow stronger. Moreover, I shall never resort to unscrupulous means for advancement, for, as Lord Roya would put it, that is beneath contempt. As Ain vocalized her resolve, the horizontally aimed blade was already before Sokka. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he was unconsciously drenched. I cannot afford to delay any longer. Seven-star sword, grant me even greater strength. With Sokka's murmured plea, a more bizarre and potent force began to flood into his body. Veins bulged on Sokka's frame, his stature swelling at least an additional fold. At that moment, he towered over 4 meters tall, appearing twice the size of Ain. The oppressive aura surged violently. The seven-star sword hung suspended in the air as Sokka slightly bent his legs. Braving Ain's strike. His muscles quivered incessantly, yet the seven-star sword continued to supply him with a steady stream of energy, enabling him to withstand Ain's assault, after Sokka successfully countered the attack. His momentum surged to the high tier of a grand swordsman, matching Ain's level. However, as he surveyed the surrounding onlookers, their predatory gazes filled him with trepidation. He could no longer afford to linger. With a maniacal smirk gracing his face, Sokka declared, "Dove, I have prepared a grand gift for you. I hope you will cherish it." As his words echoed, Sokka produced a transponder snail from his pocket. Pressing the button with fervor, in an instant, a massive explosion erupted from the distant naval base, precisely targeting the prison of the Navy branch. Within lay the pirates Sokka had apprehended over the past few days. His intention was to incite chaos at this very moment. Furthermore, Sokka transferred energy from the seven-star sword to Cavendish, anticipating that his strength would become increasingly ferocious, allowing him to stall Dove and the others longer. Roya quickly discerned Sokka's intentions as he watched Sokka vanish from sight. A subtle smile creased his lips. The situation was becoming ever more intriguing. However, if it endangered innocence, that would be unacceptable. Lolan, Stella, Ain, these pirates are entrusted to you. Ensure that they do not harm any innocent bystanders. Roya's words resonated. The three women nodded and dashed towards the prison. An elderly woman from Aska Island approached Roya and said, "General Dove, I know of your prowess. You must prevent Sokka from fully awakening the seven-star sword, or else the world will suffer, and the seas will fall under Sokka's dominion." Upon hearing the elder's words, Roya nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I shall take care of Sokka. I will defeat him." Of course, Roya's reassurance was merely to calm the old woman. He held little regard for the seven-star sword. If it were truly so formidable, it would not have been sealed away. After all, at its zenith, it merely carved islands. Nothing of great significance. Just as the elder finished speaking, a strange white figure abruptly appeared beside Roya and the old woman. The newcomer was Cavendish, who had passively absorbed the seven-star sword's enigmatic power. That moment, wielding his sword, Cavendish's second persona commandeered his body. Augmented by the seven-star sword's alluring strength, he exhibited a slight increase in power. A torrent of frenzied energy enveloped Roya and the elder, causing the latter to struggle to maintain her grip on her cane. "Oh, you not realize how intimidating this is before an elder? It could frighten someone," Roya remarked. With that, he extended a finger, wrapping it in the pinnacle of armament hockey. With a speed so swift that Cavendish could not react, he flicked Cavendish's forehead. Bang! A resounding crash echoed across the island. Cavendish was propelled away at a speed greater than his arrival, crashing through over 10 tree trunks before finally coming to a halt. The notions of the seven-star sword's rampage and the second persona were rendered utterly futile in the face of Roya's absolute power. Cavendish landed precisely where Sokka stood. Startled by the sudden arrival of Cavendish, Sokka was taken aback. He had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from Roya. In that moment, Sokka hesitated, contemplating whether the fully unleashed seven-star sword could indeed defeat Roya. However, as he pondered, the seven-star sword unexpectedly bestowed upon him an unprecedented surge of power, instilling Sokka with newfound confidence. Without further deliberation, Sokka hastily propelled himself forward, utilizing his physical strength to ascend to the highest point on Asker Island. The closer he drew to the Blood Moon, the quicker he could harness power from the seven-star sword. The elder had yet to recover from the terror of Roya's might. Roya, in a light-hearted manner, assured her, "Do not worry. I shall handle the remaining matters." With that, he strode in the direction Sokka had departed. Chapter 109. The Might of a Finger, Ain's Embarrassment. Indeed, he was merely walking forth, for Roya had no concern for Sokka. In his heart, he deemed Sokka's strength even weaker than Cavendish's. Following closely behind Sokka, Roya arrived at the pinnacle of Aska Island. Observing Sokka, arms outstretched, Roya leaned against a large boulder and addressed him. "Tell me, how much longer until you can fully unleash the power of the seven-star sword?" Sokka, gazing at Roya's audacity, felt an unprecedented surge of exhilaration. "Dove, if you are a true man, then wait until I completely unlock the seven-star sword's power, and we shall have a grand duel." Upon hearing Sokka's words, Roya nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right, but do hurry. If you take too long, I might inadvertently flick my finger and accidentally kill you." After uttering those words, Roya leaned against the stone, gazing at the blood moon overhead, muttering to himself, "You know, this is the first time I've seen a blood-red moon. Compared to previous moons, it certainly has its own charm. However, I fear that too much of it might become tiresome." Upon hearing Roya's remarks, Sokka felt his fury bubbling over. "Just you wait. Wait until I have completely liberated the power of the seven-star sword, and you shall understand how foolish your current actions truly are." Sokka roared within his heart. Time trickled by, and approximately half an hour had elapsed, just as Roya's patience was nearing its end. A powerful force erupted from Sokka not far away. The wind howled violently, and the waves surged tumultuously. At the center of it all, a formidable energy emanated from Sokka. The sheer magnitude of this force was so immense that the ground began to crack, without Sokka even lifting a finger. As if it could not bear the weight of his overwhelming power, the crimson light of the blood moon vanished entirely, seemingly absorbed into Sokka's very being. At that moment, the seven-star sword fully merged with Sokka's body. The intricate patterns of the sword manifested upon him, with a small seven-star sword emblem appearing on his chest, resembling a tattoo that shone with an ethereal glow. "That I must say, the sight of you now is truly repugnant," Roya remarked as he rose from his stone perch and stretched languidly. His words floated lightly into Sokka's ears, igniting a fire of rage within him. "White dove, others speak of your immense power. Yet to me, you seem excessively arrogant. Now is the time for you to pay the price for it." As Sokka's words fell, he extended his arm, lightly swiping his finger upward. Sword energy surged through Sokka's body. Racing along the ground towards Roya, the earth split continuously, dust scattering as the murderous intent of the sword energy erupted from below. Just as it was about to reach Roya, his peak-armed haki coiled around his feet. And with a single step, he extinguished the sword energy that surged forth from the ground. "Don't tell me I've waited this long only to see you at this level, the pinnacle of the supreme great swordsman. Isn't that the power to dominate the world? Are you certain you're not jesting with me?" Though he had suspected as much, seeing this scene before him was still hard for Roya to accept. After all, it was quite feeble in his mind. He had anticipated Sokka would at least reach the pinnacle of the supreme great swordsman, or even attain a perfected state. One could only say that Roya's expectations were exceedingly high. However, Sokka remained oblivious to his current strength, only feeling that Roya was envious of him. His limited experience clouded his judgment. This was a common affliction among many at sea. Arrogance, always believing themselves invincible. Roya, having no desire to explain, slowly approached Sokka. "You, whose mind has been eroded by the seven-star sword, have entirely lost the essence of humanity. Therefore, may you descend into hell. You think you are someone? Watch as I torment and slay you." The inflated Sokka waved his arms wildly, sending waves of eerie green sword energy spiraling towards Roya. Each strand of sword energy screeched through the air, creating an increasingly desolate and oppressive atmosphere. The air was thick with the scent of slaughter, rising and coiling around Roya. The piercing sounds cut through the atmosphere, reaching Roya's ears, a cacophony of noise. With a cold snort, Roya unleashed his aura, which erupted with a force at least 100 times, no, even 1,000 times greater than Sokka's. This sheer presence shattered Sokka's arrogance, leaving him momentarily stunned in place. An unprecedented pressure and panic, like that of a demon, took root within Sokka's heart. Whatever control the seven-star sword had over his mind and body paled in comparison to the fear that now gripped him. Roya pointed a finger forward. The wind ceased, the sea stilled, and ash settled as if time itself had been paused. It was unclear how long this moment lasted. Perhaps a minute, maybe half an hour, or merely the blink of an eye. Everything returned to normal. The wind resumed its wild dance. The sea crashed recklessly, and ash swept across the land. Yet, Sokka stood before Roya, utterly vanished, as if he had never existed. With a mere finger, the mid-tier supreme great swordsman Sokka was reduced to nothing but dust. Roya slowly turned away, seemingly to himself, remarking, "Indeed, ascending to the mid-tier of the supreme great swordsman through external forces does not allow the body to adapt in such a short time." Even with the support of the seven-star sword, the sensation of combat remains somewhat flaccid. Glancing at his finger, he then looked towards Ain, who was not far off. "I have taken care of matters here. Have those pirates been secured again?" Upon hearing Roya's words, Ain nodded vigorously, stating that none of the pirates were capable fighters and had all been returned to prison. Ain added, I was a bit worried about you. Lord Roya, so I came to check, no explanation was needed. But once she did, Ain blushed profusely, her delicate face flushed like a ripe apple, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Just then, a green specter surged rapidly towards Ain. Chapter 110, willing to take the bait, a request from Ya. This ethereal glow was none other than the legendary magic sword. The seven-star sword, from Osaka Island. The sword carved an arc through the air, hurtling directly towards Ain. However, compared to its previous brilliance, the seven-star sword now appeared like a flickering candle in the wind. Its eerie glow significantly diminished that Ain's reflexes were not to be underestimated. After all, she had continually advanced during battle. She enveloped her arm in armed haki, attempting to intercept the seven-star sword. Yet, upon contact, a voice echoed in her mind, "Do you wish to obtain immense power? If so, accept me. I shall grant you the strength to rule the world." The voice of the seven-star sword resonated in Ain's mind, as if attempting to hypnotize and entice her. However, she was a swordswoman. A true swordswoman relies solely on her blade to forge a path through adversity. What need is there for shortcuts? Just then, a familiar and domineering pressure surged into Ain's mind, snapping her out of her reverie. Slowly opening her eyes, she discovered herself in Roya's embrace, while the seven-star sword lay shattered beside them. Scattered across the ground. What magic sword, what world domination. At this moment, it could only succumb to the passage of time, turning into a pile of ash. Holding Ain close, Roya said, "Ain, you did wonderfully, successfully resisting the temptation of the seven-star sword. Your resolve in the way of the sword must have grown even firmer." Looking into Ain's eyes, he gently patted her shoulder, stating, "I believe in you, on your journey in the way of the sword. You will undoubtedly go further." Ain, hearing Roya's words, nodded vigorously in his embrace, declaring, "Lord Roya, in this life and the next, I shall become the sharpest sword in your hand." Her eyes were filled with admiration. At that moment, atop the mountain, beneath the full moon, beside the sea, Ain spoke to Roya. After a brief embrace, they returned to the village. At that time, many villagers sat around a bonfire, their hearts heavy with oppression. The legend of the seven-star sword had circulated on the island for millennia. In their imaginations, the sword's power had long been mythologized. If the seven-star sword were to rampage, they would be the first to suffer the consequences. "Grandma Long, do you think General White Dove can seal the seven-star sword?" "I don't know." "Grandma Long, will General White Dove protect us?" "I don't know." "Long Granny, General White Dove." This time, before the child beside her could finish speaking, Long Granny rose abruptly from the ground. Leaning on her cane, she gazed incredulously ahead. Her wrinkled cheeks, even at this moment, revealed a glimmer of brilliance within her pupils. Could it be White Dove? As the old woman's words fell, like a chain reaction, the villagers of the island stood up in unison. They stared in disbelief at the figure draped in the righteous cloak of White Dove, their bodies trembling in awe. White Dove. Long Granny's lips quivered incessantly as she cautiously approached Roya. Were it not for the child beside her offering support, it seemed she might easily topple over. "What of Sokka? How is he?" "Sokka, I executed him for slaying the Major General and the seven-star sword. Its energy has been entirely expended, shattered into fragments, which I casually turned to dust and scattered upon the sea." Upon hearing Roya's words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the villagers' hearts, but soon after, they reacted with astonishment. "You actually defeated the seven-star sword? Is this truly the power of General White Dove? How terrifying, to shatter a legend." They had contemplated the possibility of White Dove defeating Sokka, who was under the control of the seven-star sword, yet they could never have imagined the vast chasm that lay between them. White Dove had indeed triumphed over the legendary seven-star sword, reducing it to mere ashes. That in stark contrast to the villagers' shock, the women who had been by Roya's side showed no signs of surprise. In their hearts, Roya was invincible, a shared pillar of strength. Well then, today should be a day of joy. Let us regard this event as a minor interlude and immerse ourselves once more in the merriment of the bonfire festival. The bonfire celebration continued until the early hours of the morning, concluding in a spirit of revelry. The island's villagers seemed to have fully embraced their newfound freedom, as nothing could compare to the joy of emerging from the nightmare of legends. Meanwhile, Roya and her companions departed the island aboard a flagship. The sun was warm, and the sea breeze gentle. Compared to the great ocean routes, where the weather could be unpredictable, the climate of the four seas was far more pleasant. They had been at sea for 2 months, during which Roya truly embraced leisure to its fullest. Aside from the occasional sighting of minor pirates, there was little to occupy their time, with a fishing rod in hand. Roya cast her line from the sailing warship. Koya sat beside her, inquiring, "Roya, do you really think you'll catch any fish this way? This is called willing bait. Perhaps a fish will unwittingly swim into my hook." Roya replied, donning her sunglasses and reclining comfortably on her sun chair. "Roya, don't you think we lack a destination? Indeed, we're just wandering about, taking a break to enjoy ourselves while honing our skills." "What's wrong with that, Koya? Could we perhaps visit Zilaba village? I find myself longing for home." Roya understood Koya's sentiments. She likely worried about her parents. Although Koya had mentioned that her parents' wounds had nearly healed by the time she left. The anxiety of being away from home lingered. With that thought in mind, Roya promptly responded, "Then let us set our course for Zilaba village." As Roya's words resonated, the 100 phantoms aboard the warship began to operate as one. The ship altered its course, heading towards Zilaba village located in the East Sea. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, a vessel sailed upon the waters, its flag bearing the emblem of a scarred left eye. Chapter 111. The Return in Splendor. "You are too weak. Captain, I wish to return to Zilaba village for a visit," Yasabu said to the red-haired man beside him. "Yasabu, didn't you say you had no intention of going back?" The red-haired man replied. Yasabu sighed. "True, I hadn't planned on returning, and my yearning for the sea led me to forsake my wife and children, inciting much criticism. Yet, they remain in my heart, so I intend to visit quietly this time." Upon hearing his crew's words, the red-haired man nodded. "Then let us head to Zilaba village. But before that, should we not hold a feast?" "Yes, a banquet. Captain, I'll prepare the drinks right away." The atmosphere aboard the red-haired man's ship began to rise. For it was hard not to feel uplifted with a captain who adored celebrations at this moment. Roya was unaware that the red-haired man had also decided to return to Zilaba village. Thanks to the flagship's capabilities, Roya and her companions sailed across the ocean at remarkable speed, reaching Zilaba village in just a few days. Upon setting foot on her homeland, Koya felt an unparalleled sense of familiarity. Taking a deep breath, she said to her companions, "Come, let me take you to my home. I'll prepare a feast for you all." After all, she was born on this island, and it was only natural for her to host her friends. "Really? I want to eat lots and lots of delicious food." Upon hearing this, Lolan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she contemplated how much she could indulge. Seeing Lolan so thrilled, Roya couldn't help but smile. Pulling her into an affectionate embrace, soon, they made their way toward the center of the island. As they returned in splendor, Koya showed no inclination to hide her identity or that of her companions. Clad in the righteous cloaks of the Navy, they exuded an impressive aura as the gentle breeze caressed them. Look, is that Koya? It really is Koya. Who would have thought she became a Navy officer? She has achieved so much. It's incredible." News of Koya's return spread rapidly across the small island of Zilaba village. Neighbors and friends gathered near Koya's home, recalling the rumors of her apprenticeship under the naval general White Dove. Initially, they had been skeptical, for they believed Zilaba village was merely a small settlement. Although Koya's family was the wealthiest on the island, they never imagined she could board a general's ship. Yet, they were astounded to learn that Koya had genuinely succeeded. Among the crowd was Usopp, sporting a sniper-esque goggles, a light brown scarf, and a long nose. Upon witnessing the scene before him, tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. His body trembled slightly, appearing somewhat pathetic, yet the light in his eyes shone brightly. "Koya, you truly succeeded. This is wonderful." Usopp murmured to himself, sincerely wishing for Koya's success in joining General White Dove's crew, as it promised an extraordinary future. Reflecting on this, Usopp clenched his fists tightly. Koya had already set sail, while he remained stagnant, having made no progress aside from playing pirate games with the local children. "I cannot allow the gap between us to widen any further." Usopp pondered silently to himself when a sudden thought sparked in his mind. Casting a glance at the crowd, he slowly retreated. After exchanging greetings with the island's inhabitants, Kaya led everyone back to her home. Her parents, now in good spirits, beamed with joy upon seeing Kaya return with Roya and the others. "Kaya, why didn't you inform your parents of your return? By the way, we are immensely grateful to Admiral White Dove for your assistance last time. Without you, we cannot fathom what might have become of our family. We must ensure that you are well taken care of." Kaya's parents expressed their heartfelt warmth to them. Roya was not only a savior of their lives, but also a protector of their daughter. Kaya. It was well known that their daughter had joined Admiral White Dove's ship. An emblem of unparalleled honor and safety that in their eyes. A naval admiral represented the pinnacle of strength. Given Admiral White Dove's recent acclaim, they were certain he could safeguard their daughter. With this thought, Kaya's parents became even more industrious, pulling Kaya into the kitchen to prepare delectable dishes for everyone. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Roya chattered incessantly beside them, an adorable sight indeed. All right, no need to rush. There will be plenty for you. Roya reassured her that moment. I chimed in, Kaya and her parents are truly hospitable. Indeed, I'm quite curious about what Kaya and her family will cook, Stella remarked to the group. After all, Stella usually took charge of the cooking. So learning from others' culinary skills would undoubtedly enhance her own. Just as everyone was relishing this ordinary yet blissful moment, a knock echoed from outside as Stella prepared to answer the door. Roya had already darted ahead. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a familiar face. Are you here looking for Kaya? She is currently in the kitchen, Roya addressed Usopp. Usopp, gazing at Admiral White Dove before him, instinctively swallowed hard. This was the mighty naval admiral. If only he could board Admiral White Dove's ship like Kaya, that would be splendid. With Roya's assistance, he was certain he could become stronger. Determined not to let the distance between him and Kaya grow, Usopp resolved to apprentice under Roya. Admiral White Dove, I'm not here to find Kaya. I'm here to seek you out. Usopp stammered, his nerves overwhelming him. From a certain perspective, Usopp's timidity was rather pronounced. He found it difficult to speak normally even in Roya's presence. That you're looking for me. What do you need? Roya inquired. Taking a deep breath. Chapter 112. Heroes of the Sea, the banner of faith. At that moment, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, creating a delightfully comfortable atmosphere. Yet, Usopp's face was flushed with anxiety. Resembling a monkey's rear. I ask you, what is it you wish to convey? You've been breathing deeply for a full 5 minutes, Roya said, exasperated as he observed Usopp's antics. If it weren't for his curiosity regarding this character from the original story, he wouldn't be wasting time here. Suddenly, Roya seemed to sense something and cast a glance toward the distant mountains, where the trees stood thick, offering a cool respite. However, he quickly shifted his gaze back. A smile playing on his lips, Roya smiled. Usopp's tension eased slightly. Admiral White Dove, I wish to become your disciple. I aspire to brave the seas and become a hero of the ocean. As he finished speaking, he deeply bowed to Roya. In the distance, beneath a tree large enough for three to embrace, Jesusberg was observing the scene through a telescope. Hey Usopp, you're my son. Why are you bowing to the Navy? Jesusberg gritted his teeth in frustration. It was undeniably uncomfortable. However, charging out to confront the Admiral was out of the question. He had only come to secretly check on his wife and child. Not wanting to stir up trouble. Is someone looking for me? Kaya emerged from the kitchen to join Roya. Observing Usopp, she found herself puzzled by his intentions. That moment, Roya explained. He said he wishes to become my disciple. Kaya, upon hearing Usopp's words, was taken aback. In her view, Usopp lacked the courage to sail the seas. If it weren't for the relentless encouragement of the original crew, she believed Usopp would have long since given up, rather than becoming a renowned sharpshooter. After contemplating for a moment, Roya addressed Usopp. I'm afraid you may not be suited for our crew. Why? Usopp exclaimed, raising his head abruptly to meet Roya's gaze. What have I done wrong? If I'm lacking, I can improve. I can endure hardship, work hard, even learn swordsmanship. Whatever it takes, just please let me aboard your ship. As he uttered these words, tears streamed down Usopp's face. If one were not aware of Usopp's character, they might think he was being bullied by others on the island. You do not comprehend the path you wish to take. In other words, you do not know what you truly want. Therefore, I must refuse. Moreover, you are far too weak. Roya's words struck Usopp deeply, causing him to focus solely on the latter part of the statement. Instinctively, he questioned, then why is Kaya allowed on the ship? That's not fair. This is absolutely unfair. Usopp protested. Observing Usopp, who appeared stubborn yet rather naive, Roya sighed. That's precisely why I say you lack direction. You do not know what you want to achieve. Kaya aims to become a doctor and diligently strives toward that goal. What about you? You have nothing. After delivering this statement, Roya chose to ignore Usopp and return to his previous position. Usopp sniffled, feeling discontented yet too intimidated to speak further. He could only look at Kaya and plead, Kaya, I merely wish to be with you. Is there truly no chance? Kaya, regarding Usopp, felt a twinge of discomfort. Without hesitation, she replied, "Stop dreaming. When I was rescued by Roya, I vowed in my heart that he is my Prince Charming, and that will never change. My heart has long been given to Roya. So you should give up on this notion." With that, Kaya swiftly closed the door. However, she suddenly realized that everyone in the room was now staring at her. In an instant, a flush of embarrassment colored Kaya's delicate features. I only said that to dissuade Usopp. No need to explain. We understand. Kaya's parents interjected, exchanging knowing glances with Roya. Kaya recognized that her parents had misunderstood, and it seemed she had inadvertently revealed her true feelings. Just as Kaya felt the atmosphere shift uncomfortably, Roya Lan piped up, "Daddy, it smells so good. I'm so hungry. When can we eat?" Kaya's parents paused, momentarily taken aback. "I didn't expect Admiral White Dove to already have a child." "That's alright. Even if Kaya is younger, it doesn't matter." Before her parents could finish their thoughts, Kaya interrupted them. "What are you talking about, Mom and Dad? My relationship with Roya is not what you think it is. And the bond between Roya and Roya Lan is not what you imagine either." Kia felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. The boisterous sounds of merriment enveloped her, creating an increasingly vibrant atmosphere. Roya erupted into laughter, raising his sake high, proclaiming to the assembly, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us toast to a brighter future. Cheers." The ambience within the room soared to new heights. As Kia recounted tales of her childhood, everyone felt a profound appreciation for the beauty of time. However, after Usopp departed from Kia's doorstep, he was engulfed by a profound sense of despondency. If Usopp had once been a man steeped in despair, he had now honed that despair to its pinnacle. Yet, upon returning home, he was startled to find a familiar silhouette within. "Who are you?" Usopp inquired cautiously, addressing the man before him. Turning around, Jesus appeared, his face streaked with tears. Mirroring Usopp's own sorrow, clutching a photograph, Jesus asked, "When did this happen?" Regaining his composure, Usopp replied, "Chapter 113, The Red-Haired Inquiry, the Supreme Swordmaster. Not long after you left, she fell ill." Usopp snatched the photograph of his mother from Jesus' grasp, casually remarking, "Is that so?" Jesus fell silent, realizing that his momentary impulsiveness had led to such consequences. "You must be very disappointed in me, right?" Jesus approached Usopp, expressing his remorse. Usopp shook his head, stating, "I am disappointed in myself." "Did Pigeon say something? I mentioned that I am weak and lack direction. Is that so? Then Usopp, let us wager the Jolly Roger and embark on an intense training regimen. I will impart all my knowledge to you. From now on, no one on the sea shall dare to label you as weak. Did you hit your head while you were out? Weren't you just sailing with a small pirate? How formidable could you possibly be? Have you even ventured into the Grand Line?" Upon hearing Usopp's words, Jesus furrowed his brow, contemplating. "Some things must be witnessed through your own eyes for true growth to occur." "Hey, what are you talking about? Get up, now, immediately. Go train. Start by running 10 laps around the island. Otherwise, you won't eat today." The menacing aura surrounding Jesus suddenly dissipated, causing Usopp to flee outside in fright, observing his son begin his training. Jesus felt a flicker of satisfaction. Is there enough time? At some point, red-haired Shanks had arrived behind Jesus, for after all, this was the child of his crew member. "Enough. Within 3 days, I will train Usopp to a satisfactory level. Though he lacks confidence, he carries my blood. A 100 hit rate is merely foundational for him." Upon hearing this, Jesus felt relieved, though he found it hard to believe that Pigeon would utter such words. He was somewhat impressed by him. "Huh? I doubt there is anyone you don't admire, Captain." Red-haired laughed heartily, fully aware of the implications behind Jesus' statement. Just then, a figure clad in a mantle of justice approached them slowly. The jovial laughter of red-haired gradually ceased, and Jesus instinctively placed his hand on his firearm. His surprise, the presence he had sensed earlier was indeed Jesus, the sniper of the red-haired pirates. Hearing Roya's words, Jesus' heart sank. "You sensed my arrival from the very beginning?" Jesus could hardly believe it was known that the mansion in the mountains was quite distant from here. For someone to detect him from such a distance was astonishing. "Might I inquire, Admiral Pigeon, what brings you here?" Red-haired rested a hand on the hilt of his sword, addressing the Admiral before him. "Nothing much. Merely wishing to meet the illustrious red-haired. I have heard your name echo across the seas." Admiral Pigeon jested. "That statement should rightfully come from us," the red-haired replied, equally amused. The poise with which he faced an admiral of the navy far surpassed that of most on the ocean. I have long heard of your profound mastery in the way of the sword. And thus I seek your guidance. Is that truly your intention? Jesus watched Roya warily. Red-haired, however, responded with great magnanimity, sure, why not? Shall we start now? As red-haired's words fell, a powerful aura began to emanate from him. In response, a smile graced Roya's lips. Unbeknownst to anyone, one of the 12 supreme blades had appeared in Roya's hand. The very weapon he had acquired from the laboratory. It served as a substitute for the blade known as Flowing Blade. Fire. Hey. Let's not be overly dramatic. This is my hometown, and fighting here might not be appropriate. Just as Jesus finished speaking, Roland swooped down from the sky. Upon seeing Roland, both red-haired and Jesus's pupils dilated in shock. They recognized that Roland's fruit had awakened, undoubtedly granting her immense power. They had not anticipated that not only was Roya formidable, but his subordinates were equally terrifying. Father, just now, an old man named Sengoku contacted me via transponder snail, claiming he discovered traces of the revolutionary army near Shimaziji village and urged us to investigate immediately. As Roland's words concluded, an electronic notification echoed in Roya's mind. Ding, mission assigned, Shimaziji village. Reward, pinnacle of the supreme swordmaster. Time, 3 days. Red-haired cast a surprised glance at Roya, laughing heartily. This is the first time I've heard someone refer to Sengoku as an old M and uppy. By the way, is this your daughter? Indeed, though our relationship is somewhat complex, I shall spare you the details. Both Roya and red-haired simultaneously retracted their auras. I understand. You clearly have some misconceptions. Let us postpone this duel for another time. After speaking to red-haired, Roya waved his hand. Watching Roya disappear from view, red-haired grew increasingly eager for their future contest. I can't shake the feeling that you two resemble long-lost friends, Jesus remarked, stroking his chin as he addressed red-haired. Perhaps, though Pigeon is evidently different from most of the Navy, he knows what he wants. In the brief time they had spent together, red-haired had formed a very high opinion of Roya. By the way, this island isn't very large. Your son should have completed a lap by now, yet there's been no sign of him. Upon hearing his captain's words, Jesus felt a surge of irritation. That rascal must be slacking off somewhere. Resolving to teach him a lesson, Jesus quickly pursued Usopp. If Usopp were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be astonished by his father's remarkable physique. Meanwhile, Roya, accompanied by the ladies, departed from Kia's residence, heading towards Shimaziji village. Upon arriving at Shimaziji village, Roya was reminded of the Isen dojo on the island, as well as a girl named Guena. Perhaps this time, something even more intriguing would unfold. Chapter 114. Investigation concluded. Journey to the cemetery. Zalubu village is in close proximity to Shimaziji village. Under the swift navigation of an admiral-class warship, they arrived on the island within a day's time. For Roya, this marked the easiest mission yet. The electronic notification resonated in Roya's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Pinnacle of the Supreme Swordmaster. This is a realm pursued by countless swordmasters throughout their lifetimes. Sensing the changes within himself, Roya felt no shock whatsoever. With a composed demeanor, he stood upon the island's soil and addressed the ladies. Since Sengoku mentioned the presence of the revolutionary army in this vicinity, let us search thoroughly. We shall split up and regroup here. Upon hearing Roya's words, the women nodded in agreement. Stella and Koya formed one group, while the others divided into their respective teams to search the island. This so-called search was merely a fade. Roya was acutely aware of her true intentions. With this in mind, she made her way toward the central dojo of the island. Before she could approach the temple, the sounds of fervent shouts and the friction of wooden swords against the air reached her ears. Seated upon the wooden floor, Gung Silang, with his thick lenses, squinted almost to slits. He had sensed Roya's presence as she neared Guan. Clapping his hands, Gung Silang addressed the numerous disciples. All right, everyone, today's training comes to an end. You may disperse. Yes, Master Gung. With that, the apprentices in the dojo neatly arranged the wooden swords at the back before departing. Gung Silang's gaze then turned toward Roya. Roya's lips curved slightly upward, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly. In terms of expression, Roya's demeanor was akin to Gung Silang's. However, while Gung Silang exuded an air of cunning, Roya radiated a gentle warmth, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking into the One Heart Dojo. Reward. One of the 12 supreme great blades, the Buddha Yuan. This sword is a single-edged straight blade. Measuring an impressive 7 feet and 4 inches in length, it is an unorthodox long sword, akin to the Black Blade, Knight, of Eagle Eye, utterly beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Indeed, the One Heart Dojo allowed for check-ins. From the very beginning, Roya had aimed to check in at the One Heart Dojo to see if she could acquire something valuable. It was evident that good rewards awaited her, particularly one of the supreme great blades. Thus, Roya now possessed 2 of these extraordinary swords. I wonder what brings Admiral White Dove of the Navy to my humble dojo, Gung Sailang inquired, observing Roya before him. Oh, you know of me, of course. The reputation of Admiral White Dove is well known. It is a privilege for us to have such a distinguished general. It seems the seas will grow increasingly stable. Gung Sailang, devoid of joy or sorrow, merely squinted at Roya as he spoke. I hope for calm seas, where the populace is spared from plunder and all can live peacefully. Yet, you are aware of the numerous lurking forces upon these waters. With a sigh, Roya addressed Gung Sailang. Just yesterday, I received orders from the warlord of the warring states, who mentioned suspicious revolutionary forces emerging on this island, instructing me to investigate. As she spoke, the smile vanished from her face, and she inquired of Gung Sailang, I wonder, does your dojo master possess any knowledge of this? Revolutionaries? I cannot say for certain. Recently, apart from the local villagers, I have seen no unfamiliar faces. Oh, is that so? Roya nodded thoughtfully and continued, Master, I am quite curious about something. Upon hearing this, Gung Sailang felt a weight in his heart, as if the sunlight had been obscured by clouds. A cold wind swept through, and a light drizzle fell from the sky. Gung Sailang realized that Roya was indeed directing her inquiries toward him. Though he thought this, his countenance remained unchanged, still smiling as he responded, If I can be of assistance to you, I shall speak freely and openly. Shimaziji village, in comparison to other islands, is rather small, with limited living space. Thus, I find it curious why so many apprentices come here to study. Is it perhaps a breeding ground for some faction? Roya's smile grew even softer. Yet beneath that gentle facade, Gung Sailang sensed a profound malice. This individual, he was undoubtedly fixated on him. For reasons unknown, this thought flashed through Gung Sailang's mind. As time ticked by, he remained unaware of the cold sweat accumulating upon his brow. Master, do you truly not grasp the reason? Roya pressed. Is it not because the parents from surrounding islands wish for their children to acquire greater survival skills, entrusting them to you? Upon finishing, Roya clasped her hands behind her head, appearing quite relaxed as she turned to exit, declaring, The inspection is complete. There are no revolutionary forces in Shimaziji village. Gung Sailang instinctively swallowed hard, the panic in his eyes gradually dissipating as he watched Roya's departing figure, his heart trembling with trepidation. What a terrifying individual. What could he possibly want? With this thought, Gung Sailang rose and returned to the dojo. Pondering the unusual nature of the matter, he decided it prudent to inform Long about this situation on the island. A gentle rain fell as Roya hummed a tune not of this world, making her way toward her warship. Currently, the revolutionary forces remained somewhat feeble. Apart from Long, there were hardly any notable commanders among them. In terms of overall strength, the revolutionaries had yet to reach the might of the 4 emperors. Ultimately, they were not yet the force they would become in years to come. It would be best for them to develop further, as they currently held little value. With these thoughts in mind, Roya strolled about the island for a while longer. However, at this moment, she transformed into a phantom, while her true form donned a cloak as she made her way toward the cemetery in Shimaziji village. Her current identity was Zero from the Chao Shi Niao organization. Concealed under her cloak, she resembled a ghost, silently advancing toward the cemetery. Meanwhile, the phantom would accompany the women as they sailed toward Marineford. The rain continued to fall. Wrapped in her cloak, Roya arrived at the cemetery in Shimaziji village. Chapter 115. This sword meets its end. The girl revived. The cemetery was unusually quiet, the only sounds being the rain falling upon the tombstones. As she wandered through the cemetery, Roya searched for the name of Kana on the gravestones. Finally, her efforts bore fruit. In a corner, she discovered Kana's name. It was indeed a tragic fate. She had aspired to make her name known across the seas, to become the world's greatest female swordsman, yet in death, she could only rest at the outskirts of the cemetery. Shaking her head, Roya refrained from saying much more. Instead, she retrieved the resurrection sword, a reward gifted to her by the system, from her system space. The resurrection sword was a broken blade, adorned with gemstones. Exuding an air of mystery and beauty, having aimed to become the world's greatest swordsman, Surely you do not wish for your life to end so abruptly. Let us see how resolute your will truly is. As Roya's voice echoed, she forcefully plunged the resurrection sword into Kuina's gravestone. In an instant, the entire cemetery was enveloped in a mysterious radiance. Beneath the glow, Roya could perceive the presence of wandering souls. Yet, within the vast cemetery, only Kuina's gravestone bore her ethereal form. That figure resembled a curled-up infant, evoking a strong instinct to protect. Despite this, within such a youthful exterior resided an ambition that surpassed that of most individuals. Hey, do you intend to continue sleeping? Roya's voice seemed to reach the ears of the soul that was once Kuina. Slowly, Kuina opened her eyes. She gazed upon Roya, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Who are you? Am I not already dead? Why can I still hear your voice? Kuina recalled the piercing pain that had consumed her. Do you still aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman? Perched upon her gravestone, Kuina lowered her gaze, her eyes clouded with a vague despondency that a woman can never become the world's greatest swordsman, for her body will ultimately limit her achievements. She can never reach the pinnacle of strength. Upon uttering these words, Kuina's spirit appeared to dim even further. Previously, she had been imbued with a powerful sense of resentment towards death. Yet now, Kuina had begun to doubt herself. If this continued, it would not be long before her soul might dissipate entirely. The soul-returning sword, as a one-time use artifact, would be rendered utterly obsolete, unable to serve its purpose any longer. Most importantly, while perusing the original text, Roya had felt an overwhelming sense of injustice on account of Kuina. Despite her relentless efforts, her daily rigorous training, and her unwavering pursuit of dreams, she ultimately met a silent demise simply from falling off a ladder. This was something that Roya could never accept. From within the confines of the system space, he retrieved the supreme great knife he had previously acquired in the laboratory. Holding it aloft, he addressed Kuina. Indeed, your heart harbors a profound sense of injustice. Does it not? Who asserts that girls are destined to be weaker than men? What nonsense it is to claim that a girl cannot succeed. Your aspiration is to become the world's foremost swordsman. Is it not? If so, take this sword from my hand and show me how you shall rise to the pinnacle of strength through your own efforts. Kuina. Roya's voice seemed to penetrate the depths of Kuina's heart. She gazed at the supreme great knife, feeling the weight of his words. Her astonishment, Roya had articulated the resentment she had concealed within. Suddenly, Kuina smiled. A radiant smile, with tears tracing the corners of her upturned lips. She looked at Roya and, although uncertain of why he had appeared before her so suddenly, she echoed his sentiments. I truly harbor a deep sense of injustice. Why must girls be fated to be weaker than men? Even if my father believes so, I refuse to accept this. I will prove to the world that women can indeed become the strongest swordsmen. Having already faced death once, she felt there was nothing left to fear. Approaching Roya without hesitation, Kuina grasped one of the supreme great knives. Doomsday, Roya gently instructed her. Remember, this knife is one of the supreme great knives, known as Doomsday. As his words fell, the soul-returning sword, driven into Kuina's gravestone, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The radiance entwined around Kuina, while the gems on the sword grew increasingly dim. In contrast, Kuina's figure became ever more luminous. This brilliance coalesced into Kuina's new form, embodying her past memories and dreams, ready to embrace a new future. As the light gradually faded, Roya presented Kuina with garments and a cloak he had prepared. Addressing her, he said, Phantom has joined the morning and evening birds. From this moment forth, you are a new member. Clad in the attire he provided, Kuina's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Why didn't you inform me I would be revived in such a manner? You witnessed everything just now, did you not? Kuina inhaled deeply, as if attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions. Yet, regardless of her efforts, tranquility eluded her. At that moment, Roya extended his hand, gently brushing aside the hair hidden beneath her cloak, whispering, Do not fret or feel shy. I shall take responsibility from now on. Clearly taken aback by Roya's unexpected declaration, Kuina's delicate face beneath the cloak flushed even deeper. Well then, let us momentarily set aside these matters. She began, but before Roya could finish, she insisted, No, promises must be kept. I have etched it in my heart. Hearing her words, Roya's lips curved into a smile. He had not anticipated her to possess such grand ambitions yet hold such conservative thoughts, which he found quite appealing. He reveled in the delightful banter with Kuina. Kuina shot him a playful glare before turning her serious gaze to the sword in her hand, firmly gripping it. She declared, I will not squander this opportunity you have granted me. After a brief pause, she inquired, by the way, what is this morning and evening birds you mentioned? Is it an organization? These matters I shall explain to you in due time. For now, the situation upon the sea is exceedingly intriguing. Amid such chaos, you must surely be one of the brightest stars. Chapter 116, Severing the Past. Facing the future, Roya accompanied Guena as they strolled through Seymourji village. Although considerable time had elapsed, the village remained unchanged. As Guena beheld the familiar scenery, a profoundly unique emotion blossomed within her heart. She, a being once lost to death, had been resurrected by Roya. Despite her uncertainty about how he knew her story, Guena was resolute in her determination to never betray him. After all, to others, she was but a deceased soul. Yet, she pondered, should she visit the One Heart Dojo to spar with Gungshiro, thereby severing her past and embracing her future? This thought startled her. She had not anticipated it being voiced by Roya. Nodding vigorously, she implored, "May I act on my whim just this once?" "Of course," he replied, and as he spoke, he led her to the One Heart Dojo. At that moment, Gungshiro had just relayed recent events to the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon, when he noticed two unexpected visitors cloaked in capes arriving at the dojo, surprised by the unusual activity that day. Gungshiro beamed at the duo, focusing particularly on Roya. "Your silhouette suggests you are Zero, is it not? I never expected the one causing a stir in the New World to appear on such a humble island." Gunshiro's tone had shifted dramatically from their previous encounter, yet Roya chose not to elaborate, for his purpose was singular, to enable Guena to sever her past and face her future. With that, he gently nudged Guena forward from behind. She complied, drawing Doomsday from its sheath and assuming a combat stance. However, Gungshiro appeared momentarily taken aback, recognizing the familiarity of her posture. "Let us keep this a friendly competition. Once it concludes, we shall depart from the island," Roya added. Gungshiro nodded in acquiescence. "Since you both insist, I shall comply. Please, enlighten me." Guena remained silent, inhaling deeply before launching her assault on Gungshiro. The man before her was both her father and her adversary. Having battled against him since childhood, she had anticipated every move he would make. With a decisive step, Guena aimed to strike at Gunshiro's waist. The chilling blade effectively curtailed his movements. This uncanny ability to predict her opponent's actions startled Gungshiro. Just as he resolved to retreat and strike from the side, Guena preempted him, once again thwarting his attempt. Gunshiro's heart sank. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, the strength known only to Dragon and himself. His sword intent erupted, surging towards Guena. The blade, imbued with haki, thrust mercilessly toward her. At that instant, Roya raised a finger, summoning a blade of sword energy from thin AIR.NO knife style. Slash. This seemingly mundane strike, however, contained the terrifying essence of a supreme swordsman's pinnacle. The sword energy flickered and shattered, leaving the dojo marred with sword scars. Subsequently, Roya departed the One Heart Dojo with Guena, leaving Gungshiro in bewildered contemplation, muttering to himself as he surveyed the damaged walls. How can this be? Zero is at the pinnacle of the supreme great swordsman realm, and that other combat style. It's just like Guena's. How is this possible? On the other side, after Guena arrived at the seaside, she removed her hood and addressed Roya, saying, "Indeed, the disparity between my father's strength and mine is truly immense. Even with prior knowledge of his potential attacks, I still find myself unable to respond." At that moment, Guena turned to Roya, declaring, "When I truly become the mightiest swordswoman, I will stand before him and boldly proclaim that even a woman can ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Am I right, esteemed master swordsman?" As Guena gazed at Roya, she felt a clarity akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her enchanting demeanor was captivating. "During this time, remain by my side, and I shall teach you the art of the sword. Now, let us set sail for the Grand Line." Guena had never left her island, and her knowledge of the Grand Line was merely hearsay. "Do we have a ship? How shall we go?" Without answering Guena, Roya simply waved his hand. The Ark Noah was summoned from the depths of the system's space. In an instant, a colossal vessel loomed over the two, casting a shadow and bathing them in sunlight. Staring in disbelief at the ship, which was as immense as an island, Guena's lips parted slightly in astonishment. Before she could utter a word, she felt her body lighten and began to float gently toward the Ark Noah. "Just how many abilities do you possess? As for these abilities, you will come to understand them in due time. Throughout this period, I will also enlighten you on the current circumstances of the sea. For now, let us journey to Sabaody Archipelago to partake in a grand auction. At the Sabaody archipelago, shortly after his bath, Don Quixote Doflamingo resumed his seat, examining the various exhibits before him in a desperate bid for freedom. He had even crossed the line with the celestial dragons, resulting in his complete blacklisting. However, if he could escape, he could rise again. Doflamingo muttered to himself, veins bulging on his forehead, that I must ensure that the white dove realizes the true cost of opposing me. With this thought, Doflamingo turned to his companion, Toribol, and asked, "Have you made contact with the Yonko Kaido?" "Young master, we have established contact. He expressed keen interest in our devil fruit user army. Is that so?" "That's good to hear." After speaking, Doflamingo looked at Caesar and said, "You must not disappoint me, Caesar. I paid a hefty price to extricate you from prison. Rest assured, Doflamingo, we share a common enemy, the White Dove." Chapter 117. Revealing the truth. The Rear Admiral's shock. This auction marked Doflamingo's first strategic move in re-entering the underworld that he needed to succeed, and thus he had even enlisted the freshly appointed Jack the Drought. One of the Yonko.as, the second generation of Drought, Jack was eager to prove his strength, and he and Doflamingo found a mutual understanding. "Jack, the security for this event falls to you. Once we secure funding, we can immediately commence the development of artificial devil fruits." "Understood," Jack replied, accepting Doflamingo's command without further discussion. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Jack, Doflamingo felt a measure of calm settle within him. At Sabaody Archipelago, the auction organized by Doflamingo attracted numerous nefarious individuals, all arriving with substantial sums of money, eager to bid on their coveted items. Meanwhile, a massive ship, resembling an island, floated in the sky, 10,000 nautical miles away from Sabaody. This was Roya's Ark Noah. On board the Ark, Guena was fervently practicing her swordsmanship. Thanks to Roya's unparalleled medical expertise, she was unafraid of sustaining hidden injuries. Furthermore, with Roya's training methods, her relentless practice would not result in exaggerated muscles that could detract from her grace. Coupled with her exceptional foundation and diligent nature, Guena made rapid progress, quickly surpassing her previous intermediate swordsman level to attain the initial stage of a great swordsman. Over these few days, she began to refer to Roya as Master. "Master, I noticed you've been gazing at that ship for quite some time. Do you intend to do something?" After her training session, Guena approached Roya, her skin glistening with sweat. "Of course, we are out of funds. The expenses for your medicinal bath were quite substantial, and with the upcoming auction, we will need money. There happens to be some treasure below, and rather than allowing it to fall into the hands of the celestial dragons, it would be better utilized for you." Guena nodded, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the celestial dragons, even as someone who traversed the seas. "This time, we shall only seize the money, without causing harm." As Roya's words echoed, the Ark Noah began its descent. A shadow gradually enveloped a transport ship below. On board, two vice admirals swiftly recognized the unusual shadow and immediately entered combat mode. However, as time passed, the vessel before them grew increasingly colossal. The sense of dread gripped the two vice admirals. "Good heavens, what on earth is happening? This is utterly terrifying. Is there truly a ship of such magnitude in the world? Why was I not aware of it before?" One of the crew members suddenly exclaimed, "I know what this ship is. It's..." Before he could finish, the Ark Noah landed on the sea's surface. In an instant, waves surged outward from the ship, crashing against the transport vessel. In comparison, the transport ship appeared diminutive, as if it could be engulfed by the rising tide at any moment. The roar of the waves drowned out the crew members' words. But in the hearts of all present, they had already surmised the identity of the imposing vessel. "This ship belongs to the enigmatic Zero. The mysterious figure has arrived. One of the Yonko, Zero, has appeared before us." Despair filled the eyes of those present. Anyone who had defeated Big Mom and ascended to the Yonko throne would evoke terror in all. Just then, cloaked in a dark cape, Roya emerged slowly from the ship alongside Guena. "I have never sought the title of Yonko. Such a designation is utterly repugnant to me. I believe Emperor suits me far better." As Roya's voice faded, an aura akin to the Conqueror's haki erupted around him, immediately overwhelming the crew members. It felt as though they were being thoroughly targeted by a ferocious beast. A profound sense of dizziness washed over them, causing the crew to collapse, unconscious. Guena stood in awe, witnessing the scene unfold before her. Her father had never shared these truths with her. It was only through Roya that she gained this insight. Is this the legendary Conqueror's haki? Guena thought in disbelief, observing the transport ship's crew succumb to unconsciousness. Because Roya intentionally shielded her from the worst of it, She only witnessed the crew suddenly falling over. In her heart, her understanding of Roya's strength deepened. How terrifying, to incapacitate everyone with but a thought. Can we truly withstand such overwhelming pressure? The two vice admirals exchanged glances, each having pierced their palms with their knives, instinctively reacting to the immense pressure, ensuring they wouldn't succumb to unconsciousness from the conqueror's haki. Indeed, decisive action indicates potential, yet you remain too weak. At the very moment Roya's voice fell, the two generals, as if sharing an unspoken understanding, knelt directly before him. Wait, we concede. We are willing to relinquish the gold from the heavens. In truth, we have long ceased to desire a life in the Navy. All we ask is that you spare us. The corners of Roya's mouth, hidden beneath his cloak, curved slightly upward. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down at the two generals, suppressing his voice as he spoke. Oh, is that so? It seems we have no desire to remain within the Navy any longer. There is no profit to be found, and freedom is a mere illusion. What we yearn for is the kind of life you lead, where one can do as they pleased. We would willingly offer up the gold from the heavens, and even slay our own crew to demonstrate our resolve. Oh, is that so? Then do you know who I am? How dare you utter such words in my presence? Before the two generals could react, Roya lowered his cloak. Chapter 118. Slaying the generals. Success is the only option. Standing upon the air, Roya looked down upon the two generals before him, a hint of scorn evident in his smile. To betray one's comrades by taking their lives was the most despicable act, one he would never forgive. Initially, he had intended to take only the gold from the heavens without shedding blood. But given the current circumstances, these two had secured their place on Roya's list of targets on the ship. The two generals exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. What do you mean? Who is he? Isn't he just the Zero who defeated Big Mom, the man revered as the new Yonko? Their previous words had been spoken as pirates, hoping to garner some favor and avoid execution, yet unbeknownst to them, it was precisely this statement that sealed their fates. Roya slowly removed his hood, revealing the face hidden beneath the cloak. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The two generals stared, dumbfounded, at Roya. What? General White Dove. How is this possible? General White Dove is actually Zero. Suddenly, both generals snapped back to reality and fled in an instant. Living upon these seas, they understood well that knowledge often hastened death, realizing that White Dove and Zero were one and the same. They knew their demise was imminent. Indeed, as Roya observed the shock on their faces, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Guena, eliminate these two generals who do not value their comrades. Surely, you can manage that? Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint you. With that, Guena unsheathed her sword, Death, and descended from the air towards the two generals below. The cold glimmer of the blade reflected upon their faces, the sword strike imbued with overwhelming force, enhanced by death, was far beyond what the two generals could hope to withstand. Thud, thud, the sound of two heads hitting the ground echoed in Guena and Roya's ears. Even in death, the disbelief lingered in their eyes. They could not fathom that the famed General White Dove and the one who had defeated the Yonko Big Mom were, in fact, the same individual. Most importantly, these two had appeared simultaneously. Not a single person had detected that these two identities belonged to one man. They felt as though they had uncovered Roya's terrifying secret plan. Yet, no one remained to whom they could confide. This secret had been taken to the depths of hell by these two. All others had succumbed to unconsciousness, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. After Roya utilized the power of talismans to transfer all the berries to the Ark Noah, he once again commanded the vessel towards the Sabaody archipelago. With the passage of time, the Navy soldiers aboard the transport ship gradually awakened from their shock. However, all they could recall was Roya's arrival. They were unaware of the events that had transpired thereafter. Upon inspecting the transport ship, they discovered that it had been completely emptied of its once abundant cargo of berries. The sight of the two generals' severed heads sent shockwaves through them. They had never witnessed such expressions of sheer terror. As though they had glimpsed something horrifying just before death, without hesitation, they contacted their superiors, escalating the report through the ranks. Before long, the news reached Admiral Sengoku's ears. Bang! What did you say? Sengoku's fury erupted upon hearing that the gold from the heavens had been entirely stolen. He smashed his desk to splinters. Who could possibly have taken it? Do the thieves not realize what they have stolen? Admiral, the thief appears to be Zero. Zero, that wretch. Every time he shows up, it spells trouble. The flames of rage ignited within Sengoku's chest, causing veins to bulge on his arms. Immediately track down that Zero and discover his intentions. Yes, Admiral. After hanging up the phone, it wasn't long before the transponder snail rang again. Without hesitation, Sengoku answered. Admiral, we have clarified the situation. Numerous Navy branches reported seeing a massive shadow in the sky, moving towards the Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago. Upon hearing the name of the island, Sengoku recalled the imminent auction. That scoundrel Doflamingo's auction would attract Zero's attention. How infuriating! The Sabaody Archipelago is perilously close to Marineford. If Zero were to arrive unimpeded, what face would the Navy have left? Zero must be captured to uphold the Navy's authority. With this thought, Sengoku immediately contacted General White Dove. If his suspicions were correct, White Dove should be making his way back now. On board the Admiral-class warship, Roya's Phantom was savoring Stella's culinary delights. At that moment, the transponder snail rang. Brew brew, brew brew. After a few rings, Roland answered the call directly. Is that you, Sengoku? Upon hearing the voice from the transponder snail, Sengoku's anger flared anew, but knowing Roland's connection to Roya, he refrained from expressing his disbelief. He suppressed his fury and patiently instructed Roland, pass the transponder snail to White Dove. I have something important to discuss with him. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Roland casually acknowledged him and continued to indulge in his meal. Roya took the transponder snail, addressing Sengoku. Admiral, what can I do for you? White Dove, you should be nearing your return, correct? Yes, I am approaching the Sabaody Archipelago. Is that so? Sengoku's eyes brightened. Perfect. Head immediately to the Sabaody Archipelago to attend Doflamingo's auction. According to reliable intelligence, Zero's objective may also be this auction. Remember to conceal your identity. I have faith in your abilities. Once you secure him, I will dispatch Kazuru and Akainu to assist you. Sengoku took a deep breath and spoke in an exceptionally serious tone. This time, success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Chapter 119. Turbulent Undercurrents, Shawi Tavern. After ending the call, the atmosphere aboard the Admiral-class warship was somewhat peculiar. Roya, what has transpired to bring such amusement to your face? Kaya inquired, seated beside him. Nothing much. Just recalling some amusing thoughts. I wonder how Sengoku would react if he discovered that not only am I the Navy's White Dove, but I am also Zero of the Morning Bird organization, that he has unwittingly divulged this operational opportunity to me. It seems that when it comes to leaking information within the Navy, only Admiral Sengoku excels. This time, I must undertake a rather perilous mission. You all should return first. I will make a trip to the Sabaody Archipelago and meet you all back at Marineford in a few days. I too wish to go. Luo Lan, quite mischievous, unfurled azure wings behind her and swiftly found herself nestled in Luo Ya's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck as she addressed him. Luo Ya. However, pried Luo Lan off himself and firmly instructed, return and train diligently. We must prioritize the 6 techniques. All right, but do return early, she replied. Luo Ya nodded, then harnessed the power of the Huan Huan fruit to envelop himself in an illusion. His appearance transformed into that of a distinguished elder, and then the 8 gates of Duanjia array activated. The cells within Luo Ya surged to life, their activity increasing tenfold with a leap from the flagship. He landed gracefully upon the ocean's surface, in a blur of afterimages. Luo Ya vanished from the sight of the onlooking women. On and the others, witnessing Luo Ya's formidable prowess, felt a jolt of astonishment. Each vowing silently to exert even greater effort. They must become stronger. Meanwhile, the ominous currents surrounding the Sabaody Archipelago began to flow silently. Before long, 2 days had passed. During this time, the population on the Sabaody Archipelago had surged significantly. Almost unnoticed, the taverns were overflowing, leaving no room for additional patrons. Even Aunt Xiao's tavern, known for its gambling, had become a bustling hub. Rayleigh, who had been lost in the revelry of drink and games, sensed the unusual atmosphere permeating the archipelago. Little did many realize, among the throngs in the streets, within the taverns, and at the yakitori stalls, numerous concealed naval soldiers lurked, intent on capturing Zero. Sengoku was resolute. This time, success was imperative. Failure was not an option. As the people of the Sabaody Archipelago indulged in laughter and chatter, a colossal ship gradually descended from the heavens. Those who beheld it felt an icy chill. Fear seeped into their hearts. They knew the identity of the vessel's master. It was the one capable of overwhelming Big Mom. In their minds, Zero was the man who had vanquished Big Mom. ascending to the throne of the four emperors. They were astonished that he would appear here at such a moment. Could it be that he too coveted the items at the auction? An unsettling premonition gnawed at them. The islanders were abuzz with speculation. Meanwhile, in the auction house, Don Quixote Doflamingo was clearly informed of this news. .0. This guy has also appeared, Doflamingo murmured, astonished. He understood the Navy's intentions well. If Zero were to appear here overtly, the Navy would surely mobilize. Drought. Contact your captain. We may need his assistance. Drought Jack furrowed his brow at Doflamingo's words, his aura suddenly intensifying. What Zero? As long as we invoke Captain Kaido's name. He wouldn't dare to target us. Remember, Captain Kaido is hailed as the strongest creature. Doflamingo, however, felt an unease settle in his heart, while Jack's words held truth. It was crucial to remember that this was the man who had clashed with the fearsome Empress Big Mom. When Luo Ya, cloaked in his mantle, stepped onto the Sabidi archipelago, all instinctively recoiled as if he emanated an aura of dread. Unfazed by the gazes of the onlookers, Luo Ya turned to Kana beside him and inquired, Kuina, is there anything you wish to eat? The auction does not commence until tomorrow. Let us relax today, especially since it is your first visit to the Sabaody archipelago. Kuina, still embodying the spirit of a young girl, despite her lofty aspirations, was filled with curiosity. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as she replied, Yes, master, it is my first time seeing an island brimming with bubbles. The Grand Line is truly marvelous. The Sabaody archipelago is composed of towering trees, with the ground being their roots, causing bubbles to emerge from the earth. Hence, bubble culture is ubiquitous in the Sabaody archipelago. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses built atop bubbles are all woven into the very fabric of life here. Before we explore the Sabaody archipelago, let us first dine. I know of a tavern that is quite commendable, Luo Ya suggested, leading Kuina to Aunt Xiao's tavern. Upon their arrival, they were met with a cacophony of voices. The establishment was packed, with many patrons already inebriated, seemingly indifferent to the consequences of their drunkenness. It was as if the tavern was a sanctuary for pirates. As Luo Ya stepped forward, a man, nearly intoxicated, slammed his hand on the table and stood, pointing accusingly at Luo Ya. Hey, you. Are you blind or just foolish? Can't you see this place is reserved? Get out now, or I'll make you regret it. With that, the pirate hurled his bottle to the ground. Sachi, behind the bar, witnessed this scene with displeasure. This is not a place for raucous drunks. If you wish to cause a ruckus, take it outside. Otherwise, face the consequences. Upon seeing Luo Ya, Sachi's eyes widened in shock. That if you intend to fight, take it outside. If not, the consequences are on you. Luo Ya, concealed beneath his cloak, regarded Sachi and replied, Just 1 second. Who do you think you are a second? I'll make you regret those words. The drunken pirate, in a fit of rage, seized a bottle and hurled it at Luo Ya. The bottle twirled through the air. But as it neared him, Luo Ya unleashed a terrifying aura. A potent, aggressive pressure shattered the bottle into dust. Simultaneously, a wave of conqueror's haki surged forth, engulfing everyone within Aunt Xiao's tavern. Pirates, whether inebriated or sober, felt as though their very insides were in turmoil. Intense pain assaulted their minds, rendering them unable to succumb to unconsciousness. Rayleigh, sensing the overwhelming conqueror's haki, recognized its source. In his mind, only as long ago Captain and one of the four emperors, Shanks, could exhibit such might. Suddenly, someone succumbed to the pressure, spewing blood in an instant. The rest, though not bleeding, were similarly gravely injured. In that moment, the pirates in the tavern awakened from their stupor, realizing that the two individuals before them were not to be trifled with. Their attire sparked memories of the man who had bested the Empress Big Mom. Though Luo Ya himself dismissed the title of four emperors, in the eyes of these pirates, his strength was undoubtedly on par with one. As they regained their senses, even with 100-fold courage, they would not dare repeat their earlier actions. To throw a bottle at a four emperor was akin to seeking death. Leave, Luo Ya uttered disdainfully. Instantly, the patrons, despite their injuries, scrambled to their feet and fled the tavern. At this juncture, Sachi had nothing more to say, merely adding, Remember to settle your bill. You owe a total of 100 million berries. If you cannot pay, you are not permitted to leave. Shiachi addressed the pirates before her, while Rayleigh cooperatively closed the door. The name of the tavern, Knocking on the Bamboo, was derived from such circumstances. Presently, Luo Ya stood there, resembling a grim reaper, as if he were poised to take their lives at any moment. They were willing to part with any amount of money, provided they could escape from this tavern. The individual who appeared to be the captain hastily produced all his belly, laying forth everything of value before Shiachi. In an instant, all the crew members transformed into paupers. They had arrived for this auction. Well prepared with a substantial amount of belly, which was now entirely lost here, as Shachi observed the pirates surrendering their entire fortunes to her. She nodded. Only then did Rayleigh open the door, allowing the pirates to flee. The pirates rushed out of the tavern as if driven mad, their demeanor hardly indicative of their previous injuries. This brought a sense of tranquility. Luo Ya, seemingly speaking to himself, then seated himself beside the bar. Guena, cradling her blade, sat beside him. After ordering 10 skewers of grilled chicken and 2 bottles of sake, Luo Ya turned to Rayleigh and said, "King of the underworld Rayleigh, will you not join in the excitement of this auction?" The atmosphere in the already tense tavern grew even more strained following Luo Ya's remark. At present, the Sabaody archipelago was rife with undercurrents, and no one could predict what events might unfold in the coming days. Anyone with a modicum of sense could perceive the peculiarities surrounding the Sabaody archipelago. Thus, Rayleigh chose to remain within the tavern. Yet, despite this, one individual recognized him and directly addressed him by his title. Rayleigh was taken aback. However, he refrained from answering Luo Ya's question and approached him instead, saying, "Do we know each other? I know you, but you do not know me, Dodo. Is that so? To be recognized by Zero is indeed an honor." Although Rayleigh spoke with a smile, there was no trace of mirth on his face. Guena glanced between Luo Ya and Rayleigh, unable to comprehend their conversation, having just arrived in the Grand Line. Her pursuit of the sword path left her indifferent to such matters. Rayleigh continued, "You did not come here merely for a meal, did you? What is your true intention?" "My intention is quite simple. I merely wish to ascertain how many notorious pirate crews or formidable forces have arrived on this island." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Shachi retrieved a lady's cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and took a drag before saying, "Are you here to purchase information? It seems your organization is not particularly adept at gathering intelligence, or perhaps it consists solely of combat personnel, devoid of any intelligence operatives. Am I correct?" "That is somewhat accurate, but this situation can't last much longer." Shachi appeared momentarily taken aback by Luo Ya's statement, unable to grasp its full meaning. However, she only needed to understand Luo Ya's objective. After inhaling another puff of her cigarette, Shachi remarked, "The price for such information will be quite steep." The sake arrived, and Luo Ya picked up his cup, taking a small sip before addressing Shachi. "Just state your price." Upon receiving Luo Ya's response, Shachi produced a small notebook from beneath the bar, consulting the recorded factions before stating, "As of yesterday, over 3,000 pirate crews have arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, among which more than 700 crews have bounties exceeding 100 million. 700 crews with such bounties is relatively normal, as pirates capable of reaching the vicinity of the Sabaody archipelago are certainly not weak. As for other forces, the Navy